Chair stream. Chair stream. What do you mean chair stream? Oh. Freaking eyes. Screen damage, I think. Now it's a chair stream. Let me get into this thing real fast. You're all for showing up, by the way. Vigilante, I'm going to be honest, I don't really know what you could have done differently in that debate. Being honest. Like, my honest opinion. I don't think there was a way to win that one, man. Oh, shit. That's not what. You didn't want me to do that. Oh, there we go. Display name. Does that work? I think that works. Hello. High school. That was a long time ago. Good to see you. Shit, this is always really loud. There's no like volume button on this, I swear to God. It drives me insane. Alright, so I have to I'm just gonna mute myself for a second because I need a prep song, right? Okay, we'll do something. Do this until take my mind off it a little. Yeah. I think I'm gonna have a surprising argument, by the way. Okay. Watched some of his debates on this topic, and it seems to me that most people he debated on this were like anti-Christian, which I am not. So we'll see how this goes. Might be a little bit of a surprise to him to hear my actual argument. Meta argument, one could say. Sounds good, right? Thank you. Thank you for the support. I'm here to show why Christian nationalism is self-defeating. And if you want Christianity, you don't want Christian nationalism. while we wait.
We've lost all our direction, all our fears are resurrected. Are we sinking? If this love can't last forever, are we waiting for an ending? Pretending, are you broken down, hopeless lying on the ground? Are you lost right now? Everything you had is gone. When the credits roll, everyone is headed home. Are you alone?
Running through it.
Yeah, and I think there's something to be said of, like, you know, video games in my youth, I think there was a lot of benefit I got. There's probably negative as well.
Yes.
Oh, there, I think Speaks there. Let's see. What's up, sir?
What up, what up?
Hello.
I didn't want to accidentally see my opponent or anything, so.
Oh, no worries, no worries.
I've been okay.
I'm going to start screen sharing if you don't mind.
Yeah, no problem, no problem. We're going to get this started up here. Make sure.
Need less.
Got that ready to go.
A lot of light right now, man. Holy crap.
How's your night been?
Pretty good. Like, Rachel was on Joe Rogan today.
Yes, I listened to that earlier. That was
Thank you.
awesome.
Thank you very much,
Mentioned my
Tiffany.
name. And so, you know, Now I've just been telling my wife all day I don't have to do shit anymore. I was like, oh, I'm sorry. Were you mentioned on Joe Rogan? No. Yeah. It doesn't work as well as you would think. So. But I will use that argument in this debate tonight. I'll be like, what do you know? When were you mentioned on Joe Rogan? It'd be a real bummer if I'm debating someone that was.
How long are we talking?
Imagine.
Like your opponent tonight.
I'm gonna try not to look at your account, right? So I can do it from memory.
Because that argument. So.
I think they're a little low, aren't they?
No, it should be a fun one. I'm looking forward to this.
VHS.
Though. Maybe
It
we
is a long
won't
time.
keep you as late as we did last week. I don't know. I was having fun though.
That's a
Yeah,
good
man.
one.
I don't know. I don't mind it. It's especially when it's a good debate going on.
Yeah, Chris was.
I'm right into it. Right?
He was fun. It's I like it when it's like not super like people trying to like rip your throat out or anything like that. Like you'd be mean to each other, but in the spirit of the debate. You know?
Do I look the same?
Yeah, of course, exactly.
I think in
That's it,
2010 I had
that's
like
it.
crazy
That's what's up.
long,
All right,
long
so
hair,
let
didn't
me see here. I got this already, so I'm gonna start it up. It'll play my disclaimer and stuff. I'll play the intro. I'll introduce the show, and then we'll play the introduction clip for the debater.
Yeah,
Bring them up.
Kid hair,
and
man.
They'll do their part.
Sounds good to me.
There, I got the right. Okay, yeah, I have my little script that I like to refer to just in case to explain it to everyone.
I hope this week that if my opponent has an accent, I understand what they're saying. Dude, it was so funny.
That
I'm
was
like
so
looking
funny.
at you, and you're like, I'm like, what the fuck is this guy saying? So I'm like, Speakeasy's getting it. And I'm like, the aughts should be objective. I'm like, what the fuck does that even mean? So I'm like, how am I gonna bullshit my way through this? Like, I'm like, so I'm coming up with ideas like, oh, it has to do about like objective truth and what we ought to do ought to be objective.
Yeah.
And then I see your little logo at the bottom. It says, should art be objective? I was like, oh, fuck. I totally screwed this one. So it's like, okay, I got to stall a little in my opening to come up with something here because I'm totally fucking confused. So
Yeah.
it was fun, though.
man.
I enjoyed it.
How do
No, it
we
was a good one. It was a
do
really
no
good
chat
one.
right now?
All right, let's get this rocking.
There we go. Take me a second.
Warning. The information shared in these conversations and videos are intended for general knowledge and entertainment purposes only. It
Right.
should not be considered as legal advice or professional guidance. Additionally, any documentation or references to specific content are solely for the purpose of discussion and
Politics, right?
understanding. It
Politics,
does not
right?
imply endorsement, promotion, or support of said content.
Put in
Views
politics.
expressed in these videos and or conversation are those of the
Yeah,
individuals
I got
involved
you.
and do not represent any official stance or opinion. The
about
content
now?
you are about to experience may contain strong language, including explicit words and phrases. This language is used for artistic expression and may be integral to the storyline or character development. It is important to note that the use of such language does not endorse or promote offensive behavior. Viewer discretion is advised, and please enjoy the show responsibly. Disclaimer. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. The Canadian Copyright Act, Section 29, allows an individual to use copyright-protected materials when creating a new work such as a mashup, and to post the new work online on a site like YouTube. Fair dealing provision for specific purposes like research, private study, education, parody, satire, criticism, review, and news reporting.
No prep, no warning, no time to think. Walking cold, stand your ground, say what you believe. No script, no notes, no place to hide. Redactions drop, the room goes live. No prep.
Cool opening. Right now. Starts right now.
Two minds enter one stance brace. No prep, no prep, no prep. No topic, no opponent
Did
name.
not know.
Just pressure, just fire, just debate. No prep, no prep.
Why is my mic so low?
No warm up.
Oh, StreamYard is doing it.
Safety net, you showed up. Now defend it.
Okay. That makes sense.
This is no prep debate.
Jesus. Boom, boom.
This is no prep debate.
You want me to lose?
Welcome.
You shouldn't want me to
everyone,
lose.
to another Knower Prep debate tonight. It's Robb Noerr.
I'm actually
versus
defending Christianity here,
Debater.
Wyatt. I
Here's
hope you
how
know
it's
that.
gonna go. All
Maybe
I'll
you
kick
might
things
understand
off
when I
with a
finish,
quick
okay?
intro clip revealing our mystery debater. Once that's done, they'll appear on the screen. They'll introduce themselves, their prompt, and once that, and then also their stance, and they'll head straight into their
Using the
opening
ones you gave me.
statement, which
Majorly.
can be up to 10 minutes. Then Rob will give his opening statement after that, and we'll
Including,
move into about 2 hours
Hebrews
of
11,
open floor
13,
debate.
13,
At the
14,
2-hour mark, I'll check in to
Colossians,
see if
3,
we
2,
want to keep going.
Philippines,
If we
Philippians,
do, we'll extend and check hourly. If
320,
not,
Mark
we'll go to
12,
closing
17.
statements, and after
Yeah.
closings, if time and energy allows, we'll take audience super chat questions. And remember, throughout the debate, though, all the super chats will be highlighted live on screen. So if you want to join the action, drop those super chats in.
I do.
So let's
I mean, as much as
dive
I can.
into this, and let's reveal who tonight's debater is.
Who's that debater?
Jeez. That's funny. So, good.
You're up. Introduce yourself, your stance.
Hello, my name is Nick, or Circa R on Twitch, and I'm on the affirmative of this argument right now. Have you said the prompt yet?
Nope, that's for you.
I'm arguing that in the United States, secularism is more beneficial to Christians and Christianity than Christian nationalism.
All right, and now you can get right into your opening statement.
Sure. Let me start by clearing some fog really fast. Okay, so secularism is not atheism. It's important to remember that. It's not a claim about God. It's a rule about government. And that means the state doesn't pick a church, doesn't run theology, and doesn't hand out civic status based on your creed. That's it. So here's the thing. Christianity isn't one thing. It's Catholics, Baptists, Orthodox, Pentecostals, Presbyterians, and 1,000 smaller currents. And they all use the same Bible, different readings, different traditions, different authorities. And I just want to point out that diversity is not a bug. It is a normal result of a book that spans centuries, languages, human hands, and different people. Now, I'm going to add the central point that I think most Christian nationalists quietly skip, okay? And that is that Christianity's prime directive, to me, isn't state power, it is salvation. And what I mean by that is that it spreads by witness, persuasion, repentance, and voluntary faith, not by coercion. When you fuse Christ with the machinery of the law, you don't protect the gospel, you rebrand it. And you incentivize performative Christianity, and you punish dissenting Christians, and you turn outsiders' first encounter with Jesus, or maybe long time believers in Jesus, into a political loyalty test. And that's a stumbling block, not evangelism. So what happens when you bolt Christian onto the state? Someone has to decide what counts as a Christian enough. That is a fact. And once you build a purity test, you've already invited Caesar into the pulpit. You've turned faith into a compliance department, and a secular state does something modest but powerful. It protects the church from political capture and keeps the gospel an invitation rather than a state brand. And that's my opening.
All right, thank you for that opening. And with that, we're going to hand it over to Rob. Rob, whenever you're ready for an opening, I'll start this timer up with your voice. And go ahead.
Okay, Nick, correct? Can I call you Nick? Is that fine?
Yes, sir.
I don't think we've ever interacted. Okay, so I'm not trying to be rude. Excellent. So I was intimidated at first because it looked like there was 3 of them. I was like, oh shit, like, right, we're debating 3 people at once. So now, interesting topic. So I think there's going to be sort of a lot of discussion on what we mean by Christian nationalism. In some sense, I think it's a term that both of us could agree that people have used to mean different things. For example, people I like Andrew Wilson, will use the term one way. Then there's people like, what's that author? I think it's something Wolf. He uses Christian nationalism in a completely different way. So I think we have to determine what what we mean by Christian nationalism to see how much disagreement we would have on this. Because I'll tell you straight up, I am not in favor of a society that says that certain civic rights be given to you only if you're a particular denomination of Christian. So, for example, I wouldn't say you must be Catholic or you must be Orthodox or you must be Protestant to be able to vote. Or, in fact, I wouldn't even say that you must be Christian in order to vote. Now, I do think that some of our civic duties should be given out based on higher criteria than we do today. There should be some sort of threshold. The threshold I advocate for, because I think it is the most practical right now, is you have to be an adult, 18 or older, who is able to show up at a polling place and vote the day of an election with an ID to show that you are a citizen of this country. If you have things like military service or you have a medical condition, fine. I'm okay with absentee ballots in that sense. But I think that we need a minimal threshold of interest for people that are engaged in the civic process of voting. Because what happens right now is we have so many people that are so disinterested or unknowledgeable that are voting that it's steering our country in a bad direction. I'm also open to hearing more barriers to voting. Those could include things like having children. It could include things like being married. It could include things like, being a net input into our society as opposed to output. In other words, if you're taking more out in the forms of welfare, but really irrelevant for this debate. I'm just saying the idea that he seems to identify Christian nationalism, I'll have to get his specific definition, but he said basically that he defines Christian nationalism as sort of having to be Christian in order to have process into our governance. So in other words, presumably in order to get elected, in order to vote, etc., that you must be Christian. I would say I embrace what I would call as a different form of Christian nationalism. Christian nationalism I embrace says that we should elect people that are proudly Christian and use their faith to inform them on the governance of this country. And while there are a lot of people that consider themselves Christian in this country nominally, of which I would borderline put myself as one of them, because I think I'm a bad Christian. And I have not done things like go to church. In fact, I started going to church after Charlie Kirk was shot. It had been years before I went, other than ceremonies like funerals, weddings, etc. So I'm not particularly someone who is an overt Christian that talks about this. And I consider myself a neophyte in my relationship with Christ. However, what I think when I say that I would embrace a Christian nationalist system is we have a lot of people that call themselves Christian, but when it comes to governance, they're almost ashamed to say it. And they can't wait to speak about how, oh, no, we're all about a separation of church and state. I think if we had more people proudly embracing Christianity and the core tenets of it, even if we would have massive disagreements on specific things when it came to Protestants versus Catholics versus Orthodox, etc., I think on the bulk of things, there would be large-scale agreement. So a lot of the things that we see on abortion, a lot of the things we see on hypersexuality, on like many of these trans issues, etc., people that are practicing Christians would tend to agree more. And I think our country would no doubt be in a better position if we had practicing Christians proudly announcing they're practicing Christians and people outside of governments announce that they're practicing Christians and vote accordingly and vote for the people that best represent those values. Instead of putting Christianity on the back burner as something that's just about our personal lives and personal salvation, I think, in fact, we ought to put it forward as governance. What is governance? What is our government? It's a collective agreement on what's best for us, the citizens of this nation. And there are different forms that could take, right? For example, you could have authoritarians, you could have monarchies, you could have republics, you could have direct democracies, etc. But all of them are supposed to be a system of sort of the collective will of the people that it's supposed to be representing that are citizens of that country. I think it is an absurd notion, and it seems to be where the thrust of where my opponent's going. And I think this is where the most of the disagreement will be. This idea that in order to be a good Christian, you must remove yourself from the political process and leave people that are antithetical to Christianity tell you how your country should be ran. I think this is absurd and has no biblical reference whatsoever. Again, I'm not someone who's going to be able to keep up quoting chapter and verse of the Bible. One of the things that I'm very serious about with my Christianity is not seeking to preach to people the gospel when I myself am such a neophyte. I would put that tantamount to blasphemy. But even in my small understanding of the Bible and my readings of it, I can see that clearly Christ wasn't recommending that we all just go home and don't get involved in the political process. That's nonsensical. Why should I want, for example, radical Islam which denies the divinity of Christ and actually treats Christians as hostile and kaffars, why would I want it to be in charge of this country? Why wouldn't I want to advocate for the systems of government to make sure that Christians are protected of all denominations? And oftentimes what I see is people that want to use the mantle of Christianity that come in and subvert what is best for people's lives and individuals' lives under the name of, well, Jesus was just this hippie that says that you should just let people smack you and turn the other cheek. That's nonsense. I have a right to look out what's best for me and for my family and for the people in my community, and I'm tired of pretending I don't. And that's up to and including securing our borders, saying things like the LGBT agenda and the way it's been pushed is despicable, saying things like abortion is an abomination that needs to be fought back against, discussing how the manufacturing sector in this country is being hollowed out and that we need to embrace and showing our own communities love. This doesn't mean that we can't love other people or that we can't respect other people, even if they're not Christians. But all of us are tribal, and there's no reason that it should be any different with Christianity. I'm tribal rurally. I care about rural Pennsylvania and rural America. Should I not do that as a Christian? Should I not care about my family as a Christian because that's tribal? Of course not. That would be nonsensical. In fact, biblically, I believe that as a Christian, as a man, my first duty when it comes to this earthly world is to be a protector to my child and to my wife and to be a good husband and to be a good father, right? So given that, it is intuitive that my concerns when it comes governmentally should be making sure that they're well taken care of. When it gets outside of that, why shouldn't I feel the same way about my community? And one of the most important communities to me is going to be my religion. Why shouldn't I want governmental policies that are beneficial and ensure that I'm able to practice my religion and the people that share my religion are able to do so? Why should we say, oh, that's not the role of Christianity? Instead, we should just allow them to teach pornographic material to 10-year-olds. Why should I say we should just allow them to enshrine rights like abortion, which are antithetical to what my Christian beliefs are? It's nonsense. It's all right to like your culture and it's all right to like your religion. And we just so happen to be so lucky in the United States that we have the best culture and to be lucky as Christians and that we have the best religion. And we should embrace that and say that we want that to be involved in our system of government. If you're a Christian, and we'll ask I'm sorry, Nick, I'm not trying to be rude there. I'll ask Nick if he is as we go forward. If you believe that this is the best way to live life, why wouldn't you want to make sure that at least our governance ensures that this freedom is allowed to go forward so people could get to salvation? And although I think it is true that the number one goal of a Christian should be to seek salvation, I agree with that. That doesn't mean that we should shirk our earthly responsibilities. In fact, I think of this as tantamount to testing God. Well, we should all step back in our little holes and just focus on our lives and our families and leave God take care of anything else. It's not true. The Bible is replete with evidence showing that God spoke to people to make their lives better and their societies better, both in the Old and New Testament. So I fundamentally disagree with what I think the thrust of the prompt is, although we may have some semantic disagreements on what our version of Christian nationalism is. But I think that embracing secularism, which isn't just, it's just a system of government that's not Christianity. Secularism is also a worldview that prioritizes living in a non-Christian way, right? And so that's how I interpret it, and I'm happy to get into definitions if he wants to say that he has a different understanding of it. But I think one of the big problems in our world today is that both as a society and as individuals, we're going away from the deeper meaning of Christianity and the understanding of a higher power and a higher purpose. And we've embraced this sort of secular materialistic worldview, which is leading to us, despite the fact we're getting more wealth, becoming more and more unhappy. And eventually will lead to this great project of the West, and the United States in particular, being destroyed through secularist left-wingers, through importation of people that don't share our culture, like people that are involved in radical Islam. And to me, the greatest bulwark against that is for us to get involved individually with our Christian churches, for us to get involved culturally as Christians, and yes, maybe most importantly, for us at this point in time to get involved politically as Christians. So that's my opening statement.
All right. Thank you for that opening statement. Just a quick reminder for everyone in the chat, all the super chats will be highlighted throughout. And at the end, if there is time and energy, we will go through the questions there as well. What we're going to do next here is we're just going to open the floor right up. I'm gonna have a 2-hour clock going here, but I'm not gonna even have it on the stage here for you guys, so you guys can just go right into the open floor. If it gets, I'll only be here if it gets too much talking over each other, or if we get lost in the weeds somewhere. But other than that, I'm gonna let you guys handle it. So go ahead and jump in whenever you're ready. I'll start my clock up.
Nick, can I ask you? I will say I'm a Christian. Can I ask you if you are?
I'm an atheist agnostic.
Okay.
Not
It's just curious.
anti-theist though. So
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So like the debate will go wherever it will. I only asked for purposes of clearly when you're saying
you're fine.
that it's beneficial to Christianity, it
Mhm.
makes sense because I'll tell you right out of the gate, and you can push back on this, and I know that not everything is universal. It's not always 100%, but most of the time when I see atheists or agnostics arguing what's better for Christianity, I believe they have an ulterior motive. I believe you probably don't care what's good for Christians and you actually despise Christianity. And
Mhm.
so I think that, a person who doesn't like Christianity saying, trust me, Christians, what would be best for you is to cede all political power, I find dubious right out of the gate.
Well, it's wrong, but that's a little bit further into the conversation, right?
Okay.
Just know that it is wrong. Like my girlfriend's Christian, and I value her beliefs pretty heavily. I think that religion in general is pretty relevant to the human experience and trying to understand the metaphysical. And I feel like it's a natural way in which humans are trying to understand the universe and the metaphysical. So,
So when you talk about what's beneficial to Christianity,
Sure.
what metric are you using? Because
I
beneficial
have a
implies
prime
good.
argument, like a prime directive. But first, we got to get some definitions down, right? So,
Okay, sure.
your definition to me, I heard a few different things there.
Mhm.
One was simply just using faith to inform them on how to govern. And then we went
Sure.
as far as Christianity needs to be governance. But where actually is your definition?
Well, I don't know that I said that. I said I think it would be beneficial for Christians to get involved and use their faith in how they vote and in governing, right? And that's what I mean. So when I talk,
There's nothing wrong with informing yourself with faith.
Well, so there's an implicit like sort of point in your opening
Mhm.
where you're defining Christian nationalism in a very specific way, and I disagree
Okay.
with that definition. So
Well, let me tell you my exact definition.
Let me real quick. Let me say, will you agree with this? And then you could give your definition that Christian nationalism can be and has been defined in many ways.
Sure.
Okay, and I'm happy to hear what your definition is. That's fine.
Okay. So in my opinion, we have two definitions we need to cover. Okay, which is political secularism. And secularism is just a governing principle, right, in which a state does not establish a religion, does not privilege one faith over others, and it protects the free exercise and equal citizenship regardless of belief, insofar as it helps those faiths as well. So, the protection of faith in a way. Your comment about it not prioritizing Christians or Christian values, it doesn't actually have any definitional strength or weight towards that. It doesn't prioritize, or it just has like a lack of prioritization there, right? It doesn't really care what religion it is. I guess in a way, it could prioritize a more Muslim culture, but it still is secular, okay? And Christian nationalism isn't, here's my analytic definition, okay? A political program or identity framework that treats Christianity as a preferred national identity and seeks to use state power to privilege Christian symbols, doctrines, institutions, and law and policy. Would you agree with that?
No,
What
that's
part,
not how
what,
That's not the
what
Christian
part do you
nationalist
disagree with?
I don't think that it necessarily. Read the last half of that again.
And seeks to use state power to privilege Christian symbols, doctrines, or institutions, and law and policy.
So I don't think it needs to prioritize symbols, etc. I don't think that that's part of what would be necessary for what I would identify as Christian nationalism.
What
To
kind of
me, what I would separate myself is that, for example, I want Christians governing. I want a Christian to say, I'm against abortion, right? And here's the scientific reasons I'm against abortion, and here's the practical reasons, but here's also how my faith informs me and my religion as to why I'm against abortion. And I think that's good. I want, for example, when we're talking about border security, I want faith to inform our leaders in talking about why those policies are good for us as a country, including for us that are Christians with our Christian values.
Mhm.
That's what I want. People that are using their religion to inform why they, just like a socialist might want to elect someone that is openly saying my socialist values, what lets me do this, or an atheist might want someone elected who says I want someone who's promoting their atheist values.
Well, we can stop there for a second. That's bad. If an atheist wants to
I
enact,
disagree.
if an atheist wants to enact state atheism, and you think of a country in which that happened, it
That's
wasn't a
not,
good
you're
thing.
mishearing me. That's not what I'm saying. I didn't say I want Christians to enact state Christianity. Did I say that?
I'm pretty sure you just agreed with me when I said
No,
it's
I
not,
did.
not
No, in fact, I'm saying quite the opposite. No, I don't.
so
want
there's
that.
no
I want them
state
to say,
law and policy, or there is?
Can you tell me? Will you agree that Christianity is one of the levels of what Christianity operates is a moral framework for understanding the world?
To inform yourself? Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Do you think that everyone that's elected uses a moral framework to help understand the world?
I would probably assume they do.
So why shouldn't Christians be allowed to do that?
That's not really the question, though, is it?
Well, that's how I'm defining
I
Christian
can give you a
nationalism.
syllogism right now to show how that's not a good logical argument. Okay, so
Okay, go ahead. Let's hear the syllogism.
sure. So let's just start with human beings exist, right? You'd agree
Sure.
with that? Do you agree that human beings are imperfect at capturing information?
Sure.
And it's expected now to think that human beings would be imperfectly able to capture Christian morality. Correct? We can't
I
perfectly
would say that
capture
as an
information.
individual, well, it depends on what you mean by that. There's a lot loaded in that. What do you mean? I believe there's an
You
objective.
just
truth.
agreed
There
to
is
the first
objective-
two. You cannot perfectly capture
Right.
information. So when you're trying to
so
extract
I'm questioning
text
let's-
out of a
listen,
book, you
the way
cannot
this,
capture it
no,
perfectly.
the way this works is I'm trying to explain before. What you want me to do is just say, sure, I agree, and then later if I say,
is a
"No, wait minute,
syllogism,
I have
so yeah.
problems with that. So before I agree, I'm trying to hash out what my potential issues are with this part of the syllogism, the premise.
You already
correct?
agreed to the first two. So
What does that have to do with the third premise?
the third one is built on
Well,
that,
let me ask
and
you
you
this.
already
Do you-
inherently
yeah,
agreed to
well,
it.
Let me show you. Let me give you a syllogism to explain why your syllogism
No,
you're
don't
making here
don't
right now.
don't
One,
deflect.
do you agree
Just
humans exist?
engage with the syllogism
One, do
before we
you
move
agree?
on.
One, do you agree that humans exist?
Don't start a new one. Engage
Do you
with
agree
what
that
I've already
humans
told you,
exi-
man.
Yeah, I will explain. It's going to be real quick. One, do you agree
It's
humans
not.
exist?
I'm not interested in that yet.
One,
Just-
do you agree
we
humans
have
exist?
to finish
Just
the
answer
one that
real
already
quick.
started.
Just answer. I promise I'll go right back to it. I'm explaining to you why I'm questioning premise 3. You're implying because I accepted premise 1 and 2,
Yep.
I must accept premise 3.
Yes.
And I'm using a syllogism to explain to you why that's not the case. So, premise 1, do you agree humans exist?
Sure.
Premise 2, Christianity is the best moral system. Agreed?
I wouldn't agree to that.
But you already agreed to premise 1, so how could you disagree with premise 2?
Wholly non sequitur.
That's exactly my point. You saying that I must agree with premise 3 because I agree with premise 1 and 2 is a non sequitur. That's exactly my
You
point.
didn't even
And I
have
used my syllogism to prove to you that.
your following premise didn't have a sub element of the first premise. You know that, right?
Sure. It had to do with the fact that humans exist and there would be a best moral framework for humanity.
Where's
I could go
number
through and put
2?
more steps in the
Where's
I could
number
put more steps
2?
in the premise. The idea that me agreeing that humans exist somehow means that I have to agree that humans cannot see an objective truth with Christianity is nonsensical. There's no connection.
You already
between the
agreed
two.
that humans cannot perfectly capture information.
That's true.
So
when
how
it
are you
comes
going to
sort of the
perfectly
subjective that
capture
we're seeing.
Christian information?
What I'm saying is, what I'm saying is, I'm thinking through this, right? So
Okay.
what I'm saying is, there is an objective truth, right?
Okay. Can
As
you
a Christian, I
perfectly
believe that, you
capture the
understand.
objective truth?
I don't know what you mean by perfectly capture.
As in human beings, we interpret things through senses. We are imperfectly able to capture information that we see, hear, and think about. That is a fact.
The information. So what I see in the wavelengths of light that I'm seeing, it's not a perfect.
It's not all of the
encapsulation
information.
understanding.
Yes, it's not all of the information.
Okay. That might be true, but I think that Christianity as an objective truth and God as the foundation of all truth and the creator of all truth is different, right? And so the premise that you're saying, what you want me to say is this is what you want me to say. You want me to be like, well, as a human, even if there is an objective truth, it would be difficult for us to subjectively act within that objective truth or to interpret it 100%.
To exact it
your
on
argument,
others.
correct?
To exact it on others. Yeah.
Well,
What type of
disagree
Christian
with
are you?
that.
If you don't mind me asking.
Right now I'm going to a Catholic church, but I would consider myself non-denominational.
Okay. So why don't we just move to something a little more relatable, okay?
Well, now
okay with
listen,
that?
I just want to say, now I'm going through your syllogism, and what I'll say is, I don't see how your syllogism addressed my point whatsoever. At all. You made a syllogism to answer a question that didn't do anything to answer the question.
No,
Or to answer
the
the
point
point
of
that
my
I was making.
syllogism was to show that human beings cannot perfectly capture information.
My point was, the
That's it.
question I asked you was, if you agree that Christianity at one level is a moral understanding of how the world operates, you agree with that, right?
Christianity at one level is a moral understanding of how the world works. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. And secondly, everyone who is involved in politics at some level is informing their decisions based on their moral framework, correct?
Sure. Yeah.
Then why shouldn't Christians be allowed to do the same?
Are they doing it perfectly or imperfectly?
It doesn't matter.
Are you sure?
If you're acknowledging, why is it only Christians? So the atheist, would you acknowledge this? The atheist is also interpreting information incorrectly?
Correct. Yeah.
Not fully?
Correct.
Okay, so if they're allowed to use their belief system and their moral foundation for governance,
I use
and
Christian
they're not doing it
beliefs to
perfectly,
inform my opinions
they're
as well.
not doing it perfectly, why would it be any different from a Christian using their moral framework?
Okay, so when you have the government try and legislate it, it's much different.
Why?
Well,
The
let's get
government
to that.
legislates
We can
people's
move
moral
on to the
beliefs
next,
all the time.
next
No,
point.
no, wait a second. You already acknowledged.
No, I'm going to make it
Everyone, when they're
relatable for
pushing-
you.
let
I'm
me-
going to make it relatable
Let me
for you.
finish. Let me finish.
Okay.
When I'm voting for something, I ran for Congress, right? So let's say I was an atheist and I said, you know what? I think that we should legislate veganism. And the reason is, as an atheist, I have a moral framework and I think that we should maximize value for life or some shit like that. I don't know what the atheists believe.
Mhm.
And so I see we shouldn't be taking lives, including animal lives. So we should all be vegan. So we should make meat immoral, right? That's me legislating through my moral foundational beliefs. Is that wrong?
Is that inherently Christian?
What does it matter? Why is it only Christians that aren't allowed to use their morality?
Well, one is kind of informed by the reality they live in. One is metaphysical and something you.
Well, that's not true at all, right?
Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but just so that you guys don't have like a really bad playback after. Circa, if you have your gain way up, if you could just turn it down a little bit, because
Gotcha.
like you were quiet, so I have you turned up, but
Okay.
now it sounds like your gain's way up.
Sorry.
So
Is it okay now?
yeah, no worries. I just didn't want you guys to have a bad playback after. Go ahead.
Is it okay?
Christians.
Check.
Got check. I'm sorry. I'll be quiet.
Check. 1, 2.
That's a little better. Turn it down just a tad more.
Got it. Better?
Yeah, that does sound better.
I use an SM57, right? So it's really touchy.
That's much better. There we go.
But the point, what you just said there, you're like, well, the atheist is viewing reality through like a subjective, in real world lens, but a Christian's
An
viewing
atheist
metaphysically.
can
Well,
view
that's not true.
reality
Both would-
through objective morality as well.
That's not true.
it can
What is
have
it?
a
Okay,
realism.
then what's okay? Define objective morality.
We don't need to do
You
that.
say-
right now.
let me- real quick,
This is a
let me
debate
restate-
about
Please,
whether or not
let
the secular state is more
please.
beneficial to Christianity.
Give
we don't
me,
need to
give
get
me a
into other
second.
stuff.
This is going to be very important. So you said that an atheist uses objective morality.
An atheist can be a moral realist. Yes, that is a fact.
No, so but you use the term objective reality or objective.
Is a
morality,
moral realist
correct?
someone who does not believe in objective truth?
Is moral realism another term for an objective morality?
Sometimes. Depends.
Okay, okay. Then what could be the difference between? Because hey, I'm no fucking semantic debater. I don't debate philosophy a lot. So explain to me what the potential difference are between objective
I don't
morality,
need to
which
do
I
that.
understand what
I
that
think
is.
we should look back at the prompt.
No, I think that this is indicative of exactly the heart of the prompt.
Why do you
Because
think
you
that?
seem to, because I'm saying that the reason I think that we should be allowed to have Christian nationalism, as I say, is that every group uses their moral framework to govern, and Christians should have the same rights as every other group. And you're saying no, there is something unique about Christians, for example, that doesn't apply to atheists.
Do
I ask
atheists
why,
use
and
the
you
state?
say, "Let me finish."
Do atheists
and
use the
I say,
state
"Let me
to
please,
enact
let
their
me finish.
beliefs?
Let me finish.
Do atheists
I
use the
say,
state to
why
enact
is
their
that-
beliefs?
Let me finish.
You've
I
been-
say,
you've been
why
going on a long
is there a
time.
difference
You've been going on a
there?
long time
I
now.
say, why is there a difference there? You say it's because atheists use objective reality. I say, what's
I did not
objective
say that.
reality?
I said
Now, you
atheism
said objective reality
does not mean you
or
cannot
moral
be a
realism.
moral realist. That's what I said.
Okay, so then the question I have is define moral realism.
I don't need to. This is a debate about whether
course I
secularism
do.
is
If
more
you're-
beneficial to Christianity.
Let me answer your other question you have there. Do atheists use the state? Yes, Absolutely. As
To
you've
enact
already conceded.
atheist policy?
Yes, they
Like what?
to enact the policies that they feel are a true moral framework.
Like what?
Do you think that at the fundamental level that atheism, much like Christianity, is a moral framework for how to view the world?
No, it's a lack of one by definition. It's called
So
atheism.
atheism
What does
by
a mean
definition.
in Greek? It means without. It's a lack, my friend, not a
Okay, without
substitute one
theism
here.
means. So just to be clear, you're saying atheist.
How do you
means no-
propose a
let me-
policy on a lack of something?
So just to be clear, your argument is atheism means lack of morality,
It literally means a lack of belief.
lack of theism. But I've never met an atheist that told me they don't have a moral framework.
I didn't say I didn't have a moral framework.
Okay,
Yeah.
so then atheism come to a conclusion. They say we do not believe in a God, and therefore we view the world in a different moral lens.
And
That's
what
also
policy
what they're
are you
attempting
pointing
to do.
to? What policy can you give me that
Every
actually says that
policy-
atheism is being enacted at the state?
Every policy that any atheist
Every policy?
or any Christian, let me finish, any atheist, a Christian, a secularist, a materialist, a socialist, a communist, capitalist, a Christian, a Jewish person, a Muslim, every single policy that they're issuing for is filtered through their moral framework for how they view the world.
Okay, so secularism, by
Every
the way,
single one.
is specific
There is
to
no
religion.
reason that it should be only different for Christians.
Secularism doesn't mean all ideology. It means religion. It means
And
you just brought up like economic doctrines. What are you doing?
so what? Right. We all have frameworks for how we view the world. And these frameworks are based in our moralities, right? Christians have a morality that they say comes from an objective truth. Many atheists, many agnostics, etc., would say we don't believe there's an objective truth, but they come through a sense of morality subjectively, and whatever that framework is they come through, that's what informs them on what policies to push for. It's the same thing.
Is it
For example, let
respecting
me give you an
atheism
example.
on behalf of the state?
Let me give you an example. If I say, as an atheist, I'll outline the reason why eating meat's immoral. You would say that's legitimate. I can
Outline the
push
reason
for
for
that
what?
home. For why eating meat should be
Is
illegal.
that inherently an atheistic belief?
Let's say, as an atheist, I come to that belief through my atheism.
How? If they do it on behalf of atheism, how would that make sense? What are you
It
trying to say?
doesn't matter if you're doing on behalf. There's no reason that doing something on behalf. That's the question that I'm getting to here with my point that I'm making. So if I'm an atheist and I say, as an atheist, I reject the ideas of theistic religion. I think that that's all garbage, right? And I don't think there's an objective truth. And so I think we should maximize good for living beings. And as such, because humans can exist
like a humanist?
with only eating plant life,
Yeah.
I think that maximizing good for living beings would mean that we don't kill and eat animals. Am I allowed to advocate for that policy?
Yeah, but it wouldn't be an atheist advocation, right?
Okay, if I'm Jewish and I say I also want that policy, now I'm not allowed?
No, it wouldn't make the policy on
I say
behalf
my
of just
God
Judaism,
says we
man.
shouldn't eat meat.
It wouldn't be on
I say
behalf.
my God.
It wouldn't be on behalf of just Judaism. And second, I think you misunderstand
What do you
the
mean it
word.
wouldn't be on
One
behalf
sec, Rob.
of
One
just
sec.
Judaism?
One sec, Rob. If you're doing now, like if you're enacting policy on behalf of Judaism, as in like because we're Jews we can't eat meat, then you're not a secular state anymore, Rob. I'm advocating for a secular state, one that does
What
not
are you
respect
talking
those
about?
types of
That's-
policy.
You're not listening to me. If you're saying that policy itself would be something legitimate to advocate for, what does it matter if the reason
When the
that
hell did I
I'm
say that?
advocating-
I just said
Let
that's
me-
not a secular state anymore.
Am I allowed to advocate as an atheist for the banning of eating meat?
Yeah, but you can't do it on
Because
behalf of
my-
atheistic reasons.
Because my moral framework tells me as such.
And you're gonna literally call on a lack of theism, a lack of belief in God, to
I'm
say
just
that
asking,
is,
yes or no, is religion a moral framework for how to view the world?
again, just be clear. You want to advocate
answer
for a
yes or no.
policy that is using a lack of a belief in a God.
That is not, I'll ask you again, is Christianity or is religion a moral foundation for how to view the world?
It is. It's one you can inform yourself in, yes.
Okay. Do atheists reject that and come up with a new moral foundation for how to view the world?
Maybe some, but I don't, Rob.
Okay, so you are an atheist that doesn't have a moral foundation for how to view the world. How do you know what's
That's
right and wrong?
not what I said. I agreed with
I
you in a
just
way.
said, I literally what I just said was, and will you agree that atheists reject religion and come up with another moral
And
framework
I
for
said
how to view
some
the world?
do.
And your answer,
I do not.
but not me.
Yes.
Okay, so you do not have a moral framework for how to view the world.
I said I don't reject it.
You don't reject religion.
I don't reject the
You're-
being informed by religious moral framework. Isn't
No.
that's
Why?
literally what you just asked me.
No, you reject religion, and i.e., you yourself do not accept
I
religion,
reject the
Christianity,
validity of the literal Christian
Right.
faith. Yes.
And so,
But that doesn't
so
mean I can't
might
inform
get-
myself
let-
off of the metaphysical aspects and over
no
time,
one's-
humans' history with it.
No one's saying that. What I'm saying is this: I believe there's an objective truth, which is Christianity, and that's where I get my moral foundation. You
Yeah.
agree with that, right? You have no reason.
Yeah,
You say
yeah.
I don't accept that. There might be things from it I can pick and choose,
Whoa,
but I
whoa,
don't
whoa.
accept.
That's not what it means, Rob. You can still inform yourself off of Christian faith and not believe it is literally true. Are you aware of this?
Okay, that's that. No one said otherwise. You're arguing a point I never said. I'm saying that I believe truth comes from God. Do you believe that?
I do not believe truth comes from God, no.
Great. Then we're in agreement. We're in agreement. So my moral foundations comes from my truth that it comes from God. Yours comes from somewhere different. But inevitably, we both have to come up with those frameworks, right?
Yeah, I would assume so. Yeah.
Okay. Now, my argument is that you're against a Christian saying, here is my moral framework, which I use to inform what laws I
No,
want
I'm
to
not.
pass. And
I'm not.
so am I allowed to do that?
There's no the secular societies allow Christians to vote on behalf of their informed interest.
That's my point. That's what I'm
Okay,
defining.
well,
as
that's
Christian
not what
nationalism.
Christian nationalism, Rob. Maybe you should get a
You've already
dictionary and move your way
acknowledged-
forward,
So
dude.
you've already acknowledged that defining Christian nationalism.
That's
can be
not
done
what
in a
Christian
number of
nationalism
ways.
is.
I've told you how I define Christian
Informing
nationalism.
yourself
I
in
said-
voting in the way you want your society to look is not the same as enacting a
What do you want me
specific
to debate
framework
when
of
I-
Christianity onto other people.
What do you want me to debate when I said right out of the gate that I would not embrace a form of Christian nationalism?
Then why are you debating? You're not debating for Christian nationalism. Then you're just conceding the argument.
Let me. So perhaps you missed my entire opening statement.
I did
know
not
you only
miss your
did 2
entire opening
minutes.
statement.
You prepared and did 2 minutes of an opening statement. I did not prepare and did 10 minutes. So let me re-inform you since you weren't listening. The point that I was trying to make is I do not accept the idea that we should have a country that is only Christians allowed to hold office, only Christians allowed to vote. Did you hear that portion of it?
I did.
I said, when I'm talking about Christian nationalism, as one time in the past I did a debate, which by the way I was uncomfortable on because I don't really like debating Christianity, as I explained.
I did watch
I feel
that,
like you
Rob,
get
and I
the-
didn't like the guy you debated. So yeah, we're in
Okay,
agreement
fair
on that.
enough. He was not very likable, so we're in agreement on that. But it's nonetheless it's irrelevant to this debate. Point I'm trying to make is you heard how I defined Christian nationalism in that debate, then correct?
I did, yeah.
And it's very similar to how I'm defining it today here, correct?
It's a little different actually, but yeah.
Okay, well, where do you think the difference was?
I mean, I'm pretty sure your claim was that a Christian nationalism is a society where practicing Christians are elected and use the moral framework of the Bible and Christianity to pass laws across all branches, correct?
Yeah, well, that's part of what I said, but that's the gist of it. Yeah, I'll
Okay,
accept
so
that.
I did-
That's basically
I
what I'm
did-
saying today.
I did know what it was. It's different than your definition today. Your definition today spanned a very avoidant one. It went from using faith to just inform your opinion on how to vote and then govern, all the way to Christianity should be used as governance.
No, I don't think I said it should be used as governance, not in the way you
I
suggest.
wrote it down as you were saying
I'm trying
it. So
to. What I'm saying is, when I'm trying at least to be consistent through that debate to this one.
Okay.
What I mean by it is, I'm a Christian. I should look to that for what my morality is, and then use that to inform the policies that I want voted on. I want my elected leader to say, I'm a Christian, and I get my morality from Christianity, and I should announce proudly that that's where I get my morality, and put forth policy positions that adhere to that. That's it. That's what I'm suggesting. That's what I suggested then. That's what I'm suggesting today. So for you to have heard that debate and then come in here in a debate which I don't get to prepare for and say, well, I'm against sort of national religion. And I'm like, yeah, that's what I said last time. So you're like trying to shoehorn into me, yeah, but that's how I define Christian. Fine, you can define Christian nationalism that way. I'm telling you, in the past, when I've said I've embraced Christian nationalism, what I meant by it was, I think you should be proudly Christian, and Christians should use that to inform the policies they want.
There's nothing
and
wrong with
should
that, Rob.
elect people that are Christian to enforce policies that fall in line with their
There's
Christian
nothing
belief.
wrong with that, Rob.
Great, then you agree with me. We
I
should have
don't,
Christian nationalism.
because you just kind of yapped for a long time and it was very wide again. So why don't we just go through a little bit of a stress test, okay? Just for fun.
Okay, sure, no
interested?
problem.
So what I chose to do for this, okay, was thou shalt not covet. Now, I'm sure you understand that's Ten Commandment, right? Now,
Sure.
how would we legislate this, Rob? If we wanted your ideal Christian nationalism framework, how would you
We don't
legislate
have
this?
to. You don't have to legislate. There's no call to legislate all the commandments.
Okay, well, you're not going to be in control of this, Rob. It's going to be a movement, and people might want to, right?
Well, wait a minute. Why would I have to? So you could say you're not in control of secularism or atheism. For
Secularism
example,
doesn't
secularists could lead to
have
people passing.
people out of control with religious practice overhauling policy.
No, they could have people out of control with anti-religious
Remember, Rob,
practices.
the most of secularists have been majority Christian. Most secularists in history have been Christian.
What does that have to? What does that have to do with? Your argument is, well, we can't have Christians because they could get out of control with Christianity.
That is not even close to what I said. No, it's not.
It is what is logically being inferred by what you're saying.
Okay, so
You're saying that I
are you saying there's not going to be any legislative action on behalf of Christian nationalism?
I'll say this. I don't think that any atheist should be allowed whatsoever to be in political power because they could get out of control. They would murder Christians.
Then you're not a secular state.
You agree?
You're not a secular state then, Rob. You need to understand what secularism means. It does not mean atheism.
Okay,
it's not atheism, nationalism, man. You are trying to create a false dichotomy, and it sucks. Just come on, man.
Was the Soviet Union a secular state?
It was not. It was a state-mandated atheist. Remember earlier when I said, can you remember a country that did state-mandated atheism? That is not secular, Rob. You need to learn the definition.
Okay, secularism. Where are you getting your definition to?
My definition of secularism?
Yes.
Is going to be...
I want to know where you got the definition and then read it.
It's mine, Rob. I wrote it down.
Oh, so you have a proprietary definition of secularism.
It's one
Why should we prefer that to like a dictionary definition?
It's informed on behalf of obviously like
For example,
academia and stuff. It's my interpretation, Rob. It's my interpretation.
I will use, so just to be clear, you're saying that I can't use my interpretation of the definition of Christian nationalism, but we can use your interpretation of the definition of secularism.
Rob,
that's your argument?
It's just my interpretation in my own words. It's informed by the academic definition.
I'm gonna read Merriam-Webster.
Read Merriam-Webster.
Here's their definition of secularism: indifference to or rejection or exclusion of religion and religious considerations. Agreed?
In government.
Yeah. So let me read that again: indifference to or rejection or exclusion of religion and religious considerations. All of those would be secularism.
Now I want you to go further, Rob. Google is irreligious practice part of secularism.
Wait. I will happily Google and go further. You accept that definition I just read?
It's somewhat okay. I think I have a better one.
What do you mean what parts of it are wrong?
I don't think it's informed by academic literature, but it's fine.
Okay, so then give me your definition that is informed by academic literature.
Again,
and not your interpretation. I want a definition that you say, yes, here is a stable definition that someone put out there.
Those are the same thing, Rob. Just because it's my words doesn't mean it's not informed by academic literature.
It doesn't matter. Then I could say that. So what literature? Give me the literature that your definition's been
There's David Hall. There's Seidel. There's
David
Madison.
Hall. Let's go. Let's start with David Hall. What book are we starting with David Hall? Point me to the chapter and verse that it's informed.
Slow down,
your
Rob.
proprietary definition.
Slow down. We'll get there.
How's David Hall define secularism?
We'll get there. Okay.
No. Just tell me now.
That's like you jumped really fast. You already asked me what my definition is. I'm going to give you my definition.
How does David Hall define secularism?
I'm going to give you my definition.
How does David Hall define secularism?
Rob, you asked me for my definition. I'm going to give it to you.
I asked you where you got it from. I heard your definition. Go ahead. You can give it again, and then I'm going to say, show me what chapter and verse David Hall speaks to this.
Where he perfectly encapsulates it. He doesn't.
Go ahead,
someone
give your
I use.
Definition, then show me
he's
where
someone
it comes from
I
David
use to
Hall.
inform me of it. Yes. Also,
go ahead. Give your definition.
David Hall, if I'm not mistaken, is a Christian, by the way, just to be clear.
It's irrelevant?
Okay. I mean, it is not, because again, secularism means it doesn't mean irreligious, okay? So it's a governing principle in which the state does not establish a religion, does not privilege one faith or sect over others, and protects free exercise and equal citizenship regardless of belief.
Okay, so you can't point to where that definition is anywhere other than your definition here.
No, it's informed by Seidel and people like David Hall.
Okay, so first thing I'll say to criticize, secularism always has to be a political system.
It's a governing principle, yes.
It's that secularism only exists as a governing principle.
Correct. That's definitionally what secularism is.
Okay, so for example, Merriam-Webster that does not say that it's only that it could be indifference to or rejection or exclusion of religious and religious considerations.
Using what, Rob? Using what?
It doesn't
Do
matter.
you think it's just exclusion on the fucking, on the play yard at the playground or something,
think
or do you
that you
think it's
could be-
with
I could s-
government?
Government is in only governing like nations or
It's
any governing
exclusion
body?
on behalf of a government action. Okay, it's not exclusion on the playground, Rob. It means a government, a governing principle. The
I'm
exclusionary
not
part.
so sure, but no, I'm not so sure. But nonetheless,
You think you
it's
can be
gonna be all
secular
cleared up
without a
anyways.
government?
Could an anarchist be secularist,
An anarchist could technically be secular, yeah.
even if they don't have a government?
Anarchy is a government thing, okay? Even if they think it's not. You and I both can agree it's a fucking hilarious made-up term, okay? Because the anarchy is the action, Rob. You know that. So when it's over, you have to govern something. All anarchist, communist fucking
They
societies
could say
are
we
still
all
governing
govern
something, Rob.
ourselves. We govern ourselves as individuals.
If we
via
like
the
semantics
non-aggression
right now,
principle.
all anarchist, communist societies are still governing something, even if they say they aren't.
Well, they would say we govern via principle, the non-aggression principle. And then if
It's
there
still
is
a
disputes,
government,
we
Rob.
settle
Even
them as
they call
individuals.
themselves anarchists, but it's kind of fucking paradoxical because it's
This
an
is very
action
funny.
verb.
Take the argument you're making right here and then use atheism. Atheism's still a religion. It's just
It's a
claims
lack
the absence
of one.
Same argument. You're right.
The lack of
Anarchy's
one.
lack of government.
Like you can't
Same
just
argument
you
as
can't just like
atheists.
create a false image, Rob, just to make sure you have some opposite to be
Uh-huh.
mad at.
We're on David Hall, so you're going to tell me the book he has that academically because I'll tell you, I'll just skip to the end. I don't think it's impressive when someone has a proprietary definition where they say, "Trust me, it's academic." David Hall,
That's
and
not
they
what I
say some
said.
guy's name. That's not impressive.
That's
to
not
me.
what I said, though.
That means nothing to
I
me.
mean, if
cool. So then you said
if you want to actually
said that
engage with what I'm
your
saying, Rob, you don't need to attack me. It's
Okay,
fine. It's
let
not
me-
like
let
I'm
me-
trying to
let me-
be patronizing
Okay,
here.
here we go. I'm going to steel man your argument as best as possible. You have a definition that no one else has, which by definition is proprietary, but
not
it
what I
is
said.
informed.
Why are you strawmanning me?
What is the straw man? So you don't have
You're
a
creating an
definition that no
informal
one else
contextual
has?
fallacy right now, Rob. That's not what I said. Why are you saying
No,
that's
no, no.
what I said?
So, no, wait. Are you saying, so let's break it down step by step by step.
Okay.
The first thing, you're saying that I'm straw manning you when I say you have a definition that no one else has. That's a straw man.
No, I'm sorry, say it one more time.
You have a definition that no one else has.
That's not what I said. I
Okay,
said it's my
so-
interpretation, my own words.
Okay, so then give me
Does
another
that
person
mean
that has
no
your-
one else has
give
this,
me,
Rob?
give me, okay. So your argument is someone else does have this definition.
It's informed by literature, so
Can you give me another person that has this definition? Go ahead.
it's not, Rob. It's my own interpretation. You know, like when you put your own thoughts into something.
So it's your own individual definition.
Not my own individual definition.
It's in a definition that you've ever heard anyone else say.
Rob, do you know what? Not you can plagiarize something to the ends of the earth, Rob. But to truly understand something and probably communicate it better, sometimes you need to put it into your own words. It doesn't mean you're just literally abdicating all information you've.
I hate to get meta here, but here's what I think is happening. I think I'm doing my best to say what your position is, steel manning, and you're intentionally
I
being.
don't
a
think
debate
so,
bro to
Rob.
be
You
like,
just said that
that's
no
a
one
straw
else
man."
has it.
For example, everyone listening here knows what I'm saying. They're like, "Oh, this gentleman Nick has his own definition, and it's a
Right.
definition that he's been informed by academic literature, but no one that he's read's had this exact."
Don't you have your
definition."
own
And
definition
you're
of Christian
like,
nationalism,
No, that's
Rob?
not what I'm saying. So then I'm forced to say,
Rob, don't you
okay,
have your own definition of Christian nationalism that we just went over earlier?
Yes. So if you were
So
to
what
say
is that
this,
informed by?
What?
Is that a
Well,
fake
it's informed
definition,
by-
Rob?
No, it's informed by what I consider the word Christian. What I consider.
But you
the
put it
word
in your own
nationalist.
words, right?
That's true.
Okay,
And yet,
so
if you said to me-
did
No,
I
wait,
say,
notice-
Rob,
no,
your
I'm
definition
sorry, I'm
sucks,
sorry.
or did
Wait,
I
wait,
say,
wait, like-
okay?
No. I'll take back that definition.
Why?
Actually, I'll say this.
What do you
My
mean? It's been like an
definition's
hour,
informed-
Rob. You can't
Listen,
take it back.
Listen. No. I keep that definition, but I take back the reason I just took. I'll say this. No. It's not my own definition. It's informed by academic research.
It's something that you wanted to say. It's the way you wanted
No,
to say
it's
it, right?
informed. No. It's
I'm okay
informed
with
by
that,
academic
Rob. There's
research.
nothing wrong with doing
It's
that.
informed. No. It's informed by academic research.
You inform it by
Academic
biblical
research.
literature as well as probably
Yes,
authority.
yes, correct.
So there's
Yes,
nothing wrong with
literature,
that, Rob. That's okay.
Experts. Okay, so then I'm right. My definition's correct.
No,
Yes.
Because
It's
you
informed
haven't
by academic
contested my
literature.
definition, Rob. You've been sitting here.
Dyer,
You've been sitting here trying to
Wilson,
attack me for
Wilson,
having
it's
a
informed.
definition. Why don't you attack the definition?
Dyer, Wilson, they've informed it. So
No, why don't you attack the definition?
that's what I'm doing. I'm saying you have a proprietary definition that you came to in your own.
That's not attacking
that
the
you're claiming was
definition,
informed
Rob,
by
and you know
academic
it.
literature. And I'm not impressed when I say, then what was that academic literature? And you say, Hall.
I didn't say
And so I'm like, and
my
then you're
definition
like, and then
is
you're
good
like,
because of
let me
academic
finish,
literature.
Let me finish.
Sorry.
Let me finish. Then you're like, well, Rob, don't you have sort of your own unique definition of Christian nationalism? I say yes. And the truth is, yeah, I'll admit that freely. I won't say, yeah, no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying it's my own. Maybe someone out there has the same definition, and it's informed by academics.
I think you're misunderstanding
like
this,
DPH
Rob.
and Wilson and Dyer. It's informed by them. You would say, yeah, whatever. It's a proprietary definition.
It's not. It's not proprietary.
Yes, your definition's proprietary.
Never said I had ownership over it, Rob. Sole ownership. You know what that word means?
Proprietary means sole ownership?
In a way, yeah. I mean, yeah.
Let's look it up. Are you just making that definition up too?
Other people can use my definition, Rob.
So you think when someone says you have a proprietary definition, that means no one else is allowed to use it?
You have sole control over it, yeah. Or else proprietary cables with Apple would probably work with everyone, wouldn't they, Rob?
So then you think, if I would say, I just want to be clear. You've heard this term in debate before, right? Proprietary definition.
No, I haven't actually. Maybe
You've never heard
using a contextually incorrect thinking of business, but it doesn't matter. Okay, I think we need to get back to the topic. Seriously, I think we do.
I guess I'll use this. You're using a definition that doesn't come from a dictionary, that doesn't come from an academic scholar. It is your own definition that you're claiming is being compiled
Again, you
by...
just keep repeating things that are not true, Rob. I don't...
Okay, so then your definition... So I said two things. There, and you're saying that's not true. You're using a definition that doesn't come from a dictionary.
Come from any scholars or anything, is what you said, right?
That's not what I said was, if you would listen.
Doesn't come from a dictionary?
You're using a definition that's not a definition from a dictionary.
Yeah.
You agree with that?
Can you make words actually, look similar to what's in a dictionary, Rob? In your own words? Can I define something similarly? No? Yes or no?
Who's saying that the answer to that's no?
You are.
We
By saying my definition is proprietary.
We can't even get to the debate. This is all I'm trying to say. Give me 30 seconds. This is what I'm trying to say.
I tried.
Okay, this dude's came up with a definition of a word that I can't find in a dictionary. And he came up with a definition of a word that if I go and look at authors, they don't use that as a definition. He's saying that it's informed by a bunch of stuff he read. So my argument's going to be, cool, can you tell me what those things that informed it? You just said the name Hall.
I just
Can
did.
you show me who this Hall guy is? Can you
We
show
don't
me in
need
his
to,
literature
Rob.
where this comes from?
Rob,
But
you're
wait,
deflecting.
I can't even
This
get
is
there. I
ridiculous.
can't even get there because for 20 minutes you say, no, that's not true. You're misleading when you say it didn't come from a dictionary. Nope, that's not true. It's
That's
misleading when
because
you
you
said
are,
it didn't
Rob.
come from an academic scholar. All I'm trying to get you to admit is this. I did not see this definition word for word anywhere. I created it based on
Then
things that I was
contest my
informed by.
definition, Rob.
What's that?
Contest my definition instead of getting
That's
mad
what I'm doing.
over
So the
some
first
bullshit.
The first thing I would do to contest it is to say, what informed you? Like, for example, I'll say this. My definition of the word tree is a lion.
Okay,
Contest
I
it.
can tell you what informed me. Okay, we have Seidel. I
Contest
already
it.
said Seidel.
Contest my definition of
I
the
said
word
the
tree meaning
Constitution. I said Article 7. I haven't said that yet. But Article 7, right?
lion. Article
And
7
we have
defines
James Madison
secularism.
when he wrote about this.
James Madison defines secularism.
We have Jeffrey Lehman. We have David Campbell.
Let's
we have
start
John
one by
Green.
one.
We have
Wait,
Nathaniel
wait.
Sukunmatoyo.
Let's
We
start
have
one by one. Article
we have
7.
the public
Okay.
opinion quarterly, secularism and American political behavior. I can go on, Rob, if you want me to.
You're going. You've given a lot of definition. I'm happy to.
It's
accept
not a
it.
lot of
Let's start
definition.
with
Those are a
number
lot
one.
of
Article
informations
7,
for the
let's-
definition, Rob. That is a lot of
Okay,
informing
so
for it.
So what we're doing is we're trying to look what the definition of secularism is. You're
Okay.
like, I've been informed by a bunch of stuff. I'm like, great, what?
You
You're like,
just
Article
asked me
7.
what is informing
Great.
it, Rob.
You're absolutely right. So Article 7. Let's go to Article 7. Where does that inform
No, I
you
just
of
cited the
definition of
names.
secularism?
Don't stick to something that I wasn't familiar with right off the bat that I could be wrong with. Okay, because
The very first thing you
remembering it.
said,
Why don't you stick to what I cited? The Jeffrey Lehman,
Article 7. That's
David
what you cited.
Campbell, John Green.
You cited Article 7. That was the first thing you cited.
Again, Why don't you engage with what I said afterwards? I just told you.
I am.
I could be misquoting that, Rob. I could be misquoting that.
Wait. I just to be clear, this is your argument. If you come up with your own definition and I say, where did you get
Why do you
this
just
from?
refuse
And
to
you're
engage
like,
with it, dude?
I am engaged.
You're not. You're not.
Listen, if you,
Engage with the actual words in the definition, Rob.
Article 7.
That's not a word in my
That's not
definition.
The very first source you gave for what informed your definition was Article 7.
And I told you that I could be incorrect with that already.
Okay, so here we go. So the
I don't know if I am or not, though.
Cool. The first source that you cite that had you come up with your own definition of secularism, you're now admitting with me just saying, cool, let's look at it. Well, actually, I might be wrong.
You're just refusing to engage with this, Rob. I mean,
the very first thing you cited, you're admitting I might be wrong.
Except I said I'm not wrong when it comes to Jeffrey Lehman, David Campbell, Sumo Kotoyo, or I can't say Japanese.
Let's just start with this. I just want you to admit, yes, the first thing I said that informed me may be incorrect.
Already did.
Okay, great. Next, what's the next one?
I said
Lehman?
Jeffrey Lehman.
Okay, Jeffrey Lehman. Explain to me
Joffrey,
how
by the
he
way,
informs
Geoffrey. And Rob, no, you asked me a simple question: who informs my definition? Why don't you engage with my definition? Engage with the words. Not that hard.
You're saying that you. Why don't you engage with my definition of the definition of tree is lion?
No, that's not what I'm asking you, Rob.
That's what I'm asking.
Engage with
you would say,
my definition. A governing principle in which the state does not establish a religion, does not privilege one faith or sect over others, and protects free exercise and equal citizenship regardless of belief. What part of that is wrong?
I will say that it is wrong, and here's why. Because instead,
Rob, answer the question. What part of it is wrong?
I'm answering. You haven't even given me a chance.
Sorry.
Are you going to give me a chance to answer?
Continue.
When we're looking to define words, what we use is definitions versus counter definitions. And we should prefer definitions which come from authoritative sources that are designed to be linguistic and interpret how often people use this in our common parlance. Therefore, I think that the true definition of secularism should be indifference to or rejection or exclusion of religion and religious considerations. That comes from Merriam-Webster, which is looking at how people use that currently in our current parlance, and it's used definitively.
You think Merriam-Webster is the informed way to look at this? And also, Rob,
I think that
Christians,
dictionaries are better than individual
why would Christians
definitions?
create secularism if it excludes them? Your definition is stupid.
That's not true. My definitions.
What is the origin of secularism, Rob? Do you know?
What is the origin of secularism?
Where does it come from?
No, I can't tell. Go ahead, you tell me.
Don't you think that would be important to inform yourself
Go
on
ahead,
it?
you tell me. I just
comes
asked. Go ahead, tell me.
From a letter that was given to Thomas Jefferson. Sent to Thomas Jefferson. And it's from a Christian, Rob. It's from the Dansbury Baptist, from a Christian. So why would a Christian make...
I just want to be clear. Listen.
It excludes them somehow, I guess?
I just want to be clear. Your argument, just so we're clear, you're not going to backtrack later and say, maybe I'm wrong. The first time that we see the term secularism was around the time of Thomas Jefferson.
That is the origin. Yes, that is the origin.
Okay. Well, let's look that up. Let's see if that's true.
Go for it.
Fair enough. Okay. Now,
that's where it was before then, that's where it was given in evidence to in the writings. Okay. It's informed in these by these. I'm not. Look up Dansbury Baptist and see what I'm talking about. It was a Christian.
You may be right. I don't know. I'm claiming I don't know, but you're the one claiming.
Well, why are you having a debate on this then, Rob?
I mean, why am I having a debate where you got to pick the topic?
Yes, my topic is a secular state would be more beneficial to you, Rob. I want you to flourish. I want Christianity to do well. That's my whole point. Okay?
Okay, who coined the term secularism?
I don't know that one. There might be different people who have coined the term in their own ways, okay? But secularism in the U.S. is, we're talking about in the United States.
When was it first used?
That I'm not sure.
You just said Thomas Jefferson.
The origin of the concept, I'm not sure when it was literally used in that fashion, okay? Different.
So I'm just quick searching. I'm saying that it was first used in 1851. And it was coined by British freethinker, social reformer, and agnostic
the origin of the
George
concept,
Jacob Holyoake.
The origin of the
agnostic.
The origin of the concept, not the word literally. There's a difference.
I mean, this is, but we're having a semantic
Look up
interpretation
Dansbury
of
letter,
that word.
1802, Thomas Jefferson.
I don't know what to say. What you're saying is, I have my own unique definition for this word. It was informed
No, it's
by
not. That's not what I said.
academic
It
readings.
uses words that are interchangeably with all of the other people I just mentioned inside it. Try again.
Okay, well, you just cited bullshit.
I did?
Your term of when the term came about was wrong.
No,
so far,
you haven't looked it up yet, then.
So far, we've looked up two things. You
Speakeasy,
said
are we able to
Article 7
appeal
if
to
the-
moderator?
if the
Can you look
immediate-
up
the
Dansbury
immediate-
letter,
the-
1802 for me?
The immediate pushback on Article 7. All it took me was saying, like, cool, let's go to Article 7. You're like, okay, I might be wrong about that.
Yeah,
Then you're
because
like,
I recognized I may
and
have
I was like,
misremembered
okay.
it.
I said, okay, let's go to this layman. You're like, Jeffrey Layman. It's spelled Geoff. I said, okay, cool. And you're like, yeah. And like, it's informed. Do you know where the origins are? Do you know where the origins of secularism are? It comes in these letters of Thomas Jefferson.
I was trying to
said,
show
okay,
a
cool.
point there,
So
Rob. I was
that's
trying to
That's
show you
when the
that
term
it
came
it's
from.
came
And then,
from a
and
Christian.
then it turns out you're wrong.
No, I'm
That
trying
is
to tell
not
you
where
it
the
came
term-
from a Christian.
No, what you're trying to tell me is this. The origins of what I want secularism to mean came from Thomas Jefferson. But actually, it wasn't a term
No.
that was used
No,
until
Rob.
1851 that was created by an agnostic.
So Article 6 is what I meant to say. Article 6, Clause 3. That's what I meant to
Okay,
say.
Article 6, Clause 3 defines secularism. Go ahead.
It's no religious test shall ever be required as qualification to any office of public trust under the United States. There's textual anchors in the Constitution that essentially advance secularism, right? Now,
Where does that define the term secularism or seek to define it?
they help define it, Rob. As in, like, we can say that the United States is a secular country because of these things.
Okay, could you say that there could be overlap for that, but the word secular doesn't mean just and only that?
Doesn't mean just and only that.
Correct. So you could say this could fit into what we would call a secular society, but you can't say that that's necessarily informing where your unique definition for the term comes from.
I was actually,
Your argument.
Rob,
Now,
I'm
let
actually,
me
Rob, I'm actually,
let me finish.
no,
my,
I want to
my
clarify
point
something.
here.
I'm actually
Let me
wrong.
finish-
It's not
let me finish my
1802.
point
It's
here.
not
Let me
1802.
finish. Let me finish. I didn't say it was 1802. I said 1851.
I said it was, bro. I said it was. It's actually 1786, the Virginia Statute for Religious Freedom.
Okay, so far you're wrong about Article 7. You're wrong about the letters that came, gotcha. Now, the point is, the reason this matters is because I'm actually reading a dictionary definition of the term secularism, one which you said, yeah, you basically agree
One
with, but
that
there's parts you
you
disagree.
Completely
let me
dismantled to
finish.
fit your own definition, Rob.
Let me finish, right? And then what you say is, the reason that is stupid is because Thomas Jefferson,
No,
right, and around then was
No.
a Christian,
not what I said.
or Christians around the time of Thomas Jefferson,
Mhm.
yes, came up with the term secularism.
They didn't come up with the term. The
Okay,
concept
so then you
of
change.
secularism originates from there. You can have
No,
a
prove it.
concept
Prove
without people
Prove it.
knowing how to fucking
Prove it.
define it yet, Rob.
Prove it. Prove it.
Look up 1802, letter of the Danbury Baptist.
Okay, and it's going to use the word secularism.
It doesn't use the word secularism. It articulates
Okay.
a wall of separation, and that is quoted as protection for religious liberty against
How
state
does that
establishment.
mean that the current definition of indifference to
How does
or
a
rejection?
wall of separation as protection for religious liberty against state establishment not mean secular? Are you kidding me?
Yes.
Just for clarification here, what is the the argument right now about the definition of secularism?
I don't know.
What
We're
is
just
the
contesting mine,
The
but not
difference?
really
reason is
contesting it.
because he has a unique definition,
I don't.
right, where he keeps
It uses
talking
words in
about-
every other fucking source I've
Just
mentioned.
wait. I'm just trying to figure out what the difference in your definitions are.
His argument is when I'm talking about we should use Christianity to inform our law, he says no, because in part you could have a quote bad Christian that wouldn't be me.
Absolutely
and
not.
I have to.
It is not even close.
What's that?
Not even close.
That is. I'm tired of him saying I'm straw manning when I'm not.
I mean,
Alls I can
maybe
do is-
just
is
repeat
tell
what I
the
said then,
audience to go
Rob.
back
All right,
and
Write
hold
it
up,
down.
guys.
Alls
Just
I
a
can do is-
second. Just a second. But what's the So his definition
I'm
of
trying-
secularism is different compared to the dictionary one,
let me
right?
finish, right? So I'm saying Christians, good. He says no, because a bad Christian could interpret it differently and do bad shit.
Not even
and
close.
I say, but we could say the same of a secularist.
Not even
He
close.
says no, you can't, because of the definition of secularism. It wouldn't allow the rejection of Christianity.
It wouldn't.
However, the definition of secularism is indifference to or rejection or exclusion of religion or religious consideration, which means that a person
by
can
a
call
government.
themselves which means that a person could say that they are a secularist by government and wants the quote rejection or exclusion of Christianity
From
which means that
government policy enactment.
you could want the
From
exclusion
enacting
of-
government policy,
you-
Rob. Come on now.
So Christians aren't allowed to enact policy.
They aren't allowed to be they aren't allowed to be favored by the government to enact certain Christian policy, because you're going to have to legislate it, Rob. You're going to have to choose.
Excluded.
You have to choose a certain thing, Rob. You have to choose a certain thing.
Exclusion. It uses 3 terms: indifference, which would mean
Rob,
you can't prioritize.
Rob, I need you to understand. No, I need you to understand this,
exclusion.
Rob. 1 second. Christian nationalism will have to choose a certain type of Christian moral here. When you put that in the law,
I disagree.
Okay, you really disagree. Do you think all of the different sects, like Lutheran, Reformed, Anglican, Methodist, Oriental Orthodox, Eastern Orthodox, do they all respect these things the same? Is that a fact?
I'm not for a state
yes
religion.
Or no, Rob?
So
yes or no?
Not analogous.
Yes or no?
No, I'm not for a state religion. So this question means nothing.
So
You're
can
avoiding,
I?
no, 1 second. This is important. 1 second.
Can I see if I can build a bridge here? I think I might see what's going on here.
This is no. I want to say
trying to
something.
figure it out.
Super important.
There's
man.
a lot
super
of
important.
looping. Just 1 second, Circa. So when it comes to secularism, right? This is like a principle or an ideology, but I think you're talking about like a secular state, which would be a government structure. And I
requires
looked
a
up the
government.
definition
Requires a
of
government.
secular state, and it says an idea pertaining to secularity, and then secularity or secularness is the state of being unrelated to or neutral in regard to religion.
Which is
So
talking
I
about
think you're using a definition of secular state rather than secularism, and I think this
I'm
is
going to
why
appeal to
Rob
prompt.
has
I'm going to appeal to prompt. In
been
the United
challenging
States,
this
a
because
secular
it's obviously
state.
not the wait, just a second.
My prompt, though. My prompt.
Just a second.
My prompt. What does it say?
It says secular state, but you guys were talking about secularism, so I'm wondering if that's where the bridge is. Maybe what happened here is like you're talking about secularism, but you should be talking about secularity.
No, what he's trying to do
secular
is
by definition. Secular by definition means it has to imply an entity. It's in the definition. It can't just be.
It is indifference to. Yeah, it's fine. It's indifference to or rejection or exclusion of religion or religious considerations.
By
the state. You're saying secular
no,
state.
by an
Yeah,
entity.
I disagree
It needs to be an entity.
Okay, well, your entity is the state. That's what you're
It's
advocating
not
for.
exclusionary because Christianity needs to be excluded.
No, it's exclusionary, which means that they could exclude their religion or religious considerations
From government policy, entity policy.
Right, religious considerations, such as my consideration as
Now,
a Christian.
I really think this is important to get across. Okay, so when I was talking about, let's just talk about the "thou shalt not covet." Okay, this, in my opinion, I think this might enlighten this conversation a little more. Okay, now the commandment "thou shalt not covet." Do all of the different sects of Christianity interpret this the same way? Yes or no?
No,
okay.
And now we'll do a quid pro quo.
Don't interrupt me yet, Rob. Don't interrupt me yet. Don't interrupt me.
Yeah, we'll do a quid pro quo.
Don't interrupt me yet, Rob. I'm going to continue. Okay.
Okay, as long as I get the same, I'll give
It's
you.
fine.
The
you can
right
have
now.
a little bit
go
afterwards.
through your
Okay?
line of question. No problem. Okay.
Now, coveting is an interior desire, right? And liberal criminal law generally targets external ones. So classical liberalism doesn't really want to enact government control or criminalize thoughts. Okay, this is John Stuart Mill, Lockean philosophy, yada yada. Now, Christians are split on this, right, Rob? Like you just mentioned. So when it comes to, let's say, criminalizing covetous intent, okay, mens rea without act. So almost all Christian sects reject this as incoherent or tyrannical, but they do it for different means. And if we go further, we can get to something like envy speech. So some Christians believe in civil penalties for envy speech, as in insulting the wealthy or resentment rhetoric. Reformed people who are on the fringe, Rob, unfortunately for them, they entertain this as a broad moral code that they would want the government to enact. Would you be okay with that?
No.
Okay, so what happens if that brand of Christian nationalism comes into power? Is that not exclusionary towards you, Rob?
Yes.
So do you honestly expect your version of Christian nationalism to enact the perfect laws or moral codes? How is this going to work?
My version of Christian nationalism isn't a state religion.
Isn't a state religion?
Correct.
So it has nothing
Everything
to do
you're
with
saying
the
is
government
irrelevant.
enacting policies.
Yes, it says that you should use your Christianity to inform your morality and issue policies based upon that. I
Okay,
still
so
do
you
not
want a
believe we should have
secular
an
state,
official
Rob.
state
You
religion.
want the government to not enact a Christian moral
No,
code.
that's not true. Now I gave you your chance. Now
You got to
you'll
answer the
not
question,
interrupt
Rob. Are you
me.
saying you're
Now-
okay
now
with it if it does happen, or
That
you
is
say that you
not-
would like
that
it to
is
happen?
not- I answered all of your questions.
you didn't.
Now you'll give me
You're
the same.
purposely
now
leaving
you'll
out
give
an
me
answer
the
right now.
same, now you'll give me the same
You're
general.
purposely
I
leaving out an
answered,
answer.
I answered
No, you didn't.
everything you said.
If you were
What
simply
part
just
didn't I answer?
informing your vote, Rob, then that would be secular.
No, that's not secular.
Yes, it is.
That is not. Now
You
let
can
me go
inform
through my
yourself
line of-
to vote
Let me
with
now.
Christian
Am I going to get
ideals.
Now I sat here and answered your irrelevant questions.
No,
Now can
you
I go
you
through
just
my line of
conceded the
questioning?
prompt, Rob.
Can I go through my line of questioning?
Yes, you can now.
Okay, first, would you admit that secularism is my argument is that as a state, if the form of Christian nationalism I want, right, doesn't mean just because someone could call themselves as Christian nationalism and do bad stuff, that means we should reject it as a whole. So let's go to the definition
You
of
would be okay with
secularism.
it happening.
Can you read to me your definition?
You would be
of
okay with it
secularism?
happening
Why are you interrupting me?
because you just said something very important.
Please,
you would
why
be
are you
okay
interrupting
with
me?
it
I
happening, Rob.
patiently-
Yes or no?
I went through your line of questioning.
Would
Why are
you be
interrupting?
okay with it happening?
I refuse to answer this question. You're interrupting me.
That's funny.
Yes, it is funny
What a
that I
lukewarm
politely
take,
went
bro.
through
Come
and
on now.
allowed you. Now,
Okay,
can you give
say
your
it with your
def-
chest right now. Would you be okay with it
Can you
happening?
give it? I'll say I'm refusing to answer this question
Why?
as you did to me
Why?
because it is my time for questioning, and
Because
now
it's
you're
uncomfortable,
interrupting
I
and
think.
derailing.
That's probably why.
No, it's because You said you would give me the same courtesy that I gave you.
Sure.
Why are you refusing?
Yeah, you
to
did
do
say
it?
that. You did say that. Let's
You
give each
continue.
other the courtesy so that we don't have to bring up a timer. All right, let's keep
You
it
can continue.
open.
Can you give your definition of secularism again?
Again, it's a governing principle that doesn't favor one sect or religion over others, and exercises the free exercise clause and equal representation of
Fair enough.
citizens. Yeah.
Can you define what a sect is?
Sect is a denomination of Christian. Well, I mean, not inherently, but for this conversation, it would be like a denomination of Christianity.
Okay, so a denomination of a religion. It could be Judaism, Islam, right? Shia, Sunni.
Yeah.
Got it. I'm not trying to throw any trick questions. So, in other words, what you're really saying is that it rejects sort of favoring or promoting a religion or religious sect.
When it
Correct?
comes to governing principles, yeah,
Okay, that's it. Is atheism a religion?
it is a lack of one. So yeah, it's not a religion.
Okay. Okay. So then, is it possible that a secular government could ban Christianity?
No, it is
Could it ban all
definitionally it is
religions?
definitionally inaccurate, Rob. You
Why couldn't
religious?
it ban all religions?
Because if you ban religion, you are then not secular anymore. It respects.
Why?
As in, you cannot make a law that actually limits Christianity in practice, Rob. That would be
Where does your
anti-secular. You can't have a governing
read your
principle.
definition? Read your
You
definition.
can't have a
again. Where
governing
does it say
principle that outlaws a religion like that, Rob.
Read
That
your
is
definition
what
again.
secularism
Read-
is.
Read your definition again and let's see where it says that.
So it is a governing principle, all right? A
Governing principle.
governing principle that doesn't favor a certain religious or religion or sect, and promotes the exercise or the free exercise of, with respect to equal citizenship rights to doing it. So
Okay. So
if you ban Christianity, Rob, you are not, promoting the free exercise thereof, right?
okay, so you have to promote the free exercise thereof of any religion in secularism.
That's not what I said.
What I'm doing is what you're saying is the reason that you can't ban Christianity because secularism mandates that you promote the free exercise of their religion.
Yeah, except if like it's ISIS or something, right, Rob? Then you can't respect
Wait,
that.
why? Where does your
Because
definition?
ISIS doesn't value secularism. It wants to enact fucking, Muslim extremism. That is not
So then you're
respected among
okay,
secularism.
So then you're allowed
and
to
inhibits
reject
the free exercise
you're allowed
thereof.
you're allowed to inhibit religions that don't respect secularism.
Yeah, and secularism is circular here. It respects religion.
No. It doesn't. I don't think there's any definition other than your unique definition here that says secularism respects religion.
Okay, so That's just not even close to being true. Secularism has
Show
allowed.
me where it says.
Secularism has
show me.
allowed, Rob, all of the different Christian denominations to coexist peacefully.
That's not true.
Are you
right?
sure?
And here's what I'll say.
You want to use some historical context for this?
Yes. So let me finish my point here. Your argument when I talk about Christian nationalism wouldn't lead to, I said, I don't think that Christian nationalism means that we have to legislate the 10 Commandments to make things that are outlawed in the 10 Commandments.
But you would be okay with it happening.
Let me finish.
I'm sorry, that's important, Rob. You would be okay with it happening, though, right? You got to answer that question, dude.
I'm not answering.
Let him finish and then ask the question.
I'm not answering any more of your questions until I get through the points that I'm making here. As the same courtesy I gave you, right? Now, the point I was making is I said that no, just because we'd say thou shalt not covet, that doesn't mean we have to have a law that says coveting's illegal. There's all sorts, honoring your mother and father. No, I don't think we need a law that says it is illegal to not honor your mother and father. In fact, those could mean different things in different cultures.
They do.
Honoring your mother and father in my culture may mean that, like, you know, I do what they tell me when they ask me to take out the trash and I respect them. It might mean I take off my shoes when I enter the house in a Japanese culture. So I wouldn't be for making those illegal. What it is the laws, it's more of the spirit of following Christianity of these commandments than it is the letter of the law. In fact, that's one of the reasons that Jesus didn't like the Pharisees.
Define that for me.
Right. So define what? The spirit of it as opposed to the
letter
of the law?
How would you legislate that?
I wouldn't. I'm just telling you that. That's exactly my point.
So you have a secular state then?
Yes, I would not legislate.
You have a secular state then, Rob.
Respect your mother and father.
You have a secular state then.
Okay, so if I'm a Christian and I don't want to make it a law that says you have to honor your mother and father, then I'm secular?
Yes, because you're not creating a law that favors one religion.
Hey, we're in agreement then. So I think that I want what I want right now, then I'll say hypothetically, I have zero problem with people that call themselves Christian nationalists and say we should make homosexuality illegal, but we don't want a law that says you have to honor your mother and father. You would say, well, they're secular.
They're not secular on the first term.
You just said if
I'm sorry, you included a first premise there. What was the first thing you said, Rob?
Very clear. You said anyone.
What was the first thing you said, Rob?
You said that anyone that doesn't want to legislate what honoring your mother and father would be secular. I said, great, fine.
And you added one. What did you add, Rob?
Homosexuality being illegal.
Why?
Because that's something that oftentimes people would say that comes from a religious conviction.
You don't think it does?
Possibly. I'll say, in fact, I'll say in my hypothetical, absolutely, that's why they did it.
Okay, well, I think we can go a little further than this.
No, I think I'm going to get through my point. I've been generous enough. So the point that I'm trying to get
Your point was to try and trap me in this paradoxical statement, which didn't work, Rob, because you added something.
The point is this, right? When you say no, but you can't say that you wouldn't, as a Christian national, legislate all of the commandments. Otherwise, that makes you secular, because that would be what other Christian nationalists would do. And I say that's nonsensical.
It's not even
just like other secularists might. But
how do you twist words? I just don't get it, man. It's weird.
All right, so if you could put a timer up or something, Speakeasy, I'm done interacting if he's incapable of allowing me to speak unfettered.
Yeah, we can definitely do it. Timer here. Give me.
I don't know. Why do you twist words so much? What is the point of this?
So if he wants to go first with his time, that's fine. It's unfortunate that it's came to this, but no problem.
You can go first.
Okay.
Let me just get that presented. Sorry. All right, there we go. 30 seconds good, or you guys want
a minute? I think a minute.
A minute.
Yeah, 30 seconds a little.
Sorry. Yeah.
No problem.
No problem. There we go. We'll do a minute. Oh, it's going already.
Okay.
All right.
So the point I was just trying to make is him trying to lump me in and saying, as a Christian nationalist, that would mean that I have to legislate all of the commandments is not true. I think that it's just nonsensical. Most people that call themselves Christian nationalists wouldn't push for a law that says that you, for example, have to make coveting illegal, or you have to make not honoring your mother and father. But by the same token, secularism, in the definition of every definition other than his own, says sort of absence of religion, etc. There's no reason that couldn't mean rejecting religion. For example, the Soviet state could call themselves a secular state. He says, no, they were atheists, but he already admits that atheism's not a religion. So that would be a country that rejected and excluded religion. That would be secularism. So if I have to be beholden to what bad Christian nationalists could do, and therefore that's a reason to reject, why wouldn't we hold him to the same standard that a bad secular society could ban Christianity or do all sorts of other things? That's the point.
All right, I'll start it over for you, Circa.
Am I able to ask questions, or does you just want me to?
Yeah, I'll be brief with my answer, sure.
Or I guess
You
I
can ask
could just, because when I ask you questions, you don't really answer them. So why don't I just talk to myself? I never said I would be okay with all commandments being legislated, right? You add words into your dialogue, and I don't know why, unless you're trying to be, intentionally bad faith. Okay. Now, my main question at the end of this, Rob, I need you to answer is: would you be okay with some section of Christian nationalism actually enacting government policy? And then, second, the reason that the Soviet Union was not secular is because the practice of banning Christianity is non-secular. You cannot ban a religion in a secular state. Okay? It doesn't promote the free exercise of that religion, which is inherent to what secularism is. Again, the origin of it is 1782, Virginia Statute of Religious whatever, and then the 1802 famous Dansbury Baptist letter was from a Christian who was worried that he would be oppressed and removed from his community.
So on that latter point, we'll start with that, and then we can get to his first question. No, that's not true. His unique definition of secularism, he adds in that you have to respect all religions. However, even on that, he puts caveats and says, but we would allow some forms of religion that we think would violate secularism. The actual definition of secularism that's the best one that's been given here is indifference to or rejection or exclusion of religion or religious considerations. There would be no evidence whatsoever why you couldn't ban a religion, and that wouldn't fall into the category of indifference to or exclusion of religious considerations. In fact, we can see that the current secular society he cheers for has done that. Oftentimes it's gone against Christians' beliefs. For example, forcing them to pay for abortions. It has forced a baker to bake homosexual cakes, etc. These are things that went against the practice of their religion. So the idea that we would be able to say that I should be beholden to what bad Christian nationalists would do, but he shouldn't be beholden to what bad secularists could do is nonsensical. Furthermore, would I be okay with some Christian nationalist policies? Yes, in the way that I'm identified. There's also true that we should be allowed to have certain commandments like thou shalt not kill be law. I don't think he has a problem with that.
Rob, is this what you're reading?
I can't see because of the clock, but probably not. I'm not using AI. I was using Merriam-Webster.
It says involves the indifference to, exclusion of, right? Or separation of religion from. Does your definition continue on, or are you just leaving that out?
My definition is very small. I'll read it again. Secularism, noun from Merriam-Webster, indifference to or rejection or exclusion of religion and religious considerations.
Oh, you went to the website, right?
Yes, Merriam-Webster.
Okay. Now, do we see examples of it, or are we just literally going to use a mirror?
Are we still doing timers here?
Yeah, it's time. Let him go.
All right. So this is your time here, Circa.
I mean, I find it funny that he thinks that you can just define secularism with some Merriam-Webster fucking hand wave. He clearly has no idea what he's talking about. He didn't answer my question, by the way. Would you be okay with a Christian nationalist movement enacting certain moral laws based on their Christian nationalism? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. So I think we can move on now. Let's speak easy.
Oh, you want to get it back to
my turn?
Rob?
No, I think we should move on to something more.
You can move
like
on when it's your
directive.
minute. I'll take my minute to talk unfettered. You were incapable of not interrupting the whole time and constantly saying, no, that's not what I'm saying. So this is how we have to do it. You can talk about what you want in your minute. Okay, I'll take my minute. This was my argument. Yes, absolutely. I'm okay in the way I define Christian nationalists. I have no problem with each and every group doing what is inherent to them, which is using their moral framework to use that to inform laws that they want passed and governance they want passed. That's what atheists do. That's what people that are agnostic do. There's no reason that Christians shouldn't be able to do that, or other religions. Seeing as how we're majoritarily Christian, it makes no sense why Christians themselves would uniquely not be beholden to this. For example, if Christians want to pass laws informed by their Christianity that murder should be illegal, I'm cool with that. I think that that's absolutely a law that should be passed. However, I'm against having some sort of state religion, which I've said the whole time, which he knew. I remind everyone.
That is,
He prepped the debate. I didn't. He heard me talk exactly how I define Christian nationalism in the past, which is exactly how I'm defining it today. And he's the one who took umbrage with it. It is clear that what he's suggesting here, right, is that Christians should reject their Christianity in a form of governments and it would somehow be better for them. He's doing so as an atheist and agnostic because he wants Christians to fail and have less power.
okay. Very interesting. I've already said I want you to flourish, Rob. I want your Christianity to probably, continue to get better. I'm not sure why you're trying to say something else when I clearly said that earlier, but it's pathetic. Okay. And I really think it's kind of telling when you say that you don't want a government entity to enact some form of Christian moral code, but then in the same breath, you say, I'd be okay with that happening, though. Which answer is it, Rob? You can't have both. You just end my minute now.
I'm saying that I don't want a national religion, right? What I'm saying is that I'm absolutely okay. For example, he used the 10 Commandments. One of the 10 Commandments is thou shalt not kill. Am I okay with laws against killing and murder? Yes, that would be informed by Christianity and the moral code that Christians have. I'm perfectly fine for that. Do I want a law that says it's illegal to not honor your mother and father? No. If a group tried to say we're Christian, we're pushing that law, could I be against it? Yes. That doesn't mean that just because I'm against that specific law of that specific group that says we should do it, then I'm against Christian nationalism or Christian informing law. Similarly, I'll turn the question on him. I'll say, Nick, are you okay with Christians that have overwhelmingly been the people that voted in this country voting for laws that make murder illegal? Are you okay with that? A simple yes, no would be fine.
Yeah, I'd be okay with that.
Oh, then clearly you're for Christian nationalism. Okay, you can end my minute.
Okay, so I'm not going to answer or address the non sequitur. It's pretty kind of weak. I'm just going to move on to talk about permission structures, Rob, so we can actually get something out of this conversation, okay? Christian nationalism in particular, even though you seem like you're okay if there's a specific brand that does enact it, right? You'd be okay with it, right? As long as they're the primary voting bloc. There is a permission structure that happens for coercion here. Now, I want to ask Rob, what is the ultimate goal of Christianity? And is it something that is self-interested, or is it to get more people to the faith, to save more people on behalf of Jesus Christ, right? Now, when you create permission structures like what could happen in Christian nationalism, you will be excluding other Christians, and you may end up pushing people who were Christian out of the faith. To me, I think that is destructive to the whole idea of Christianity. What would you say to that?
Okay. I noticed that he claimed what I was saying was a non sequitur. It was literally an inversion of what he said to me. He said that if I favor some laws that are informed by Christianity, then I would have to favor any law that any Christian would say if it's a matter of their faith. When I said, well, the opposite would imply if you favor any laws that Christians push for that were informed by their faith, then you favor all of Christian nationalism. He says, no, yes, clearly we're in agreement. So that would mean that it's okay to say some of the shit that Christian nationalists would put forward as I define it is acceptable, but I would be against what other people that are Christians may say. Now, he claims about like if the ultimate goal is to seek salvation of others. I'm not so sure that's true. It might be more of a personal thing, but for the sake of argument, I won't argue that hard on it. No, he's again defining Christian nationalism in the frame of which he wants. I'm not saying only Orthodox Christians should create law and it should be their exact interpretation that creates law. I have not said that once. Therefore, it doesn't exclude other Christians. He can't grapple with that. He knows that this is my position because he heard it before, and he continues to try to shoehorn me into his definition of what this is, one of which I don't believe.
Okay, Rob, the difference between informed and coercive is pretty big in your first response there, right? I don't have a problem with Christians voting on behalf of their informed opinion of Christianity. Secularism just wants the state to not enact on behalf of that Christianity, okay? You can vote with Christianity informing it, though. Once again, you've just severely just misplaced something on purpose or just don't understand this conversation. And then second, you did say that you would be okay with a Christian nationalist, like, let's say, a certain sect taking control of the country and then enacting policy, though. So whether or not you already said you disagree with a state enacting that law, you did say you'd be okay with it, right? And a lot. There's the 30-Year War. There's the English Civil Wars. I mean, you can go down the history.
Okay. For someone who talks about misinterpreting what people are saying, let me make it clear for like the 70th time here. No, I would not be okay with the government saying we are officially Orthodox Christian or Catholic, and only they get to inform laws and create laws. For the millionth time, no, I'm against that. Now, back to this definition of secularism. He implies that secularism would have been informed by sort of the founding fathers and things like that, and that would mean that religious couldn't inform. I'll ask you this question. At the time of the founding fathers and the framers of the Constitution, did individual states have specific criteria for religious, like sort of criteria for voting?
Some of them did. I'm pretty sure. I could be wrong, though.
They did. But wait a minute.
Yeah.
If the Constitution, which was all ratified by these states, and it didn't say what these states are doing here are illegal, wouldn't that imply that they allowed this state test for religion?
Rob.
That's okay. You could give my minute up. He doesn't have an answer.
No, I'm going to answer. I'm just waiting for you to finish. Okay. A few founding fathers did want to advance their own version of Christian moral code, correct? But that wasn't the majority, Rob. Okay, you can read Madison on this. You can read Thomas Jefferson. You can see where the informed opinion went. And if you refuse to know that or acknowledge it, that's a you problem, not a me problem, Rob. You can't sit there and act like a few of the founding fathers who did want this is somehow now the majority in how this country was founded. Or else it would have been founded that way, Rob. So you can let my minute go now.
Okay. You could say that, and yet we don't have to go to interpretation. We could actually go to what actually happened. He's conceded at the time of the ratification by the 13 states of the Constitution, individual states had state religion. If his interpretation is correct, then that would have meant the founders would have said, no, you can't do that. We refuse to allow religion. And yet they didn't say that and ratified the Constitution knowing full well this is how these individual states did things. Now, what this goes to show is his interpretation of what Christian nationalism is, that this is cut and dry thing, that you can't have religious institutions, have specific criteria, etc., and it's informed by the founding fathers is untrue. Right? And what I'm telling you is you should prefer what I'm saying Christian nationalism would be, which is sort of Christians and the ideology that they have coming together. His only attack against the specific prompt is specific sect of Christians would outlaw other specific sects of Christianity, which isn't what I'm arguing for. Once more, I'll say I'm not for a specific sect taking over and being a state religion.
Then you're arguing for a secular state. Again, if you refuse to understand, I'm talking, Rob. If you refuse to understand that, again, that's a you problem, not a me problem. Okay? And then second, Rob, the no religious test clause came about 11 years after the ratification. I'm not really sure why you don't know that, but history says that you're wrong in the fact that we can just look at it and that's how it was founded, okay? The Enlightenment and secular ideas overcame these over time, right? Just because a few states had religious tests doesn't mean that that's what the country was founded on, Rob. I mean, you're kind of going up and beyond of what your actual sentence and claim can do. Now, I really want you to engage with the idea of what Christian nationalism means, okay? Like, you have this definition that ultimately to me seems kind of weak and ungeneralized in a way that's undefinable.
You're constantly confused, right? So, for example, the no religious test portion is Article 6, Clause 3 of the Constitution, which was created in 1787. It wasn't 10 years later. That was ratified finally by New Hampshire on June 21st, 1788. After that, even after that provision, we had states that allowed religious tests for who was allowed to vote, including for federal office. So he's fundamentally wrong on this. Additionally, it doesn't mean that I'm saying that the founders said that the country was founded on wanting a religious test. What it says is it was not founded on exactly what he's saying, is that there couldn't be any form in each individual state of these things. I'm telling you not what ought to be. I'm telling you what was. Also, what I'm telling you is I'm not saying that an individual denomination should be in charge. What I'm saying is Christians as a whole should vote for their bloc and their interest, and just like every other group, allow their morality to inform the laws that they pass. I would not be for them passing laws, for example, that make being an atheist illegal. That's not what I'm for. Just like as a secularist, he wouldn't be for one making Christianity illegal.
Okay, so you just conceded then. I don't. What are we having the conversation for? You said, as a secularist, I would not want Christianity banned, right? True. I don't really know what you're arguing on behalf of, Rob. I'm arguing that secularism benefits Christianity more, which is essentially what you're saying. Vote with Christianity informing you, but don't make the state enact Christian moral code. That's what it is, Rob. So I'm not really sure what to argue with you now. You've conceded it. I don't really know where to go from here. You can just end my minute now. So
Once more, what we're arguing is, one, he knew how I interpreted Christian nationalism from a prior debate. Second, I didn't prep for the debate. He's the one who came up with the topic. I didn't know what it was. Third, I'm clear that what I'm defining Christian nationalism is allowing Christianity to inform your morality, Christians coming together to do that, and then voting for people holding office that are Christians, that are enacting laws that are informed by their moral structures, just like atheists do, just like every other group does. There's no reason that we should obstruct Christians from doing that. He says that he's for that. Great, then he's for what I would consider Christian nationalism. It's not my fault if there's not a lot of then pushback on where our differences are if he created the topic knowing what my interpretation of Christian nationalism was. In addition to that, just because his form of secularism would say he doesn't want to ban Christianity, that's fine. I'm saying my form of Christianity wouldn't mean that I ban other forms of Christianity. If we can accept his ideology of what secularism means, that it wouldn't be for banning other shit, why can't we accept my form of Christianity and Christian nationalism not be for banning other sects or other religions?
how is it possible that you say two contradicting statements, paradoxical statements in that minute, man? You said we should be able to enact laws on behalf of our informed Christianity. You literally said that 20 seconds ago. And then at the end, what did you just say, Rob? We should not be. We should not allow
other sects.
But that's going to happen when you try to legislate the moral code. You don't think so? Again, do you agree perfectly on everything, Rob? You think you're going to be able to legislate this?
If you're do you want me to answer, or do you?
Man, you just said a paradoxical. You said a
want.
paradoxical statement, man. I need you to reconcile that right now. Yeah, my minute's done. Oh, actually, one sec. The last 15 seconds. You said that we should not allow Christianity, your version of Christian nationalism, should not be allowed to enact laws on behalf of Christianity. Except at the same time, you say we should be able to do that at the end. Which one is it?
It is not paradoxical. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that we should be allowed to use Christianity to inform our moral framework, but I don't want a state religion. And so I don't think that we should ban other forms of Christian sects. Now, his argument is, but some Christians may do that. I turn it to him. I say, okay, but secularism, which says that we reject religion when it comes to politics, could ban religions in the rejecting of that. He says, no, not my unique definition of secularism that no one else has. I say that part of secularism, we have to respect all religions, except then he says, but not all of them, because if I feel that a religion violates the principles of secularism, then yes, we are allowed to ban that or ban the practices therein. So the same argument he makes to me, saying it's paradoxical that, well, just because you as a Christian say that your Christianity should inform your morality and how you vote and what the policies are, well, that means if some other Christian wants to do something you disagree with, well, that's paradoxical. I say the same thing with him with secularism. Clearly, we're allowed to say that our interpretation, and in this case, my interpretation of Christian nationalism is good. It is informed Christianity and Christians that are actually using that to pass law. That's good.
Yeah, no. I mean, we could just refer to the Bible here, right? Some different verses. I mean, we can refer to John 18:36 about how Jesus says that the kingdom is not of his, my kingdom is not of this world. I mean, there's a lot of parables and wisdom to be known in the Bible about not trying to enact Christian moral code. At the time, it wasn't, known to be Christian moral code, but nonetheless, parables exist. As well as the famous saying, which I'm sure you know, Rob, and Jesus answering said unto them, render to Caesar unto things that are Caesar's, and not to God the things that are God's. And they marveled at him, right? So No, Rob, I just disagree, man.
Okay. Wait, ready for me again? Yeah. So first off, right, what specifically different denominations and how different people may interpret the Bible is different than what my claim is. My claim is I'm not making a denominational claim. I'm saying that together as Christians, we believe on most things together, 80% to 85% on the important issues Christians believe of different sects. I'm saying that we should be allowed to use our faith to inform our moral framework and inform what laws we want. And we should have politicians that use that as a framework in how to pass laws. And that's a good thing. Yes, Christians will disagree on differing things. For example, there could be things that Christians would disagree on that aren't even biblical. What should the tax rate be? Things like that. That's the point I'm making. In my next minute, I'll happily talk about some verses, although I'm a neophyte, but I'll try my best to talk about some verses. But I fundamentally reject the idea that Jesus said, render unto Caesar which is Caesar's, means that Christians shouldn't vote or use their faith in voting in how to govern their society. That is nonsensical. And once more, despite the fact that he says it's not the case, it sounds like something an atheist would say to get Christians to get out of the political process, which is ridiculous.
Not true. It doesn't mean that Christians can't be active participants in vote with Christianity informing them. It means you should not try. Right before that, Rob, if you remember, Jesus says to the guards when he's being brought to his name again, Pilates or whatever, Pilates. That why aren't they fighting for you? And Jesus says, well, they know my world is not of the material things, and they know that salvation will come to them afterwards. So it's not about not simply voting. I think you're reading in a little bit more than what's there. It's about remembering the fact that earthly kingdoms are not the same as the heavenly kingdom. And trying to bring the heavenly kingdom down to earth is a fool's errand, one that even Jesus doesn't do. And we should be wary of that because, I mean, even further into John, we can look at how Jesus defines what is the good shepherd and what are wolves in sheep's clothing, right? So.
Again, I'll read some passages here in a minute, but think of the fundamental insanity of this position. We shouldn't try to govern and have society structured in a way that would please God because the kingdom of heaven is God's alone and is the ultimate kingdom. That is nonsensical. It's abdicating our duty as good men and Christians to say that we should allow people that are anti-Christian or that are against the principles of Christianity to set forth the laws. That is nonsensical. God would clearly favor a more moral society made in his image. And we as men should do our best to make sure that society is being as moral as possible. Similarly, it'd be like saying, well, we shouldn't be charitable because after all, being charitable in this world is meaningless. Who cares if we help people in this world? It's only the kingdom of heaven that matters. That is nonsensical. And again, there are passages that speak to this, which I'll get to. Once more, I cannot stress this enough. It is insulting to hear atheists tell Christians that it is their Christian duty to remove yourself and not want Christian policies, and instead the more Christian thing to do is allow anti-Christian policies like abortions up till birth.
Yeah. Again, you're just kind of saying things that I didn't say. First off, a lot of arrogance there. How come you think you know what God's image is supposed to look like in this earthly kingdom, Rob? Seems to me like you are now very eager to try and enact what you just said you would decline earlier. I don't know why. Maybe you've had a change of heart. I guess we'll have to see. Now, you don't really see a problem with trying to enact your own earthly kingdom on earth? You don't think that's dangerous to do? I mean, what if you get it wrong and you push away Christians again who ultimately could have been saved, Rob? I know you said earlier you disagree with the primary directive of what I said Christianity is, which is ultimately to spread the gospel and be saved by Jesus Christ. I have no idea how that's possible, but you don't think that it would be a bad thing if you pushed away some people who could have been saved because they were not the right type of Christian? Yes or no?
Okay, so think of this. That's not what I'm saying, as I've answered dozens of times here. Think of this. I think that part of the image of Christianity would be that the laws that God set forth, and even if I'm flawed in how I'm interpreting them, are things that I as an individual should follow. Do you agree with that? That makes sense for a Christian?
I do, yeah.
Okay. I think that it would also intuitively make sense that I should go forth and do my best as a human being to help the world enact that vision as well. And so, therefore, it would make sense for me, for example, if God says, thou shalt not kill, to say, hey, I think I should push for laws that say that we shouldn't kill. I don't think that you would say, now hold your horses there, big guy. That's arrogance. You're assuming what God wants the world to look like. That's arrogance. You shouldn't do that. Instead, you shouldn't allow your morality, which all of my morality and everything I believe because I'm a Christian is going to come from Christ. You shouldn't allow that. You shouldn't allow that morality to inform you that we should push for laws that say you don't murder. Instead, you should allow people that have a morality that comes from somewhere else to make those decisions and hope they come to the decisions you hope. That's nonsensical. Christians deserve to have their morality just as much as any other group inform their decisions.
Is prohibiting murder favoring one religion by a government entity?
No.
Well, why did you bring that up? Thou shalt not kill. That's not anti-secular. That's still secular.
Do you want me to answer that?
Yeah, go for it.
I'll answer it with a question. Is saying thou shalt not steal favoring one religion?
It's not.
Is saying thou shalt not covet favoring one religion?
In and of itself, no.
Then what's your problem with that law?
Because the way you would legislate it, Rob.
What, define.
How would you legislate it?
What do you mean? I don't understand the question.
Are you an Orthodox Christian?
No.
Maybe you said non-denominational, right?
Correct.
Okay, so here's where the problem starts to arise, Rob. Some forms of Christianity want to banish speech like envy speech. Reformists do. If they get into power, Rob, then you will be excluded. Even if you think that's not how it should be interpreted.
No, according to, so even his argument here is nonsensical because even all these laws that he talks about that he's against, as long as it doesn't exclude based on a religious basis, he would have to accept it. The point I'm trying to make is the argument he made there about, well, how could you know what the kingdom of God on earth would look like, et cetera, because I'm reading the Bible and trying my best to interpret that objective truth. And if that objective truth is something that me as a Christian, as an individual should strive for, there is nothing in the Bible that suggests, even though you strive for that as an individual, you are to abdicate being able to inform your government and your politics. That is nonsensical. Again, I remind you, my form of Christian nationalism would just be that we all inform our morality through Christianity and then vote for policies accordingly, not something that is excluding by specific denominations. He has no interpretation whatsoever. The rationale that he's given, he's going to have to backtrack from this whole, how would you know the kingdom of heaven? All of those arguments would equally be arguments why you as an individual shouldn't seek out salvation. Because how do you know what God really wants for you? We do our best to interpret the word of God. We act accordingly.
There's a difference between personal journey and enacting that on others. Now, again, you just conceded this debate, Rob. Yes, you did. You just said, I would not be okay with certain laws being enacted on behalf of Christian principles. I'm okay with them being informed. I'm okay with that too. That is what secularism is. The majority of people who are secular have always been Christian. It's a fact. And they still have always voted with religion informing it. I'm okay with that. So I mean, you just conceded it, man. I don't know how we can go any further.
Okay, my minute. All right, would you concede this, that a Christian nationalist could be okay with some laws informed by his Christianity, but not others?
Informed, yes.
Okay, and want to pass through there. Like, for example, a Christian nationalist could say, I'm for banning homosexuality, and at the same time, I'm against having Orthodox as the state religion. Could a Christian nationalist do that?
A Christian nationalist could actually try to... just repeat the question one more time.
Let's run out the clock. Sure. Could a Christian nationalist have these following two positions? On one hand, I want to make homosexuality illegal because of my religious interpretation. On the other hand, I do not want my specific denomination of Christianity to become the state religion.
What would be the reason for banning homosexuality?
It's a sin.
The sin, is it universal between all of the Christian sects?
I would say no. There are people that identify as Christian that don't think it's a sin, I think.
Okay, so we now have come to the same problem. You're favoring one section of Christianity over others.
So that doesn't answer my question.
Yes, it does.
It does not.
Yes, it does.
What was the question?
We're now favoring one section of Christianity over another.
What was the question?
You asked me. I asked you, is the
No,
inception...
what was my question to you?
Would you be okay, or would you say that it is, if we ban homosexuality, right? If that would be informed of Christian...
That
faith.
wasn't my question.
Repeat it for me. Let me see. Let me hear it.
Do you
My
guys
question-
want to move back into open floor now and give it a try again?
We can try it if he
Okay,
wants.
we'll give it a try back into open floor, and then if it gets too rowdy again, we'll bring back the timer. Let's try
The
that.
question was, could a Christian nationalist have the following two policy positions? One, I want to ban homosexuality. And second, I don't want my denomination to be enacted as a state religion.
Okay, sorry. I actually misheard you the first time because the second
Okay,
part, the
fair
second
enough.
premise of your two questions is inherently antithetical to Christian nationalism, just as a definition alone. But your definition, Rob, which you've told me a bunch of times,
Okay, well, let's
it
say
is
that it
okay.
is.
It does actually seem like it's okay in it, but I argue that your definition of Christian nationalism is secular. So
Okay, that's fine. Under your definition of what Christian nationalism is, would a person be considered a Christian nationalist if they stood up and said, I have two policy positions? One, I find homosexuality a sin and it should be illegal. Second, I'm Catholic. I don't want Catholicism to be the official state religion. Now you're saying that second part's antithetical to Christian nationalism. Great.
No,
So that
no,
person that says
no.
those two things, are they a Christian nationalism or not?
that's not what you said in your first definition. This time I'm hearing it clearly, right? The first time, or the second premise you had was a Christian nationalist that does not want to enact. Right? Isn't that what you said? Nothing about
For the
Catholicism.
fifth time, I'm going to talk real slow.
Okay.
Okay, you ready? I have two positions.
Okay.
First position, I think homosexuality is a sin.
Mm-hmm.
I want it made illegal.
Sure.
Okay, you got that, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's no question, no ambiguity about that, correct?
Yeah.
You know exactly what I'm talking about here.
Rob, let's come on, move on.
Okay, position two. I, as a Catholic, do not want Catholicism to be enacted as a state religion. Do you understand what that means?
Okay, so yeah, that would be antithetical and paradoxical to Christian nationalism.
Okay, but yet I hold those two positions. Am I a Christian nationalist or not?
No, by definition, no.
Okay, so then you have no problem with people passing laws to ban homosexuality. That's not a Christian nationalist position.
No, the second premise is what makes him not a Christian nationalist.
Okay, but as long as someone wants to ban homosexuality but say, hey, I don't want my religion to be a state religion, they're not engaged in Christian nationalism.
Okay, so let's follow the first premise. Fine, we'll follow the first premise. The next question, Rob, is how are you coming to this, this law? What are you informing this law with?
Remember when we said there's no ambiguity with premise one?
Rob, you need to continue
Let me
this.
repeat myself.
You need to continue it.
I think homosexuality is a sin. Therefore, I think it should be illegal. You said, I get it. You don't have to keep hampering on it. I get exactly what you're saying. Okay, so now you know.
Okay, instead of yelling. It sounds
how I
like
talk.
you're informing.
It's how I talk.
Sounds like you're informing this
Sam
law
Jackson.
with Christianity, right?
That's what it sounded like. Yeah.
Do all Christians believe that?
It is irrelevant to what I'm asking.
No, it's not, because it's going to be exclusionary.
I do not believe all Christian people that call themselves Christians believe homosexuality is a sin.
Okay,
They should.
so you're
I think almost all do,
that
but maybe
person
some
is
don't.
now a Christian nationalist, and they're excluding Christians, so it's less beneficial to Christians.
So now you've changed your answer. Now that person that holds those two positions is a Christian nationalist.
Yeah, I am.
Now, do you see the confusion? You continually flip-flop on your positions. You
No, I
have
don't.
no stable. You prep for this debate. This is your prompt, and you continue to waffle on your own positions. Even just now, you've back and forth of if that one person is a Christian nationalist or not.
Yeah, I was incorrect. Semantically, though, a little bit confused. That was my bad. But ultimately, Rob, what was the answer? That a
So that
secular state
person-
is more beneficial to Christianity. There's no
Okay, so
flip-flopping
then-
happening. Nice try.
Okay, so just to be clear, anybody that passes a law that, quote, excludes what some other religion's morality is a nationalist for that religion, whether it be Christian
Are you
nationalist, Islamic
creating a
nationalist,
law
Judeo.
on behalf of and favoring one religion or banishing another religion Is that what you're doing?
Well, that wouldn't be
Are
banishing a
you
religion.
prohibiting the free exercise thereof?
Is there any religion that gay sex is the free exercise? Is that religion?
No, but
I'm
not
unaware
all,
of that.
not all Christianity believes that it's a sin.
So what? You could still practice your Christianity and homosexuality be a sin?
Okay, so my prompt, though, is that the secular state is more beneficial to Christianity as a whole, because Christian
But I'm not-
nationalism is
but-
excluding Christians now.
How does that exclude Christians in any way, shape, or form?
Because some Christians could be gay, or some Christians don't think that gay people are a sin, right, Rob? So now we have one brand of Christian sect that is
okay,
now
but-
creating laws on behalf of them.
But that's unique to any political philosophy. Like in secular governance will also exclude Christians on specific laws.
Like,
Like, for example, could a secular government outlaw homosexuality?
I guess it could.
Oh, wouldn't that exclude gay Christians?
I guess it could, but it would have to be informed of
So
a
then where's
religious
the
reason.
uniqueness?
It would have to be
What's the
favoring
difference?
one religion over another, right?
That's irrelevant. It has
Or-
nothing to do with
Actually,
favoring a
wait. If it's
religion.
banishing homosexuality because of their Christian faith or the religion, then that would be non-secular.
It doesn't matter. It would still be exclusionary to gay Christians. That was your whole argument.
If it's about them being Christian, then yeah, it would be non-secular. The state would be no longer secular.
No, your point has, there's no reason why this unique difference that you're talking about here would matter. A Christian that's gay is going to feel excluded if being gay is illegal. He would feel excluded if it's a secular government that made it illegal or if it's a Christian government that made it illegal. In both cases, he feels excluded, correct?
Except the moral code is being written by religion, right?
Wouldn't matter. He still feels excluded. That's your harm. That's the harm you're identifying.
Well, no, secularism is about, creating non-exclusionary practices, right?
No, that's not true at all.
Yes, it is. It promotes the freedom of Christianity. So
That first off, again, I go back to this, right? That is your unique definition, right?
not.
That
No,
I
it's
can't
not.
find any other. Secondly, even if that's true, that doesn't mean it's about non-exclusionary. Like even a secularist excludes all kinds of shit. There isn't a benefit of inclusivity to secularism necessarily. For example, you would exclude all the things that you make illegal would be excluded. That's by definition exclusionary.
they'd be abridged.
You don't think that's
they
bad?
They would be abridged. Yeah, by definition, it means abridged. But here's an example.
Okay.
So why don't we just think of secular courts and prayer out of schools? This is a big topic. So, or prayer out of schools and prayer in schools. Do you think public schools should allow prayer? Well, like let's say a football team hypothetically does a prayer before.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let's say that it is a type of prayer that is non-Catholic. It can be Reformist, Lutheran. The translation they use, it's not something that like the NRSV that a Catholic would use, right?
Okay.
Who decides what prayer is the right one to use? As in, like, what translation? Does that matter? Do you think we're just Christians?
For whether or not it should be
No, I mean, like, do
allowed?
you think people are gonna have a contesting over which prayer is in the correct translations to be used?
I don't
Or-
know. I'm not trying to be tricky here. Are you saying for it to be allowed, like legally, or are you saying is your preference of how you would want to pray? Do people have a disagreement on
again,
what
my
Bible
pro-
translation?
It's not really about like the law itself. It's more like, let's say we allow prayer now in public schools. Okay. So now we're
Yes,
talking
and-
about what is more beneficial to the Christian now. So there's lots of different types of Christians. They don't agree on the same translations.
Yes, I
What
would
if they
say
use a
some
prayer
Christians,
that their sect, like Catholicism, doesn't agree with?
some Christians would prefer like King James Bible. Some would prefer NIV.
Exactly.
Yeah, sure.
So isn't that
Okay.
more exclusionary for Christians, depending on, let's say their high school coach, likes this version, and now he knows that one of his kids is a Catholic, so he looks at him differently because of it. This happens in
No,
real
I
life.
don't think it would be more exclusionary. And let me explain why.
You don't think so
your
for the
argument
Catholic
is the counter. So the counter to that is we should not allow prayers by the football team before the game. That's the counter.
By public schools, that way all of these types of Christianity don't have to feel excluded.
So let's go down this line. So I went to a public school. I played football. We prayed before the games. You're saying that should not be allowed because that was a public school.
I mean, technically it's not, right? Well, actually, recently the Supreme Court, I don't know if you played football
I'm
before
just
that,
saying,
but
you're
yeah.
saying that my coach said everybody huddle up, let's say a prayer. That should not be allowed.
The reason why, Rob,
Coach Clark, God bless his soul, used to pray
I do
for
say
you.
yes, Rob, only if it's on the field in the public setting. I mean, what if you had a Muslim kid on your team or a Catholic who didn't, agree with the version that you use?
Okay, I just one more time.
Or a
just so
Jew.
You're saying, I just want to be clear. Last time you're saying we should not have been allowed to pray on the field before the game.
Rob, I said yes, and then I said other
Okay,
things. Engage with them.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I think that's more exclusionary to Christians.
I don't know how you can think that. There's no one saying you can't
Because I
practice
think that-
Christianity. It's
I
just
think it's one thing that
other
you could
Christians
say,
on the football team, Rob, who don't share the same view as you, might disagree, and then they're excluded.
that's
It promotes,
that's right. They
it
may.
promotes
That's right. They
refereeing
may,
as well.
and they're not being forced to engage in that prayer. You're literally saying that I can't voluntarily do that prayer.
It is
How do
coercion,
you
though.
enforce this?
It is
By the way,
coercion.
what if I as a person want to kneel and pray myself? You're going to run out in the field and say, "Wait a minute, was that a prayer? Were you just praying? You're not allowed to do that. This is a public field."
Rob, I know
You
it
see the
sounds. I know it
nonsense
sounds
of that?
tune-like. Okay, it sounds tune-like, but like you don't think there's any element of coercion on someone who just maybe doesn't agree with what the prayer is, a Jew or something.
No.
You don't think there's any
No, I don't
coercion
think
for that kid to then,
No.
even if like
No.
his position on the team might be taken away if the coach doesn't see him praying?
That would be coercive.
You don't think that happens at all?
Whether or not it happens isn't what the law should be. Whether or not we should legally be allowed to pray.
Do you not want to protect that kid on the team from?
I
Having
want to
to go through
protect
that?
my right to pray.
No
And
one,
if that
no
person
one is
wants to be
taking away your right to
Muslim,
pray. No one is taking away.
Yes, you just said you are
No.
taking it away.
Kids can
Yes,
pray.
you-
Kids can lead a prayer on their own. They can
You
easily
just
do
said-
this.
I was very clear. I said we as a team gathered.
I'm talking about
and
the
we all
coach
prayed,
leading the prayer.
And you said that specifically should not be allowed.
I'm talking about the coach. So if I misspoke and said that you leading a prayer, it doesn't matter. I'm talking about the coach.
So I'm allowed to pray, but my coach isn't allowed to pray.
Yes, because he could be excluding a kid now, right?
Okay, now he's excluding everyone.
No, he's not. You can still lead a prayer.
Yes.
He just can't favor a
On one
religion as a
hand- on
public
one hand, the
government
90
servant.
On one hand, the 95% of our team that was Christians are now excluded because we're not allowed to engage in this as a team, which we were. And on the other hand, under your system, the 5% of people are being excluded. I'll take the 95. The Christians would be more happy that they get to pray. Yep. So your prompt is factually wrong.
I think we
It
got
would
our
be
answer,
worse for
Rob.
Christians.
I think we
It
got
would
our
be
answer.
worse for Christians.
I mean, over time, Rob, it would, because you start off with
No.
disagreements you don't see right now, but over time, you'll start disagreeing on a lot of things. That's how history
No,
works.
no. So just to be clear, there's spaces that are given in public schools right now for Muslims to do prayers. Should we ban that because kids could feel excluded?
Students doing prayers
Yes.
have always been able to do that. You can be a Christian and lead
But
a
wait.
Christian prayer as a student, Rob. You can't do it
Well,
as
wait,
a
not
teacher, though.
necessarily.
A teacher cannot lead a prayer.
Wait, not necessarily.
What do you mean, not
Right?
necessarily?
For several reasons. Well, let me explain why. One, because there's differences. For example, Muslims are allowed to get out of actual school time to do these prayers. Are Christians? If I said, my denomination of Christianity is 5 times a day, I want to get out of class and go in the hall and have a special place where I could face north and pray. Would I be allowed to do that?
No, but they're not enacting you to do that, Rob. There's a difference between asking for
But
religious.
Muslims are allowed to
There's
do
a
that.
difference between asking for religious exemption and then enacting that on other people, Rob. Right?
No one's suggesting enacting it on other people. You
Mm.
don't have to participate if you don't want.
Then you're advocating for a secular state.
No, I'm not. If my coach is a Christian and says, everybody sit down, say a prayer. Johnny, the gurney just came out to take Johnny. Let's all hold hands and pray. Heavenly Father, please protect him. Don't leave his leg be broken, blah, blah. You're saying that's illegal. That should be illegal because there could be one kid on the team that's not Christian. But
Rob,
that's
I'm gonna,
less
I wanna
exclusionary
engage
to
with
Christians
that.
than if we
I
said it
actually
was
think
illegal.
that your scenario there, it probably has happened before. I'm not really that
All the
against
time.
that. I'm not.
But wait
It's
a
like the
minute.
team- If the
Then you're
team-
Christian nationalist.
If the
Then you're
team
Christian
wants to do
nationalist.
that when a player's injured, okay. My point is that we shouldn't legislate the inverse here, Rob.
No,
Okay.
that's not your point at all. What's the difference between if a kid's injured or before the game to pray
I'm
so no one
fine
gets injured?
Thinking of this standard versus law, if you know law, okay, if you know how law works, you can look at this as a standard instead of a rule, and we could take this case by case. In this circumstance, I would not want the coach punished. You want my real
Okay,
opinion?
but you would if he prayed before the
I
game.
don't want
Please
the
don't let
government
Johnny break his
policy
leg.
to enact that it can happen all the time. That's the difference.
No. That you have no differentiation why there would be a threshold difference between a coach praying with this team before the game, please let us all get through this game uninjured, versus praying when someone is injured of please don't leave the injury be that bad.
I
Tell
do.
me what the threshold difference is.
Threshold difference is it's exclusionary for people who are not the same type of Christian or Christian at all. That's the difference.
Why wouldn't that be exclusionary in the latter example?
It is. I'm just okay with actually, Rob,
What's
I'm
the
okay
difference threshold?
because if we use a standard here instead of a law, we can look at this case by case and actually think about this in a more human way, okay? Wouldn't you
Sure.
like that?
Why is the second more human?
Because one is mandating a policy that's day to day. That's okay. The other is, under this circumstance, you know what? I don't think we should prosecute the coach. Didn't lose his job.
I don't think that it's day to day. I think that the idea is the same in both accounts. Both are appealing
Rob.
to what they see as a higher power to keep someone safe.
I sure
One
hope
is before the
the
game,
gurney
before
isn't
injury.
picking up
The other
an
is during
athlete
an
every
injury.
day, Rob.
There's
Come
no
on.
difference. They're both exclusionary, right? And the point is, I could be as absurd as you and say, wow, then that proves that you're for some level of Christian nationalism. The point that I'm
No,
trying to
it's
make here
not.
is quite simple. Like, and you picked out this ridiculous hypothetical. I'm making a point, right? We shouldn't mandate Christianity. I don't think that by the way, we probably have vast disagreements on what we think the role of the government is in education anyways. But to the effect that we have public schools, I don't think that we should force all kids to pray, but I think we should absolutely allow them to do so. And I have no
We
problems
allow
with teachers
kids to
praying as
pray.
well.
We allow kids to pray.
Do we allow should we allow a cross, a crucifix to be on the wall?
What type of cross is? What if it's like an Orthodox
A
cross?
Christian.
What if it's an Orthodox
Sure,
cross?
whatever. Any specific cross you could think of any religious denomination, should it be allowed to be on the wall of a public school?
I don't think so, Rob. If it's
How about a pride flag?
a pride flag is not a religion.
I choose to disagree. I think it is their religion.
I don't. There's nothing to debate here, Rob. It's not. I'm sorry.
Of course, there's something to debate.
It's not. It's not a religion.
Of course, it's their religion.
It's literally just a reaction to
What's
history.
the difference?
I mean,
What's the
I'm
what's
not
the
gay.
difference?
I'm not really transgender. I don't really care that much, Rob. But come on,
Can
logically
having the
stupid
pride
to say
flag
it's a religion.
can having the pride flag be exclusionary to people whose religion think it's a sin?
I guess they can think
So why
that.
is that exclusion allowed?
I don't agree with it. I said you asked me if they could feel that, and I said I guess, but I don't think it's true. I don't think it's even a rational.
Why
argument.
wouldn't it be exclusionary if I think homosexuality
Because
is
I
a
think
sin?
they're wrong and uninformed, Rob. The Bible never even talks about
Oh,
homosexuality.
so your subjective belief is they're wrong. So
Yes.
therefore it's okay to exclude them. Okay, well, Christian
I
subjective
don't think
belief
we
is
should
the
enact
homosexual
laws
is
based
wrong.
on their
So it's
preference
okay
of what
to
they think the Bible informs them on, bro.
Okay, I don't think we should. But the question is exclusionary. The reason you say that is because it's exclusionary. So explain to me why it's okay for teachers that want to put up pride flags or trans flags to exclude Christians that think it's a sin, but it's not okay for
Sorry,
Christians to have
How do
prayer that
pride
exclude
flags
non-Christians.
exclude Christians?
Because it is glorifying a sin that they don't.
You
want to engage
already
in.
agreed, Rob, that some Christians don't think it's a sin. So that's not a good argument.
Some do. The
Well,
ones
how
that do
does a
would be
pride
excluded.
flag exclude Christians?
It excludes certain sects of Christianity
How?
because they think it's a sin.
Are they not able to participate? Are they not able to? Are we favoring
what way are
pride?
they not
Are we
able to
favoring gay people over them? Come on, let me see it. Let's see the
Okay,
logic.
so
for
then
this.
if there's a cross on the wall, why is that favoring Christians over them?
If it's an Orthodox
gays.
cross, it is enacting
It's just
a
regular
religion.
We'll just
on
say
the
it's we'll
class.
just say it's just a regular cross.
How will the Orthodox Christians feel
I think they'd be more fine with a regular crucifix up than an Orthodox
right now,
crucifix.
but maybe not in the future?
Okay, so then like think of what you're saying.
You're setting a permission
Well,
structure,
if you just
Rob.
had a regular old crucifix on the wall, hypothetically, in the future, an Orthodox could say, you know what? I don't like that regular crucifix. I'd rather it be an Orthodox crucifix. Therefore, hypothetically, in the future, they could be excluded. However, it's perfectly fine for the trans flag to be up there and exclude them currently. That's okay.
Except trans flags don't exclude Christians. A certain
Yes, it
type
does. It
of
excludes-
a
does it exclude
certain type of
Orthodox?
Christianity, Rob, does exclude Christians. It excludes
so just to
other
be clear,
denominations of Christians.
Just to be clear, does a regular crucifix exclude Christians?
It would exclude certain Christians.
Okay, does a pride flag exclude Christians?
No, it has no relevance to them.
Let me give the answer you should have given. It excludes certain Christians.
No, it
Exact
doesn't.
same answer.
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't.
No, it
So
doesn't.
there's no sect of Christians that feel that that's a sin.
Feeling that it's a sin is not excluding you by government
Sure it
policy.
is.
No, it's not.
Forcing my
Having
tax
a
dollars
classroom, Rob, having a classroom, pick like let's say the 10 Commandments. You want to put them on the wall. Having a classroom use a wrong translation is exclusionary specifically to other Christians who believe in the same thing.
This is one of the worst arguments I've ever heard. I
Really?
have to be honest.
You don't
Yes.
think Christians
I
have
think
different
anyone of
forms of the
remote-
10 Commandments?
Anything of remote. If you asked 100 Christians, Look, if we put the 10 Commandments up there, but it was a slightly different translation than yours, would you find that more exclusionary to you than a trans flag?
No,
I
because
think
trans
of
flags
100
don't
Christians,
have any meaning to
99
me,
would
and it's not
say,
religious.
no, the trans flag would be worse. And you're like, no. That Christians would be more offended at the translation of the 10 Commandments that was slightly different than what they believe.
What
That's
moral
laughable.
code is a trans flag putting up there to enact on other people?
Celebrating pride of the trans community.
It's not a moral code to be enacted on you.
It's a sin.
It's
Yeah,
literally
it
a
absolutely is.
self-expression. I don't know how the fuck you think that even matters to you.
So then a crucifix is a self-expression of the Christian.
No, it's not. It enacts a moral
Why not?
code given by authority in Christianity dogmatically. What are you talking about?
Who are you to say that? It's a symbol. Both are symbols.
Okay, one is a dogmatic authority-driven symbol.
Yes, the trans
Is
flag.
pride
Agreed.
a dogmatic authority-driven symbol that
Yes,
excludes
yes,
Christians? Are you serious?
Yes, the left wing. Yes, the left wing. For example, you don't
No.
think it's exclusionary. Can you explain why a gay couple went
Must have
shopping?
missed the pride
bakery-
authority. My
Can
bad.
you explain to me why a gay couple went shopping bakery to bakery until they could file a lawsuit when they found a Christian that wouldn't bake a cake?
I can't.
Was
It's
that
not. You're
exclusionary?
using fundamental attribution error. This is not indicative of all gay people. Why are you doing this? Stop. It's dumb.
Right. It doesn't matter if it's indicative of all gay people. Nothing
It
I said
does,
was
because you can't just
indicative
go
of-
on and extrapolate that and say it's all about all gay people. That's how it works.
That's absurd. That's exactly
It
what
is
you're doing
absurd.
with
That's why I
Christians.
just said it was absurd.
It's exactly what you're doing with Christians.
No, it's not.
It's the exact. Yes, it's the exact same
I think
thing.
it's absurd to actually put exclusionary practices in the classroom that actually exclude Christians. I don't want an Orthodox cross there.
like
That
the
would
gay
make
flag,
a regular
pride flags,
Catholic
trans
feel
flags.
excluded.
No, it doesn't make them feel excluded.
It will, Rob.
It will not.
Let's
And
say
what would make them
let's
feel-
say this teacher
what would
says
make them feel-
Orthodox Christianity is the best all the time. They submit a book report. They get a D. They wonder themselves, I wonder if this teacher thought that I didn't deserve the grade because I'm a Catholic. Rob, we don't want that to happen.
Okay, and what if they see the pride flag up there and they get a D and they say, I wonder if this teacher went against me because they know I'm a Christian and I think
That's
that homosexuality is a
discrimination
sin."
under a secular state. They can sue them.
Okay, well, that happens.
And they sue them.
Okay, you could sue under the crucifix on the wall, too. Why couldn't you?
No, you can't. Not in your state.
Why
In a
could-
secular state, you can because there's protections against it,
not
Rob. That's
true.
what I'm arguing.
That's not true.
Yes,
you're
there is.
entailing, you're entailing that a Christian. You're entailing that if we allowed crucifix on the wall, it would therefore intuit that automatically you would not be allowed to sue any teacher that intentionally diminished someone's grade that wasn't Christian. That's nonsensical. That is not an entailment of Christian nationalism. That in order to be Christian nationalism, you would not be allowed to sue a teacher that intentionally harmed the grades of a non-Christian. Prove it. Show me any definition of Christian nationalism that says that that's an entailment.
Well, when you want to enact government policy, Rob, you have to choose something.
What are you talking about? That's a non-answer.
When you allow
my
government like let's say government public spaces to introduce crosses, you have to write it in law, Rob. You have to allow it to happen, right? Now, you can write a law that says all different types of crosses are available, but ultimately what's going to happen is a permission structure of exclusion based on certain Christian sects. This is historically true.
I just want you to answer a simple question, right? And a yes, no will suffice. You can elaborate after, right? Would it be possible to have a Christian nationalist society that voted and said, in every public school there is a crucifix?
Sure.
And if teachers intentionally harm the grades of students that aren't Christians, they could be sued. Is
And
that a potential
What
Christian
would the
nationalist
basis
society?
for this case be?
What do you mean, what's the basis?
What's the basis? What
I don't
are you
understand the
suing?
question.
What is the standing here? What are you suing them for?
You're not allowed to discriminate against
Against-
people academically based
Against
on their
religious
religious
views,
beliefs.
right?
Right?
That's secular. Oh my.
Okay, so just to be clear, if we pass a law that says crucifixes must be in every school, but also they say, but you're not allowed to punish kids that aren't Christian, you would say that's not a Christian nationalist society.
So here's the thing, though, Rob.
Why is this?
No, I'm
hard
agreeing.
question to answer?
I'll agree with you. Yes. Okay. So here's the thing. What you're saying is antithetical to just putting a certain cross into a classroom that's paid for by the government. When you are a public servant, you are representing the government, Rob. That means if you put a certain style of cross in there, you are now favoring that type of religion.
I didn't hear an answer to my question.
I said yes.
I didn't hear. Okay, so it would still be Christian nationalist, or it wouldn't be Christian nationalist is your answer.
No.
I don't understand what you're saying, yes or no. Because instead of just answering, you go on this big tirade and then we have to go back. My question is quite simple. Please answer yes or no. Would it be a Christian nationalist society if you said in public schools there are crucifixes on the wall of every school? However, you're not allowed to punish kids on their grading if they're non-Christian. Is that Christian nationalist or not?
It still would be Christian nationalist because the public space, which is paid for by the government and represented by the government, is choosing a certain style of cross.
Okay, so
I just want to let you boys know we're coming up on 2 hours. Do you want to keep going here?
Yes, I would like to finish my point here, right? So let's rewind.
Okay. Just wanted to give you a time check. Go ahead.
Now let's rewind to how we got here.
Okay.
You said if you had a cross up on the wall, and then the teacher gave little Johnny a D and he's Orthodox, he might say, did I get a D because I'm Orthodox and that's not an Orthodox cross? And I said, yeah, but couldn't little Johnny, if he gets a D and he's a Christian and there's a pride flag, go, did I get a D because I'm a Christian that thinks homosexuality is immoral and there's a pride flag? And you said, yes, but you could sue. And I said, yeah, but you could also sue in the example of the Orthodox versus the regular crucifix. And you're like, no, because of Christian nationalism. And now I've got you to admit, absolutely, there are Christian nationalist society where you'd be allowed to sue.
Let's break this down.
So you'll concede that you were wrong there.
No, because pride and LGBTQ rights are not a religion, Rob. Your analogy sucks.
It doesn't matter. It
does.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Secularism is specifically about
to answer your specific objection there. It doesn't matter. Now we'll move on to: is it okay to exclude people through non-religious beliefs and what you interpret? One, I would interpret. I would interpret the way that these progressive policies and people that advocate them act as their form of religion. But even to escape that, the question becomes, why is it okay to exclude on non-religious grounds?
Well, no, Rob, the answer here is that it's bad in both areas. If someone is literally discriminating against a kid because they have different views on pride, we allow discrimination lawsuits to happen. Okay?
Okay.
The secular state doesn't say that, it needs to be okay that the pride flag is now in the classroom to do something like religious, okay? In your version of Christian, like when you say put a cross in the classroom, by definition, already you are now favoring a certain section of Christianity. That is a fact.
That's not true.
Yes, you are, because that cross means something different to every one of the people in there. It's part of their religion.
What sect of Christianity is this cross?
Again, Orthodox Christianity has a different cross than regular Christianity.
What sect of Christianity is this cross? Can you tell me?
I mean, it's just the normal crucifix, yeah. Now,
that's just a normal crucifix.
Now, what does an Orthodox Christian cross look like?
I'm asking you. So this is a normal crucifix. So that would imply all Christians?
No, Orthodox Christians have a different cross.
Yeah, but each church has specific different crosses for different things. Would an Orthodox Christian recognize this as a sign of Christ?
They might. Some of them probably
why
won't,
would that
though.
be offensive?
Some of them might want their version of the cross actually being favored by the government.
But it's not exclusionary.
Yes, it is, because the government will overwhelmingly want the normal cross. That's the problem.
Okay, but I don't. The argument is this. Right now, Orthodox Christians are told you are not allowed to have any cross in the classroom. And then the alternative is, well, here's a generic cross that represents all of Christianity. And Orthodox will say, well, that's worse than no cross because we wanted our specific cross. That's
Except history, Rob, will tell you that that's not how it works. Okay? You're setting a permission structure. You're setting a permission structure.
You're going to give an example that's not analogous to the question and the point that I'm making. Why would it be more offensive to say no crosses than yes, the generic cross is allowed to an Orthodox Christian?
For the simple fact that all of these different sects and denominations exist in the first place. Why did they start to exist? Because they disagreed. On things in Christianity.
Hey, Orthodox Christians that are watching, I know that you're watching, send in a super chat to Speakeasy. Would you be more offended of a generic crucifix or no crucifix? Go ahead, Orthodox. Say I'm
Orthodox.
Send them what they like. This
is
what I would be more offended.
They can send them what they like, Rob. But what I want is all of them, every Christian denomination, to be able to practice their religion freely and not feel coerced into doing one or the other.
It wouldn't be, having a generic crucifix would not coerce an Orthodox.
Orthodox Christians would not be represented in classrooms that are publicly funded. Let me finish, Rob. Orthodox Christians would not find themselves represented in public classrooms that are government funded at the same way that normal Christian sex would. That is a fact. You think that wouldn't affect
Do
them over time?
Orthodox
Why wouldn't they
do
just?
Orthodox
Why wouldn't they think to themselves, how come we don't have our cross up there?
They would say because there's all sorts of denominational crosses that aren't up there. It's just the generic crucifix that represents Christ, which is more of a representation of our religion than no cross and pride flags.
Right now it is.
And in the future.
No, it won't. In the future, you'll fight about it, and I want that not to happen.
Do Orthodox Christians view the generic crucifix as a sign of their Christ?
So they probably do, in a way. I'm actually unfamiliar with this completely, so you can probably look it up and find out. I'm sorry.
Okay, so if they do,
my main
why would it be offensive to them?
My main premise of this, Rob, is why would they have a different crucifix in the first place if it didn't feel like that was more representative of them?
Well, they could. Yes, religions could have different symbols. You could have all sorts of symbols.
Exactly.
For example, I know Catholics. Right, Catholics have a bunch of different versions of the cross they look at.
So
right?
the identity of Eastern Orthodox, right, is like communion of autocephalous churches. I think Greek, Russian, and Serbian, I want to say. And then there's sacraments. There's episcopal succession and things like that, right? No single universal bishop with Roman-style jurisdiction, right? Now, they have big disagreement lines with like Roman Catholic, papal jurisdiction, binding water, or how binding with later Western dogmatic definitions are. They have real ones with Protestants, right?
You're saying a lot of stuff that has nothing to do with your argument. Yes, let's say this. Let's say that Protestants use 4 crosses, one of them's a generic crucifix. Lutherans use 4 crosses, one of them's generic crucifix. Catholics use 4 crosses, one of them's generic crucifix. Orthodox use 4 crosses, one of them's generic crucifix. So we put the generic crucifix on the wall, and all of a sudden, Orthodox, for some reason, are like, yes, that is a symbol that represents our God. But you know what? We also have other symbols that also represent, and they're not in the wall, so I'm offended by that symbol that represents my God.
It's not that they're offended right now, Rob. It's just it sets a permission structure to do that in the future, or else they wouldn't have separated.
I have no idea. Why would a symbol? So just to be clear, your argument is this. Let's just say hypothetically there are 4 crosses that Orthodox use. Okay, one of them's the generic crucifix. Okay, so if we put a generic crucifix on the wall, there is a chance in the future that Orthodox will say, even though that's one of the 4 crosses we use, we're offended because we want another one of our crosses up there.
Because they disagree, Rob.
With the symbol that represents their religion.
Correct. Symbols absolutely can drive different Christian sects. That is
okay, I think we should take pride flags. Listen, we should take pride flags off the wall.
Are you saying that Christians will not start wars over different symbolism? Like what?
Let me finish. We should take pride flags off the wall because hypothetically in the future, there could be different pride flags from different groups that don't feel representative. So it's exclusionary. So pride flags must be taken off the wall because it could be viewed as exclusionary to other LGBT in the future. You agree?
If it becomes that, I'm sure the secular state would say.
What do you mean if it becomes? We're talking about, it's not what it is now. It's hypothetically in the future could happen. Therefore, we should remove them
This
now.
is not analogous for a lot of reasons. One, it's not religion.
Sure it is.
Second, yeah, I know you want it to be religion. No matter how much you want it.
It doesn't matter if it's religion
or not. No matter how much you want it to be religion, Rob, it will never be religion. I'm sorry.
It doesn't matter. I disagree.
It's essentially a self-expression thing. I don't understand it, Rob. I'm not gay. I'm not transgender, but it's self-expression. It has nothing to do with enacting something on other people. Second.
So wearing a crucifix is self-expression. I'm not enacting on other people.
Yes, it does, Rob. It enacts different beliefs of Christianity. Okay?
It doesn't. How does a cross being on the? You're an atheist. If you walk into a room, a courthouse, let's say, and there's a cross on the wall, explain to me what happens to you.
I probably don't mind it if it's a public courthouse. I don't know. I feel like it's
so
probably,
nothing.
No, I feel like it might be against the secularism of the state, but ultimately, Rob, I don't know if I really want to legislate on this right now. It's not the argument right now.
Right. So in other words, maybe.
No, I just think it's not really relevant to conversation.
Let me finish. So it might be against the law of what secular is, but personally to you, it doesn't really do anything, right? So the same would be true of the cross in the school. It's not personally doing anything.
I can't speak on behalf of other people.
Any different than the pride flag.
I can't speak on behalf of other people in this circumstance of whether or not the cross would make them not feel okay. Now, I'm going to give you a very real example, okay? Not a pride flag. I'm going to give you a very real example. Let's say your teacher is Catholic and she has you do sacraments every time you walk into class.
Different?
How is that different?
Forcing me to engage in something that I don't want to? If she had a list of the sacraments on the wall, that would be different, wouldn't it?
But that's her religion. That's her Christianity. I mean, that's a normal thing.
Forcing me to do something is different than a symbol.
It is primarily symbolic, though, right? It's just a symbol.
So's the pride flag. It's a symbol.
So is the cross.
Yes. So
why you're now agreeing that we should not use symbols to enact exclusionary policies in other Christians?
No, you just jumped to that
A cross is a symbol.
So's the pride flag.
The sacraments are essentially primarily symbolic.
But they're forcing someone to do a sacrament's different than you doing the sacrament yourself.
Are you sure? She could just put them in the classroom and then say, do it at your own will.
She could. That would be different.
Do you think that would be exclusionary or not?
It depends. Probably not.
Depends.
Yes, probably not.
Why not?
Because I'm not being forced to do something.
Okay, so what if, again, in the future, over time, some branch of this Christianity, Protestantism, comes out of this and says, we don't want to do sacraments anymore. We don't care about, the papacy.
Again, I don't understand. Nothing you're saying is disanalogous to what I'm saying about pride flags. We have entire curriculums that's talking about celebrating, classrooms that talk about celebrating the pride movement.
What about,
is that not exclusionary?
What about putting the saints inside of a classroom?
Putting the saints inside a classroom is different than forcing someone to engage in sacraments.
It's the same thing as doing a symbol like a cross.
Right.
A lot of Christians do not really believe in, let's say they put Mary up there. Do every Christian believe in Mariology? Do they believe she's a saint? Would that not be exclusionary to you? Would you not feel as if the government is now preferencing Mariology?
Like the pride flag, yes.
Not like the pride flag. Not like,
if
it's
I
not religion.
as a Christian, if I didn't believe in Mary, I would feel less exclusionary if the church had a picture of Mary up there than a trans flag. Yes,
stop making this false dichotomy, man. Stop talking about trans people. I don't fucking care about trans people. Okay.
Your prompt is a secular state is more beneficial to Christianity.
Exactly. So stop talking about trans people.
The reason is because you're saying if we had a Christian state, hypothetically, that it would be exclusionary to certain brands of Christianity.
Did I not just say a way in which it would be?
Let me finish. I'm explaining to you how the current secular state is more exclusionary to Christians than a Christian state would be.
That is nonsense.
It's not nonsensical.
I don't know why you need to tether trans people to this right now. It makes no sense.
What do you think feels more exclusionary to most Christians?
There's no reason.
Let me finish. A crucifix or a trans flag? Just answer the question. What do you think most Christians would find more exclusionary?
I don't know how a trans flag, which promotes self-expression, pride in oneself.
Sin.
It's not agreed upon. We already said that every Christian doesn't believe.
Most Christians would agree
that it's a sin.
Most Christians,
but just because they think something's a sin,
steal me in my position. What was my question?
It's impossible, Rob. Because just because it's a self-expressionary flag, there's no way to make it about you unless you really try. If you stare at the ground long enough, you'll find dirt, Rob. I don't know what to tell you right now.
What was my question?
If you put a trans flag or a pride flag on a classroom wall, will it not make a Christian feel excluded? Correct?
That was not my question. My question was, what would a Christian feel? Most Christians would feel more excluded by a trans flag than by a crucifix.
It's the same thing.
You disagree? Do you disagree with that?
Yes, because you can't feel excluded from a pride flag.
I just want to be clear. Your argument to
There's no government enactment going on there, man. There's no favoring
I just want to be
trans
this is the debate.
thing.
Here you go. Whoever's clipping this, here's the debate, right? I'm going to ask this question. Just answer with a yes, no. You ready? It is your argument that if there were two public rooms and one had a crucifix in it and the other had a trans flag, most Christians would feel more excluded by the crucifix than the trans flag. Your argument is yes, they would feel more.
No, my argument is I hope to God the English course teaches them how words work so they can understand that there's no way it could possibly be exclusionary to them.
So then you're not answering the question.
No, it's just funny, man. There's no reason.
Are you going to answer the question?
Yeah, I answered it. It's nonsensical. It doesn't make sense. I don't need to answer it.
No, that's not an answer to the question. The answer to the question is either yes or no.
The answer is it's dumb. It doesn't make sense.
That it absolutely makes sense.
Fine. Okay. How does a Christian feel excluded by a trans flag? Explain to
Because
me.
they feel that they're
Explain
being
to me
forced
the
to
mechanisms here.
Their tax dollars is being forced to go into a public thing that is celebrating pride in something they feel is a sin.
No, it's not. It could be a teacher putting it up themselves. And I'm pretty sure that's how
Doesn't
it works.
matter who's
I'm pretty
paying
sure
the
that's
teacher's
how
salary.
it works. I'm pretty sure that's how it works.
Who's paying the teacher's salary?
Doesn't matter. They can use their money in any way they want afterwards.
So they can put a cross up.
No, because that favors a religion.
Oh, so then explain to me. The question is, do they feel excluded? Why would you feel
Is
excluded
being a
if there's
woman
cross up?
is being a woman the same as religion?
No.
Oh wow.
Okay, congratulations. Is eating a sandwich the same as running up a hill?
I thought trans and gay topics
Wow, no,
were.
the answer is no. I guess I win.
I thought
right?
they were
It's
just
an irrelevant
related to
question.
gender
Your
topics,
question's-
right? If
your
you already said
question
being
is
a
irrelevant.
woman is not the same as religion, then how are you actually going to complete this?
It's impossible to get a straight answer out of you. So let me explain, right? The reason, if I'm trying to steal me in your position, you would say,
No, you're not.
in a public classroom, if there's a crucifix on the wall, I could feel excluded because I'm of a religion or a set of beliefs that doesn't
You
represent.
have the same religion
I
that
think
has a
that-
different denomination.
I'm of a religion or sect that crucifix doesn't represent.
Yep.
Okay, which is nonsense because the generic crucifix pretty much represents all forms of Christianity. Nonetheless, let's say that you're right. But if I see a pride flag or a trans flag, which I say that's a sin, the idea of pride's a sin, and the idea of homosexuality and trans is a sin, right? I can't feel excluded by that.
How about being a woman? Is being a woman a sin?
No, being a woman is not a sin.
Okay. It's not religion, right?
What does that have to do?
Being a woman is not religion, right?
Okay, define woman. I'm happy to have this debate. Go ahead.
No, we're not switching it up. I'm just showing you
Wait, no, that's
a
then what was your
religion is
question
not
about being
sexual
what?
identity,
Wait.
Rob.
When I said trans and you said as being
If
a
someone
woman,
put a
why is
flag
that
up
relevant?
that said
Why was it
women's
relevant?
rights, would you
Define
say that
woman.
excludes Christians?
Oh, you're running from that debate, aren't you?
Oh no.
Define woman.
No, if a woman put if a woman put a woman's
What
rights
was the relevancy of your point then?
if a woman put a women's rights flag up, would that exclude Christians?
It could exclude groups that are against women's rights. Could it not?
Oh.
If I put a Republican flag up, am I excluding Democrats?
That's awesome, bro. How do you make that about yourself?
If I put a Republican flag up, am I excluding Democrats?
No, you're advocating Republican.
Okay, so then you'd be perfectly fine with public schools having Republican iconography across their
They're not
rooms.
allowed to advance political parties like that, if I'm not mistaken, inside of schools.
But it wouldn't be. But why? Why wouldn't they be allowed? if
Because
it's
we
not
don't want
exclusionary?
to exclude people.
You just said it's not exclusionary.
In the classroom, it is. Because
You
it
just said it wasn't.
okay, so a woman's rights flag doesn't advocate fucking policy that enact on other people.
Wait,
It's just
let's not
women's
get all-
rights.
I'm happy to go to the
A
women's
Republican
rights issue,
flag
however,
advocates for Republican policy that enacts policy on other people, excludes them.
I am absolutely happy to move on to women's rights.
I know you are, because you make
literally-
no sense.
Now you have to interrupt again. I get it. We
I
go
get it,
back to the 1 minute clock. You literally just said, no, having Republican flags up in these buildings is not exclusionary to non-Republicans.
No, you said putting a
And then
Republican
I
flag
said,
up. You
okay,
said
then
putting
you'd
a
be okay
Republican
with it.
flag up.
Let
No
me go back to
school.
a
You
minute.
said you didn't say any school at all.
I'd like to go back to the minute.
All right. We'll go back to the minute. Let me bring up the minute clock.
Oh, we were having fun. What the fuck?
I'm having fun.
All right, go ahead.
Do you
Is
want to
it-
go first,
Is
Nick?
it me this time? Okay. I could have sworn
You go first.
that there was never any mention of inside of a public space. It was if I put a Republican flag up, which could mean on your property, anywhere, that is not exactly the same thing, Rob. But once you say put it in the classroom, the secular state has laws to prevent that. This is anti-discrimination laws, right? You kind of defeating the argument here, man, because putting a cross up is the same as doing that, and we don't want to do that. We don't want to do that. We want people to, in public spaces that have taxpayer money, we don't want to favor something over another. We want people to feel like they can freely, without coercion, choose whatever, or believe, sorry, not choose, but believe in whatever Christian denomination they want, without fear of coercion in a classroom or in some other public space. Is that not important to you? Again, I'm going to defer back to Mary, a saint. She puts up Mary like a Mariology figure, okay? Calls her a saint. You disagree with that. What does that do to you, Rob? What if you feel pressured to try and change the way you write something to fit that?
Okay, So what he said was, if you had in the classroom a Republican flag, that wouldn't be exclusionary. It's just celebrating Republicanism. Then he said that should be illegal because it would be exclusionary. Then he laughs and chuckles and tries to interrupt because he realizes that once more he just defeated his own premise.
Yeah.
The same thing could be said of women's rights. It's not just saying, oh, women's rights, that's all it is. It's also advocating for the policy positions of the people that use that symbology, right? And much of that won't be represented by me. For example, a lot of the women's rights stuff says that we should allow abortion. I feel that's murder. Therefore, it would be exclusionary to me to celebrate the idea of iconography of women's rights that is synonymous with the political position of pushing for abortion. If he says no, then the same thing could be said of the Catholic cross. It too is just a symbol that is celebrating Christianity. He says the mere fact that it's celebrating one is exclusionary to all the other groups that don't exactly meet in with that. But the same would be true of pride flags. Anybody that doesn't want to celebrate that or adhere to that as something that we should look to is also being excluded. He has no reason as to why that exclusion, because it's, quote, non-religious, shouldn't be something to be avoided.
Okay, a lot of tangent there. I'm going to try and address it one by one. One, the beginning sentence, we can throw that out. You lied. I mean, you're just being completely dishonest right now. That's not what you said the first time. I clearly said what you did say, and then you just decided to do what that was, whatever that was. Second, believing something is murder has nothing to do with legislating a certain type of Christian nationalism by other people. Okay, women's rights is not about enacting some framework of policy on other people. It is about reducing the disparity and acknowledging certain aspects of a woman's life in which they come into that disparity. So that means, like, it may be women should be assigned to the draft. I don't know. The point is that it's not the same. You keep trying to equivocate things to religion, which is away from the prompt, to try and informally and contextually make my position weaker, man, but it's not doing it. You need to stay on the prompt. You need to stay on a religion, talking about religion.
So I'm specifically staying on the prompt. If you look, the prompt is specifically that a secular state is more beneficial to Christianity and to Christians themselves. The reason, he's only given one reason why theoretically Christian nationalism would be bad for Christianity, and that is it would be exclusionary. So I'm saying what we should do is compare a Christian state versus a secular state and see which would be more exclusionary to more Christians. He is so far behind in this debate, he is making an argument that is one of the most laughable things I have ever heard. He is saying that a generic crucifix, a symbol as far as I know of recognized by every sect of Christianity, would be more exclusionary than a trans flag or a pride flag in a public school, because hypothetically in the future, the Orthodox who accept the general crucifix as a sign of Christianity might say, but what about the rest of our crucifixes that we use? That is laughable. Anyone claiming that the crucifix would be more offensive or exclusionary to Christians than something like the pride flag is lying through their teeth or so stupid they're not worth listening to.
Okay, I'm stupid. I'm going to try and explain this again, okay? And I don't want a timer for this, if that's okay, Rob. You can just...
No, the timer's fine. That's what we've agreed on because you couldn't stop interrupting.
I mean, I need like a quick little syllogism again. Or not a syllogism, but just like a quick yes and no. Is that okay?
Sure.
Yeah, he'll answer during your minute.
Okay.
I'll
Go
be
ahead,
as quick
go
as brief as possible.
Go ahead.
So for something to be exclusionary, all right, if we look at the cross, when we look at crosses in general of Christianity, all sects of Christianity are inclusive inside of Christianity, right? They feel as if Christianity is representative of them, right?
All Christians feel Christians represent them. Yes, I think if I understand the
So
question.
when you enact certain types of Christian moral code, though, that's where you exclude, because people feel like they are represented by Christianity, but you're still excluding them, correct? No? When we
don't
mentioned the
understand question.
Mariology and the sacrament earlier.
You could pause the clock because I'm not trying to run it out. I really have no fucking clue what you're trying to say here. Let me rephrase the question, see if you're saying, if I enact laws specific to my denomination of Christianity, would that feel exclusionary to other Christians?
Because they feel represented by Christianity and are no longer being represented by them in a certain way, correct? You have to feel included in Christianity as a whole to then be excluded.
So wait, so your argument is that if I am like, I'm Christian, and everyone's like, yeah, cool, you're Christian. And that means I'm part of all the Christians, yeah. But I'm Catholic, yeah. And so therefore, I want to push for Catholic stuff. That's more exclusionary to the rest of Christians.
Because they're included in Christianity as a whole. It feels like it's their identity in a way, right? It's part of them.
No, I disagree with that.
You don't think that's exclusionary on the basis of the fact that they identify with Christianity, but Christians are pushing them out?
No.
You don't think that's exclusionary?
No. Not of Christianity. It's exclusionary of that sect.
Of
their denomination, of whatever they are. All right, so I'll continue to go with this. So then his argument is, then we shouldn't even allow denominational churches. The mere fact that an Orthodox Christian would feel more excluded by going to a Catholic church for a service than a satanic church, or to a gay pride event, or to an abortion center. Because it's more offensive to have Christians that believe 95% of what you believe, but have slight differences on other things, than people that are quite literally antithetical to your entire religion. That's nonsensical. And again,
in a way it is, but it's also not what a secular state is.
Please don't interrupt. I didn't ask you to. It's antithetical to sort of what his position is in the first place. Like, again, he represents this by saying, therefore, the crucifix that's accepted by all sects of Christianity can be offensive to some forms of Christianity, because in the future they'll say, but you only showed one crucifix. What about the rest we use? This is on its face ridiculous. If there was a government that was 90% in agreement with everything Christians believed, but they disagree with the other 10% versus only 50%, which one would you think most Christians would prefer?
For the time being, I bet they would prefer the one with 90%. But history is what we can look at. We don't have to look at the future, Rob. So if you look back at history, does this dominant majority Christian state ever stay that state, or does it change over time and renegotiate? The answer to that is obvious. If you refuse to acknowledge it, then again, that's a you problem, not a me problem. I want that not to happen. I want Christians of all denominations to have the freedom to practice their religion. That's what my prompt is. Secularism allows for that. If we deny secularism here, and you can contest the definition, I think we can probably wrap it up pretty soon, then you don't understand it, because it's not about banishing or atheistic practice needs to be mandated. That is anti-secular. Once again, what I'm saying is, if you want to help Christians the most and have people get saved by Christ, which is the ultimate goal, is to save the most people possible, and secularism allows for you to do that instead of pushing them away.
It's nonsensical, and the harm that he isolates with Christian countries would also be true of secular countries. A secular country today could change leadership and what it believes in the future, and eventually one of those secular countries could become antithetical to Christianity. There is no reason whatsoever why you, like Christians, would prefer a government that was only 50% of the things they want as opposed to 90%, because in the future that 90% could drop to 70%, which is still higher than the 50% which currently goes. The question I have for Nick is this: are you aware that there are currently people that are advocating Christian nationalism as a political movement?
Yeah.
Can you name one of them that have suggested banning other forms of Christianity?
Jason, the guy I debated in Horse's channel not that long ago.
Which forms of Christianity did he suggest making illegal?
He's a Messianic Jew, and he wanted to ban Islamic practice, if I'm not mistaken, and then other types of Christianity.
What types of Christianity did he suggest banning?
Yeah, I didn't get that far.
Oh, so you can't give an example. Can you give me any prominent person other than one
serious,
random you
Rob?
debated online?
Is that... You're not serious right now, are you?
Yes, I'm absolutely serious. Can you give me any person other than one random person that didn't give you the
You
specifics?
asked me for a person. I gave you one. I mean, are you asking...
Can you give me one that's not some random person that didn't give you the details?
I'm pretty certain that, like, Andrew Wilson is a Christian nationalist, right?
Sure.
And I think he kind of plays a little bit of the game. No, he's an Orthodox Christian, right? I don't know.
He's Orthodox, correct?
There are plenty of
Is
people
your
who
claim
advocate...
here? Are you trying to claim that Andrew Wilson's advocating the banning of certain sects of Christianity, making
No,
them
I don't
illegal?
know. I don't know. I'm not
Yeah,
gonna make
he
that claim.
certainly isn't.
Okay,
Okay.
that's what I said.
Any other examples?
That's what I said. So I'm not going to make a claim I
Are
don't
we
know.
keeping the minute still?
Yeah, we could keep it. I'm sorry, he could go.
Go ahead, sir.
Hey, I'm not really sure what you're asking me, man. Are you asking me if the name Christian nationalists, like, that are name-worthy, or people who are making policy right now? I mean, the Secretary of Defense, or War now, I guess, has a book called The American Crusade that wants to advance a certain type of Christian nationalism. That is in his book. I've read it. I don't know if you have. I mean, I could just
not.
end
What
it there.
sect
There's
did
a
he wanna
prominent
ban?
figure. He's leading a cabinet position, dude.
What sect did he want to ban? Go ahead.
Well, he's a certain brand of Protestant evangelical. evangelist. He follows Doug Wilson's church specifically. So whatever Doug Wilson's is an Orthodox Christian church, I think, right?
I don't know.
He's his church is based on the Russian Orthodox Christian one, I believe. So you would probably want to ban many other types of them at some point. Yeah.
Show me one example of him ever suggesting it. I believe you're completely
I mean,
lying.
I can go excerpt his book if you'd like, but no, I'm not. He calls himself a Christian nationalist. He wants to enact a certain brand of Christian nationalism that he thinks is proper.
Okay.
With law.
I do not believe. I believe. We'll leave it. I challenge anyone out there to find any quote from Pete Hegseth ever saying he wants to outlaw certain forms of Christianity. I do not believe his book says that. I believe you're lying.
Okay, well, Rob, I'm making the claim because of logic here. If he wants to enact a certain
Did
brand,
you guys want to get back into the open floor?
We can try if he wants.
Okay, let's try to get back into the open
if
floor.
Pete
All right.
Hegseth wants to brand a certain type of Christian nationalism, he's going to have to choose something, Rob, which is then going to be doing what? The other types of Christianity, Rob.
I don't think Christian nationalists and favoring one form of Christianity means you would ban other forms of Christianity.
It would de facto it means that you would exclude them by definition of having to choose something in law. That's the whole point.
Every Christian's excluded already in secularism that's not allowed to be in law.
They're not excluded.
Of course they are.
No, they're
Can
not.
Christians advocate under secularism?
No
could
Christian in this
Eastern-
country has to feel like they can't open a church because of the state enacting policy on behalf of a certain kind of church. Correct?
Okay, so Pete Hegseth has advocating not allowing via law certain types of churches.
You didn't answer my question. Under secularism, if you are a Christian who wants to open a Baptist church, you have no fear that the state has a certain brand of Christianity that would stop you from doing that, correct?
No, because by definition they don't have a brand of Christianity. Will you answer my question?
Now, in Christian nationalism,
Wait,
I'm almost
wait,
done.
no, I
I'm
answered
almost
yours.
done. I'm
Wait,
almost
we
done.
can go back to the minute if you want. I answered yours. Will you answer mine?
Or you can just let me finish the quick sentence.
No, you can finish in a second. Now answer mine. Under Christian nationalism, is there any sect of Christianity that has to feel that they will be skinned alive for practicing Christianity?
Why are you introducing skin to life?
A yes or no will be sufficient.
You're literally being bad faith.
A yes or no will be sufficient.
No, your question sucks.
Oh, so
Quit
the
being
answer
bad
is
faith.
no. So just like your question is non sequitur, so is mine.
No, I never said skinned
Because
alive.
there is no prominent Christian nationalist alive that is suggesting that they would not allow certain forms of Christian churches to open. Zero.
They would
So
actually.
you're saying
because
currently
they
right
are
now,
going to favor a certain type of
Show me.
Christianity.
show me.
They have
show
to
me.
write it in law.
Show
Rob.
me.
They have to choose something.
I did use, I'll admit this is AI. I said, did Pete Hegseth say in his book he wants to ban other forms of Christianity? It says, no. There's no evidence or direct quote from Pete Hegseth's book, America Crusade, Our Fight to Stay Free or Others, where he states or advocates for banning other forms of Christianity.
He probably
His
does,
writings
yeah.
and associated views, as reported by various sources, focus primarily on promoting a conservative evangelical
I got
or
it.
frum Protestant form of Christian nationalism, criticizing leftist
I got it,
ideologies,
I got it,
and
I got
calling
it.
for restrictions on non-Christian religions such as Islam.
I got
This
it.
aligns with his endorsement of figures like Doug Wilson, who emphasized banning non-Christian faiths. Hegseth has critiqued religious pluralism in contexts like the military.
So
So
Doug Wilson.
show me the prominent.
Doug
Show
Wilson.
me the prominent Christian nationalist that said he would ban other forms of Christianity.
If you're okay, you gotta stop turning your brain off. If you're literally asking me, does Pete Hegseth say outright, we need to ban certain sects of Christianity? You're gonna be waiting a long time, right? But
Right, because no one
how
says
about
that.
we think about this logically and pragmatically? When Pete Hegseth goes to enact Doug Wilson's brand of church, he's going to have to put something into law, Rob. That is going to de facto do what?
Nothing.
You think nothing, even though Christians
I don't
disagree
think-
on
I
a lot
don't-
of these moral codes.
I do not, first off, I do not see anywhere that Pete Hegseth is going to enact his religion via law. He's going to do what I want, which is use his religion to inform the laws that he wants passed.
How do you know he's going to
But
do what
he's
you
not
want?
going to, did Pete Hegseth suggest making his form of evangelicalism state religion?
I don't know.
You read his book.
It seems like he wants Doug Wilson's.
So did Pete Hegseth say in his book
It
that
seems
he
like
wants a
you
state
read at
religion?
the end he wants Doug Wilson's.
No, it says he agrees with Doug Wilson, some of Doug
Parish
Wilson's
of Doug
beliefs.
Wilson, yeah.
Okay, does Doug Wilson say that we should have an official state religion of his denomination?
I've watched a bit of Doug Wilson, and he's pretty extreme. He definitely wants to enact laws specific to his type of religion, yes, which many different denominations disagree with, Rob.
I don't know what to say other than as a Christian, I would feel more comfortable with someone who was running things that was a fellow Christian that's a slightly different sect than someone that is antithetical and saying we will never have Christians be allowed to run this.
That is literally not how it works in secularism.
That is exactly, again, your proprietary definition of
Which is
secularism.
weird. Again, Rob, the majority of secular people are Christian. Remember.
So? The majority of Christian people don't
Well,
want to
why
ban
would the
other sects of
majority
Christianity.
of Christian people advocate for a type of state in which they are never allowed to run things, Rob?
Because that's the political belief that they choose to have? How
As
is that
Christians?
relevant to the discussion?
As Christians?
Yes, so?
Or maybe they thought about this and went, oh, well, the best way for all of us to actually stay in agreement and not kill each other is to allow all of us to practice freely. Let kingdom of
But
God
again,
be in heaven.
that is
Let the earthly
that you're-
kingdom be
again,
described by us.
Again, what you're suggesting is you can see how you're the person using a unique definition. So
I'm
if
not.
we should take your unique defense of this. So
I'm
your unique defense is things like this. We can't have churches or crucifixes in the school.
No, I'm not.
We
dude.
can't revoke gay marriage. Would you be for revoking gay marriage?
I would not be for revoking gay marriage.
Would that be Christian nationalist to revoke gay marriage?
I feel like the underpinning of it would be.
So your argument is it would be more exclusionary to ban
Except
gay marriage for
I think it's
Christians
just
than to not ban gay
discriminatory.
marriage.
It's just discriminatory, right, Rob? I feel like that's what it is, not really Christian nationalism.
Oh, so now banning gay marriage wouldn't be Christian
It would
nationalism.
be discriminatory, and it's not really relevant to a secular state. But yeah.
Would it be Christian nationalism is the question.
No, it would
The two
not
terms
be.
are not. So it wouldn't.
It would be discriminatory.
Okay, so just to be clear, if a bunch of Christians want to ban gay marriage, they're not enacting Christian nationalism.
They're enacting discrimination, which is banned.
What does that have to do with shit?
It doesn't. That's why I'm literally lost now. It doesn't fucking matter. We're talking about secular states. We're talking about religion.
Discriminate.
We're favoring
Discrimination is
religion,
not.
bro. We're talking about gay
discrimination-
people. I don't understand it. Why are we talking about gay
discrimination-
people so much?
Discrimination is not banned. That's a lie.
Discrimination is literally not allowed. I can't discriminate
Really?
against you for being a Christian. Like, let's say you want to apply for a job, Rob. I can't be like, he's a fucking Christian. Fuck that guy.
Can I hire a job looking for a woman only?
Yeah, kind of.
Oh, that's discrimination, isn't it?
Kind of. There's certain ways
So
to not
it's
make
not
it
banned, is it?
discriminatory. There's certain ways to not make it
So
discriminatory.
it's not banned, is it?
If you are
that's
doing it on like
discriminatory?
Craigslist, Rob, if you're doing it on Craigslist, it's not like an official title, bro. You can get away with it, yeah.
Holy shit. So in other words, discrimination isn't illegal on its own.
Rob, you can get away with it if it's not a titled job that has some form of like,
Sure,
you know,
can do it
recognized
with the title
taxation.
job. Why
it's-
couldn't I do it with the title
if you
job?
did it on
I
Craigslist,
worked at
the government can't literally go, I'm sorry, you can't just only hire women for your Craigslist car wash, Rob. What the fuck?
no that why not? Why is it being on Craigslist any different? And it's not exclusive to Craigslist, which I don't even know if it
If
exists
it's a
anymore.
real position, Rob, no, it would be discriminatory. As in like,
That's not true.
taxable
I used to work for-
position.
okay, let me prove you wrong. So I worked for a home health care agency,
Mhm.
right, that dealt with adults with developmental disabilities. We hired specifically men or women many times.
did you
to
say
have to
that
do with
in
this
your
specific-
job
let me finish.
description? Did you say
Let me
that in the
finish.
job requirements?
Yes.
You said
yes,
only women.
Yes.
Then you're just waiting for someone to actually file a lawsuit then, I guess.
Okay, so the woman who has been sexually assaulted her entire life that now needs in-home care and only will allow women to work with her, it is illegal to hire just a woman to work with
In
her.
that case, I'm wrong. That's different.
Why is that different? That's discrimination.
It wouldn't be discrimination at this point.
Why? You're discriminating against men.
Because she has a medical, I'm sure you can probably, you
So in
probably
other
inform
words,
me on
the
this, but like,
the specific job requires a specific biological sex
it's not
to
that
accomplish.
the employer is requiring it. It's that the person of
No,
interest,
the employer
person who
is
needs,
requiring it.
person who needs the help, the emotional
No, that's
support,
not
right?
true. The employer is requiring it.
No, the employer is requiring what the person of interest wants.
Right. And the person of interest, there could be specific jobs.
And
in
it's
many
probably
fields.
contracted now, right?
Wait, It's not just contract. In fact, state funds go to
I meant
these
like a
organizations.
1099 or something similar to that, like you're a contractor now, right? Or no?
What does this matter? Even if we accept
my
that,
God,
it's
it
still
does- it does change
discrimination.
things.
You can't just be like, yeah, but that's different.
No, it
It's
does.
still
It does
discrimination.
change.
That's my
It
point.
does change the way this discrimination policy works. I'm sorry if you
We
don't know it.
discriminate
but,
based on education level. Am I allowed to discriminate based on education level in my hiring practices?
we have discrimination in a lot of different ways. You got to elaborate on that.
You said that it's always illegal.
Elaborate on what you mean by
Discrimination's
education level.
illegal.
What do you mean by that?
I can say it's required that you have a bachelor's degree for this job.
Okay, that's not discrimination against an identity
Of course it is.
or a
Define
protected class,
discrimination.
Rob. That's not a protected class. Last
Define
time I checked,
discrimination.
I don't remember the fucking protected class of diploma.
Define discrimination. What does it mean? Tell me what
In the
discrimination
context of the civil rights, which is what we're talking about, Rob.
means. No,
there
we
are
weren't talking about
specific
the context of civil
Titles.
rights.
Yes,
Untrue.
we are.
That's
We're
not
talking
true.
about
That's not-
discriminatory fucking laws.
You said that the reason gay marriage must be illegal, it's not Christian nationalist, it's discriminatory,
Discrimination
and we
against a
don't
protected
allow,
class.
We don't, quote, we don't allow discrimination.
Yes.
That's not true. We do allow
We
discrimination.
don't allow discrimination against protected classes, Rob. Maybe you should read the Civil Rights
That's
Act.
not true. We also allow discrimination against protected classes.
Which ones?
For example, you could allow discrimination against a class that we would say is protected, like women. Are women a protected class?
No, in your circumstance, it's different. I'm sorry, there's nuance. We don't
What's
just
the
allow
protected class?
employers.
Define me.
We don't just allow employers to go, "You're a woman? Sorry, fuck you." That's literally not how it works.
Tell me some of the protected classes.
It would be in the titles. So we have Title 1, Title 2, Title 3, Title. Any of this ring a bell?
Define some. I don't know. Title 1, Title 2.
Why are you
Title 3,
arguing
Title
it then?
3, no. You said there are different protected classes. Tell me what they are.
Dude, you brought up diploma. You don't even know what the titles are about. You know
What are
what
you
Title
talking
3 is
about? I didn't
about?
bring
Title
up
3 is
Title 1,
about
Title-
discrimination against desegregation, so segregated spaces. Okay?
You said there are protected classes. Tell me some.
Yes, like fucking gender identity is now a protected class in certain
Okay,
states.
gender identity.
I'm
Are
actually not
women
sure if it's a
protected class?
congressionally federal one yet. I'm actually
Are
not
women
sure.
a protected class?
Women are a protected class under discriminatory laws.
Okay.
And
am
even
I allowed
further
to
in Title
discriminate
9,
and
we
say,
expand upon
am
these
I
things.
allowed to? Okay, women are a protected class. Got it. That's all I need. Am I allowed to offer a job that women can't apply to?
You cannot explicitly say that women cannot apply to this job. You actually have
That's
to
not
leave it
true.
open.
Yes, I can.
You can say we require women, like you said earlier, but you cannot deny women from applying.
No, yes, you absolutely can't.
Oh
Well,
my.
I guess not, but no one's saying that.
What?
That's not what the law is. No, wait a minute. So so just to be clear, blacks are a protected class.
You-
And I'm allowed to say,
Your race,
I will never hire, let me
ethnicity is
finish. I'm
protected
allowed to
class.
say, I'll never hire a black, but I'll allow them to apply. You're allowed to apply. I just am telling you I'll never hire you.
This is why
That's perfectly
discrimination
fine.
lawsuits are hard, Rob. You're figuring it out.
So I just want to be clear. That's what you're saying.
I mean, that's
You
how
can
it works.
openly
You know how
say,
hard it
I'm
is to
not-
actually get like legal penalties for this? You have to be an idiot and like send a text like, "Fuck that bitch. She's a female."
Your interpretation of this is so ignorant, it's laughable. No,
Okay,
it
got it,
wouldn't be okay for you to say, as long as we allow you to submit an application. I don't even know how you prevent someone from submitting an application. What's to prevent anyone from putting an
Give
application
them a
in the
question maybe
fucking
that
post
says,
office
"Are you
box?
black? And if so, you cannot apply." Maybe.
So that, yes, there are jobs that say this job's exclusively for men.
What? I'm sorry, but everyone can apply. Yeah. No, seriously, everyone can apply. You cannot
Okay,
literally
so just to
deny
be-
the other sex to apply.
Can you show me anywhere where someone says you're not allowed to apply? I've never heard of this in the current, last 40 years.
Again, it would be
Show me
discrimination
one
against
case, any,
a
where
protected
the
class.
job ever. So, for example,
You can ask
I might have.
for special needs,
So
like
just
you
to
said,
be
Rob.
clear,
You can
so
ask.
just to be clear, a company says this requires a doctorate degree, right? But I don't know that it says, so if you don't have a doctorate degree, you're not allowed to apply.
A doctorate degree is not a protected class. Okay.
It doesn't matter. It's
Yes,
the
it
same
does.
principle. No one is.
There's no
one through
title,
their-
Rob.
No one through their discrimination or their exclusionary hiring practices, no one that I'm aware of is saying you are not allowed to apply. No one. Show me an example.
I can
One
apply to be a
example.
doctor right now, Rob. They can discriminate
That's
against me
right.
on the basis I don't have a doctorate degree.
But it's not discrimination
But they can't
because you're allowed
say
to apply.
you have to input your doctorate's degree and you have to answer under oath. Do you have one? And I can't apply. You get
No
that?
one says that.
Oh
No
my-
one says it. Show me.
Can't
show
deny
me
it though.
one-
That's the whole point.
What are you talking about? This is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. No, the way that civil rights legislation would be, it doesn't say, oh, you didn't say you weren't allowed to apply. You just said whites only. But you didn't say, therefore, blacks can't apply. So therefore, that's cool.
You just can't put
No
a
one
question
says that. You're the only person I've ever
because
heard
it's
say that.
illegal, Rob.
What?
I don't even know. What are we talking about, bro?
Your argument is it wouldn't be illegal unless you say you can't apply if you're not white.
Depending
you can
on the
say, we won't
circumstance.
hire you if you're not white, but you can't say you can't apply.
Remember, your example was special needs, right? The woman had like a sexual assault that happened, so she requires a woman so she can feel comfortable, safe. Special needs. That overcomes the discriminatory practice.
Your argument is this, that discrimination is always illegal. I gave examples where that
I
wasn't
never
the case.
said discrimination is always illegal.
Your response to that was, well, just for protected classes. I said, are women a protected class? You said yes. I said, okay, same circumstance. You could hire just men for certain jobs.
You have
and you're
to,
like,
you have
yes,
to specially
but as
request.
long as you don't say women can't apply, you can say we will only hire men, and that's fine. That's
you
not
cannot say
discrimination.
I only can hire women. No, you can request for women only. You cannot say we will only hire women.
That's not true.
Okay, whatever you want to say, man. We
This
can
job
move on,
is
though.
for women.
Move on.
I just want to be clear. You're saying that you cannot put a job application up for woman only.
You can request women only, but you cannot say
That's not
women
true.
only can
What's
apply.
the difference? So I can say we'll only hire women, but I can't say women only apply.
Yeah, you can request for women only due to
Show me
special
the
needs.
law on that.
Special
Show me
needs.
the law on that.
No, this is
Show me
so
the law.
fucking far off the debate topic
I
now.
want
It's
you to
just
show me the
ridiculous.
law.
You
This
don't
is
even
one of
know
the
what
most
the
absurd-
titles are, Rob. Why would I fucking
It
waste
has
my time?
nothing to do. It has nothing
Yes,
to
it
do. You're
does.
full of shit.
How are you going to
full of
argue
shit.
the Civil Rights Act if you don't even fucking know what each title is?
You are absolutely full of shit. Okay, tell me each title in each group of things.
No,
Go ahead.
that's not the debate prompt.
Go ahead. Tell me, because you don't know. You're desperately
I
looking
already
it up
told
right
you
now.
one of the most obscure ones. I'm not going to waste my time debating something that's not the debate prompt. Why don't you,
You
stay
don't
on
know.
topic?
You
Catch
don't
up.
know.
Let's go.
You-
Catch up.
You don't know? No. Like, what we're seeing here is your unseriousness and the fact that you just have talked out your ass this entire debate.
I guess.
There is no one serious. There is no one serious. I have never heard this argument in my life, that it is not discriminatory to say this job is for men only, but it is discriminatory to say men only apply. Can you explain to me what the difference is between those two?
Can we
Why
move to our
one's legal
closings?
and one's illegal? What's that?
Can we move to our closings?
Oh, hey, I get it too, man. If I got this shellacking on each of these points, I'd be desperate to move to closings too. So sure,
you gotta
I'll
at least
give you what you
know
want
what the
here.
titles are first, buddy. I'm sorry.
What does that have to do with shit? You're the one bringing up the point. Show me any case law, any law, any attorney, any legal scholar that ever has said what you're claiming right here. Any. And I'll be
I'm not
wrong.
going to. Let's move to closings.
That's right. You're not going to because you can't. That's fine. We can go
Because
to
the
closing.
prompt is we can argue this another day, and I can fucking kick your ass on that one too. But why don't we stick with the prompt?
You've done so poorly throughout the entirety of the debate, and you won't be able to kick my ass on that because it's laughable on its face. The reason we came to that, and we get to closings after this, the reason we came to that is the entire idea of what Christian nationalism is and whether or not it would be Christian nationalist to ban gay marriage, right? And you're like, no, it wouldn't be. It would just be discriminatory. One, it's just laughable on its face because there's not proof that it's absolutely discriminatory. In fact, a court may overturn Oberfell. Then it wouldn't be, I guess.
Is that your closing?
So I'm at closing. I'm asking a question before we get to closings.
I think we should get to closing.
Fine by me. Crying uncle, totally get it.
Yeah.
All right. So we'll move ourselves into closing statements here. So who did, since you went first, Circa, we'll let you go first again for the closing, and then that'll give
I'll
Rob
let
the last
him
word
go
there.
first this time. We can do it inverse, right?
Sure.
Okay.
I would want to go last too, so you can spread bullshit. You already cried uncle and tapped out, so you want to go last too. No problem. No problem at all. No problem. How long do we have for the closing?
I'll give 5 minutes. That should be good.
Yeah.
Yeah?
That's no problem.
Okay. I'll get the timer up there for you too, so that you guys know what you
Sorry,
got
guys. I'm getting
there.
exhausted.
No problem.
I just.
All right, and I'll start it up with your voice.
I don't really want to just waste time.
Yeah, so it's an interesting debate. Despite the contentious nature of it, I actually had fun. I enjoy these debates, so no hard feelings to Nick whatsoever. I'm glad you came to come do this. The prompt is laughable in its face value. One, he's already heard me define Christian nationalism, and my form of Christian nationalism is just saying that we should use, like every other moral faith or every other sort of moral framework, whether it be atheism, secularism, materialism, whatever you come to your moral philosophy for, that you should be allowed to intuitively use it in order to vote and to pass legislation. There's no reason that it should be different with Christianity. He knows that that's what my position was and chooses to define Christian nationalism saying that it would necessarily have to be some sort of state religion or something like that. Even when we get to the specifics of what it would mean, as you could hear in that last thing, sometimes he says, yes, it would be Christian nationalist to do this thing. Then he'll waffle like 2 minutes later and say, actually, no, I misspoke. It wouldn't be Christian nationalist. He has no idea. What this is the classic example of someone who is atheist wanting to tell Christians that they should withdraw from the public sphere and public policy. You can hear it when he says things like, oh, Jesus said, render unto Caesar. He wants Christians to come out of the public space. Now, the prompt specifically talks about whether or not it would be beneficial to Christianity, which is even more laughable. And you could hear him make some absurd statements in order to defending this. The most absurd of which was, if you had crucifixes up, it's more exclusionary to Christians who all celebrate the crucifix as a sign of Christ than a pride flag or something like that, because hypothetically in the future, they might want different crucifixes. This is the sort of nonsense that you're getting here, right? The truth is that Christians are excluded many times. I talked about how it plays out in a secular society, such as the cake, the Christian baker that was trying to be forced to bake the cake for the gay couple, etc., having to pay for abortions, other things of this nature. Christians are excluded all the time in this secular society. And his unique definition of secularism, where he says, oh, not only does it mean basically what the actual dictionary definition is, which is indifference to or rejection or exclusion of religion and religious considerations. He says, oh, and I add a part to that that says, but you have to allow the practice of all religions as well. Then he says, but not all religions, because if we think that your religious practice goes against secularism, then we're allowed to remove it or exclude it. And you can see quickly how this will snowball out of control. Now, when I talk about my form of Christian nationalism, wouldn't deny any sect of Christian practicing. In fact, it wouldn't force anyone to be Christian. And not only that, it wouldn't deny other religions from practicing. It would just say we're a majoritarily Christian nation. The principles and philosophies of Christianity and the objective truth of Christianity is something that we should use culturally, individually, and politically as a society, and would put us in a better space. That's something that we should prefer. He says, no, every other group that's non-religious should be allowed to use their moral framework, but not us, not Christians. We should not be allowed to do it. And he says, even if we accept my interpretation of what Christian nationalists, some other bad Christian nationalists could do bad things. Same could be true of any group. A bad secularist could come around and do bad things. In fact, we can see what happens when you have governments that say you're not allowed to have religions we consider ourselves secular, such as Stalin, the Soviet Union. We see what happened to so many Christians there. And there are other examples of this. He says, yes, but if you have a Christian nationalist group now, hypothetically it could change hands, etc., etc. He admits, though, in the here and now, Christians would overwhelmingly be in support of Christian governance, right now, especially in the form that it's not a state religion, as I'm suggesting. But maybe, hypothetically, in the future, they would be less happy because there would be bargaining and changing of power. But that's true in the status quo of secular governments as well. Even if they're happy now in a secular government, there could be a changing of hands of power. And another secularist will come along and say, you know what, actually, I think Christians do have to pay for more abortions. I think they do have to pay for Plan B and all of this other stuff. You can see over and over throughout this debate, he was forced to admit when we got to specific things, he'd be like, oh, wait, I changed my position on this. Even when we talked about where he gets his unique, again, I can't stress this enough. He has a definition of secularism, and this is his prompt. He's already heard how I define Christian nationalism. Yeah. He decides to come in and basically agree with me that, yeah, until he tries to push back, which just shows that it's not really a good thing. It's about subverting Christianity. But he's like, yeah, it's secular, but you're suggesting secularism, Rob. No, it's not. I'm suggesting that we use Christianity to inform our policies. And then when he picks the prompt, he has a definition of secularism that's totally unique to himself. When I ask him, well, how do you come about this? He immediately starts saying things that upon pushing, he has to backtrack. Oh, Article 7, really? Well, okay, never mind. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Well, the term first came up in these papers to Jefferson in 1805. Really? Because I'm reading the term first came across in 1851. Well, I don't know. Trust me, that was the roots of it. He doesn't have an argument here. He looked really bad the whole way through the debate. He can't name a prominent Christian nationalist that would ban other sects of Christianity. It's laughable. He asserts Pete Hegseth. That's a joke. Here's the truth. Classic example of an atheist that wants Christians to remove themselves from the public square. We should do the opposite. Christianity based, keep pushing for it, push for it culturally, push for it politically, and we should do more of it. That's the reason that the country's going in the
That's what I made.
less Christianity.
I just made it right now.
More.
All right, thank you for that closing statement, Rob. And Seeker, whenever you're ready, go ahead.
I just want to reiterate, I don't really think it's honest to try and say that I don't want what's best for Christianity. Again, I mentioned that my girlfriend is Christian. I feel like religion in particular is deeply valuable for humanity as a whole. I feel like it's part of the human experience. So I'm just going to dismiss that right away. Now, in closing, I want to say that, and maybe summarize what we've kind of learned a little bit. What have we learned tonight, okay? We learned that the core move of Christian nationalism in this case is to be categorically in error and undefined. It is lukewarm at best and plays every number between 0 and 100. It treats secular government like godless people, including myself, that we just heard him tirade about. But a secular state is a structure, not a soul. You can be devout and still want the government to stop playing favorites. I don't think that's a compromise. That's restraint. Restraint matters because Christians disagree, and none of us has perfect access to what God's moral code is as a legal blueprint. I don't think any Christian would be foolish enough to say they do. When the state says legislate Christian morality, it must pick an interpretation and enforce it. That is the state taking sides inside the church. And once the state becomes the guardian of true Christianity, the fight shifts. It's no longer Christians debating scripture in churches. It's Christians lobbying judges, agencies, and legislators to bless their faction. And in my opinion, the irony is simple. To defend the faith, you hand it over to politics, and then politics uses it. And to put it plainly, it's essentially, like I said in the beginning, you are giving Caesar the job of refereeing doctrine. Caesar will pick a team. Maybe it's your team today. Maybe it's not tomorrow. Either way, the church becomes a tool of state legitimacy, and dissent becomes suspicious. So a secular framework doesn't insult Christianity. It protects it. Caesar will pick a team. Protects it. It lets the church be the church, not a department of public policy. It lowers the stakes of sect differences, reduces social conflict, and keeps the gospel an invitation rather than a state brand. And in my opinion, strong faith doesn't need a strong state. It needs a free conscience to be saved. And that's my closing.
All right. Thank you for that closing statement. With that, that's going to wrap up the 1v1 here. Did you have to get out of here, Circa, or
I'm okay. I can stick around.
did you want to go through the super chats?
Sure. Let's do it.
Okay. Let's see what we got here. So if you guys want to get a question in, get it in now. All right. Let me move that there. And then first one we got says $20 from Wrath of Reason, says just cause use hate as fuel, not one step back. Thank you very much.
I want to be a positive platform, right? I don't know.
Then we got Vigilante TV for $2. Says, why does Rob sound like AI from AI's Toy Barn?
Al? I don't know what Al's Toy Barn is. I have an annoying
Oh, is
voice.
it Al? Oh, okay.
I definitely have an annoying voice. I usually hear Booger from Revenge of the Nerds, who's also Snot on American Dad. I hear that a lot, so I don't mind.
Okay.
I'm married. I'm not trying to impress any of the ladies, so I'm all right.
Sempiternal Chaos just sends in $2 just to show support. Thank you very much. We got JJ Beans the OG says W Rob for $5. Thank you very much. Mr. B member for 3 months. Thank you very much. Mr. B says W Speak W Rob. Thank you very much. Kyle ran a mile. Send easy your monies. Thank you very much, Kyle. Sempiternal Nothing just sends in 5 to show support. Thank you very much. And then Kyle sends another 2, says super chat. Thank you very much. A lot of these we don't have questions. Oh wait, we do have questions after this. Okay, $5 from Organized Chaos TV. Thank you very much. Says nothing, just showing support. Trench with the salute. Thank you very much, Trench Deacon. Salute to you as well. Lavin for $5 says ask Circa to define religion.
Probably there's different things here. I haven't really thought of that. Maybe belief in dogmatic belief in like an authority or power above. I guess it doesn't have to be an authority. I don't have a good definition for that.
Wait. How could you not have a definition if your definition for secular is ruling through non-religion and you don't even know what religion is?
He asked me for a strict definition of it. I think we colloquially know what religion is, man.
Sure we don't. I disagree. I think there are all sorts of left-wing beliefs that are religious in nature.
I don't think this is relevant.
I think it's absolutely relevant. This has to be a key term. If your entire thing is we need to govern through non-religious and you can't define religion.
If you want me to have a perfect definition for you right now, I'm not going to have one.
It's your prompt. If I
It's
was
not my
advocating for a
prompt.
secular society,
My prompt
I would
is a secular state is more beneficial to Christianity.
Yes, and
Then
so you
Christian nationalism.
You would think you would know the terms in your own prompt, correct?
I don't have a perfect definition for religion, Rob. I don't know what kind
I
of
mean,
subterfuge you're
so
doing
look-
right now, but it's not going to work, buddy.
I mean, you'd see the silliness of this.
It's not.
If
It's not
you're
that
using
silly.
the
man.
term secular, which the word religion is part and parcel to what secular means, and you don't know what religion is.
You asked me for my definition of it right now.
Yes, I would think
It's
that you
not
would be
relevant to the
prepared for that
prompt,
coming
Rob.
into this
And
debate.
whatever
I'm
you're
ashamed
trying to
I
do
didn't
right
ask
now
you.
is not really good.
I'll leave the audience judge for themselves whether they want to listen to someone who's advocating for secularism, which means governing without religion, who can't define what religion is.
All it
Now
is
you see
me.
the problem.
All it is, Rob, is me
allowing.
allowing myself to not have all the answers, unlike yourself. So just relax.
So I will say that the real reason this matters is you can quickly see how people with this mentality, right, will be able to just outright ban and disregard things that they disagree with. He even said it throughout the debate at some point. He said, well, I just disagree. I think that that's wrong. So you can see here, he doesn't even have his terms. He's advocating for an exclusion of religion in being involved in our politics, and he can't even define religion.
Rob, where
That
did
means
you
he'll be
where
okay.
did you introduce
Trust
this in
me,
the debate?
bro.
If it's so
Trust me,
integral,
bro.
if it's so integral to the debate, why didn't you bring it up, Rob?
It's a great point. I'm ashamed that I didn't ask you to define.
Exactly, because it's not. So we can move on.
Oh, it's definitely important, right? And like what you can see is all of a sudden things that many of us would, by some definitions, consider religious, and we're like, sure, let's get that out.
Yeah.
He'll be like, no, those are left-wing causes. I agree with.
Look, man,
So they can
I
stay.
get it. You need
They
to
can
find
stay.
something to
I don't
really
consider
try
them
and
religious.
bad faith argument on right now. It's just not good, dude. Just do something else.
It allows
It's
them
not good.
when he can't define this. When he can't define what it'll allow.
I mean,
him
I
to
can
do
attempt to. I
is
just didn't like what I was saying, Rob.
Anything that the rest of us might say, wait a minute, that's a left-wing religion. We want to get rid of that. He'll say, no, I don't believe that's religion.
Rob,
It's okay
Rob,
to
I just
govern
didn't
that way."
like my own definition as I was saying it. I can define religion, probably not to the degree of what I would like right now. That's what I'm trying to say. Is that okay with
Sorry,
you?
I assumed. Sorry,
Is that
I
okay
assumed
with
knew
you?
The terms. I'm
Is that-
so sorry. You're right. Excellent lesson.
If you assumed, you
define
would have
your
brought it up
terms.
in the debate, Rob, or else you're just saying a self-report of how stupid you are right now.
No, I should.
Aren't
I
you?
did bring it up in the form. No, I am.
You're
saying
not?
That I
If it
should have.
was so
done-
integral, Rob, you would have brought it up, I thought.
I am admitting that I should have brought it up. I did bring it up
Okay,
on sort of
thank
an outlier stance, not asking for a specific
I'm
definition.
pretty sure I said it's
When
like
I
a
talked about-
supernatural.
Listen,
supernatural
are you
belief in
gonna?
a supernatural,
You
right?
made a point. You made
Belief in a
point. Will you let me
supernatural
finish?
power. Is that not good enough, Rob? I don't think it's good
Oh.
enough.
Okay, you get it all out.
Engage.
Okay,
My
excellent.
definition, I did say
Okay.
it. A belief in a supernatural.
All right, let Rob answer.
Okay, all right, got it all out. So you can see when I was talking about things that were specifically,
Oh my
I
fucking
thought
god,
were
just
religious from
answer the
left.
fucking definition.
Did you get it all
Quit
out?
fucking
You did?
yapping and then answer the definition I gave. If my definition's not good enough,
Did you get it all out?
no, I just
Let
want you
Rob
to, I
get
want you
it
to
out.
engage with what's actually being said, Rob. You like fucking scurry away like a little rat, dude. Just, I told you a belief in the supernatural. So tell me exactly what's wrong with
Did you get
that.
it all out?
What is wrong
Let
with
me know
it?
when you got it all out.
I did. Now answer it.
All right. Okay, so when I brought up, for example, in the specific debate, when I said things that are left-wing that I thought was religious, and he goes, no, they're not, right? That was me sort of showing that, like, he's going to be subjective as his interpretation of what a religion is. Now, he's given one definition of religion, and as he did throughout the debate, he defines something or makes a claim for something, immediately gets pushback on it, and then changes. So here now, he's given a definition for religion, now he's changed it. So just to be clear, your current definition of religion is, quote, a belief in a supernatural power.
Yeah, right now, yeah. I didn't say it was good enough.
Right.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
So for example, if I believe ogres exist and they're magical, Oni exist, is that my religion?
It could be. It's probably not that
But
organized.
it's not necessarily.
No, it is to you. It's just not organized like
No, that's not
Christianity.
true. I could believe supernatural things exist and that's not religion. I
Sure.
can believe ghosts exist. That's supernatural. Doesn't mean that it's religion.
Sure.
There are plenty of people that call themselves atheists that believe ghosts exist.
Okay.
So your definition sucks again.
I guess. I mean, if we recall, Rob, where does trans people get included in this? Didn't the pride flag, wasn't that religious? So doesn't that also just mean that your definition sucks ass too? Where is the
No,
belief in supernatural for trans flags?
I didn't say my definition of religion. Wait. So just to be clear,
I thought you
Just-
said it's
just
a
so we can
religion, Rob. It's the belief in the
Get it all out.
supernatural fucking
get it
trans
all-
person.
Get it all, okay, get it all out and then I'll answer. Good. You good? You got it all out? Now what we're doing is he just gave a definition of religion, a belief in a supernatural power, which I completely shredded and how ridiculous it was.
I
He
also said
admitted
I
it,
didn't think it
and
was good
then
enough.
Did you get it all out?
I didn't
Did you
think
get
it
it
was
all
good enough. Remember, I did say that.
All right, let Rob answer.
I gotta. Where's the
Okay,
trans flag
and-
though? Where does that fit in, dude? Is it underneath?
He's gonna explain what's going on. Just let him answer.
Is it in the Synoptic Gospels or what, dude?
Did you get it all out? You
No,
ready?
it's too
All
funny,
right.
bro.
Did you get it all out?
No.
Okay, we good? So now because he had a bad definition that religion is a supernatural power, he's like, aha, but trans isn't a supernatural power. It's not my definition.
You said it was earlier.
Why would
you
I
said,
be behold-
You said
yes,
it's a
I agree.
religion. You said trans ideology is a religion. Trans flag is a religion.
I said that. Did I say that?
Do I need to clip it for
religion's-
you?
No, I agree. I said that. Did I say religion supernatural?
Oh, you made a mistake. Should I just sit here for 5 minutes hounding on that mistake, or should I just like not do that and actually act like a real person?
Are you this stupid?
Sorry.
Did I say that religion, my definition of religion is a belief in a supernatural power?
Sorry, the irony must have missed you. Let's move on.
Did I say that my definition of religion was belief in a supernatural power?
You said it was trans flags. That's the problem.
Did I say my definition of religion was belief in a supernatural power?
The belief in supernatural trans.
Did I say that my belief that a definition of religion was that trans is that religion is a supernatural power, belief in a supernatural
You
power?
did not. You said it was about trans flags. though.
Okay.
You said trans
Thank
flags
you.
are right.
So
Well, how does that get included?
you finished?
I mean,
Did you get it
I'm
out?
waiting.
Okay. So then his claim now is, aha. So if religion's not a supernatural power, and you said that the progressives are engaged in a religion with trans ideology, but it's not a supernatural power. Right. I didn't say that's what religion
You said it was a religion, though.
That's true. I didn't say it was a belief in a supernatural power.
What is it then? What is religion? What's the definition?
I think it's a dogmatic belief, or dogma's not even necessary. I think it is a belief based on faith of objective truths.
How is trans ideology religious?
Because they objectively accept it in this sort of dogmatic way that it's just true.
Dogmatic
The
requires an
trans-
authority, so I don't know how that's possible.
There is an authority. there
Who's
is
the
absolute
trans
authority of the
ideology
progressive-
authority?
How about the DS?
The metaphysical one, yeah.
DSM-5? Yeah, sure.
The DSM-5
all
is
the
a
progressive
transgender
The
authority.
academic, yes, the academic and sort of cultural movement to accept and validate trans people against all scientific evidence.
Man, you grasp really hard at this false dichotomy shit.
I don't
Why?
grasp.
Why?
I don't grasp.
Why
it.
do you need to
can
make something
disagree.
opposite of what you think it needs to be? There's no need to do this.
What are you talking about?
You don't need to
The
equivocate
dogmatic
trans
belief-
people with religion. I just don't understand.
That's not true. I'm not equivocating trans people with religion.
Why did you call it
I'm equivocating the
religious
progressive
then?
idea. I'm equivocating the belief and the celebration of trans.
You're
as a
equivocating it
dogmatic
in a
religious
false
belief.
dichotomy because it's not reality.
It's
dude.
not a false. It's not a false.
It's not reality. Just stop. It's
not.
weird. It's weird.
It is
It's fucking
it is
weird, dude.
true It is absolutely true. And furthermore, it's better than your bullshit definition of if you believe in ghosts, that's your religion. If you believe that there's supernatural stuff that we can't explain, that's your religion.
Rob, I'm perfectly
you can't even
fine
define
saying
religion.
my definition wasn't that good. I said that from the beginning.
Right. Well, your whole debate.
But I didn't call
that good,
trans
so at least
people
it's in
religious,
theme.
right?
I said I didn't say trans people are religious. Can trans people be religious?
Yeah, this not even.
Then why
relevant.
are you laughing? It's
Not
almost
even
like I never
relevant, Rob.
said trans people are religious.
Rob,
I said the ideology
That's
behind
not
pushing
relevant. Let's get the next super
celebration of this
going.
shit is a dogmatic religious.
Let's get the next super
thing.
going.
I know you want to. I get it. You're embarrassed again. Got it.
I'm not the one who
I do
called
like
trans
that.
ideology
You know,
religious,
hey,
dude.
a little meta thing. You notice how you constantly interrupt and giggle when you know you're getting embarrassed each time? You notice that? It's a little bit of a tell.
I mean, you must know what I think.
It's obvious to everyone watching. That's exactly what's happening.
I'm
Go ahead,
honestly,
everybody,
Rob,
go back and watch. Every time he gets embarrassed on something, he goes.
I'm
and just
embarrassed for
interrupts
you,
all the
man,
time.
because you
That's-
literally said trans ideology is religious. It's stupid as
I
fuck.
said that the advocates, yes, the left-wing progressive ideology is a dogmatic religious ideology that they're enacting.
Okay.
Why
All
is it?
right. We got Organized Chaos TV says for $5. That's like saying a septum ring would be offensive to a liberal. Ha.
That
I'm
the
not
cross
sure
would
what they
be-
were referring
What
to.
they're
there.
referring to that a crucifix would be offensive. to
Oh,
Christians.
yes.
I must have forgotten
Okay.
when a septum ring was ever some symbol that's important to a religious sect.
Pride flags, a symbol that's important to a
Dude, always
dogmatic
back
sect
to the
of
trans
Democrats.
people. What the
Right.
Trench
Pride's not just trans, dumbass.
Trench Deacon for $5 says, I would feel represented and we don't get hung up on it. We are not to make our fast piety a costume or display. So the generic cross is fine.
There's an Orthodox that disagrees with you.
And then following that was another Orthodox says, my family, my parents, and I are all Orthodox Christians. Of the 6 of us, 5 wear a generic cross. These crosses were all approved and blessed by our
Can I ask
priest."
this guy?
Can you?
And thank you
Can I-
both
can I
for
ask-
the super chat,
Can I
by
ask
the way.
Sweater, why did the Orthodox cross even come to fruition?
Maybe he'll
be a
answer. Can I
question
ask
for
you
him.
what the relevancy of that question is?
I mean, if the generic cross satisfies, then why did Orthodox Christians create a different cross?
Because it could satisfy in that it's a symbol, but there could be other symbols that
That's
represent.
not a good
them.
enough answer,
For
Robin.
ex-
I'm asking Sweater.
Of course it is.
It's
It's of course. Well, it's probably going to take Sweater time to talk, right? It would be the equivalent of this. Well, wait a minute, Rob, you're a Pittsburgh Steeler fan, right? Sure. And so the symbol of the Steelers represents you, yeah? Then why did they create alternate jerseys and symbols?
I'm sorry. Are the
Wouldn't
Steelers
that
a
mean that
religion?
you're offended? Wouldn't that mean that you're
Are the
offended by the
Steelers a
Steelers
religion,
logo?
Rob? How do you keep
It doesn't
equivocating
matter
things
if
that are
it's a-
not fucking
it
religious?
Does not, it does not matter. You keep just saying because it's religious, that's somehow
It
different.
does matter, Rob.
It's like this, right? If there's 4 symbols for a particular religion, and you're like, hey, we're going to celebrate one of those symbols, your argument is quite literally, but the fact that they have more symbols than just that one's means that those specific religious people will be offended that you're celebrating one of their symbols
Rob,
because you didn't celebrate the
what
other
do the
3.
bars-
That is the dumbest shit
What
I've
do
ever
the
heard.
bars in Orthodox Christian? What does the bars in the crucifix for the Orthodox Christians represent? What do they mean?
I don't know. I'm not an Orthodox.
Okay, so it does satisfy to wear a generic cross within the dominant Protestant America we live in right now. Is that going to? Can you say for sure, Rob? Use your logic here. I know you have some. That will stay the same forever.
Oh, here's your answer. Circa. The Orthodox cross is a more historic representation of what Christ was hung on. The top line represents the sign hung above Jesus, and the bottom slanted line represents the footrest.
Correct. And
Okay.
It's a more accurate depiction of what Jesus would have been hung on. is
so
And
the
yet
symbol
they
itself
still-
Sweater
is
is
something
bad.
that Orthodox Christians and I think the 16th century with Ivan the Terrible is the one who adopted it for the Russian Church. He felt it was more appropriate, or at least more symbolic, of Orthodox Christianity.
Cool. Do they still accept the generic crucifix?
I'm pretty sure Ivan the Terrible did not. He put only the Orthodox Christian cross or Orthodox Christian cross on top of his
let's
churches.
look that up. So then your argument would be,
Or else he would have
even if
put
that's
generic ones, Rob.
That's not true. That's
Okay.
not true. Saying if he didn't put generic, that proves he's offended by the generic cross is absurd. That's an absurd statement.
No, it's not, because he chose the Orthodox cross.
Okay, Okay, so just to be clear,
because it's a more
just
historic
to be
representation.
clear,
He feels like it's more appropriate.
So just to be clear, Sweater said there are 5 of the 6 people in his family, all Orthodox. 5 of them wear a generic crucifix, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
that means
said,
because those 5 wear the generic, they're offended by the Orthodox cross, correct?
No.
But wait, then why are they choosing to wear the generic?
Sweater, it seems like, knew what the Orthodox cross represented off the top of his head. It means it's more symbolically relevant to him.
And your argument
it's not
is
to
if
you,
you
apparently.
choose to display,
It's not to you, Rob. I wonder why.
Your argument is if you choose to display one cross, that proves you're offended by the others.
No, it doesn't. That's not what I said.
Okay, then explain to me why displaying the Orthodox cross proves that you would be offended.
It is
by
a
the
symbol
generic.
to other Orthodox Christians, is it not?
Yes.
And what is it symbolizing, Rob? What is it symbolizing?
Explain to me
Doesn't
how
it
that proves
demarcate someone from thinking that they're regular generic Christian or Protestant or an Orthodox Christian?
So just to be clear, Sweater's family
Answer the fucking question. Answer it. Does a generic cross
What's the question again?
Does a generic cross do the same thing to an Orthodox Christian as an Orthodox Christian seen an Orthodox cross?
No. There
you go. You answered the question, Rob. Good job.
Okay, so how does that prove that you would be offended by a generic crucifix?
I didn't say it automatically means they're offended. You're just assuming words again because you like to fucking make shit up. I don't know why. It's a you problem, not a me one again.
If you're not, okay, last question. If you're not saying that, why would they be offended to see a generic crucifix?
I didn't say they would be offended by it. I said in the public spaces, they would feel like they're not represented, as in they would be excluded.
Why would they feel that way if it's a
because it's not representative. They might feel like he said.
Yes, it is.
No, they might feel that the Orthodox cross is underrepresented in public spaces.
I legit. Just to be clear.
Oh my fucking.
Once more. I mean, it's one of these things. I guess we're just gonna have to move on after I say this because you can't.
Because you're not getting
a
it.
Mentally deficient person
You're
like
just
this.
not
It's
getting
one
it,
of the dumbest arguments. There are several crosses that the Orthodox accept. Displaying one of them will feel exclusionary to the very Orthodox that say that's one of our symbols because they have another symbol. That's
Why would they
also
even use the Orthodox cross then?
Because they have different crosses that represent different things.
And if it's underrepresented by the state, how would that make them feel?
It would make them feel better that one of their symbols is now represented by the state.
Bro, you were almost there.
All right. And I guess just to add in for anybody who might want to know too, the slanted bar also is raised toward the thief on the cross who went to paradise. Just for anyone out there that may.
By the way, why should we prefer you over actual Orthodox that are saying what
I
they
never
do?
said me, Rob. Where
So
the
your
fuck did you get that from? Where the fuck did I say represent me? I want me in the fucking classroom.
No.
Maybe you
Maybe
what
you
the fuck are you talking about? Quit fucking adding words in my mouth, bro. Be a fucking man. Have some fucking respect.
Why should we
stop doing that? It's
represent
fucking
your-
dishonest. It's disrespectful.
Why?
I don't get it, dude. I never fucking said that. I'm literally trying to help people understand why Christians should not exclude other Christians. Why the fuck do you just assume things I say that I don't fucking say?
Get it out. You ready? Okay. Why should we take your interpretation of what Orthodox would find offensive other than the Orthodox?
That's not what I said either, Rob.
Okay, so you're saying Orthodox would find this offensive, and then we have Orthodox people saying, no, we wouldn't.
You're automatically
like, yeah,
assuming that it's automatically offensive already. I never said that, Rob. Once again, I have to keep fucking reminding you to stop fucking putting words in my
Maybe
mouth.
I'll help build the bridge here. Are
Maybe
you
if you
saying
fucking listen
excluded
instead of
isn't
fucking
always
talk, you would
offensive,
actually hear people
Circa?
say
Sorry,
things.
Circa, I'm going to try and build the bridge here. Are you saying excluded isn't always offensive?
Yes.
Okay, let me rephrase then. Hey, Orthodox out there, can you type what the gentleman that just said there? Do you feel would you feel more excluded if schools put up the generic crucifix?
More than what?
Than if they don't? Like the status quo.
There's literally no way you can make that fucking argument, dude. If there's nothing there,
Why not?
how do you make a comparison?
Right now, they're
If there's
not
nothing
allowed
up
to
there,
have
Rob.
a
What are
cross
you comparing the exclusion to? The air?
Is crucifix allowed in public
is this,
schools
dude?
right now? Are crucifixes allowed in public schools right now?
No, not on behalf of the state.
Okay, so then what I'm comparing is the state saying you can't have a generic crucifix up versus a generic crucifix.
The state is saying you can't favor a certain crucifix.
That's what I'm comparing. So I'm asking an Orthodox, would you feel more excluded with the generic crucifix up than the status quo?
Which is nothing.
Simple.
How do you have
Right.
more exclusion from nothing, Rob?
Sweater says I would not feel excluded.
That's fine, but let's logically take this to its end, right? How would you feel more excluded from nothing, Rob?
Because you're not allowed to have your symbol up right now.
Oh, it doesn't favor a particular religion.
But you're not allowed to have your symbol.
You're allowed to wear one
have
on your
of
person, right? You're allowed to wear one on your person. You're able to tell other people that you are a Christian, right? As a
The
teacher.
status quo.
The government
status
just cannot spend money on a cross, Rob.
Again, let's say that you have 4 crucifixes that you're religious.
If there's an absence of it, how do you feel excluded from it? You idiot.
Because it's not there. You're not allowed to
It's
have
not
it.
mandating the absence, though. It's not mandating that you can't do it.
Exactly.
No, it's not mandating you can't do it, Rob. You idiot. You can't feel excluded from nothing.
It is mandating that you can't have crucifixes hanging up on the wall.
Paid for by government dollars.
Okay, now that mandate is lifted and a crucifix is allowed up there.
And now 90% of the classrooms have regular crucifixes. How is the Orthodox Christian who actually, knows what the Orthodox cross means, are they going to feel excluded?
No.
Are
That's
you sure?
what he just said.
He said
Yes,
right
that's
now,
what an
he's not
actual
understanding. I'm
Orthodox
sorry,
man-
this
an actual
chatter is not
Orthodox
understanding
man
the
just
future
said,
of what this might be.
Everyone in my chat is laughing. Many of them Orthodox.
I don't give a
like,
fuck,
of
Rob.
course
I
we
make
wouldn't
my
feel
opinions for
excluded.
myself. You should try it, you fucking loser.
Wait, so your opinions for yourself as a non-Christian?
Stop worrying about
So
what other
you
people
formulate your
do and
opinions of
say,
what
and start
Orthodox
making
would be.
opinions for yourself instead of being a weirdo, okay? And worrying about trans people and how it's
What
religious.
the fuck? What are you talking about?
I'm
If
telling
it's
you,
just
I
no-
want to protect people who are Orthodox Christian by not mandating that in time, 90% of classrooms will have a generic cross, and then over time, Orthodox Christians will wonder, how come our cross is never represented? Is that
Their
not
crosses
a
represent
reality?
One of them. One of them. is
Not the
represented.
Orthodox Christian cross, though, the one that
One
they
of them
care
is
for, the one that they
represented.
like, the
Again,
one that they think actually
why-
historically references Jesus' death.
You're saying, think for yourself. And that's what you're doing. So in other words,
Because
we
you just
shouldn't
appealed to your chat like some weird goblin. It's fucking
we're
weird.
appealing to Orthodox people.
Is
Neither
that-
of us are Orthodox. How could you talk about what would offend them?
I can. Because actually, wait, Rob, I never said that it would automatically mean they're offended. Remember, I'm talking about exclusion.
Okay, how could you say that?
So quit
How do
putting
you
words in
know?
my mouth again. I'm actually getting caught up in your stupidity because you keep fucking saying and repeating the same thing. But I never said they're automatically offended. Again, instead of
do you
talking,
think
listen. Listen to words, okay? I am acting on behalf of what I think would benefit an Orthodox Christian. I don't want them to feel underrepresented.
You have no evidence that they would feel excluded. by
History
having
says
their symbol
otherwise,
that's-
Rob. Maybe again, that's a you problem, not a me problem. You need to fucking read some
No,
history.
you
then.
have.
History
no
has shown
evidence that they,
the sects actually
have
are
no-
born out of
evidence-
Christians disagreeing and doing this very thing, dude.
you have
30-year
no
war.
evidence.
Ring a bell?
You have no evidence. You have no evidence whatsoever.
You can't just hand wave that away. Fucking again, it's a you problem, not a me problem, Rob. Sorry.
Hey, I'll let you get it all out. This is why we had the timer. Everyone could see. You could see the direction it went. Someone's spurging out because they're being made a fool of, and that's fine.
No,
so
it's
you
because
get
you
it
keep
all
putting
out of
words in
your
my
system
mouth,
and
Rob,
tell
because
me
you have
when
no
I
idea
can
how to
talk.
listen to people when they
Go ahead.
talk.
We'll give you the floor. Go ahead.
Okay, and it's because you have no idea how to listen to people when they talk. You would essentially like enter every conversation I've noticed, adding and injecting another word that I never said. Are you not aware of this? You rewatch your own videos? No? Yes?
You good?
I'm asking you a question.
Okay. I don't know when I could talk because you're just going to immediately
That's
interrupt.
bullshit. You've been doing the same thing.
You said both that people would find it offensive and
I
exclusive.
never said offensive. I said exclusionary. Again,
So if we go
I'm
back,
gonna
you
repeat
never
it
used the
again.
word offensive.
I never said automatically offensive, dude. I don't get it.
It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant to the point that I'm trying to make is you have no offense that the status quo.
Especially if you
that
make it
says
up.
that-
I'm sorry, dude. You're just full of shit sometimes. What are you doing?
All right. Let Rob answer, and then you answer whatever you think is wrong after.
You have no evidence that if we're comparing two things, the current secular government that says in a public school you are not allowed to have a crucifix on the wall versus a future that says, yes, you're allowed to have a generic crucifix on the wall, that Orthodox would feel more offended by the crucifix than not being allowed to have a generic crucifix. You have no evidence of that.
Rob,
We have, to the contrary, actual Orthodox people that are saying, no, I would not feel more excluded.
that's great, Rob. Now, history. What does history say for this? When you
I-
favor a
I-
religion, what are you doing, Rob? You are setting a permission structure to inevitably fall down an action of law on specific Christian moral code. Yes or no?
Show me it. No,
You don't think so?
no,
Really?
no.
Then you need to read some history, man. And again, that's
Show
a
me
you
in history-
problem, not a fucking me problem.
Show me.
dude.
Can you show me in history where we've
30
had a
year
symbol
war?
where it said you're not allowed to have Christian
I'm not going to be able to
symbols in
find a point in
public?
history where a classroom isn't hanging a
You're not.
fucking cross,
So you're
Rob. What the
using-
fuck are you asking
There
me?
you go. Right. So you're using a bullshit analogy.
No, I'm not. You're using a bullshit
Yes,
analogy.
yes.
You're
yes,
trying
you
to
are.
like tell me
History
when you
has
look in
not
history and
suggested what
find a
you're-
place where a cross in a classroom in the United States, I guess. How about the 30 Years War? How about French Wars of Religion and St. Bartholomew's Day Massacre, 1572? English Civil Wars. All of these were fought because of religious tensions around worship.
There's
You want me to
plenty
keep
of
going?
religions. There were plenty of secular governments where religions were harmed. And what's this have to do with the cross on the
What
wall?
does secularism
feeling more
advocate
excluded?
for, though?
The removal of religion from
No,
government.
it doesn't. It does not advocate. It does advocate for removal of religion from
No, it
government
doesn't.
policy.
Well, yes, it does.
From government policy making.
Okay.
That's
And?
different, Rob, than what you just said. So I don't know why you're
The
laughing.
removal of religion from government.
So what does that mean?
Yes or no? Does,
Does
it advocate for
secularism actually promote harming Christianity?
that? Why don't you answer my
No,
question?
does
Is that-
secularism
you
promote
laughed-
harming Christianity?
laughed
You just
when
told me
you said it.
secular societies have harmed Christianity. You fundamentally don't understand the fucking definition.
No.
then.
Yes or no? Does secularism?
I answered your
call for the
question,
removal-
Rob.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
You continue.
You just said plenty of secular
Hey,
societies.
speakeasy.
Stop
Don't say
fucking
another
talking.
word.
Stop
Don't
fucking
say another
talking.
word.
You just said plenty of
Don't say
secular
another word.
states.
Speakeasy.
Plenty
You
of secular
answer the
states
question,
have
so
harmed
speakeasy can
Christianity.
Tell us what your answer is.
Plenty of
right?
secular states have harmed
Speak-
Christianity. Is that not true, Rob?
Speakeasy.
Is
He
that
answered the
what
question.
secularism
did you hear his
advocates
answer,
for?
Speakeasy? Go ahead.
Answer the question.
Did you hear his answer, Speakeasy? I didn't hear it.
You fucking know
Not
the
the
answer.
exact answer to that
No,
question.
he didn't answer. I didn't hear it. So I'll ask
You asked me
again.
the question,
Yes.
and I
you
answered.
didn't answer.
Yes, I did.
No, you said yes. Well, now, and then you went in a big tangent.
Because you
I
didn't
don't know
finish your
what your
sentence, you
answer is.
idiot.
Is secularism
The definition
call
of
for the
secularism means that
removal
it's
of
not supposed to
religion
harm
from
Christianity.
government?
It's not supposed to harm Christianity.
Does secularism call for the removal of religion from government?
From government practice and entity lawmaking, yes. From enacting moral code.
Yes. Okie dokie. So then when you were like, oh, that's not what it says. That's exactly
How does that
what
harm
it says.
Christianity?
Because when you remove, there are governments that have removed religion from government.
That
and then
is
went
not
on to
secular,
attack-
you fucking moron. How many times do I have to
Show
say
me
this?
the definition. Show me the
If
definition.
you act on irreligious principle, you are then there not secular. The Soviet Union was not secular, you idiot. Just because you
Why
watched
not? What's
a
it- did it call
PragerU
for-
video, just because you watched the
It-
PragerU video and watched fucking Dennis Prager say the secular nation of Soviet Union doesn't mean you know what the fuck you're talking about.
Yes, it absolutely
does?
means it has nothing to do with me talking or reading Dennis Prager.
If
It has
you
everything to
banish
do. If the
by
definition,
prohibition a religion, it's not secular, Rob. I don't know how to say this to you any other way. You're just wrong. Do some research. It's a you problem, not a me problem. That's it.
All right,
Okay,
so let
in
'em-
government, it's in governments that have removed religion from government. Yes, many of those governments have went on to attack Christianity.
That's not
such as the
secular
Soviet
anymore.
Union. Define secularism.
It's not secular anymore. And again, you're just being in bad faith. You have no idea what you're talking about. Go read the definition. Come back.
Your definition is unique to yourself.
No, it's not.
Then show me another place that has.
I'm
that
sorry you
definition.
don't understand what using your own thoughts to form a definition of something is when you're using similar words that are used in other people's ideology and other people's
Then,
citations.
then
That's a you problem again. Maybe you should learn to think for yourself instead of
give
appealing to
me.
your
Then
stupid
give
fucking
me
chat.
the if it's not unique to you, and you just said, "Well, yes, it is. It's me using my own words." Then give me the definition.
You're
from
playing
a credible
semantic
source that
language.
is-
You know what the fuck I'm saying. I'm just saying
give
gave you a definition in my own words because I like to think about them, but it's informed by
Okay.
citation and academic literature. Are you
then
fucking thick?
I'll define Christian nationalism as a Christian government that never bans other forms of Christianity.
You're stupid. Your fucking definition in the beginning was like, I like it when people are informed of Christianity when they vote, and then all the way to, I think Christians should govern entity-wise. You realize that, right?
My argument was the same the whole way
I
through.
mean,
but
we could
now I've
just
changed
pull
my
up the transcript
definition.
and see if you want.
My definition is Christian nationalism is a Christian government that will never ban any other forms or practices of other
Except in your
denominations
initial
of Christianity.
definition, and we can probably have someone pull it up. You said, I believe that Christians should govern as an entity. I wrote it down. Maybe you can't remember the only things you say, but I do.
No, I know exactly what I said.
Apparently
right?
not,
But I
man.
said exactly. It doesn't matter what the old definition. But just to be clear, the original definition I had was that Christians should get their morality from Christianity, and then inform that in order to govern. They should do that when they're voting.
Enact
They should do
government
that when they're governing.
policy on behalf of it, right? Not enact them in the name of government policy, right?
I don't know that I said that specifically. What I
Oh
said
my
was that they
fucking
should
God.
use that to inform their morality, but I don't want a state religion.
Okay, so you're
Is what I
secular
said.
then. You are literally secular. It's crazy
I'm not,
that we
and
still
I'm
have this.
defining. Listen, I'm redefining, just like you've changed the definitions of things.
No, I
I'm
haven't.
redefining it too. Yes, you have.
No, I
Religion.
haven't.
Religion.
I have not changed the definition of secularism.
You literally have so far given two definitions.
If you don't
of
want
religion,
a
admitted
state
that both
religion,
suck.
Rob, what are you doing? You are removing a religion from the what? Say it with me now. We're all in Big Bird's paradise, Sesame Street hour, dude. If you want to remove religion from the state, Rob, not have a state religion, what are you doing?
I don't know what you're trying to say.
Oh, sorry, you're fucked.
If you want to remove,
I just want to
wait.
clear something up earlier from the debate because Rob had here. Let me just play this really quick.
Lord,
recognize this as a sign of Christ.
they might.
Okay, so
Some
then
of
why
them
would that be
probably
offensive
won't,
to
though.
them? Why would
Some
that
of
be
them
ex-
might want their version of the cross
Well, they
actually being
may,
favored by the
but then
government.
it's not exclusionary. Saying we got
So yeah, Rob had asked why would that be offensive, and
I
then
said it might. Is that automatically?
well, no, then you said why. He said why, and then you gave an answer of why. So like
Some
you
of
were
it is
talking
because the
about
government
offense
will
at first.
overwhelmingly
That it would be
want
exclusionary.
the normal cross.
okay.
the
But I
problem.
don't. The argument is this: right now, Orthodox Christians are told you are not allowed to have any cross in the classroom. And then the alternative is,
All
well,
religions
here's
are
a generic cross that represents all of Christianity. And Orthodox will say,
Mhm.
well, that's worse than no cross because we wanted our specific cross. That's your argument.
Except history, Rob, will tell you that that's not how it works.
That
So
Mhm.
it was about offense, right?
No,
that
about
part was.
exclusionary practices.
But you
How
were
could
answering
Christians
about
take offense
there.
to the cross in general, but they might feel excluded because they value the Orthodox cross?
So I'll just say this point.
They're
if I can get this
underrepresented,
out,
as in there's a
interrupted.
state
What he's
religion that
done
is
is-
favoring a portion of Christianity that is not theirs. Correct?
One of the problems with secularism, as it's defined, is when you say it'll be a government, or I'll use the exact definition I was using, indifference to or rejection or exclusion of religion and religious
Finish the definition.
considerations. Yes, I will
Finish
finish the
it.
definition.
Finish it.
Merriam-Webster, secularism.
That's not
noun.
a good definition, Rob.
Let me
Use it in a
indifference
sentence,
to-
Rob. What the fuck are we doing?
a sentence. The influential author derived secularism in the modern world. Robert F. Worth, The Atlantic, February 2026.
So it's excluding the religion from the state, right, Rob?
I read the entire
Which is rejecting the
definition.
religion on the state. It's not a state religion. You're rejecting the religion as a state religion.
You're so secularism.
Correct.
You're saying. Listen. I
Yes
think
or
that
no,
it doesn't
Rob? It's a yes or no.
No.
You are not
Answer is-
rejecting the religion being a state religion.
You could have, if you'd let me finish instead of being an
No,
asshole.
there's no need to finish. It's a yes or no. You're trapped.
No,
you
the
you realize
definition.
this, right?
No, and I'm not trapped.
Yes,
the
you
definition
are.
of secular.
You either want a state religion or you don't, bro. You either want a state religion or you don't.
Well, let him answer. Let him answer.
He's already answered. He's trapped.
That's not. I'm not trapped, and
Yes,
your
you
question's
fucking are,
irrelevant
dude. It's fucking
anyways.
hilarious.
And the reason you keep interrupting is because you know you're
No, because I
embarrassingly
don't want to
bad.
watch you wiggle away, dude. That's why.
It's not wiggling away, and
Yes,
the question you're
I don't
asking is
want
irrelevant.
you
to the
don't want
point
a
I'm
state
making
religion.
anyway.
You want to
I mean,
reject
my
that.
God, my gosh.
Here,
I don't know what to say.
Give a
because you have
a
nothing to say, you're
minute
trapped.
each for this last one. Give a last minute each for this, and then we'll go to the next super chat. So go ahead.
You want so? I don't want the minute clock. I want to explain this here.
Okay,
real quick.
go ahead. Go ahead. then.
doesn't-
Actually, I
the
want the minute clock because I'm done hearing this guy fucking whinge away and fucking scurry away. Like
Well,
that.
you guys gotta stop interrupting. Let him finish though.
He doesn't even know what I'm saying. And the point that he's making is irrelevant. No, the Merriam-Webster definition says indifference to or rejection or exclusion of religion and religious considerations. He's saying, that means only the state.
Yeah.
No, for example, you could have a corporate board that is secular. That's not the state, but it would still be secular. Agree
What
or
is it
disagree?
rejecting, Rob?
What-
It's me.
Not
It's
the state.
what it's doing is rejecting religion from being the corporate religion, right?
Okay. So
What do you mean?
no,
Okay, that's
doesn't that
literally the
mean
answer. You
state?
idiot.
Doesn't that mean
You've just
state?
fucked yourself
Doesn't that
again.
definition mean state?
Secular
What I was trying to
corporation now
say-
means we do
what
not
I was-
have a
what I was
mandated
trying-
state
what I'm
corporate, or sorry,
trying
a
to-
corporate religion.
What?
You literally have no
saying-
idea what you're talking about. You just fucked
What I'm
yourself
trying to-
again. You just fucked yourself.
I can't believe this.
Okay, just let him answer though.
I
Let him
can't
answer.
believe it. He won't let me. So the point is, his specific point that he's demanding I answer, which is completely a red herring and irrelevant to anything I'm saying. Quite literally, the Merriam-Webster
it's not.
definition does. Speakeasy. I
Circa,
don't know,
let
man.
him
I'm gonna have to go if you
finish,
can't
man,
mute
or
him.
I gotta
I
mute
hate
you,
to- I hate
right?
to appeal
Just
to
stop.
this,
Just stop
but-
doing that, or I gotta mute you. Just let him finish.
So it's irrelevant. The point I was trying to say is he kept interrupting. No, I don't know why you're saying, does this say state? But your prompt says secular state. So clearly we're talking about state. That's literally what I was trying to say. But if you're going to be an asshole and say, that specific definition, does it specifically say state? Well, no, it doesn't. And that's irrelevant anyways. The point that I'm trying to make here is this is what you've done. You take the definition of secularism.
Rob, what does this definition
Rejection
say?
of, you take the definition of secularism.
What does
It
that
says
say?
rejection of.
Hold up. Let Rob finish.
How long do I have to let him go on?
And then you can get off your whatever you want to say after.
What does
You
that say?
take the definition.
All right, go ahead. I got
You-
I got a dispute for now.
You take the definition of secularism, which says again the indifference to or rejection or exclusion of religion and religious considerations. And I'm like, well, here's the problem. If you have a government that does that rejects or excludes religion or religious considerations, eventually that could lead to being hostile to those religions. He says no, because my unique definition of secularism says that we can't do that. And I'm like, well, where's that definition at? Trust me, bro, that's the real definition. So what he does is he takes the harm to Christians that could come from a secular society and redefines the term secular to be, but we're not allowed to harm Christians. Then simultaneously he says, well, if Christians ran things, hypothetically bad Christians in the future could harm other Christians. And I have to be held to that standard. But he doesn't have to be held to a standard that secularists could harm Christians because he has a unique definition that he can't point to anywhere else. So it'd be no different than if I said, well, my definition of Christian nationalist is they're never allowed to harm other Christians. You see
Sorry.
how stupid that is?
This is Merriam-Webster.
That's the point.
Is this Merriam-Webster definition wrong? I thought we were talking about secular states, right? It's in the prompt, secularism in general. Are you being stupid on purpose, or
I read to you word for word the definition from
did I
Merriam-Webster.
use somewhere else? I thought Merriam-Webster was good, Rob.
I'm using Merriam-Webster. What is that you're using right there?
Merriam-Webster.
Scroll
What
up,
a
let's
shock,
see.
dude. What a shock, dude.
Scroll up, let's see.
I don't
That doesn't look like Merriam-Webster.
Oh, fuck. Yes, it is. It's being,
Where?
it's being covered by the versus sign, bro. Look, it says it right
Okay.
here. What does that say? Merriam-Webster, I think?
Secularism, noun, indifference to
Of or
rejection
relating
of
to the government rather than the church. Wow. Now let's go to
is that
secularism.
what's the,
What does
No,
this
wait,
say,
wait.
Rob? Definitions are
that's
hard.
not Merriam-Webster. That says Oxford.
Definitions are hard, bro.
What the fuck are, okay, I can share my screen as well, I guess, if that's what we're gonna do.
I mean, are you going to show Merriam-Webster?
Yes.
Holy fuck. In the context of this debate, Rob, arguing definitions
pull
and
that up,
dancing
Steve?
around them
I
is
think
kind of
that shit.
funny when you know what we are talking about.
Merriam-Webster dictionary, secularism, indifference to or rejection or
Mm-hmm.
exclusion of religious or religious considerations.
Sure. Now apply it to the prompt.
No, wait, I thought you said that's not
Apply
what
it to the
Merriam-Webster
prompt,
said.
Rob.
Okay, so secularism with the state.
There you go.
Okay.
So
the-
you understand what it
who-
means now. It doesn't mean rejection of Christianity as a whole. It means just rejecting Christianity as a state religion.
indifference to, or
Oh, this
rejection.
is not hard,
or
bro. You literally just said it. This is not hard.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, and
Do
you just made it about the prompt.
I'm gonna try one more
Dude,
time.
you gotta stop trying to fight
I'm gonna
this and
try-
just accept the
I'm
fact that
gonna
you're
try-
wrong, dude. It's not that
I'm
hard.
gonna try one more time. Could a person, if we accept this definition, a person that's running a government that has, quote, indifference to or rejection or exclusion of religious and religious consideration, that would be secularism, correct?
Sure.
Could that government then be openly hostile
No,
to religion?
that would be antithetical to religious, or because it's
It is the
anti-secular.
rejection. Would that
Irreligious,
not?
irreligious, or irreligiosity is actually anti-secular. You have to
Would that
think of,
be-
bro, go further than just looking at the definition on Merriam and apply it to the prompt. Look
Would
what
that be
secular
a- would
state
that be
means.
Would that be a, quote, rejection
No,
of religion?
you just got to be smarter than this, Rob. Go look up
Why
secular
would that
state.
not be a
Go look up
so banning
secular
religion, just
state.
to be clear, banning religion would not be a rejection of religion.
Banning
That's your
religion
argument?
would be not secular. It needs
Would
to be
banning
neutral.
religion-
It needs to be neutral.
Would banning religion be a rejection of religion?
Banning religion would be a rejection of secularism, which is what I'm advocating for.
Would
I don't really
banning-
care what
would
the fuck
banning-
you're trying to say, Rob, but a
would
secular
banning-
state
would-
needs to remain neutral. If you refuse,
Would
again,
banning-
you know this.
would
That's a you
banning-
problem.
Would banning religion be a rejection of religion?
I guess of that religion, yeah.
Okay, so therefore, if the definition of secularism is indifference to or rejection or exclusion of religion, then rejection of religion would fall within the definition of secularism.
Apply it to the state.
Okay, so a secular state that rejects religion by banning it would be secular.
Nope, that's not true. It needs to
Yep,
be neutral.
yep.
You literally are just refusing to go
Yep.
further than the Merriam-Webster definition because you're stupid, or you really don't want to be wrong. One or the other.
So your argument is
Look
that
up
we shouldn't accept
secular state, Rob. Look up what a secular state is.
Merriam-Webster's wrong.
You're using the most fundamental basic definition, and it actually changes when it goes
Yes.
to the state, dude.
No.
Yes, it
you just
does.
said
Look up
secular-
secular state, you idiot. You can't
Your
just sit here and act like you can
your
hand wave this
entire-
away.
Your entire argument was
Bro,
clearly
I'm sorry.
this
No more of this
Merriam-Webster-
fucking gish gallop bullshit. Look up secular
Clearly-
state. Look up secular
Clearly,
state.
you
Look it
said.
up.
Clearly, you
Do
said.
me a
you
favor
said
and just
clearly-
do it right now. I'm sorry. I'm not going to listen to this
said
garbage anymore.
clearly-
It's a
you
Chrome
said
tab away,
clearly-
dude. It's a Chrome tab away.
You said clearly.
It's
when
a
they're
Chrome
talking
tab
about-
away. Look it up. I'm tired of this bullshit.
You said clearly when they're talking about secularism and Merriam-Webster, they're
Secularism
talking
in
about
my
state.
prompt means secular state, Rob. Look it up right
Yes, and you said, of course, you went to great pains to say your definition, Merriam-Webster. Clearly, they're talking about secular state. To be secular,
now.
you
Bro,
have to be.
you're like a
secular
child who
from
just
something,
refuses to
from
fucking
governor.
accept something, okay?
That's your
No,
argument.
you're just
That's your
refusing to
argument.
accept the definition because you're a child. This is weird.
I don't know what to say.
It's a Chrome tab away. Look it up.
On Merriam-Webster.
Secular state. Write that in.
On Merriam-Webster.
Because the prompt is about a secular state, right, Rob?
I don't. You're. Where is your definition from secular state coming from?
Again, I already told you it's informed by academic literature. A governing
So you don't
principle
have. So you're telling me.
that doesn't favor a religious institution or religion in general or sex and promotes the
So
freedom
I'm a
of exercise clause.
So I'm a Chrome tab away from getting your unique definition.
No, you're a Chrome tab away from understanding what a secular state is, I think.
But you just said your definition that you're accepting is unique to you.
It's going to be similar.
I looked up secularism, which
No, you
said
didn't look up
clearly that
secular
means
state,
of
Rob. Don't
state.
fucking lie to me and yourself in the same sentence. Let's go.
What are you looking
it up.
at? Where is the definition of secular state that you're telling me to look at?
Look it up. Google it. Not that hard.
Where? What site do you want me to look? You want me
I
just to
want you
scour the
to
internet?
find
How many
any site.
definitions do you want me to find before I find
Bro,
one that you're like,
this
that's
is
close
not
enough to
funny,
what I'm
dude. I
saying?
don't get it. Like, what are you doing? Just look it up.
Okay, secularism.
If you wanted to
Indifference
understand
or
corporate
rejection or
fascism, if you
exclusion
wanted to
of
understand
religion or
fascist
religious
corporatism, right?
considerations.
Fascist corporatism. Would you just look up corporatism, you idiot?
No, I'd look up fascism.
There you go. Now look up secular state. Wow, this is hard. We're almost there. Again, Big Bird
don't-
Sesame Street
why don't
hours
you look
on
it up?
call.
Why don't you look it up and show me?
Sure. I thought you could handle it. It's a fucking Google search. It seems like you've been
So
good
you're
at
gonna
doing
bring
that
up a
already, right?
dictionary. You're going to bring up a dictionary definition.
Yeah. There you go.
Okay. Okay.
Secular state. Look, Rob. This is crazy. Neutral.
Wikipedia.
Neutral.
Wikipedia.
Oh my fucking god.
Wikipedia.
Okay, yeah, we're gonna contest that. Got it. Why don't we just go to Merriam then? If you're gonna contest every definition here, okay, it's gonna be a bad time, Rob, because it defines a secular state as government not under religious control, often characterized by separation of church and state.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, so if I, under that definition, go
Mhm.
up there. Wait. Go up. Go back up. Why run from that? Okay.
I'm not
Well,
running
you're
from
very
anything, you
flexible.
freaking idiot.
Hey, now listen.
It's
So a
neutral.
government. All right. Listen. A government not under religious control, often characterized by separation of church and state. That's the definition. No. Why are you leaving?
Oh, you don't like when people put the word scholar in, do you? You don't like when people put the word scholar in, right, Rob? Is that accurate?
You bitch. Oh, the first definition didn't agree with me. Time to move on.
You don't like the word scholar, I'm assuming, right?
Why don't you go back to that definition?
Rob, does
Go
this
back to it.
make you uncomfortable?
Go back to it. Go back to that definition.
You don't want like a more
Go back
thought
to
out
the definition.
definition of
Go
this, right?
back to the definition. Go back to the definition you were just at.
Dude, Rob, this is pathetic. I'm sorry.
Go back to the definition you were just at.
I'm gonna go back. This is pathetic, Rob. It's not a good look.
Yeah, why? You would like literally just pick anyone. Okay,
Yeah.
first one you brought up.
Not under religious control. Separation of church and state. That means
Okay.
mandating
so when
a
government-
state religion
when a
like
government-
you say atheism is not
bring
possible.
it back up. Bring it back up. Bring it back up. Break it big.
It is there.
Here we go. Now I need Speakeasy to make it big
Dude.
because it's under the graphic.
Okay, are we done actually? Because I feel like I'm wasting my
A
time.
government not under religious control, often characterized by separation of church and state.
So can you banish a
government
religion
that
in this?
Would a government that banned Christianity fall under that definition?
No,
Why not?
because there's a separation of church and state. That would be not
Oh,
separating
there
church and
was
state.
separation of church and state.
Banning a
doesn't mean
religion,
that you
Rob,
can't
is
ban-
not the separation of church and state.
It would.
Banning a
it's not the
religion
exact-
de facto means a fucking state is banning a religion. That is the definition of not separation of church
No,
and state.
separation of church and state means that the
Neutral.
state can't be controlled by religion.
It cannot banish a religion either. That is not separating church and state. That is actively
Okay,
prohibiting religion.
so
with
just
the
to be
state,
clear,
you
just to
idiot.
be clear. So if we banned Daesh, like ISIS
Dude,
religion.
no more fucking gish gallop. Are we close to being done?
Yeah.
You've
yeah,
been
that's what I
fucked so
thought.
many times.
That's what
There's
I
nothing
thought.
else I can do for you,
That's
man.
what I thought. That's what I thought.
All right, well, we'll move on to the next super chats here. We got Eli Nix for $10 said, Circa, your whole argument rests on there being more disagreements than agreements amongst American Christians in lawmaking and ethics, which you not only haven't proven, but it's just laughably false.
I would only ask this person to read some history. That's what I say.
All right.
Laugh at that, Rob.
member
I disagree
for
if you
Probably because you
read
haven't read
history.
history, dude. So you should probably do that too. But history says otherwise.
Member for 15 months, job hunting. Thank you very much. All companies have discrimination in hiring. It happens, and we just accepted it to a certain
It's called
percentage.
protected classes.
They hire like this on purpose in the name of diversity.
No. No way.
All
Protected
right.
classes. We accept certain levels of discrimination when it comes to whether you can perform the job, right? Like if you're a doctor, you need to have a doctorate in medicine, but we have protected classes under titles. So I'm not really sure what this commenter is trying to say. We have titles that say protected classes. So yeah, I guess we do allow some discrimination, but we do value certain types of it more than others. Wouldn't want a doctor with no degree.
Semper good debate, Speakeasy. Keep it up. Thank you very much for this. Appreciate that big time. Johnny Dollar for $2 says, support the channel. Keep up the good work. Thank you very much, Johnny Dollar. The Wrath of Reason. Why you no donate to Rob and Circa, you pork eater? He's referencing someone that said any donations I get, I should be giving out to the debaters. I don't know where you got
Okay, you
that
can keep
logic,
'em.
but anyways.
I don't want to take from you. I don't wanna take from you.
Wrath of Reason says not even $2. Thank you. And then also says, how dare you, oink. Thank you again. Thank you again. Organized Chaos TV for $5 says that Cope laugh is cringe, bro. Be better.
I'll work on it.
He'll
And just to
work
be
on it.
clear, I just want to be clear. Did the Soviet Union claim they were a secular state?
They did.
Interesting.
I'm sorry, just claiming you are something, mean you are something.
No, but what
Exactly.
we can see
We
is
can
they
move on
come-
now. Thank you, Rob. Thank you for your
so
contribution.
what we can see is
Thank
what
you,
we
Rob.
can see is
That was
they
worthless,
claimed,
and
we
it
could-
wasted a lot of time. Let's
what
get
we
on to the
can
next
see,
comment.
what we can
You've
see.
already answered the
right,
question,
I
Rob. There's
can
no reason to fucking
Let
dish
him-
out
let
on
him-
this dude.
okay, let
I'm
him
just not
answer.
interested in hearing you
Your
fucking yap,
insecurity,
bro.
your
Circa,
insecurities are
Circa.
He
amazing.
answered the
on.
question.
Your insecurities.
Yeah, but like
My
he
insecurities?
wants to say more, so like, come
Your
on.
No, he already answered
insecurities
the
are
question.
amazing.
I'm not interested in hearing him fucking
You're
yap
insecure.
for fucking
Then
hours
you
on
can
end.
go
But
get
everyone
take
else
a
in
piss.
the audience
Go
is,
take
so
a piss
just-
and do whatever the fuck you want. No one's interested in
You
hearing
answered the
your
question,
answers.
and it's not good. You know that. Sorry.
I didn't.
Yes, you
what
did.
Okay, let him answer.
Right. The point I'm
No,
trying
it's
to make is,
next comment. He's gonna fucking take
Circa.
10
fuck
years.
you. Fuck
Okay,
you.
I gotta
then
mute
leave.
you, bro. I
Fuck
gotta
you,
mute you,
bitch.
bro.
No one gives a
Go
fuck
ahead.
about you.
Go ahead.
I'm
I
gonna
gotta
make
mute
my
him.
point, and if you don't like it, go fuck yourself. You don't run the show.
You already
Fuck
made
off,
your
bitch.
point, man. You already made your point.
fucking pencil neck, fucking pussy son of a bitch.
You already made your point.
Want to sit there and act like a
by
tough guy?
agreeing-
You're such a fucking loser.
You already
that
made your
sits there
point,
and
dude.
needs to fucking jibe in and constantly interrupt because you have so little confidence in your argument. You stupid, goony fucking moron. Shut your fucking mouth and learn something.
I mean,
You fucking piece of shit.
I think
There.
you could have some
I
respect
feel
too,
great.
but
Now, the
I'm
point
not
I was trying to
gonna
make is they
do
officially
that.
started a project as a secular state. That's officially what they were. Went to the murder of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of Christians, including the Orthodox Christians. It started out secular. That's what they claim to be on paper. The
Did?
point is, when you have these secular governments,
Wait.
they too can advance to going further. So just saying because we call ourselves secular, that doesn't mean that we would ever damage Christians is bullshit. That
Well,
government
it's
that
not in line
promo-
with the definition,
prioritized
Rob, so
secularism
it doesn't really
and getting
matter.
the Orthodox Church out predictably led to ditches that were built as Orthodox Christian after Orthodox
Hey,
Christian was
Rob,
built.
if I said that
You just say,
Christianity,
well, in
if-
my
oh
interpretation,
my God, are you
that
fucking
went
done,
beyond
dude? You literally
secularism.
talk
Maybe,
for
but
hours, bro.
secularism led it there.
you have zero self-awareness. You have zero self-awareness, bro. You literally talk for fucking hours. What are you talking about? Now,
I think that was like 60 seconds.
yeah, it was very long.
Go ahead,
There's
Circa.
no way I'm going to get
can-
that much time. That's for sure. I mean, self-awareness is definitely.
Yeah,
lacking.
you can go ahead and respond. Go ahead.
Yeah, so just because they say they're secular doesn't mean they are. You already agreed to that. If I say I'm a Christian and then I say that Christianity is this, Rob, and I act as if this is what Christianity should be, and you say, well, no, Christianity doesn't actually believe that, can I just say, fuck you, it's Christianity? Yes or no?
That's your argument. That's your argument.
That's not my argument. That's fucking your argument. What are you doing?
No, that's not true at all.
The Soviet Union says they're secular. They don't practice secularism, but they say it. Does that mean we should
Two
just
things.
think it's secularism?
No.
There you
Two
go.
things. One.
Okay, we can move on
Two
now.
things. Right before I get ask the
Because
question
you
before
just
I answer.
agreed
Okay,
to
time
it,
to move
Rob.
on.
You can't just go
asked
back
him a
on this.
question.
You trapped
You just asked
yourself.
him a question. Let him answer.
Isn't that great?
I
asked
answered
the
his
Now we
question.
can move on.
This is what
Now
I'm
we can
talking
move on.
about.
Don't
What the
answer
fuck
it.
is the
Now we
point of
can
this?
move on. Now here we go. Here we go. Now we'll get the constant interruption. Ask the question. I'll answer. Two answers.
Do you think that self-identity representation means that that is true, or the definition of it? If I say
He
that I
already
am
answered
a
that. Let him
Muslim,
answer the question
I'm
you
a
just
Muslim.
asked. Let
If
him
I say
answer
I'm a
the
Muslim,
question
I
you
practice
just asked.
Muslim beliefs, Rob. Does that mean I could just
Circa.
make what Muslim is?
Let him answer the question you
You
just
can't
asked.
answer it.
All right. Two. How would you know? You won't give me an opportunity.
You
So
trapped
two answers. One, right? The first answer is they called themselves secular and acted secular,
No, they
and then
No, they didn't.
yes, they did.
You seriously don't understand history of Russian Revolution.
I mean, this is surreal. At what point did they cease to be secular?
were the cultural Bolsheviks, were they secular?
Yes.
They were.
Initially, they started off pushing for the removal of church and separation of church and state. Eventually, they became more openly hostile. I think that that's still secular. You disagree, but certainly they started off as secular.
So,
And
wait. Doesn't that mean that they became not secular? They had secular
beliefs.
beliefs.
Shut up.
Rob,
You
you said
asked-
they
Circa,
had secular.
Circa. He's gonna
No,
let you
I'm not gonna
answer.
let him
Just
go
you
on.
gotta
He
let
just
him
said
answer.
They had secular beliefs,
gotta
and
let
then
him
they
answer, dude.
abdicated them for non-secular beliefs.
Circa,
Did he
let him
not?
finish, and then you can point out what you think is wrong with his
He's
answer.
just gonna keep going though, bro. I'm sorry. I'm not really interested in letting
It's-
someone talk for 10 hours.
It's not 10 hours.
He
Though.
just
you know, Rob
literally
fits a
defeated
lot
his own
into a
argument.
minute. He can fit a lot into a minute. Just
He
let
straight
him
up
go.
said they were acting
Okay,
secular.
I don't want to do the meta, Circa. Come on. I'm known for not muting people, so please
Okay.
let me keep not muting you and let him answer.
Find this.
So
Whatever you
one,
want to
they no doubt, I believe they continue to be secular, but even under your definition, they certainly started off secular, which led to them killing Christians. You could say at some point they became non-secular, but the point is it led from secularism to killing Christians, which shows that even if you say, trust me, bro, secularism would never lead to that, you don't know where
Never
it would
said
lead.
that.
Secondly,
Never said
your
that.
argument of,
Once again, putting words
secondly,
in my
your
mouth.
argument of just because you self-identify, does that mean what it is? Well, Christians make the same argument to me and you say yes. So for example, if an Orthodox Christian says, I don't think the Mormons are Christian, I don't think this group's Christian, I don't think that group's Christian, you say, yes, they are. Yes, they are Christian. You say you don't get to, as an Orthodox, say the other sects aren't Christian because they identify as Christian and say they are, so therefore they are. So yes, according to your own explanation of Christianity, yes, if you call yourself something, then you are that.
No. We already went through this, Rob. And you keep muting me, but like you let him go on for a minute and a half, man. What's going on there?
Yeah, when you keep interrupting, I'm gonna mute. Yeah,
It's kind of hard
if
for
he
me
keeps
not to speak
interrupting
easily.
you on your answer, I'll do the
He
same.
does. I just don't let it get to me that much. If you noticed. Now, it seems to me that I never said one thing, that secularism means that you cannot be anti or non-secular in the future. That's definitely not something I said, right, Rob? I think it's more beneficial to Christianity and Christians. That doesn't mean that it can't not become non-secular, which I think would be non-beneficial to Christians. So what do you think I'm advocating for here?
You gonna let me answer? Your argument is, yes, in the here and now, Christian nationalism, as I'm saying, would be beneficial to most Christians. However, it could turn into something ugly in the future. I'm saying so could secularism.
Wouldn't be non-secular in the future then. It would be non-secular, Rob. I'm not advocating for that. Obviously.
Would you add, it doesn't matter if you advocate.
Yes, it does. It matters very much if I advocate for non-secular or secular. What the fuck are you talking about?
All right, I'm not advocating for banning Christian sex in the future of Christian nationalism.
But that's going to happen because you have to choose. You have to choose a state religion, Rob.
Right.
You can run from that
and
if you want, but actively picking a state religion means you will choose. That's a fact.
So when I point out a point in history where secularism predictably led to Christians being executed, you say, but I don't advocate for that. But then when I point my form of Christian nationalism, you say, but in the future that could lead to something bad. I say, I don't advocate for that. You say that doesn't matter. That's what history did.
He's going to keep going. Okay. Is your form of Christian nationalism, which again, your definition is lukewarm at best. Okay. I can point to you right now if you'd like. Type of Christian nationalism that I thought this debate was going to be about, which is the actual definition, is in like the White House Faith Council, Paul White, things that they want to introduce on the White House Faith Council. Probably don't know anything about
Give me
that.
an example.
But my point
Give me
is,
an example.
secularism advocates for more benefits to Christians than that, Rob. That is going to choose a state religion. You cannot deny that.
Give me an example of what Paul White says.
Paula White brandishes a certain type of prosperity gospel, right? She has already on records that she wants to promote certain types of moral code using the White House Faith Council.
Okay, like
I'm not going to run through the entire thing for you, Rob.
But you're like, well, this is what's bad. And I'm like, what's bad about it? And you're like, well, I'm not going to tell you.
Logically, they have to choose something. I'm not saying
what's bad about it.
It's bad because you don't all agree on it.
But again, I don't.
So how are you going to legislate it?
As a Christian.
How are you going to legislate it? You have to answer this question.
The majority of Christians, as the super chatter said, agree on like 90% of issues. If we had people that agreed on those issues and that was governing, then there won't be these big
That's just not true. I'm sorry. We'll move on to the next.
It is true.
I'm wasting my time.
You definitely are wasting your time.
I know.
But it's helping
you really just have like this fucking weird
the
rosy
audience
idea.
loves to see.
You have this weird rosy, like
this
rosy tinted fucking view of what Christianity has done in the past. Historically, it's not how it works. I want all of you to flourish. I seriously do. You keep thinking I don't want that.
I mean, you can say that. I don't believe you.
I thought you just said you should believe people when they say something. We did that for the Soviets, right?
What? Yeah. I didn't hear the part.
I know it doesn't.
Yeah.
All right. Member for 4 months, unapologetic preacher. Thank you very much. Says this is not a generic cross. It's a Latin cross used predominantly by the Western Church.
Fair enough.
All right. Thank you for that. Mr. B with a big 20 says, I've been Eastern Orthodox for years, visited Orthodox churches in Russia, Belarus, and Ukraine. You can buy regular cross necklace and prayer ropes there. Seeker is a lying POS. It doesn't offend us, nor do we feel excluded.
Okay. So in Russia, Eastern Orthodox is the dominant religion there, right? Or at least in your area. If I'm not mistaken. I'm assuming that's probably the case, right? Why would you feel as
Oh,
if
you
you're
mean
being
to
excluded
mislead.
if you're the dominant religion there? Or did you misunderstand this entire conversation, Mr. Boy?
No, that's no. What he's saying is, even in the region where it's dominant, they use
Exactly.
these
Why would they
crosses.
feel exclusive or like excluded? The person who's going to feel excluded in that area is going to be the person who actually doesn't represent Eastern Orthodox.
I mean, let me explain this to you. If they're dominant there and these symbols don't represent them, they would have no reason to put those symbols out. This shows that that symbol is not one that they feel excluded by.
By private
Would you
businesses?
not agree?
By
Would you not?
private businesses, or does the state mandate one of them? Does the state put them
doesn't
in
matter.
public spaces?
It would be like it would be irrelevant.
No one's
to
saying you
this.
can't sell a cross here, Rob.
No, what we're saying is
And just to add in, it's Mr. B as well. He sent it right after this. He said, our cross is just a historical cross designed to differentiate denominations. Google Orthodox cathedrals, and you'll see our churches using both crosses.
After a
The
certain
Seeker
time
guy
period.
is a perfect example
After a certain
of
time
the
period.
millennial woes tweet.
No, he just doesn't understand that some churches last a while, and then when Ivan the Terrible in the 16th century decided to make this the cross of the Orthodox Church, he mandated that one go up. I'm not actually trying to be, I guess the example of, what do you say, millennial what?
millennial woes tweet. So much
I
of
don't know what the fuck
arguing
that
with
means.
lefties
It's
is
just, why differentiate the
Like, I think it's
denominations anyway?
basically like,
If
do you
you'd
have
listen-
a woe for something you're
no.
not,
I
kind of
was
thing.
explaining exactly what it
Oh,
was, and
okay,
he
sorry.
interrupted. A millennial woes tweet that he's talking about is a tweet that's the name of the guy, and it says, so much of arguing with leftists is them pretending to not understand something, thus making discourse impossible.
Like the
And
history
that
of
is what's
Christianity,
going
I
on.
assume.
So what I would say is, if your argument is this is an area where Orthodox is dominant, and in that area there would be nothing preventing them from putting forth the crosses that felt that they represented them and didn't exclude them, and yet in those areas on official churches being given out and everything from the actual parishioners, they're still wearing those crosses. Why?
Except
There's no
during
pressure that they
Ivan-
wouldn't be
Are
able
you
to.
done? Except during Ivan the Terrible's, leadership, when he changed the cross, he essentially state mandated that one, right? So public
Did he
spaces.
prove it?
Yes, he's the one who fucking decided to use that cross. Ivan the Terrible. 16th
Just because he
century.
decided to use it doesn't mean he bans
He's
the other.
favoring a certain religion, though, Rob. That's the fucking can change over time.
That doesn't mean
Right now, it might be
What-
fine, Rob. Historically, this is how it works, though. You're setting a permission structure. Again, you don't want to understand this stuff. That's a you problem, not a me problem.
I don't think you I don't think you understand, right?
You can't
Ivan the
just
Terrible
say that
saying,
to
and
me after I
here-
say that to you.
And Ivan the Terrible saying, and here's another cross that we think represents us better, doesn't mean that he was like,
He's
and
favoring.
the other crucifix doesn't.
Trying to
He might
demarcate.
be favoring. He might be favoring the second particular crucifix. That does not mean that the other crucifix doesn't still particularly represent more than no crucifix.
No crucifix is not something that can be exclusive.
Sure, it can.
The prohibition of one, as in your person, is anti-secular and would be a problem. That would be exclusionary.
The prohibition
But the
prohibition of
state-
them in public.
The state
the-
simply not having any religious symbolism inside of it during public spaces, because all of our tax dollars go to fund them, Rob, is not exclusionary. You are making it
They
up.
disagree.
You are making that up
Christians-
because it's advantageous to your argument and it's not good.
What
Try again.
matters is if the people themselves feel excluded, correct?
No.
It doesn't. Okay, so just to be like, I don't know what to say to this. Like, I would feel more included if my options were state allows a crucifix up than state doesn't allow a crucifix up. That's pretty simple. I would feel more excluded by not being allowed to have the crucifix up than having the crucifix up.
Except it's publicly funded and you can have it in your
So?
home. There's no exclusion there.
Okay,
You can wear it
Okay,
on your
that's true.
person, Rob. There's just no money in the state that's funding the symbolism in public spaces. In the same way you wouldn't like Mary as a saint being put in the classroom with tax dollars.
No, I don't think that is a symbol that's universal of almost every
Oh my.
Christian, that Christians on general would feel more excluded for having that symbol on the walls.
Okay, you just avoided the question. Or the
I
statement.
didn't avoid
you
the
avoided
question.
the statement right there. I purposely
I
used something
didn't, but
relatable to you because you don't agree with that. I know you don't.
What your argument is here? It's like,
No,
let's say that there is a
stop
cross that
fucking
is. Let's.
Hand waving, gish galloping. Answer me.
I am
You're
answering.
not engaging.
Mary represents a symbol that is unique to one denomination.
And would you
or
be
one- or
okay
couple.
with tax dollars funding that in a public space?
I would be more okay with that than pride
I
flags. or
asked you
trans flags
specifically
being
in this
funded.
context. I don't want to hear about whether or not the
Yes,
absence of one.
Yes,
So
I would be okay with it.
that
yes.
you would.
Yes, it's better.
You
than
would
the
be
status
okay
quo.
with again
Yes.
sacrament being in the
Yes.
room, public funded, as in your tax dollars
Yes,
go
as
to
long
pay
as
for
you're
that.
not forcing. Yes, as long as you're not forcing. Yes,
It's
I would be okay
coercive,
with
though.
that. It's better. It's not coercive. Is the pride flag coercive?
Oh my God.
Why isn't it coercive?
Look how you fucking deflect immediately to something that's not religious
What?
again. Has nothing to do with secularism.
We're
This is
testing.
pathetic.
We're
It's pathetic,
testing.
bro. I'm
We're
I'm over
testing
it.
your claim. Is the
I'm over
pride
it.
flag
I'm over it.
coercive?
I'm over it.
Is
Literally
the pride flag? Why
no
can't you
reason
answer?
to engage in this fucking stupidity.
Why can't you answer? Why can't you answer?
Because it's not a religion, Rob.
What's it matter? We're not talking about whether or not it's religion. We're
Secularism
talking
is
whether-
about religion.
Okay, I'm not asking about religion right now. I'm asking if it's
It's
coercive.
a good thing my prompt is, Rob. Maybe you should catch up.
It doesn't matter. I'm asking if it's
It
coercive.
does
Why can't you
fucking
answer?
matter, bro.
Because it's coercive for something you agree with, so it's okay.
I don't agree with sacrament in the fucking classroom being paid for
Pride
by
flag.
tax
You agree with
dollars.
pride flag.
It's
You
not
agree for
religious.
pride flag.
Your fucking pathetic
You agree
attempt
with the
to
pri-
somehow
Is
equivocate
it
this again
coercive?
is stupid.
The question's not if it's religious. Is it coercive?
It's not coercive. Actually, wait.
So why isn't it?
Wait. I'm
Wait.
misspoke. I'm going to agree with you. I'm going to give a concession. It might be a little bit coercive for someone. If I'm going to give myself an internal critique right now with a religious person, it might feel coercive. They might
Fair
feel
enough.
because it's sin, it's
Thank you.
coercive. That is true.
Thank you for your honesty. Thank you for your honesty and being consistent. My argument would be that if that's the status quo secularism, most Christians would feel excluded by that because it's coercive, and so it would be less coercive to have something like a generic cross up there.
I disagree.
By far.
And the reason being, I disagree, Rob. Even though I'm going to make another concession that I feel like the coercive nature of the flag, as it pertains to someone who believes that it's a sin, if I'm going to make an internal critique right now, you have to think like, someone who thinks it really is a sin. I think it is coercive in a way. Now, does it have the same weight in a coercive way as a government entity policy? No, I don't think so, Rob. History has shown us that Christians fight over this. Okay, the Swedish Protestants fighting the Germanic, not Germanic, I'm fucking it up. The point is, a lot of history has shown that denominations will fight over their favored denominations. I want to avoid
Okay.
that.
It's not a matter. There's no guarantee.
That's what
that
Christian
it'll lead to
nationalism
fo-
represents, though.
No, it's not. That's what you think it'll lead to. That one denomination takes power. That's not what it necessarily has to be.
It
Right? And
means
the point that I'm
state
trying to make
against
when we look
secularism,
at- when
Rob,
we
the
look-
se- if we
when we
if we
look-
abandon secularism,
we-
that means the state is now a state religion. That is de
no,
facto
that is
going
not.
to have
Again,
to.
that is your. We've already proven through your own words that that's.
Then
not
you're
the case.
advocating on Christian
Because-
nationalism. That's secular.
Okay, so let's redo this again. If I'm a person that has the following two positions of my Christian nationalism, that believes you should ban gay marriage because it is a sin, and that believes that we should not have an official state religion, am I a Christian nationalist?
You're discriminating.
Am I a Christian nationalist?
No,
You said so far. You said no, then yes. Now you're saying no again.
no. Remember, we fixed it because I just misheard you that first time, right? And I said no, it doesn't. It makes you acting on discriminatory policy.
Okay, so to be
Doesn't make you a
clear, I
Christian
can
nationalist,
enact.
Rob. We already
So just to be
discussed this.
clear, is I could advocate for any policy that I want based on religion, as long as I don't advocate for a state religion.
It is. You're making the government enact a state policy. That is state religion, Rob.
No.
If you are when you vote, if you're informed when you vote on things, okay? As in, like, I think my Christian, like the Bible, okay? I think the Book of John informs the way I believe I should vote in a country. That is very different than I think we should legislate government entity on behalf of the Book of John. I think it says this. You have to choose something. Do you not?
If I say, listen, I don't think you understand. You've already said
Oh my
this wouldn't
God.
make me a
Answer
Christian
the
nationalist.
question.
I am answering the
No, you're
question
not.
the best I know how because the question is vague. I don't even know
It's
what the
not
question
vague.
is.
It is literally literal choosing. You have to choose what you are going to put into legislation. That is not vague.
Okay. I choose what I put in the legislation. What's the question?
And you think it's
What's the question? You're like, you have to
Are
choose
you all
what
gonna
to put in
agree?
legislation. What is the question?
if you want to legislate what you think the Book of John says, okay, just for example, into government policy, are you going to have all Christians agree with you?
No, probably not.
So we should not do that.
Okay, so then
So
I
that's
say
secular.
my reading. Okay, so I say my reading of the Book of John is homosexuality is a sin, therefore it should be illegal. Am I a Christian nationalist?
No, you're discriminating.
Great. Okay, so then the only thing that would make me a Christian nationalist is if I say there should be a state religion.
If you say that there should be a policy on behalf of my religious reasons that it is a sin, yes.
Okay, I think there should be a policy on behalf of my religious reasons that homosexuality should be illegal. Am I a Christian nationalist?
You're advocating for a specific section of Christianity that would be trying to enact policy. So yeah, because we already discussed, Rob. Certain Christians don't agree with you, though, right? Isn't that choosing some sect of Christianity?
This is so fun.
You won't answer
So
that.
you
I know.
literally in this
You won't answer
debate
that.
we've gone. Yes,
You literally
that's
already
Christian
agreed to this,
nationalism.
Rob. I don't even know
No,
why the
it's
fuck
not
you think you
Christian
can handle it that
nationalism.
way.
Yes, it's Christian nationalism. No, it's not Christian nationalism. And now we're back to yes, it is.
Because
Christian-
you add
have
words
no
every
clue.
time.
You have no clue.
You add words every time.
I was so clear.
No, you're
Every-
not.
To the
You
point where
literally
you're like,
inject new phrases into everything that you think I say. I had to literally stop the
Did
debate
I
to
say
tell you to
that-
fucking
did
be
I-
respectful and not put words in my
okay,
mouth.
fair enough. Then you tell
What do
me
you
what
mean
I
fair
said
enough?
before. We can decide this easy. Tell me what I said before when you said it wasn't Christian nationalism and what I changed it to that made it Christian nationalism. Go ahead.
That you're essentially enacting the policy in government. Your reason for it is because it is a religious reason. You're favoring what you think it is sin in Christianity, right? But you already agreed that many Christians don't think that it's a sin. So
Okay, that's been my position the whole time.
I know, but
so
you're
where did I change?
you're choosing now a type of Christianity that you want to enact, right? Are you not?
In all circumstances, when I say, listen to me. When I said, did I say this every time? I think homosexuality is a sin. Therefore, I want to make it illegal. That's what I've said the whole time, correct? Wouldn't that imply that I'm using my religion when I'm saying because it's a sin?
I'm not listening to it.
But I said that every time. I said, I think homosexuality is a sin, and therefore I want to make it illegal.
You said ban. It doesn't matter. But the first time you said ban homosexuals, not because of sin. The second time you injected sin. Third
No.
time I understood what you said because I misunderstood the second time. I don't think it's relevant, Rob.
Of course it's relevant. Every time I've said, if my reason for banning homosexuality is because I think it's a sin, does that make me a
The
Christian
only
nationalist?
relevant thing
And
here,
you said-
Rob, is that you've now chosen a specific sect of Christianity that believes this, even though all Christians don't. Have you not?
Okay, so then your answer should have
Then
been
you're
universally
legislating a certain type of Christianity.
every single time I asked that question, your answer should have been yes, that's
You
Christian
really just
nationalism.
won't engage with
Instead, you said yes, then no, then yes, then no, then yes.
Why don't you
You've
engage with
changed
that?
5 times.
Why don't you engage with that?
I am engaging with it.
If you
What I'm
if
engaging
you
with
say
is
you
this.
want to
I
ban
don't.
if you want to ban homosexuality because you think it's a sin, and we've already agreed, Rob, that some Christians don't think it's a sin, what are you doing? You are legislating a certain type of Christianity.
Okay, and seeing as how that was
What
the
do you mean,
point
okay?
initially,
That
and
is-
you said no, that's not Christian nationalism. What has changed?
I said it is.
Why
at
is
the
it all
very
of a
end.
sudden Christian
You're just
nationalism when it
trying
wasn't 5
to-
minutes
You're
ago?
just trying to revert back to a contextual misstep, and it's not going to work on me. Sorry.
It's so now anytime that
not
I
gonna work on
want
me, bro.
something done, so now anytime that I want something done
Maybe on
because it's
someone
informed through
who
my
isn't stupid. It's not going to work on me.
So now anytime so just to be clear, now let's go a step further. If all Christians believed it, right? Is
They
it
don't.
now Christian nationalism? But if they did, if it was an issue that all Christians believed,
It probably would.
would it still be Christian nationalism?
Yeah.
But then what's it matter if all Christians believe or not?
Well,
What's the point?
because
Why are
they
you
don't all
differentiating?
agree, Rob.
Okay, but you're saying that's irrelevant. It would be Christian nationalism even if they did all agree.
I want neither of those.
But why do you differentiate in this point? You see what I'm
Rob,
saying?
What? No, because I don't want either of those outcomes. I want the separation of church and state, right? I'm not asking for all of the agreement.
Here's what I would say.
You still have to worry about the other religions,
and-
Rob. I've been targeting only Christianity. But what you just said is dumb because you're still going to advance something against other religions.
I don't know what to say. Like,
You want me to open it up? We can have this a little bit larger.
What I'm saying is this: like,
Do you think
the way
that Christian nationalism will
the
not
way you're just making shit up as you go.
argue
You're
and
arguing.
use the state
You're
on behalf against
hyper-focusing on
Muslims
stuff.
or something?
I mean, I don't understand what you're even doing now. Here's what happened: you changed your answer. You've changed your answer 4 or 5 times, whether or not that
We're
policy
reverting
would
to
be
the
Christian
fucking
nationalism.
contextual informal
And then
shit, dude.
the
Keep
last
doing
time
that. It's
you
not gonna work on me.
changed it,
Not gonna work on me.
the last time you changed it,
Next,
the
not gonna
last
work.
time you
All right,
changed it,
stupid.
it's because you
Stupid.
did. If you want to leave, you can. I'm going to explain it. No one's
No, I
obligating you
just
to be here,
next.
but
Like,
I'll talk
you keep
unfettered.
reverting to the same
I give
thing.
you a chance to speak.
Right,
So,
like
so
contextual
the
missteps.
last time that you changed this was because you were like, well, here's the difference, because not all Christians believe it. And I'm like, but what if they did all believe it? You're like, yeah, it's still Christian.
And
So
they'll
why did
still
you spend
use
so
the
much
state to hurt non-Christians.
But
They
why
can go
even bring up
further.
why even bring up the differentiation of whether or not something's Christian
Because
nationalism based
reality
on
is
if all-
Christians will actually exclude each other. We don't live in this hypothetical that you just gave.
Okay, but either way, it's Christian nationalism. So when
And I
answering
want
that question,
neither of them, Rob. Neither of them are
but,
secular.
but if you want neither, why bring it up as a differentiation as to whether or not it's Christian nationalism?
You did.
You did.
You did.
So just to be clear, I'm the one that answered.
No,
Yes, it's
Rob,
Christian nationalism.
Christian nationalism
then I said
has
no,
to choose
and then
one.
I said yes
no,
because
Rob,
not
you're
all Christians believe.
completely
I'm the one who said
misunderstanding
that.
this. You're completely
I'm
misunderstanding
the one
this.
who said that.
I didn't say Christian nationalism means that you have to exclude other Christians. I said Christian nationalism means that you have to choose something. And because of that decision, you will have to exclude other Christians.
But
It's
wait,
not
no, you
dependent.
said-
It's just
you
the
said
outcome.
reason-
I'm talking about pragmatic
the reason that
outcome here.
what you started talking about
No,
when we
Rob,
were talking
stop
about
fucking.
whether or not.
Try and
No,
figure out what I just
I'm
said.
going to say my
Try and
point.
figure out what I just said. Slowly.
I'm gonna. I understand what you want to do is once more change your position as you've done.
No,
the whole
I'm
way through
not
this debate.
fucking acting good faith.
Here's what happened.
Engage with the
here's what happened.
definition.
I'll leave you. I'll
Engage.
leave you go, and then I'll say my piece.
I already
Go
said
ahead,
it,
say
and you just
everything
don't want to
need
hear it.
Yeah, say everything.
Christian nationalism doesn't depend on excluding Christians. It is the natural outcome of choosing and legislating some state religion. You have to choose something. If you think you can just fucking magically hand wave, oh, well, now we're going to fucking, legislate this way whenever we feel like it. What universe do you live in?
Now, what we saw was when you waffled like 3 or 4 times on whether or not banning homosexuality or making it
fuck,
illegal
bro, you
would
don't
be a
even
sin. You said that the reason you changed, you started to give this, you're like, well, because you would necessarily have to pick a denomination and not all Christians would agree.
You do.
But
Yes
now,
or no?
but
Yes or no? Rob, no, sorry. I'm not going to let you keep going. Yes or no? You have to choose one.
You got to let him finish. You say he's talking forever. That I just timed that. He was 12 seconds and you interrupted.
You
12
didn't even
seconds.
engage with what I said at all, though, Speakeasy. Not a single word was engaging with what I said. Correct?
Okay, now I'll finish. So the fact that you differentiated based on that seemed to imply that you were saying the reason you changed your answer was because some Christians would disagree and you had to pick a sect. But the question was the same the entire way. If I want it to be illegal because I think it's a sin, and you waffled over and over whether or not that would be Christian nationalism. Even here, the response you make here, where you're like, well, it would have to be like legislating morality. But we all do that. Like, for example, if my morality comes from religion, you agree with that, right? That my reality comes from my religion, right?
Answer, yeah.
How is it possible for me to separate that and what I want legislated?
Because you don't all agree on what it is.
But you just said that's irrelevant as to whether or not it's
It
Christian
is most
nationalism.
definitely not irrelevant to the outcome.
The outcome's one thing.
I just
but we're
told
talking
you,
about
Rob. I just told you. The definition of Christian nationalism is not tied to how many Christians it excludes. The fuck? Are you deaf?
Yes, so then Christian nationalism's inevitable.
No.
Yes.
No, because we shouldn't have
It
any entity of the state have a governing principle that favors a religion. With secularism, this doesn't happen.
Wait, what? But your argument is, if I want a law passed that's informed by my sense of morality and I'm Christian, such as if I want homosexuality made illegal because I think it's a sin, that's Christian nationalism.
No.
Yes! Yes! You've changed again! We're on time 7!
No, you keep changing the way in which you present it, and it's really annoying.
All right, let me make it as clear.
It's extremely annoying. I don't know why you keep doing this. If you think it's a rotunda of fun, it's not for me.
If I want homosexuality made illegal because I think it's a sin, that has been the exact same thing I've said.
You've now propelled it from informed voting only to I want government entity to favor this religious position. Rob, get it through your head.
I don't know what to say.
Voting with informed religious ideas is different than enacting religious principle in government. Get it through your head.
Every single person
Dude,
who
get it through your head, bro.
Every single person who votes has a sense of morality that's informing
And it informs
what
them,
policies they. Okay.
Yeah.
If Christians, if their truth comes from Christianity and religion, they're going to say, "I want things for X reasons," and most of it's going to come down to a question of morality, or at least a lot of
you
it.
can't all agree on what truth is in legislation.
That may be, but you're
What
saying
do you mean
that's
that may be?
irrelevant.
That's the whole point.
No, it's not the whole
Yes,
point.
it is.
Can something be
You
Christian
can use
nationalism?
religious ideas to inform your voting, Rob. I actually do that. In a way, you would agree to that.
Can something be Christian nationalism if all Christians agree with it?
Yeah, especially if it asks the state. Especially if it asks the state, Rob, to then use what it believes is the provision or favorable position that their religion wants. That would then be Christian nationalism.
So then again, you keep going back to, well, because different Christians would agree. That's irrelevant as to whether or not something is Christian nationalism.
No, it's not.
And what I'm telling you is, if it is Christian nationalism to say, I want homosexuality to be illegal because I feel it's a sin, then you're
enacting a religious position that is not held by all. Okay, you can't agree on this.
But that's irrelevant as to whether or not it's Christian nationalism.
No, it's not. The Christian nationalist part is asking the state to try and legislate it, dude.
Right. And even if all Christians believed,
that's
it would
the
still
outcome.
be Christian nationalism.
Sorry, no. Okay, so the exclusionary part that I'm talking about is the outcome, bro.
You gotta talk. I gotta take a piss.
Please do, because you're just nonsense. I don't get it. It shouldn't be that hard. Is there any other super comments? I mean, it's been a while now. Well, I'll take this time to say that it may sound like I'm anti-theist. I'm not. Be clear again. My intention here is to have all denominations of Christianity flourish. Truthfully, okay? And
I'm gonna try one more time to make this as clear as possible. I don't understand why you keep coming back. What you're saying is, let's see if I can steelman this. What you're saying is this. Well, the reason using Christian nationalism would be bad because not all Christians would agree.
No, you didn't steelman properly. Christian
Okay,
nationalism
can you explain that?
Rob, Christian nationalism is dependent on asking the state to try and state mandate policy through the religion. Different from informed voting of religious value. I don't know how else to say this to you.
Okay,
You're just
great.
obfuscating this on purpose or because of ignorance.
So just to be clear, it's irrelevant as to whether or not all Christians agree.
It is.
Christians, okay, so then we could dispense with it. So when I say the next thing, please don't say
secularism.
When I say the next part, please don't say, but not all Christians agree. That's irrelevant as to whether or not it's
prompt is what's more beneficial to Christians.
Okay, we'll get to that.
No, that's the whole point of the conversation, Rob.
My claim right now is based on how you've defined Christian nationalism, it's inevitable. It exists now. That's my claim. So we're not making an ought claim, we're making an is claim.
If we want secularism, it's not inevitable.
Whether or not the only thing that matters for this part of the conversation is right now it is irrelevant as to whether or not some Christians disagree. Right? So
no.
Do
There's
you
more to
think
that.
let's go through
you're asking me a question. There's more to that. Christians are what I've chosen to show as a relatable aspect of this, a crux, a fulcrum. But there's still the other religions, dude.
Okay, it's irrelevant to the point. Fair enough.
No,
Now,
because I
do
think,
you think
when I say Christianity needs to flourish, I think all religions should be able to flourish.
cool? Do you think theft should be illegal? But it has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
It does, because secularism allows for that. And my prompt is more
My claim
beneficial
is
to
you're so
Christianity, but
The claim we're making right now is I'm saying, I think based on what you've defined Christian nationalism is, it occurs right now and it's inevitable.
No, it's
and you're
not.
like, yeah, but I don't
Secularism
want
is
Jewish people
antithetical
to
to that.
vote religious. What does that have to do with
dude,
the statement we're on
secularism
right
does
now?
not advance Christian policy and legislation.
But
And
even in what you're calling a secular society, it's not true. It's actually a Christian nationalist society.
no,
Okay, let's go back.
It's a secular society.
If I want homosexuality banned because it's a sin, and 60% of this country agrees, and they vote for that, and homosexuality is
They
banned,
want the
is that
government
Christian?
to enact
Yes,
this policy.
to ban, yes, to make it
Using
illegal.
A religious.
My reasoning
We've
for
now
this is
abdicated
because
secularism.
Listen, okay, me and 60% of this country
Mhm.
all say because we think homosexuality is a sin, we want it made illegal.
Using religious reasons, right? So you want to have the state
Because it's a sin.
mandate a religious practice into its law.
Yes.
Hey, there you go. Not secular anymore. I think it's less beneficial to Christianity.
Okay.
What
Okay,
about the
but you
Christians
think
who are
that's-
gay?
Forget about if it's good or bad. You're
That's
saying
my
that would be
prompt,
Christian,
Rob.
but you're saying that would be Christian nationalism.
Yeah, because you're asking the state to now
Okay.
abdicate secularism on behalf of Christian nationalism, which is
I'm
legislating
asking
a
the
certain
state-
type of Christianity.
I'm asking the state based on my morality, which comes from Christianity, to make something illegal that I find immoral.
Is your morality Christian morality?
Yes.
No, it's not. I'm sorry. That's fucking
I-
ignorant. Arrogant as fuck.
What
arrogant-
does that have to
That's
do?
arrogant as fuck, and you know it.
My morality is informed.
I didn't
from
know you were the
Christianity.
arbiter of Christian fucking morality.
Again, it has no. But you just said if you call your. Wait. So where do you think my moral code comes from?
You wouldn't get it informed from Christianity.
Okay,
Yeah.
so if a bunch of people
Now,
get
what
a
you
moral
think
code that's in,
Is now Christian morality, though?
I think that it is what.
You can
I'm
say
not
for sure
saying that I'm
that
this-
your beliefs are Christian morality.
So just to be clear, anything that I advocate for making illegal because I say is a sin, you can't say is Christian nationalism because no individual Christian can claim what the morality is.
When you
So
start asking
therefore,
the state, Rob, that's the fulcrum you're not getting.
when
That's the
I
crux.
asked it, what you're saying is when I ask the state to make something illegal because I find it immoral based on my moral beliefs,
Mhm.
and those moral beliefs are informed by Christianity, that's Christian nationalism.
What you believe it to be in form of Christianity. I'm not going to invalidate
Correct.
what you believe, but Rob,
Correct.
is what you believe Christian morality? Yes or no?
I believe that we would call it in the
Yes or
context
no,
of
Rob?
what we're talking. Yes, in the
You
context
believe
of
Christian
this
morality is
conversation.
yours.
Oh my fucking
I know it's hard,
I do not believe I am the sole arbitrary of Christian morality.
and
I
we should
believe
not
in the
legislate on
context of
behalf
this-
of your feelings.
Please, let me be quiet. Be quiet. I do believe in the context of this conversation, you would say that would be considered Christian morality and whether or not we qualified as Christian nationalism. Otherwise, you would have to say nothing's Christian
No,
nationalism.
the moment you ask
because
the
no one
state-
has a claim on
the
what
moment you
Christian
ask the
morality
state
is.
to
Therefore, there is no
respectively
real
favor your
Christianity.
religion.
So there is no Christianity.
The moment you
My
ask the
argument-
state to abdicate its separation and choose your Christian morality that you think it is the moment it becomes Christian nationalism.
It doesn't matter.
Yes, it does.
Key
That is the
point is this.
fucking full point of this
No,
prompt.
let me. Okay,
Then
that's
you are
fine. Great.
getting rid of
what-
secularism.
Right. So the red herring of well,
There's
you
no
don't
red
have
herring
the
here.
true
Nice try.
Christianity is irrelevant.
There's no
The
red
point
herring.
I'm trying to make. The point that I'm trying to make is this: I, through what I think is immoral, want the government to make it illegal. The reason I think it's immoral is because of where I get my morality, which is religion.
And
Got it?
is what your morality that you want to dictate what Christian morality is, or do you seriously?
Why is that relevant as to whether or not it's Christian nationalism?
Because now you're the arbiter of Christian morality.
No.
Yes, you are. The state is now acting
Why?
on your arbitration.
Okay, I'm a Christian, and I think it would be immoral to punch someone in the face. Does that mean because I choose to believe that I'm the arbiter of Christian morality?
I'm sorry. Is that a religious policy?
I'm not talking about the government acting. I'm saying me
Is that
as
a
an individual-
religious doctrine that punching people in the
What
face
is
is
the-
in what? What parish are we talking about?
It's like
It's like
pulling
what,
teeth
dude?
with you. It's like pulling teeth with you.
It is because you're not making sense, Rob. Your analogy
No,
sucks.
I am absolutely making
No, you're
sense. So
not.
let me again. It's like again, so much of arguing with lefties
I didn't know
is them
punching people in the
pretending to not
face, Rob,
understand simple
was a
things to
Christian
make
thing.
discourse impossible.
I didn't know it was a
I'm
Christian
gonna have
thing.
to take some time. I'm gonna have to take some time to explain this.
I know you're gonna have
Here
to go through the parishes and the various.
Here we go.
Yeah, where does it
And the
actually
concept-
say that that's a Christian policy, Rob?
Okay, let him explain. Let him explain.
I would love to hear how he can explain that punching someone in the face is a Christian doctrine.
Okay, now what I'm saying is we all interpret Christianity. We think that it's an objective truth, but as humans, we do have a subjective tendency to not get things perfect. However, what I'm doing in my personal life is trying to live by a code of morality that I think is Christian. Now, we wouldn't say, ha ha, that means that you're claiming to be the sole arbiter of Christian morality. There is no difference why that
Oh,
would
you're
change
missing a
if
step.
I'm then.
Missing a
Please
step.
be quiet.
You're missing a step.
Please be quiet.
You just
Please.
added
Let-
words
let
to my
him
mouth.
finish.
No, I'm sorry. He just put words in my mouth again. He's missing a step. I'm not.
Okay,
I'm not.
but point it
against-
out.
Go ahead,
Point
go
it
ahead.
out after he's
Go ahead,
done.
leave him
Like,
say the step that I'm missing.
The
Go ahead.
state mandating. I'm not against you using your Christian morality to live your personal life, Rob. That is not something I'm against. When you ask the
No one's saying
state,
that.
that's when it
No
becomes a
one's
problem.
saying. No one's
Can-
saying
can-
that. I
let
was
fi-
literally,
let-
I was
let him
literally
finish.
getting to this point, and I was saying, so therefore, if I
Interesting
advocated for those
sequence.
policies to be at the state, so I was literally saying, therefore, if we advocated those policies to be done at the state level, that's not me saying I am the sole arbiter of Christian morality. I believe these things are sin and these things aren't. And I act like that in my personal life. That doesn't mean I'm the sole arbiter of Christianity. And if I want legislatively things to match up with that, that's not me saying I'm the sole arbiter of Christianity.
You do have to
Nor
choose
are these claims of the sole arbiter of Christianity relevant to the discussion in any
Yes, they
way
are. You have
as
to
to
choose
whether
one,
or
Rob.
not it is. Let me finish. As
I'm
to
sorry,
whether
you
or
have to
not
choose
it's
one.
Christian natural.
You have to choose
It's
one.
to whether or not.
You do. I'm sorry. You can't run away from it. You have to choose one. There's nothing I can really.
let
tell
him
you otherwise.
finish and then point it out. Though, why is that so hard?
He already finished. He repeated the same thing
No,
three
he
times.
didn't
Yes, he
finish.
did. He
was
said it's
clearly
irrelevant.
Still talking.
You have to choose them, man.
And that time it was 28 seconds. I have the timer up. I'm doing it each time now because like the last time you interrupted every 15 seconds, bro. Just let him talk.
I mean, his
and you're
interruptions-
saying
yeah.
he's doing it plenty. He hasn't done it. So I don't like you
Okay,
can
well,
play
I'm
this
just gonna
back,
take
bro.
your
I'm a
word that
fair
you're being very
moderator.
fair here. Okay,
It's
fine.
not like that.
I'm not
so
gonna-
just
I'm not
let
gonna
him
call you
talk,
out.
and then you can take as long as you need to answer.
No, I want to say, can we spend less time on this like contextual nonsense and then engage?
Yeah,
with what I'm
what
saying?
you're doing is, again, we got in a 20-minute tangent for nothing. Because if we take to the logical extension of what you're saying here is, oh, Rob, you're not the arbiter of Christianity, then I would say, fine. Then you can't say that me wanting these things are Christian nationalism because it's not real Christianity, according to you. I'm not the arbiter,
I
so
never
it's just
said that.
Rob's morality.
Dan, I never said
It's just
that.
It's Rob's morality, therefore it's not Christian
I
nationalism.
never
Each
said it's
Christian
not
will-
true Christianity.
Let me finish.
No,
let
you
me
putting
finish.
words in my mouth
Let me
again.
finish. Let me finish. I don't care if you
Why
said
is
it.
this
It's
so
the
hard,
logical,
man?
It's
Just
the
let him
logical
finish, and then
Because he's
extrapolation
being
of what I'm
dishonest,
saying.
Speakeasy. He's being
It's
dishonest.
no one.
But
Listen,
point it out after. That's fine. If you think he's being dishonest or whatever he's
Should I
wrong
set my
about,
fucking alarm clock for 3 a.m.?
yes, set it for 3 a.m. That sounds great. I'll get through it if you just let me.
I
If you
mean,
just let me, I'll get through
yeah,
it. It's
if you just
absurd.
let him get through it. Like Rob
Fine.
talks faster than anyone I know, dude. So I don't know what you
That means he
he's
should
not
be able to
taking
do it
long.
quick, though, right?
Yeah, so
I'm
just
trying,
let him.
and you keep
let
interrupting.
him. Like I'm telling you, this is craziness. Come on, let him talk, bro.
I'm
The point I'm trying to make is he's in a double bind here. And one, if he says, oh, well, only objective morality questions whether or not something would be Christian nationalism, then I could say, well, since no one has the objective morality, there is no such thing as Christian nationalism. Or counter, we could say if people are advocating for things that are informed by their morality that they get from their religion that's Christian, we would call that Christian nationalism. Fine. That's what I've been operating under. Him saying, but you're not the arbiter of what's real Christianity is irrelevant to the point that I'm trying to make, which is,
No, it's
if
not.
you're saying that people using what they get for their morality to inform the policies they want is a form of Christian nationalism, my argument is it's inevitable. That's what every Christian
Except
will
you've
always do
advocated for
because
a
they get
secular
their
state.
morality.
Dude, how long do I have to let him go on?
Morality.
How long?
Why can't you let me finish? It's the last sentence because
He's
they
literally
get their,
wrapping up. Just let him go.
because
Bro,
they get their
come on now.
morality
Come
through
on.
Christianity. It's
I'm
inevitable.
still going. Like, what? You advocated for secularism with Christian informing of voting. Good job.
Okay, then so then if I want homosexuality illegal because it's a sin, is that
That's
Christian
not what you
nationalism?
said, Rob. You said if
That is exactly
voting is
what I
informed
just
by
said.
your Christian principles, you never mentioned
Correct.
the state enacting a Christian governing principle.
I'm voting to make homosexuality illegal.
Now it is Christian nationalism because you're advocating or favoring a certain religion with the state. It's state religion. You have to choose
But
and legislate.
why is it advocating a certain religion? All of
What
my
do you
beliefs
mean?
come from. Let me finish. All of my beliefs come from my certain religion, correct?
Okay.
So if my belief is I think theft's a sin, therefore I want it to be illegal, is that me advocating for a certain religion?
It's the government now favoring it.
So then it's Christian nationalists for Christians to want theft to be illegal.
No, it's the government now favoring a Christian doctrine. It's theft. Okay, thou shalt not steal. Are you going to really say that that's a Christian just because it's in the Ten Commandments? It's older than Christianity, bro. It's Jewish, for one. It's in Hammurabi Code. If you're about to really
Can I
say
try to see
that this
something
is
here? I
something
just
that's a
wanna see
Christian
about-
doctrine, that's ridiculous, Rob.
I just want to ask you a question, Circa, based off what's going on here. If Rob was atheist and wanted to ban homosexuality just because he thought it was detrimental to society for
It's
some
not secular anymore. Yeah,
harm benefit,
not
it
secular.
wouldn't be Christian nationalism?
No, it would be some. I mean, I guess in Rob's view, it would be like atheist
No,
nationalism.
in yours. I'm asking
Or-
in yours. I'm asking in yours. In yours.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't be okay
like
with that.
if it
I
was,
wouldn't
like,
favor
say I was an
atheism
atheist
wanting-
and I'm like, I want to ban.
I answer your question. I would not be in favor of banning homosexuality because atheists think that it is religiously something that
Oh
is.
no, I wasn't asking if you were in favor. Sorry, I'm asking would that be Christian nationalism if an atheist wanted to ban homosexuality just because it's detrimental to society?
So the law, when you legislate it, right? This is important. They're going to cite what they believe is the reason for the law. If it's atheism, then that's the same thing as a Christian nationalist. It's just a different version. You can have Muslim or Islamic nationalism, right? Or a nationalist. What they do is they want theocratic, legislative state religions. So an atheist government, like the state mandated one in the Soviet Union, is not secular because it mandated and prohibited the free exercise of religion.
That's not the question. It's not religion. It's gay marriage or homosexuality.
Yeah, I'm asking if an
purpose of
atheist
the
wants
law,
to
though,
ban.
Is done through
homosexuality.
religious reasons, though, right?
Yeah, he just thinks it's
Atheists aren't
detrimental.
religious.
Yeah,
I don't think they are either. So this wouldn't be a secular question. This would just be a discriminatory question now.
Is it Christian nationalist?
No, it's
Yeah,
not
that's all I'm
Christian
asking.
nationalist because it's not informed by
Okay.
the Christian doctrine, or at least what you think it might
Okay.
be.
So this is the point I'm trying to make. Everyone, the atheist, like every single person, regardless of their religion or lack of religion, has a moral code. And that moral code informs what they want to be legal and illegal. Why should Christians not be allowed to use their moral code?
Because it's advancing a state religion.
It's not.
Moral realism is not tied to religion, Rob. Are you serious? You want
It
to go
is
over to
not.
philosophy
It is
right now?
not advancing. It is not
Do you
advancing
really
a state
think that
religion.
atheism is tied to, let's say, moral philosophy? As in, you can't come to these things relatively. Even I'm not. I don't even. You don't
No,
even know if I'm a
it's-
moral relativist or an anti-realist or moral realist. You think that
What does it?
these are religious
what does it-
ideas?
No. What I think is
So
that
secularism
we all
again
come
is
to-
about religion, Rob.
No, but that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is this: everyone has a code of morality. With Christians, they have what they say is an objective truth that is God,
That is
where
religious.
truth comes from, and that's okay. That's religious.
Mhm.
So that informs their morality.
Sure.
Atheists say no. So there's other ways that they get their reality.
None of those are
it's
religious.
okay for It's okay for the atheist to say, "Here's how I came to my morality, which informs what I want to be legal and illegal."
It's not
but it's not
religious.
okay for Christians to do that. Why
Religious.
is it that just religion's
'Cause
bad?
that's what It's
Why-
not that religion's bad, Rob. It's that the state needs to remain neutral on it.
But why is this only religion? Only one form of how we
Because
find
state
morality.
religions, like you've already agreed with, are not beneficial to Christians.
I'm not
even,
advocating.
or just
I'm
people
not
in general.
advocating. I'm not advocating for a state religion.
Holy fuck!
I'm saying.
And you
but
want
again,
secularism? Thank
well,
you again.
No, again, I was so clear on this.
No, you're
And,
not.
like,
You're not
I
clear.
don't know how
You
many-
don't understand the definition.
If I want homosexuality banned because as a Christian I think it's a sin, is that Christian nationalism?
You're
if we
advancing a
vote for
Christian
that and get it
practice, therefore it is not secular anymore.
Okay,
Now
because
it's
my morality,
state religion.
but it's Christian practice because that's what Christians think their morality is.
It's a state religion now. You're
It's
legislating.
not a state
you are
religion.
favoring a religious. You're making legislation in
Well,
favor of
why?
religion on behalf of the state. That is state religion
Why,
definitionally.
in this context, religion's just a moral framework. Why is it okay to say you can't favor a Christian religious moral framework if that's what the majority of the country is,
Because
but you can favor other moral
secularism is about
frameworks?
religion in general.
But why? What is unique about religion if it's just about a moral framework informing what we think ought to be allowed or
Because
not?
it's a word
Why
that
is it that only
describes
religion's not allowed
religiosity,
to-
dude. It's about religion, state religion and non-state religion.
Why? But what is it unique about
Are
that?
you
that
trying to
says that
argue
I
something
can't-
other than the prompt, Rob?
No, I'm specifically arguing the prompt. You're
Why are you
saying
arguing
that in
words that
Christian-
aren't being put in the prompt?
Because the prompt is what you're saying is you define Christian nationalism as a group of Christians coming
State
together
religion.
saying we think homosexuality is a sin, therefore it should be made illegal. You call that Christian
Using
nationalism.
religion to mandate a legislative process in
But
favor
all's
of the state.
religion is informing my morality. And all
That doesn't
of us,
mean you have
every
to go
person-
on and make a
let
state
me
religion,
finish,
Rob.
Let me finish. Every single person, when they're thinking about what policies they want the government to act, are using what they think is moral and good, correct? The
Sure.
atheist, the Christian, the Muslim, the Jew, correct?
Yeah, but here's the thing.
So if an
The
atheist
state
is allowed to say,
religion is
let's-
not something that all of you
let's
agree
say-
on, and it's not actually that clear.
So again, we get back to this. So let's say the atheist says, I'm a secular humanist. And here's
Not a
the
religion,
secular
Rob. There's
humanist.
no reason to keep fucking
Right?
dancing around
Let
this
me
definition.
finish. And so the secular humanist says, here's the secular humanist
You
manifesto.
want to argue a different definition,
Let
Rob?
me finish,
Fine. No,
please.
because this is
Let me
pointless.
Let me finish, please. And
Why
so
are
they
we
say,
arguing a word that's
I-
not in my prompt?
Because what I'm telling, like, this is so dumb.
It is because
It's
you're not
so
fucking
dumb.
understanding what the word means.
I do
No,
understand
you don't. You
fundamentally
keep
what's
bringing
going
up something that's not secular.
I'm talking. If you shut up and listen. So the secular humanist says, here's what the secular humanist manifesto is. That informs my morality, and because of that, I want this policy enacted. And if the Christian says, I'm a Christian, and here's Christianity, which is sort of my manifesto, the Bible, and here's where I get my morality, and therefore I want this policy enacted. Why is it okay for the secular humanist but not the Christian?
Secular humanist, I guess. I don't even know why you're conflating the two. I know this is like a phrase that people do take on, but it's not all secularists are secular humanists. Humanists, Rob. The
I didn't say
majority
that.
of secularists are Christian. Once more,
Irrelevant. I asked a
it's
question.
not
The
irrelevant
majority of
because you
secular
clearly just
humanists
don't
are not
understand
Christian.
the definition of secular. You keep trying to fucking funnel in some different
What's
word.
the definition of secular? What's the definition of secular
It's
humanist?
about religion. It is about no favoring of a religion on behalf of a governing
Is there
principle.
a secular humanist manifesto?
You've already said there is no atheism as a religion. So why is that
Is there a
relevant?
secular humanist manifesto?
Is it a religion?
It's irrelevant. I'm asking if it's a
No, it's not
manifesto.
to the word of secular.
Is there a secular humanist manifesto?
I don't know.
There is, and so that informs their morality. It's
Is it a
what people
religion?
Collectively, we'll say no. It's not a religion.
So it
And what's
doesn't
the
matter
point?
for this. We're talking about secular
So the
religious
question
favors.
I have is, what is it just magically about something being a religion that unique
Because
parallel
that's what the
situation?
word is
let me
describing,
finish.
dude.
Let me finish. So all secular humanists can come together, have an agreement on a book that informs their morality, and then use that morality to push for laws. Christians could all come together, have a book which informs their reality and push the morality and push for laws. The Christians aren't allowed to do it. The secular humanists are. Why?
Because one's a religion, and this word is about religion.
What uniquely about religion means that we shouldn't do that or
The
shouldn't
fact
allow
that the word describes non-favoring of a religion in government.
But wait, just the word. What?
You're just
there's no
trying
value
real.
to that.
You are staring at the ground right now and trying to find dirt. Stop.
No, you're
weird.
like, the reason is
It's
what you're
weird,
saying
dude.
is like, you're saying we ought to be secular.
Why don't you just
We ought to.
try and learn what the word means?
Yeah, I understand.
No, you don't.
We've gone secular. You want to go through it again?
It's
Secularism,
specific to
indifference
religion.
or rejection or exclusion of religion. Right. So
Religion.
you're saying this is
Religion.
Listen, yes, you're saying this is good, right? Yes,
On
secular
the state
good,
level.
right?
On the state level.
Yes, you're saying that's good, right?
Do not allow for a state religion. Yes.
You're saying that's good, right?
Yes.
Okay, I'm like, but wait a minute, why is it good? And you're like, well, because we don't want people using their religion. And I'm like, well, why? And
We
you
don't want
can't give an
state
answer.
religion.
You're just like, because the word secular
No,
says
we don't want
no to
state religion, Rob.
But you're not giving a reason why we should prefer that.
I'm not giving you a reason why state religion is bad.
What? No, not state religion, because
That's what I'm
you said
fucking
it's-
talking about, dude.
No, because
Secularism means no state religion.
No, is it a state religion for me to come together and say, for Christians to come together and say, we think homosexuality is a sin and therefore we want it to make illegal? Is that state religion?
That is now mandated in state religion. You want me to help you
Okay,
out? Hey,
so-
let me help you out, Rob. Let me help you out. Let me help you out. Let me help you out, okay? So the first half of what you said, we come together and we think homosexuality is a sin. That is something that is perfectly fine within a secular country. What is the wrong part is the second part, where you now want to enact a Christian doctrine through the state, de facto state religion. What the fuck are you misunderstanding?
No, I get that. Great. Now, let's go to the secular humanists. They don't say sin, they say immoral. They say the secular humanists, they too have a book.
Is it a
They too
religion?
collectively came together. Yes, they're a group, right? They have a book.
You said
They
it
have a
wasn't one
manifesto.
earlier.
Let me finish. They come together and they say, we think that homosexuality is immoral.
I do have
therefore,
to. I
we
do have
want
to
it
point out
illegal.
that the very definition of secular here is paradoxical to a religious secular humanism, because it's neutral on religion. Especially if we use your definition, Rob, where it's just a rejection of religion in general, like you seem to think it is. Then how the fuck is that possible to have a secular humanist religion? Or do you not understand how that's paradoxical?
I'm not saying it's religious. So we have this. Listen, Paul Kurtz founded the Council for Secular Humanism, the Secular Humanist Declaration, 1980. Humanist Manifesto 2 came out in 73. Humanist Manifesto 3 came out in 2003, published by the American Humanist Association. This version is the most concise and explicitly secular. It focuses on 6 primary themes: knowledge through science, human evolution, values derived from human experience, life's fulfillment through service, humane ideals, the social nature of human, the maximization of individual happiness through societal benefit. Okay, so the point I'm trying to make is they're trying to come, they're not religious. They don't believe in a creator, right? So they're like, how do we get morality? So they came together and they're like, here's what we're going to do. A bunch of smart people that aren't Christian came together and said, where do we get our morality from? And they created a book and they're like, here's how we determine what's moral and what's not. Here's how we determine truth claims. So they come together and they're like, okay, now we have a framework for morality. Christians have a framework for morality, and it's God. It comes from God. We have a different framework, and here's what we come to. And through that framework, we've decided homosexuality is immoral, and therefore we want it made illegal. Why is that allowed but not the Christians?
Well, for one, the word is specific to religion, Rob. I'm going to keep reminding you of that. Words do have meaning. Second, this history you just fabricated is weird. Most secularists have been Christian.
It's irrelevant to
How is
the
that
point
irrelevant?
I'm making. Because it doesn't matter.
The
I'm saying
majority
there
of
is
Christians
a group called,
are secular.
There is a group called secular humanists. They exist.
Okay.
It doesn't matter if
Is
most
it a religion?
secularists aren't secular
Is
humanists.
it a religion?
It doesn't matter.
Yes, it does. The word secular is about religion.
Why? But you're not giving
Use a
any
different word and a different
reasons
prompt then,
to
Rob. We
be
can have a different
secular.
argument.
Your only reason to be secular is you're like, because the word
Why am I
secular means
arguing
without
religion only right now? Because that's what the word means, Rob.
But
Congratulations.
you're advocating for secularism.
Yes.
I'm like, why? And the only thing you say is like, well, because it uses the word religion.
No, because neutral,
But why is
non-state
it religion
religion,
that's unique that we should
neutral,
avoid?
non-state religion is better and more beneficial to Christians and religions in general.
Why? But if we want secularism, which is non-state religion, which means we should
No, it
allow
is neutral.
Christians, which means we should not allow Christians to come together, say things are a sin, and then advocate for policies to make them illegal.
Yeah, make
If
laws.
that's to be
Make laws. Make
What?
laws. You mean make laws?
Yes, make
So
laws.
making laws means you have to choose a certain type of Christianity now. De facto.
Can you
State
explain-
religion. De facto.
Can you explain to me why that's
What
bad?
what would it be, Rob, besides a fucking religion now being favored by the state?
Could we try and do this? What is it? What's your definition of a state religion?
I mean, a fucking state that favors one religion over the others and mandates law and legislation and practice of it. Probably, I mean, that'd probably be fine, acceptable.
Why is it bad for just that with religion? Can you just explain?
It's bad
Forget
for
about
all
everything else.
religions.
If it's okay, but why? What is it? Just explain
It's
why.
self-defeating.
Why is it bad?
I've already told you. Permission structure,
Why?
all of these other psychological reasons for it. Again, you just refuse to even engage with any of them.
No, I don't.
Yes,
I
you
honestly
did. You
have
start
no
talking about
clue.
trans people. Be quiet. No,
The
that's
only
ridiculous.
thing I've heard from you is this. You tell me if I'm wrong. This is what I've got clear from you. Because some religions would disagree.
That is a big
Right?
problem because when you
Okay,
legislate,
well, other
Rob,
than that,
no, when you legislate, you have to choose one, and when people disagree, especially on morality, like Christian morality, that's a problem.
so just to be clear,
What do you
let me
mean?
try to steal. Let me just steal me on this. The problem is this: when we have a group of people through their morality that we legislate their morality, other people might not share that morality. Therefore, that's bad.
Is it a
excludes them.
religion?
Why is it explicit religion that's bad?
Because
That's
the
what I'm asking
word
you.
secular is inherent to religion, Rob. What the fuck are you doing? What the fuck are you doing?
I think
we
what I'm
prefer-
seeing here
why
is
should
that
we-
Why am I
wait,
debating what the
why should-
definition of secular is when you yourself
So
said
then
it's a
why won't I
rejection of
say this?
religion?
How about this? I'll say this. Your prompt's wrong, and here's why. Because it's not just religion. We should reject any framework of morality that's preferred in the creation of
Because
laws.
it might be more beneficial to me. I'm okay with that, but that's not my prompt, dude.
Okay, so just to be clear,
You know, you
for the
might be able
exact
to
same
say
reason-
that secular
just to-
humanism is bad in a lot of
just-
ways. I could say that
just
we
to be
shouldn't
clear,
legislate
so
policy on
just
it.
to be clear, you would say the problem is the only reason you're saying though is like because religion comes up with the moral framework and not everyone shares that.
No,
so that would
it's
be
because I
that
chose
would
the
mean
word
that the
secular,
logical
dude.
entailment of that would mean that the logical entailment of that is any philosophy that comes up with a moral
No,
framework
it doesn't.
and seeks
It doesn't
to enact
because
it
the
by
word
law,
secular has a meaning, Rob.
but you haven't given a reason why we should only prefer religions to not do
The
this.
conversation
You're
is
just like because
contained.
the word secular
No, the
says
conversation is contained inherently because guess what? The word secular is about religion in government. If you want to have if you want to have a separate conversation about different philosophies, we can have that. Engage with
What
the prompt.
I am engaging.
No, you're
with
not.
the
You're
prompt, but
trying to
not-
define it differently.
That's not true.
Then
You're
what
not
does secular
giving a reason.
mean?
It's part of secular saying that you have to
What does
defend that
secular mean?
secular is good. Secular means, once more, indifference to or rejection or exclusion of religion or religious considerations.
Religion. Thank you. So why are we having
I
a conversation about something
this
other than
is-
religion right now?
This is, I don't know what to say other than, I don't know that I've ever debated someone this fucking stupid, in all honesty. And it's weird because
Look, man,
the appearances you seem to be
Ad
able to-
hominem here
it
is not a
literally
good
what
look
your
because you
argument
really are
literally
trying
boils
to
down
stare at the
this.
ground and find dirt. It's bad.
Your argument is literally
You're
this.
literally putting
Every-
circles and
every
squares.
single
It's
person-
not really my fault.
Your argument is this.
If we wanted to
every
have
single
an
person-
overbearing philosophy discussion, okay?
Circa.
Oh, speakeasy. You just call me stupid when I'm literally my prompt is about religion in government. There's no other way to.
Well,
read
you
this prompt.
guys have called each other stupid. That's beyond my point here.
I mean,
But when I asked you to define state religion just now,
yeah.
You didn't include the state doesn't have to declare an official religion of the state for
It
it to
does
be a state
de
religion.
facto by favoring a certain legislation on behalf of a moral code in Christianity. That is a fact.
No, I'm asking, does it have to officially declare? I'm
No,
not
because
asking
the
something
process-
else
alright.
implies it. I'm asking, does it officially have to declare it? in
No,
your,
it doesn't. So when you favor one over the others, it's essentially inherent. Because if you favor one religion over another, essentially on moral code, you've now established it officially, even if you haven't.
So, like, if
come out
a
and said it.
Muslim,
Yeah.
if a Muslim was to vote for abortion to be allowed,
Or
'cause
no Christian
in
denominations
Islam,
in our
they
country,
believe that should be allowed. That would be an Islamic state.
or something like no Christians in this Islamic country. That would be them now de facto creating a state religion on behalf of a certain type of Islamic faith that disallows Christians. It's favoring one or
My
the other.
argument is that I'll just make my argument. I don't know that I can engage. It's talking to a brick wall, but I'll make the argument here. My problem with what he's saying is that it's literally innate in every human, right? Every single human will come up with a moral framework. They'll come up to what they think the truth is and what's moral. Christians do it through what they think the interpretation of God is. They then push those values and policies that they want to see enacted. Christians do this, atheists do it, all groups do it. His argument is we should have secular, not allow Christians to do that specifically.
No,
And
secular
the
is not a
reason that
religion.
we're not talking about other groups that do it.
We're not
that are
talking about other
non-religious groups.
things that aren't religion.
Please let me finish.
Dude.
Right? And so he's saying we shouldn't do that. We shouldn't allow Christians because they're
Never said
religious
that.
to do that.
Once again, you're putting
That
words
is
in my
exact-
mouth. No, it's not.
Please be quiet. Please be quiet.
No,
You'll be able
you're
to
putting
say
words in
what
my
you
mouth.
want
I'm going to
afterwards.
fucking respond. I never said that. I actually made the concession. If you listened, Rob, instead of talked, I said if secular humanism tried to advance a policy on behalf of something that I disagree with because I guess it's in secular humanism, we'll just make it a de facto religion now, I guess, then I would be okay with that. They shouldn't favor secular humanism here. But this
But they're going
conversation
to
is
favor-
not about moral philosophy. It's about secularism.
What is incredible here is what he's conceding to is this: every single person that votes will vote because they have a moral framework, and inevitably they're going to have some sort of way that they came to that moral framework. So the problem is this: when Christians come together and they're like, we have a moral framework based on our religion, and therefore that informs us that we think that this is a policy that should be passed. In this instant, we're just talking about homosexuality as an example. So we think it's a sin because our moral framework says such, so it should be made illegal. He's like, that shouldn't be allowed. That's Christian nationalism, and that's favoring a religion,
It's
which
state
shouldn't be
religion.
allowed. And let me finish. That's state religion, and therefore it should be banned. We should not allow that, right? That's bad.
Yeah.
But when other groups, which are inevitable, every single group,
They're not
including
religious.
atheists, it doesn't matter.
Yes, it does
Let
for
me
my prompt.
finish.
I'm going to keep saying
Let
it
me
because
finish,
you need to
fucking idiot.
you need to engage with the
Shut
prompt.
Just let him finish,
You're getting
though.
so
Just let him
mad, bro.
finish.
Shut
Just let
up,
him
you
finish,
fucking
though. Like,
idiot.
it's
Shut up.
it's annoying, right? Just
If we
let
want to
him
debate a
finish.
different prompt, Speakeasy,
What?
my prompt is specific, man.
Yeah, but he's answering what you've been saying, so just let him answer, and then if you think it's wrong, just answer out there. If you can't remember and that's why you're interrupting, write it down.
No, what's annoying is he keeps trying to define my prompt as something that's moral philosophy and not just religion. It's about government and religion. That's it.
Okay, explain how that is so after he's done talking.
Okay. Every group does this, it's inevitable, right? And so when other groups do it, such as atheists, they too are setting up a moral framework and pushing it. That would favor their moral philosophy if that law gets in pass. And the only thing is, he says, yeah, but my prompt is secularism. So it only has to do why it's bad with religion. But what I'm saying is, it's literally inevitable with every group. All of the harms he talks about favoring religion, or in this case, favoring a moral philosophy, are inevitable because everyone's using a moral philosophy to push for laws. And so, in effect, what he's saying is, it's only Christians or religions that I'm concerned with. I'm not concerned when non-religious people also have a moral philosophy that they use that to influence what laws they want to push. That's fine. I don't have a problem with that in the context of this prompt. My argument is the prompt is stupid because it's inevitable. There is zero chance of Christians not using their religion to inform the laws they want passed. Therefore, anytime a Christian says, I want this law passed because I'm a Christian and therefore I think this action's immoral and that influences what I want, he would make the claim that's Christian nationalism. Because that's you as a group coming together saying, here's what our morality says the law should be passed. That means that what he's really advocating for is Christians aren't allowed to vote because it's inevitable they'll use their religion to frame their moral opinions, which they then use to frame their policy prescriptions. And he says if those prescriptions would be enacted, that would be favoring Christianity.
No, not even close. I don't think Christians should be allowed to vote and then be informed on their voting by their Christianity. Once again, you put words in my mouth.
Yes, you did.
No,
You're
I
a liar.
didn't. Once again, you put words in
Yes.
my mouth because you have nothing else. Pathetic. Second, I guess I look forward to seeing you as the good shepherd, my friend. I think this debate can probably end now. I'm glad you think you are.
You are lying. You specifically said that Christians
I'm glad you
are
think
not
you're the
allowed
good
to
shepherd,
vote.
man. I think we're done.
You specifically said that
I
Christians
don't really want to be
should not
disrespected
allowed-
by some goblin over and over again. So
You specifically said that Christians should not be allowed to vote based on their religious convictions.
you
to
should
make
not enact government
homosexuality illegal.
policy. Again, you're putting words in my mouth. I
Right.
said informed decisions upon Christian faith is different than enacting government policy and what you think that is.
Right, and the informed decision that they're
Right.
making is enacting the
So
government
quit
policy.
disrespecting me and putting words in my mouth. And again,
It's
I
not
look
putting words-
forward
it's
to
not
you
putting-
being the good shepherd.
Dude, it looks like you put a lot of things in your mouth that some dudes might offer, but I ain't putting shit in your mouth.
fine.
So stop
I think-
fantasizing about it.
I think
What I'm
debate's
saying
done.
is,
We can probably
what
get to the
I'm
results.
saying is, you're saying that Christians are
I think
not
we can
allowed
get to the
to
results.
use.
I'm not interested in
if-
fucking
If
having a
you're saying
conversation
that
anymore.
Christians are not, then leave. Fuck off.
No, we can
You're
get to the
saying
results.
that Christians are not allowed to use their religion to inform them of the policies that they
I
want.
never said
passed.
that. I said they can inform their policy voting decisions. Okay? With Christian morality.
Okay. So they're allowed to inform.
Once again,
voting
you're
to
just
make-
trying to not
So just
say
to be
what I'm
clear,
saying.
this is the differentiation. They're allowed to inform their policy to say we want to make homosexuality illegal. They're just not allowed to make homosexuality
They
illegal.
cannot legislate it, yeah.
Okay, so what I'm saying is
can
every piece
inform
of
their
legislation
personal
that
life,
Christians,
right?
everything that Christians push for is going to come from their morality, right?
That's
that
not
they
true
want
because
legislatively
everything
done.
that Christians want is not the same, Rob. And now you've acted like it is a monolith.
That's not true.
Again, I look forward to you telling us all how you're the good shepherd.
It might not be the same, but you're putting words in my mouth. That's not what I said. You're putting words in my mouth.
Again,
I said that
congratulations on your title.
Where's a Christian get their sense of morality from?
Congratulations on your title.
Where's a Christian get their sense of morality from?
We can move on to the results. Right?
Where's a Christian get their sense of morality from? Why can't you answer?
Because you're the good shepherd, my friend.
Why can't you answer? Where's a Christian get their sense of morality from?
I guess from you.
No, from God.
Law is going to be legislated on that, right?
Where do they get their morality from?
I mean, it's from their interpretation of what they think God says, yeah.
Correct. So that means that morality
is that what God says?
Is
that what God says?
Right.
It doesn't matter what God says.
It doesn't matter. It's literally right. It doesn't matter. Every policy that they want is going to be informed. Every policy that they
the good shepherd make policy.
Every policy that they want is going to be informed by that morality, correct?
Sure.
Okay, and that means every single policy that they want passed will be from Christian faith.
So being informed by Christian morality is different than thinking you have the answer of it.
What are you talking about? It's irrelevant.
It's not relevant to this conversation. Again,
so
I'm glad you found your title, my friend.
So just to be clear, now that we've gotten here, if I want homosexuality illegal because I think that that's the Christian thing that makes it immoral, you're saying that's Christian nationalism. If that gets enacted.
Enact it in government policy, then you want it to favor that, then yes.
But what if I say, but I don't think I'm the final arbiter of Christianity.
Then you're not doing Christian nationalism. You are doing a personal decision of informed Christian morality. So just to be clear,
excellent. So if Christians come together and admit, look, no human being could truly know the entire word of God, so none of us are the final arbiter, but we all want homosexuality banned, that's no longer Christian nationalism.
I'm sorry, that is not appropriate. Again, not all Christians believe in this.
But I'm asking if that's Christian nationalism.
I think we could argue a lot longer than this. I'm not going to do it because I'm fucking tired. But
I'm sure
the Bible does not even really mention.
Quite a few super chats here.
The Bible doesn't even really mention homosexuality. So
it's irrelevant.
How informed is your decision here? Is it really the Word of God, Rob?
It's irrelevant.
No, you're saying you want to enact the Word of God, right? Informed Christianity.
I get a morality that I think comes from the Word of God.
God's word, or is it your word? It's starting to look more like yours.
It is what I think.
Again, I like that you found your new calling.
So just to be clear, because it's your interpretation that I could never actually know the Word of God, then nothing I advocate for is really Christian nationalism.
I think it's arrogant to think that you actually know the exact Word of God, dude. Don't you think?
Okay, you're right. I don't. Therefore, nothing I ever advocate for could be Christian nationalism.
No.
Because I'm not the
real
Christian.
You can still personally be informed of what you think the Word of God is. That's not what I'm saying.
Right, which is my argument. And every Christian gets their morality from that personal informed what you think the Word of God is.
So those are all different.
Every policy... That's true, but every
let's
policy
legislate
they push,
it. Nice, good job.
Every policy they push for and want legislated will be from Christianity.
Yeah, let's legislate it, even though they're all different.
It doesn't matter. Anything that they get passed will be from Christianity.
Not your brand, or maybe.
True, but it would
maybe it might be your
brand.
Maybe your brand.
It would be someone's brand.
Because they're all monolith.
No, I'm not. I'm admitting they're not a monolith.
So we should probably let
still be
Christianity, do these things within the church, right?
I don't. I just don't. I don't know what to say. Are you this obtuse?
Yeah, I guess it is weird that you don't understand the word secular.
Let's say me, you, and Speakeasy are all Christian. Right? Mm-hmm. And we all three have, Speakeasy says, I think the top corporate tax rate should be 10% because over that, and I think it's theft. I say I think it should be 30 because under that, and it's not charitable enough, and over that, it's theft. And you say, I think it should be 50 because anything under that's not charitable. All three of them come to that idea from our different interpretations of Christianity. Okay?
Yeah.
Got it?
Yeah.
But we all want it passed because of our morality of Christianity. So if one of us builds a coalition of like-minded Christians,
I like how you say that with so much confidence, ignoring all of history, man. It's so weird.
If one of us build a coalition big enough of like-minded Christians to get that law passed, that's Christian nationalism, according to you.
Fuck everyone who's not the majority, I guess.
But if it passes, it was the majority.
The majority does not represent all Christians.
Okay, irrelevant. Wouldn't it still be Christian nationalism?
So secularism allows for all Christian denominations to equally.
But
Again, my
why
prompt is
can't you
more
answer the
beneficial to
question?
Christians.
Would that be Christian nationalism?
My prompt is not, let's make it more beneficial for some Christians.
My question is, would that be Christian nationalism?
I'm sorry. You've kind of jumped. What were you asking?
10% for me, I'm a Christian. 30% tax rate says Speakeasy, he's a Christian. 50% says you. We're all Christian. Speakeasy builds a
So,
coalition big
create-
enough of
I can
like-minded
answer now.
Christians.
I can answer now.
to-
So if you make a law establishing favoring that 50% majority, right? Now you are doing Christian nationalism. You are now abdicating a separation of church and state. You are favoring
that
one.
means- do you understand what I'm saying? That means that literally every policy that a Christian pushes for, you'll call Christian nationalism. Even
Yes,
a 50%
if it's on
tax
behalf
rate.
of the state, you can still
Yes!
no. You can vote
Every
for
policy-
policies that don't need to have Christian doctrine enacting the state to do it, Rob.
But you just said.
What are you talking about?
Oh my God! You just said something as benign as the tax rate. If I am informed by what I want the tax rate to be based on my Christianity, and other Christians me vote, and that gets passed, that's Christian nationalism.
Do we vote on, or do we ultimately say we're going to do a progressive tax rate because some Christians like it more than others?
Every Christian.
Answer the
if you're
question.
getting yes.
We do. We have a
That's
progressive
why
tax rate
Christians vote.
because not economics. We have it because some Christians like progressive tax
would
rates.
Be, that would be irrelevant.
Are you serious?
Just answered that it would be irrelevant. You just answered that it would be Christian nationalism. You literally just
If we
said
started
yes.
to
that
make
would be
laws on behalf of just it's the right majority Christian thing, then yeah, that'd be Christian nationalism.
Right. And so
Yeah.
the point I'm trying to make is it is inevitable that Christians will use their religion to inform the policies they want passed.
Okay, there's no reason to
So that
assume,
means that
Rob. There's no reason to
that a
assume
group of
that Christians need to enact their Christian, like their morality of what they think it might be on other people. That is not true. There's
That
no
is
rea-
absolutely
no, there's
true.
no reason to presuppose this, Rob.
why would I
There's
if
plenty of
I-
verses that say otherwise.
You've acknowledged that all Christians are using
Do you
their
think
faith for
Christianity
their-
is surrounding oppression? You think it has to deal with oppressing other people?
You've acknowledged that all Christians are using Christianity for their sense of morality,
They
correct?
inform their sense of morality, yes.
Correct.
Does that mean
And
you
they're
need to
using-
enact your idea of Christian morality on others?
Let me finish.
De facto, yes or no?
Let me finish. Let me finish.
Yes or no?
No, not de facto. No, not
Then
de facto. Now
you
let me finish.
failed.
Now let me finish. Now, am I going to use my sense of morality to push for the policies that I want?
Sure.
And if that comes from Christianity, that means that every single policy that I push for that I want passed would be Christian in my eyes.
In
And that
your
would be
eyes,
Christian
yeah, I
nationalism.
guess Christian nationalists think that what they advance as state religion is, in their eyes, Christian, yeah. What they believe it to
Okay,
be.
So that means every
But is that
policy
true,
that,
Rob? Is that Christian?
Yes, according to you.
No, according to you. You are the one who wants to
That's-
enact a state law on behalf of a single religion.
You literally said in the
No,
scenario
Rob,
I
you are
outlined-
literally
You-
wrong here.
I-
You're wrong.
You said it. You've conceded.
What the state tries to do is not going to be what God says, no matter what.
It doesn't matter.
Yes, it
I'm
does.
forcing me with my coalition of like-minded Christians are forcing the
So
state
now
to
your
enact
coalition of
policy
like-minded Christians
that
is the de
because
facto
of my
authority.
Christianity.
They're the authority.
What's that?
Your
If we win the
coalition.
vote, if we win the vote,
So
aren't
they're
we
the authority on Christianity now.
We're back to this. It doesn't matter. They think their version of Christianity is what's informing them.
It's the authority, though, now, on behalf of the state.
It doesn't matter if they're the authority. Why is it relevant?
It is relevant to whether or not I think it's going to be more beneficial to the Christians who are not in the authority
Completely
majority.
irrelevant as to whether or not
It's
it's
not
Christian
irrelevant.
nationalism.
You're hilarious.
It's irrelevant as to whether or not it would be good for other Christians,
No, it's not.
or it's not irrelevant to
State
whether it would be
religion
good for
is
other Christians.
obviously
It
not
is
going to be good for
irrelevant-
some sects of
It is
Christianity.
irrelevant to the question of is it Christian nationalism?
Okay, my
You've
prompt
already conceded.
is whether or not secular states are more beneficial. Christian nationalism
Already,
is going to be an abdication of that.
you've
That means you
already
have to
conceded
mandate a
this.
state religion. You are
You've
now
already conceded.
creating an authority around what you think in your coalition, not God's morality.
You've already conceded that
Nothing?
in the example we gave
Nothing?
of me, you, and Speakeasy.
Yeah, nothing for
advocating
that.
Corporate. Yes, I'm answering.
No, engage,
You've already
because you're not
conceded.
answering. You're just
You've,
gish
I
galloping.
am answering.
You're just
You've already
gish-galloping.
conceded it. You've already conceded in the example of me,
You're gish
you,
galloping.
and Speakeasy.
Engage.
You've already conceded. You've already conceded in the
fucking
example of me speaking.
Fucking a record.
You've already conceded. You've already conceded in the example of me, Speakeasy, and you, each using our Christianity to inform what the tax rate would be. If we build up a coalition of people to push that, that would be a Christian nationalist policy.
No.
That proves
Nope, I
that
did not
because
concede
all
that.
of the
You're wrong. Putting words in my mouth
did
again. No, I did
concede.
not.
Speakeasy, did he not say yes?
When
that
you
would be
inform
Christian
the
nationalism?
way you vote, it doesn't mean you have to enact that on other people.
Right, but if the way you vote is
You're just like
policies that you're-
presupposing this for some reason. Like you have to be an asshole. I don't know why.
When he
The
bring
way
up
I-
the example, you did agree that would be Christian nationalism.
If it's state religion, as in like if you are making the state favor this Christian policy that you have in your coalition, that is Christian nationalism now.
Yes, so a 30%.
That is
tax
not
rate, if that's-
necessary from the first precondition. You can
What are you
inform
talking
the way you vote, but not actually vote on enacting state religion.
But your
Obviously.
definition of state, religion, I think state religion is like the state saying Catholicism is our religion. You say no. That's not state religion. State religion is defined. Let me finish.
Dude.
You're saying state religion is defined as a group of Christians coming together and pushing a policy that's informed by their Christianity to enforce on
That's
other
a part
people,
of the Christian
like a tax
doctrine.
rate.
Favors their doctrine.
What do you mean favors their doctrine?
If you are using
Why is that
Christian,
relevant?
if you are using Christian doctrine to advance a state legislative policy, what are you doing, Rob?
Using my moral framework to
Answer
push
the
policies
question,
I think
dude.
are morally good.
Answer the question.
Using my moral framework to push
You are,
policies I think
no,
are good.
Rob. What are you doing?
Using my moral framework to push
Fucking
policies
answer
I
the
think are
question,
good.
Rob.
I'm answering as
literally
clear
No,
as
he's
I
not.
can.
He's
I'm
purposely
so
avoiding the
confused.
word that I know he has to say.
What are you talking about? Every single
If
person.
you are advancing a
thinks-
Christian policy, you are now
I don't think it's
making the state
problem is
favor
there is
a
no
Christian
policy,
right?
but there, based on your definition of what a Christian policy would be, there is no policy as a Christian I could ever push
Not
for.
true.
that
Religious
wouldn't be
doctrine,
considered-
especially Christianity, is pretty well known.
I don't. You just said that everyone has subjective.
Somehow you
different
brought up the idea of
interpretations
taxation, as if we don't just use economics to understand these things. I guess we use Christian doctrine to
What
do
is
that.
the relevant? What is the relevance?
That's why I
of it?
brought it up. It's not relevant. How about we talk about things that are Christian doctrine?
No, it's but your idea that like, but other people might have an idea of why they want that tax policy that's not just Christians irrelevant. It's to
Is it
whether or not
religious?
it's Christian nationalism. There could be other reasons that people have. It's irrelevant to this
No,
point.
it is, because secularism is about whether or not you inject religion into your government policy.
And what I'm telling you is based on your definition, any policy that a Christian pushes for, because it
No,
will be
it has to
informed
be
by their religion.
doctrine.
Let me finish.
You're wrong.
Because it's informed. Let me finish. Because it's informed by their religion, would be a Christian policy.
Is it Christian doctrine?
Yes.
Does it favor a Christian religion?
It favors my interpretation
So
of what I
tax
think is moral
policy
under a Christian.
favors a religion.
Wait, what?
Does tax policy favor religion?
You already conceded that that policy would be Christian nationalism.
No, I conceded if they actually say, here's what the text says, Christianity says, 50% of us, you gave your little different variations of progressive tax, and they
Correct.
mandated the state to legislate on behalf of what that text says. That doesn't exist though, Rob.
No, that's not how it would work.
Yeah, it doesn't exist.
The
dude.
law doesn't get passed to say 50% tax break because the Bible says. It's just
They
Christians
probably
saying,
think
here's our
of, like, I think taxation is theft a little, right? That can be informed by a bunch of different
Okay.
ideologies, right?
That's right. Fair enough. So then
Is it Christian
banning
doctrine?
Sure. Then we could make homosexuality illegal because
Is
a
it
bunch of
Christian
Christians say it's a sin, as long as
Fucking-
the law doesn't say we're doing this because of Christianity. Now that's not Christian nationalism, correct?
I guess not, but good luck doing that.
Right. So
Yeah.
do you see the
I
insanity
guess it's
of
just
this?
that simple, man. I've been fucking, this is a fun universe. I guess you just advocate for a
That's
law.
your
you-
argument.
You advocate for a law using Christian nationalism to enact the state to act on behalf of this, and then you just turn around and go, oopsie, nope, we're not actually doing it for that reason.
Right. That's
Is that
your argument,
serious?
as
Is
long
that
as you say
serious?
that.
Is that a serious question?
Why would a Christian advocate for a policy?
Why would I advocate for a policy?
Yeah. Why does any person advocate
You can
for a
actually
policy?
advocate for many policies as a Christian and inform yourself of them via Christian morality, but know that this doesn't favor or legislate a state religion. You're aware of this, right?
define
I
legislate
think you're,
state religion.
you're conflating the two as inseparable.
No, I'm not, because
you?
okay, you say something there
Are
that
you?
sort of sounds reasonable, but then the way
It
you
is reasonable
define
because
state,
it's reality, Rob.
no,
Yes,
because
it
then the
is.
way you define, The way you define legislate state religion is if a bunch of Christians come together and say, because of our faith, we want this policy passed, that's legislating state religion. And what I'm telling you is it's inevitable. Every Christian, because they get
Is
their
it
morality
Christian doctrine?
from Christianity. Yes,
If
they
it's
think
Christian
it is.
doctrine, then it's not something that is secular, and I think it's less beneficial
Define
to Christianity.
Christian doctrine. Define Christian doctrine.
I mean,
What's Christian
apparently it's
doctrine?
going to be yours, right? What you think
Define
is
what
bad.
it is. Define what Christian doctrine is.
I mean, Christian
You're saying
doctrine.
that Christians.
No, this is a great question.
I'm very confused though, Circa, by what you've been saying, because it seems like you're saying like the states right now that maybe they are predominantly Christian and they voted against abortion. Those are state religions?
I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're saying.
Well, Christians vote against abortion in their state, say. So now abortion is illegal in their state. Is that now a state religion?
Part of the state is being not secularism is not a like binary, right? So it's a continuum. I'm advocating for secularism overall, but yes, secularism can decay and be turned into primary state.
I'm asking a different question. My question is a yes or no answer.
It is in a way state religion, yeah.
Christian nationalism if a bunch of Christians that live in a certain state vote to not allow abortion?
If in this regard, yes, it would be a form of state religion and Christian nationalism, yeah.
Do you see what you're saying? What policy could Christians say because of
Rob,
my
do you think
morality?
it's a binary? Do you think it's a fucking on-off switch? Is it one day Christian nationalist, one day not? What the fuck are you talking about?
No,
is it a light switch in your room,
saying,
Rob? Is it a light switch in your room? No, it's not.
No,
what the hell am I doing?
I'm saying that's right. You're the one saying it's a light switch in a room, not me.
I did
You're
not.
The one
I just said that
yes,
secularism is a continuum, you idiot. You just walked away.
No, what you're saying is, what I'm saying is, the obvious interpretation of what you're saying is because all of Christians' morality will come from their religion, and they're always going to use their morality on what policies to pass, that would therefore by default be a religious doctrine, and that would be Christian nationalism.
You think
so? For example, the abortion question.
You're like, yes,
that would be Christian nationalism.
You think all of the morality inside of every Christian is only informed by divine command theory?
Yes, that's where they get their sense of morality. Yes.
I mean, this is kind of a
where do you think Christians
irrelevant.
get their morality?
I mean, I pull my morality from many different places.
You're not a Christian.
So I can still inform my morality from Christian beliefs. What's wrong with that?
I think my computer may have crashed. Can you guys still hear me?
Oh, yeah, we hear you. You're just frozen.
Okay, well, we'll see. But no.
Is that not a thing?
Oh, now you're cut out.
This has been really long, by the way. I feel like we're just going in circles. At the behest, what are the rest of the super comments while he's getting back? Probably ones that are directed at me, I guess.
Well, he may want to respond though too. Let me see here. We had Trench there saying not at all about the crosses.
I mean, I'm not just gonna sit here and try and invalidate Trench. I mean, he obviously feels the way he does for a reason, but the reason Christian denominations exist in the first place. Not by accident, man. On the topic of this country again, a lot of people in here would probably understand that persecution of certain types of Christians by the state religion of the Catholic Church in England was a big reason that this country even became secular, because it was a mishmash. So.
1 second.
History would say otherwise.
Now, what you're saying, what I'm trying to say here, sorry about the computer crash. What you're saying, the logical entailment is that anything that is formed by Christianity or informed by Christianity itself becomes Christian nationalism, whether if it's literally tax rates, if it's abortion, because we have to. You're like, yeah, but I receive my morality from other senses. But Christians believe there's an objective truth. That's where our morality comes from. And so everything that a Christian that truly believes in God, that calls themselves a Christian, their entire moral code comes from their religion. And you're saying if they use that religion to inform the laws that they want passed and then enact those laws, that's Christian nationalism. But it's inevitable that every Christian will do that.
No,
They're always going to use their moral code,
No,
which
it's not.
comes from Christianity.
I'm going to ask
But
you right
give
now,
me an
do you think
example.
every Christian believes that they can legislate or they know what God wants?
No.
Okay, there you go. There's your answer.
Do you think every Christian thinks their code of morality comes from God?
I don't believe that it only comes from God. But this
Okay,
is my
but do you
opinion.
think Christians?
This is my
Do
opinion.
you think Christians believe that?
I think it seems like you do, so I'm not going to say you don't.
Yeah,
because
I
that would
think
be
that's sort
that
of
would be a
part and
little
parcel.
weird, right?
That-
Right?
Why would that be weird?
If I said that you didn't, I'm like, I don't know what you
Right.
think.
I think like that's the whole thing.
But,
Like truth.
Rob,
like,
it is
Christians believe in an
inappropriate to go on and say that every Christian believes that they know what God wants, right?
That's not what I'm saying.
Okay, well,
saying
they don't
every-
want to be the authority. It's not, if you're a Christian, it doesn't mean you actually know how to be the authority, and that means legislating law.
So then you're
Right?
saying that because they don't want to be an authority, they shouldn't try to pass
No,
laws?
a lot of Christians don't believe that they can act as God or act on, they know
That's
what God
true. I
wants.
believe that. Yes.
Okay, so
I believe
why
that.
are we legislating it?
So then why
We're
because-
literally thinking that we can take
Are you
people's
saying-
lives. We can
should Christians be allowed
we
to
can
vote?
push people away from the faith potentially if we
Should Christians
mandate a
should Christians
religion
be
that
a-
is wrong or at least
should Christians
exclusive.
should Christians be allowed to vote?
Absolutely.
Okay, and when people vote, do they vote based on their code of morality and what policies they think would be best?
They are informed by what they think. Yes, and then that
do you think
probably is divine
Christians are-
command theory.
Do you think Christians are informed by their religion, their code of morality?
Correct. Now you cannot
Okay,
presuppose
that
the
would mean-
second part. I'm sorry.
So that would mean that
You do
every
not get to
policy
presuppose the
that they
second part. I'm sorry. I'm going to stop you there. You do
what
not get to do
second
that.
part do I not?
You're
what
about to
second
say
part
that means their policies they should be able to legislate on.
No, that means that any policy that they want
No, it
is
doesn't.
a Christian policy
No, it
in their
doesn't.
mind.
You're not understanding.
How is that not the
You're
case?
not understanding what secularism is. Again, you can be a Christian who informs himself. I can be an atheist who informs myself with Christian morality and not be favoring a religion like Christianity when I vote, even though it has
But
informed my decision making.
You're informing.
You're
your
literally not
worldview.
understanding this, dude.
Let me pause. You're favoring your moral worldview, correct?
Is it a religion?
It doesn't matter. Are you favoring your moral worldview?
Yeah, my preference is my moral worldview.
Right.
Is it a
So then
religion, Rob?
everyone, okay, so everyone that votes is preferencing their moral worldview.
Is it a religion?
Everyone who votes is preferencing their moral worldview, right?
Holy fuck, dude. Am I
Yes or
debating?
no?
Am I doing a debate with a different prompt today or what?
Why can't you just answer the question?
Because this
Everyone
is
who votes
not the prompt and it's not relevant. If you want to debate this, Rob, that's
Why
fine.
can't you just answer the question? Everyone who votes is favoring
I
their
just
moral
want you to
worldview.
know that what you're doing is dumb and it has nothing to do with my prompt. And it's not it's not advancing your position.
Can you just answer the question? Everyone who votes is favoring their moral worldview.
I already did. I said yes. I'm using my preference.
Okay, that means if Christians' moral worldview comes from Christianity, then anytime they vote, they're favoring their moral worldview.
Okay, and not everything is going to favor Christianity, even if it.
But it's always
is
favoring their
no,
moral
it's not.
worldview,
I just told
which
you.
comes from
No,
Christianity.
it's not. I just told you how I'm an atheist who can
Yes.
use Christian morality to inform my voting, which does not
But
favor
it's-
Christianity.
It does not matter. You already admitted
Yes,
that
it does.
it's every single. You just admitted. You just conceded.
No,
you
I
literally
didn't.
just conceded. You said every
Bro,
single
what
person
in the
that
fuck
votes
are you talking
is
about?
quote. You just conceded every single person that votes is favoring
No, I'm
their
not.
moral worldview.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean you get to legislate Christian favoritism
if
on
you're-
behalf of the state,
So
Rob.
if
You're literally
if
making
your
a
moral-
non sequitur.
If your moral,
You're doing
if
a
your
non sequitur.
moral worldview is if your moral worldview is Christianity, every time you vote,
How long
you're
do I have to
going
hear
be
you jump from A
favoring
to
that-
Z? How long do I have to hear you jump the
No,
entire
how-
alphabet right now?
What are you talking about?
You're fucking crazy non sequitur. That's what I'm talking about.
It's not a non sequitur.
Yes, it
My
is.
point is, I'm trying to make the point that Christians, under your interpretation, anytime a Christian votes, it's
It's
Christian
not
nationalism.
favoring a state religion every time they make an informed
It's
voting
favoring
decision.
their moral worldview,
It
which
doesn't
is
mean
Christianity.
it is favoring a state religion.
But you said state religion
It
is
doesn't
favoring
mean
your
it's
Christian
favoring a
worldview.
state religion.
But
I'm sorry, that's the
because,
prompt.
yes,
Holy
it does.
shit.
Based, you define state religion.
We already did, man.
Yes, you
want
said
me to do
I
it
define
again?
state religion as you promoting your
It's a
religious
government-
worldview.
or a governing principle, or a government that uses the governing principle of enacting a favoring a certain style of religion or sect of religion, and does not exercise the free doesn't do free exercise of clause or whatever. I mean,
Okay, so then it's not just a sect of religion, it could be a religion as a whole, right?
yes.
Okay, so then if Christians come together and vote for something and get it passed because of their moral worldview, which is Christianity, that
Doesn't
is
mean
by
it's
default
favoring
Christian
Christianity.
nationalism.
You're wrong.
Why wouldn't it be? It's
Because you
favoring their
can use
worldview, which is
Christianity
Christianity.
to inform your decision making. That doesn't have to favor Christianity.
But it favors Christianity as
No,
they
it-
see it.
No, it doesn't, Rob. You're just kind of connecting some
That's-
A to Z right now.
So then, name me a policy that would favor Christianity.
How about, why don't I name you a policy that can be informed by Christian morality that doesn't actually favor a state religion of Christianity, yeah?
Okay, sure.
So how about, like, love thy neighbor, or using Christian morality to understand that freedom of religion is important, so not banishing Muslims. You can inform yourself of Christian morality by saying that other religions exist. You should love thy neighbor. I can use
So wait. So
Hippos,
wait.
circle of life, or love,
So
circle of
wait.
love.
So wait. If I vote, what is the law that says love thy
I didn't
neighbor
finish.
that
I
I'm
mean,
voting
you're already deflecting and changing to something else, right? Love thy neighbor is a Christian principle, right?
Sure.
Now, does that mean I'm trying to mandate a state religion if I actually inform myself of the way I'm voting in that? Yes or no?
What's the law?
Yes or no, Rob?
I can't answer until I know what the law you're pushing for is. What? How could I answer?
Because the question is open-ended. It's, do I need to advance a state religion if I just vote with the information of that, as in loving thy neighbor? Is that advancing
Let me tell you why I'm
Christianity
confused.
as a state religion? Yes or no?
I'll tell you why I'm confused.
just answer
and why
yes or
the
no.
answer is not as simple as yes.
Yes,
or no.
it is. It's that
I'll
simple.
tell you what. Okay, I'll say no. Now I'll
So
explain.
now
Like,
we've
the
learned.
reason is this. If 70% of Christians come together and say, we want a law that says it's illegal to not love thy neighbor because Christianity tells us, is that Christian nationalism?
If you're using Christian doctrine to advance this on the state level, then yes.
Okay, so then when you were like, yes, it's simple, yes or no, it depends on what the law they're pushing is.
No,
right?
because one is just informing yourself of a Christian principle, not advancing Christianity as a state religion. The other is explicitly, you just said, advancing a state religion legislation.
It's
What the
not
fuck
state
are you not
religion,
getting?
It says the reason.
What the fuck
it
are you
says
not getting, dude?
It says the reason that I'm pushing for this is because of my
You're
morality,
like
which comes from
conflating the
religion.
idea of informing yourself with Christian morality and then acting on what you think it is. Always.
How would I inform myself in Christianity and not act on what I
I already asked you, does every Christian think they know what God wants? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes or no? Every Christian
Yes.
thinks they know what God wants.
They have an interpretation of what they think
Interpretation,
God is
thank you.
telling
So
them
they
to
don't know what God wants exactly.
do. That's true. Correct.
Okay, so now let's move forward with this. That means that advancing a state religion on behalf of what they think he wants is antithetical. You can inform yourself
No.
there, but you don't have to go further and advance a state
What
religion.
are you talking about? No, because their entire system.
No,
Are
like,
they going to vote
does
on?
the Christian still inform himself with Christian morality, even though he doesn't know what God
Yes.
wants?
Yes.
So he doesn't want to submit an authority on behalf of that because he doesn't actually know. He just knows what he thinks he knows.
That is absolutely not true.
Dude, come
Or
on.
yes or no? Did you not concede that
One
everyone
person
is
just
pushing-
informed themselves with Christianity, but they don't know what God wants.
Yes or no? Did you not?
Did you
say
not just
that
agree to both those premises?
No.
What do you
Listen to me.
mean?
What I'm saying is, I could say, I am human and I am fallible, and I don't know exactly what the word of God is, but I'm doing my best. And I came to my interpretation in life that, like, God doesn't want me to cheat my wife, and God
Hey.
wants me to eat fish on Friday, and all this, right? That's
Do all
my
those have
morality.
to be state
I
mandated?
Might say,
Let him finish, please.
I might say, I can't 100% know definitively that's the word of God, but as I'm interpreting, that's the best I can. That same moral framework that I'm using for how to act in my life is also the exact same moral framework I'm going to use to decide what to vote on.
Now,
The exact
do you
same.
want to mandate state religion-wise how you should love your wife?
I want.
Isn't
I
the
might
moral
want to
framework there?
mandate-
You're saying they're inseparable.
Yes. Yes.
saying they're
and for
inseparable.
example, no, I might say this. I don't think that my interpretation.
Did you or
of
did you not say they're
Christianity-
inseparable just now? You got to answer my question, man. I let you talk.
Did I or did I not say they're inseparable?
Yeah. So you said my
I
moral
made
framework
no
is that I
comment.
should love my
The
life.
answer is
I
neither.
should
I
love my
neither said
wife a
that they
certain way.
were.
Are you comfortable
The answer is
taking that and putting it into state religion, as in
the
legislating?
answer is I've neither said yes or no that they're
Would-
inseparable.
Would you
That's
want
the
to
answer.
legislate that very idea?
I think as a Christian, I want to legislate relationships with wife based on my interpretation of Christianity.
And is that the right
That's
one?
where my
Do you think it's the right one?
For me, yes,
you.
that's where my moral framework.
So every
Yes.
Christian doesn't agree with that. They don't think that
That's true.
my interpretation doesn't mean, even though I inform myself of Christian morality, that doesn't mean that they go on to just assume that they can enact policy on it. That's what you're not
That's
getting.
not true. That's not true, as I'll answer now. So we went through your red herring. You've conceded,
Not a
did
red
you
herring.
not, that every single person is advancing their preferred moral framework where they push for laws?
We're talking about secular religion.
Every single person, religious or non-religious,
We're talking
is
about
advancing their moral.
secularism, dude.
Every single
Fucking
person,
Christ,
regardless
how many
of
times do I have
religion.
to say this?
Why can't you answer? I just answered your questions. Why can't you answer mine?
Because
Every
you're
single
trying
person-
to actually do a red herring, bro. Definitionally. Maybe
It
you should
is
learn
not
what
a
fallacies are. Red
this
herrings
is
are when
not
you
a red-
use a
this is not-
contextual, unrelated thing.
This is not. It
What
is
the
not a
fuck
red
does
herring.
moral
The point-
philosophy have to do with secularism, Rob?
Why can't you answer the question?
Because you're literally committing the thing you just accused me of. And it's
Why
funny
can't you
you don't
answer
even
the
see the
question?
irony in it, bro.
All right, Speakeasy, can you put a couple minute
No,
clock?
I
on
want
that
to
just
move
so he
on to the
doesn't
super
interrupt?
comments because you're
so,
clearly
so I'm
not
gonna
gonna
since he's
fucking engage.
unwilling to engage, I'll explain. Since he's unwilling to engage, every single person is using what they
How long
think
am
is
I
their
going to be
moral
trapped with this
framework.
guy?
Every single you could leave now. No one's keeping you here.
I don't want to be disrespectful to him.
You're not being coerced. Okay, if you don't want to be disrespectful, shut up and let me answer.
No, I don't want
Right?
to hear you talk anymore because you're not engaging.
Then leave.
You're literally
Then
being
leave. Put it on you and come
disrespectful,
back.
and it's
I
just
don't give
there's
a
no
shit.
reason to.
Just stop.
If you
Let
want
me
to debate a
finish.
different
I sat
prompt,
there-
then debate a
I
different
sat there
prompt,
and
bro.
answered- I sat there.
Yeah.
I sat there and answered your questions. You're refusing to answer mine, so let me talk.
I think we
Yeah,
should
you
move
got
on.
you gotta let them answer.
kind of
if
going
you
in
if you
circles.
if
We're
you
going
want to
circles.
leave, you're
Leave.
free to leave.
But you
Then
don't
leave.
want me to stay around for super comments?
Would you just be quiet and let me finish?
That's not listening to super comments.
Yeah, it's totally up to you. But yeah, there's usually engagement.
I'm gonna
back and
finish my
forth
point.
with the super
Right
chat.
now,
yeah.
the point I'm going to make, he's already conceded that every person, religious or not, is using their moral framework in order to push for the policies they're advocating for. This would mean that it doesn't matter if I have a different interpretation than another Christian. I am advocating through my moral framework, my Christian beliefs, and what I think is the Christian beliefs that informs my morality when I push for every law that I'm pushing for. That means that it would be Christian nationalist. He then he's already said the following things are Christian nationalists: pushing for making homosexuality illegal, pushing to end abortion rights, pushing for a 30% tax rate. All of these things, if they're informed based on my Christianity and we enact them in law, would be favoring my Christian worldview and hence be Christian nationalism. He's conceded to all of that. What this means is because as a Christian, my sense of morality comes from my belief in God. Every single policy that I push for is going to be framed in my sense of morality, which would mean if they get passed, it's always Christian nationalism. Every single time. It's inevitable. That's the point. I'm just like the atheist, it's always going to be every single policy that he pushes for is going to be framed by the moral worldview that he has and he's pushing forward. That means, according to my opponent, every single law that groups of Christians come together and push, whether it be tax rates, whether it be border security, whether it be abortion laws, no matter what it could be to go to war or to not go to war, every single one of those, if they were like, I came to that conclusion because I'm informed by my moral code from Christianity, would be Christian nationalism. So he's trying to tell you, in effect, once you understand that that's what he's saying, how could a secular state saying the only way it could be secular is for Christians not to vote be beneficial to Christianity? It's laughable.
It is laughable because you just misrepresented me again. It's been 3 hours, Rob, and you still don't actually know what I said. I don't know what. That's incredible, man. Incredible arrogance, incredible ignorance. Sorry.
You can't show where I'm wrong.
I'm not going to now.
That's right.
No.
All right, we can move to super chats.
All right. That last one was from Trench. This one here, Eli Nix live for $5 says Orthodox Christianity, 2,000 years of brutal martyrdom, so famous for not wanting to be excluded. You need to read history, Eli says. And then we got $5. I'm not reading. Trench, come on, man. Fucking guy.
I mean, I spent money on it, bro. Take it.
I love you, Trench, but come on, bro.
I'm not that insecure though. Just letting you know, Trent. That's not me.
I'm impressed. Trench says for $10. I'm impressed with Rob's patience. I would have crashed out already. Speakeasy would have had to yeet me, or I would have had to rage quit. Circa is a toxic female gaslighter. This is schizo ball torture.
I agree.
$5 from Dan the Man says, Circa, you're such a smug, bad faith person. You've not engaged in Rob's argument, thrown ad hominem, and won't shut up long enough to listen. Grow up.
Disagree and agree.
All right. Mr. B says, that's not only disrespectful to Rob, but to you, Speak. This dude thinks he runs the flow of your stream and is taking over moderation.
I'll let you have the opinion on that.
Well, thank you, Mr. B. I appreciate that very much. All right, I'm gonna stay non-biased as much as I can. All right. Circa is the dumbest, but acts like such a condescending, unlikable person. No one likes you. What I want to say is much more harsh, but YouTube won't let me. W Rob and W Easy. Thank you very much, Cool Vic.
Well, I bet someone likes
And I'm
it.
sure you guys will catch the review of this on Cool Vic's at some point.
He does reviews. I'll actually watch it.
Yes, he does very good debate reviews, so go check it out after.
I will.
Eli Nix comes in for $2. Says Rob's CN will legislate ethics, not theology.
I'm fine doing that, but the debate is about religion.
Yeah, but
we can
my
debate ethics if I brought a prompt that wasn't about that.
But my ethics come from my religion, which you're saying then makes them Christian nationalism.
Continuing down this fucking scrolling the drain. This prompt is about religion. Okay, if you want to talk ethics, we can talk ethics at a different time. Right?
But if I may, this is why this is kind of hearing that kind of confusing. As a viewer, almost every time you were asked like an example of like Christians just pushing for some type of legislation,
it doesn't have to be Christian.
You had said that would be like Christian nationalism, and like as a viewer listening to this, if I was to put it like in the smallest sentence possible, it sounds like you're saying Christians should not take part in democracy.
Absolutely not. If that's what people think, then I encourage them to listen a little harder.
But then wouldn't democracy allow for Christians to vote for the things
enacting
that they think
Christian doctrine?
Policy? But that's not. Rob had brought up like abortion, other things, and you said that would be Christian nationalism. That's why it's confusing to me even listening. I was like, I can't even grasp a hold of what you're saying it is.
Okay, so
I mean,
when you are trying to favor a certain sect of a religion in government policy, just because you inform yourself with Christian morality doesn't mean you actually want to enact government policy as a state religion, as in like you want to assume what God wants and then do it legislatively. There's a difference.
But no.
What do you mean, but no?
Because you say it that way and it's like, oh, I get it. And then it's like, oh, by the way, can you define state religion? And you're like, well, here's an example of what state religion would be. If Christians want a 30% tax rate, that's state religion.
That's not what I said, Rob. I'm not interested in you putting words in my mouth again.
Yes or
I'm
no?
Past that.
Did you say?
I'm past that. We can move on. I'm sorry.
Did you say
I'm not doing it
yes
again.
or no?
I'm not doing it again, Rob. You keep putting words in my mouth. There's no reason for me to engage with that.
You said it. Every
yes,
one of us
you
heard.
are, bro.
Every one of us heard.
I said not the 30% tax itself. I said if they're doing it because of Christian doctrine, as in like an authoritative reason within the text, which most of them don't agree on usury laws, by the way, Rob. You know that.
Yes.
Okay, so using the ideas of usury laws right now, we'll just switch it to interest type, lending. That's not something you can really legislate without essentially being detrimental to some Christians. That's what I'm talking about.
But
why do you want to do that?
It has nothing to do with. There is no policy that you can't legislate that won't be detrimental to some
Not
Christian.
true. You could
Name
inform
one.
yourself with Christian morality and not
Name-
act on what you think Christian doctrine says for usury laws. Try again.
Name one
I
policy
just told
you can think
you
of that.
a perfect example.
didn't.
just refuse to listen because you just want to
No,
repeat the
you
same
didn't.
thing in your head over and over again.
You did not.
And I'm
You
not
did
interested.
You
I'm not
made
interested.
the claim.
I'm not interested.
You just made
Let's
the
move on.
claim
Move on.
that you just made the claim.
Let's move on.
You be quiet. You'll be quiet and let me say what I want.
No,
and
let's
we can
move on.
If you choose to not answer, you don't get. You could leave. I'm going to talk.
Okay.
Right?
How long are you going to trap
just
me, dude?
said.
Well,
you
let
don't
him
have
let
to
him answer, and then we can move on. The more you interrupt, we can't move on, right?
Because he's
You
just
don't have to answer.
trapping me.
Just be
what is the
quiet
point?
then.
Just let him make his statement, and then we can move on.
Yeah. You just said, because what I want to, why would you want to do it? Because if you enact policies, it could be detrimental to other Christians. But for example, I could act Obamacare and that harms some Christians.
Is that
I could
religious?
revoke Obamacare. Please be quiet.
Fucking
I could
Christ, dude. Is
revoke.
that religious?
I could revoke Obamacare and
Holy-
that could harm some Christians. I would do both of those policies based on my moral framework that comes from my religion.
You think Christian doctrine
So yes,
has...
it would be religious.
You think
My
Christian doctrine
motivation-
enacts Obamacare or doesn't enact Obamacare?
I think that Christians that voted for Obamacare probably use their morality
You
based
know,
on their
Christian
faith and where
doctrine
they
has
think.
many different verses on this, right? You could say it's
Yes,
exclusory, or you could say that it is inclusive. So which one are you
makes
going to
sense.
choose, Rob?
that makes my point for me.
No, it doesn't. It means
Thank
that you're now mandating a state religion and excluding people because you have to choose. You just refuse to accept that.
I'm telling you that
You could
Christians
choose a part of
either
the Bible
sense-
that says that we should give health care to all.
I-
You can also
I-
choose a part of the Bible that says that we should deny it to all, depending on what verse you choose. Which one
Are,
will
are
you
you
choose?
Every-
just saying that policies that lined up with Christianity are state religion? Is that what's going on here? I'm
Absolutely not. It's when you try and enact what you think, because the Bible is interpretation, right? You're interpreting it. You don't know what the person who wrote it actually said, correct? You can never know. You don't know. It's also not the word of God. Doesn't claim to be. So when you try to enact legislation on behalf of the Bible, you're doing something, in my opinion, inerrant.
But again, does my morality come from the Bible?
You inform yourself from it. Yes.
Okay, so seeing as how that's the case, everything that I'm going to push for that follows in through my morality comes from the Bible.
So which verse
Everything.
are you going to choose to enact global free healthcare for everyone, or
It,
deny it?
it doesn't matter if I
Well,
have a
the
specific
problem
verse.
here is
What
when you
matters
use
is-
Christian authority, like authoritative text, you try and say that you know what it is. That's the problem.
Again, it doesn't matter if I officially
Oh.
say I know what it is. What matters is it is inevitable
When
because
you,
I'm a Christian.
when you
and
make
I-
the law, you are
would you
saying you know what it
please,
is, dude. I'm
please be
sorry.
quiet.
I'm
Please,
sorry. When you make the law, you are
please,
saying a
please,
specific one.
Please be fucking quiet. Please just
Dude,
be
I'm not.
quiet.
You're trapping me. Like, what am I?
Please
Stop.
shut the fuck up, man.
Just stop.
Just shut the fuck up. It's
You're picking one when you legislate it, Rob. You cannot deny that. I'm sorry.
Okay, so let Rob answer now, right? Like,
all Christians will get their morality from the Bible and from the Word of God. You might say, well, I think you're picking and choosing this passage, or you're not looking at this passage. That's true. You could say all of that. But inevitably, when they vote for a policy, they're picking one. And because they're saying, I'm picking this policy from my morality, and that morality comes from Christianity, you would say that that has to be Christian nationalism.
Which Christianity does it come from?
It doesn't matter.
Which
Mine.
verse are you going to use to legislate it?
It doesn't matter. I could use whatever verse I want. It's
Doesn't
my
matter?
Christianity.
Okay, we can move on. He's right.
It's irrelevant to this question because the
Move on.
point is, like, again, you're in a double
Oh
bind
my
with this.
fucking
If
God.
that's your argument, then nothing's Christian nationalism because there is no real
No, it's not.
Christianity.
Stop putting
And
words
you're
in my mouth.
like, you said, well, no. If people think they're doing it because they're Bible, then that makes it Christian nationalism. My argument is, yes, all Christians get their morality from the Bible. Therefore, if they're voting based on their morality for specific policies, that would make the reason they're voting for those policies their morality, which they get from Christianity. So, for example, you could talk to someone who's a Christian that's for a big welfare state, and they might say, that's because I think that the Bible teaches us we should be giving. And so, therefore, I think that's moral and we should help the less fortunate. That's Christian nationalism, according to you.
Yes, and it's non-secular. If we think that we can just accept Christian doctrine to make state religion legislatively mandated.
Now, do you see? Now, the last thing I'll say, and then we can move
What
on.
the
to
fuck?
next
You're
one.
just
You don't
moving
wanna go
past
back
that. You're
for-
not even acknowledging it.
No, I'm answering. This is exactly what I'm talking. Now he says it's
How are you
Christian
answering it with
nationalism.
another 60-second monologue?
Let me Now he's saying that it's Christian. Now he's saying it's Christian nationalism for a Christian to vote for welfare because they're informed to be generous to others from their Christianity. He says, yes, that would be Christian nationalism. Again, can you name me a policy that a Christian would vote for that's not informed by their morality? He can't.
I said no.
He already acknowledged that everyone that votes is voting
not
based on their
morality. Not every policy is going to favor one religion over another, though.
It doesn't matter.
Yes, it does. That's exactly what secularism is. Congratulations.
You literally just... Does welfare favor one religion over another?
Not inherently. It's not a Christian doctrine.
Okay, but you just said it would be Christian nationalist
if you use
a Christian
doctrine to try and say it, Rob. If you try and legislate it with Christian doctrine.
Right, but you're going to do that because your morality comes from religion.
No, you might inform yourself of it through Christian morality, but that doesn't mean that's your only way of determining this policy. What about optimal amounts of welfare with government involved?
Why would
do all Christians only use biblical doctrines when they think about welfare, or do they use different ideologies, Rob?
If Christians
answer the question.
Yes,
there you go. You're fucked. Let's move on.
Morality. They do it through their morality. All of their
morality. They don't use like ideology like economics or like, laissez-faire economics, none of that.
What? So what would be the goal with using
capitalism? Maybe
economics?
None of that.
Okay, what would be the goal?
Is that inherently a Christian doctrine?
No, what would be the goal of
using
capitalism?
No, it's not. Thank you. Let's move on.
What's the end goal of using capitalism? To do what? Capitalism is a system.
Not to be Christian doctrine.
But to do what? Why would a person want to use capitalism? To do what?
Inform their opinion on how they think the economy would run well.
Well, to run well. Define what well is.
No.
Define well.
Optimal. Produce good outcomes.
Oh, and good. Define good. How's a Christian define good?
What the fuck are we doing?
I'm telling you that, yes, it all comes down at the end of the day that people want good outcomes. And they're going to define good based on their code of morality, which comes from Christianity. So they might say, as a Christian, I want outcomes that benefit the poor. So I think we should use capitalism to enact this policy. But the moral framework still comes from Christianity.
Okay.
So every policy that a Christian ever advocates for would be Christian nationalism.
We done?
Sure.
All right. Next one. How long Nate for $2 says, hello, found some play points. Thank you very much, Nate. I appreciate that big time. Trench Deacon says, Rob, just let him speak for you already. Thank you very much, Trench. Hellstorm says, Pride, rainbow flag, trans flag, and LGBTQ flag are often in class. The pride flag is historic but not inclusive. Because it excludes others, it should be banned and prohibited. Also, trans flag. W. Rob.
Interesting.
If exclusion is something to be avoided, we shouldn't just avoid exclusion based on religion.
I don't know why you think it excludes you. But...
Of course it does. If I think it's you already conceded it. You said, actually, if I was going to do an internal critique.
It's a little coercive, yeah.
But so then it's exclusion. If it's coercive, it's exclusionary.
It's coercive in the way that it probably wants you to change your opinion. If I was doing the internal critique, Rob, remember I was using
yes, you acknowledged it's exclusionary. You did
it's
already.
Exclusionary, but coercive nature. I mean, I guess it could be exclusionary. Yeah.
Right.
All right. Carolina Fort Worth for $2 says, freedom. Government should not tell me how to worship.
No one says they should.
Thank you very much, Carolina.
No one suggested that here. Dude. Did I ever suggest it?
You're okay with it happening, I guess.
Who said that? I specifically said I don't want a state national mandated religion.
So you don't want doctrine favoring what I just move on. We're moving on.
No, based on your interpretation, I do. If you're saying it favors, I'm going to finish my point. I'm going to finish my... You can't tell me to be quiet. Right? If you choose to not engage, that's fine. Speakeasy can tell me.
You're right.
Hey, we need
just
to
let him finish his point, and then we move on. Right? You make it longer when you keep interrupting.
I don't think it's necessary, man. We don't need to hear it.
I
didn't give a point.
That's fine, but there's like 400 people almost watching, so like they might think it's necessary.
Right. And
so
you did make a point. You said
that
I want state-mandated religion, and I said based on how you interpret it. You're saying if I promote my religious views through my morality and informing my voting, that's me promoting a state religion. I disagree.
Nope,
I think promoting a state religion is like saying the government says you have to be Catholic or Catholicism
How many times do I have to correct you?
Religion. Go ahead. You could go back and then
How
I'll
many
answer.
times do I have to correct you?
That's exactly what you're saying. So correct away, and you'll say the same
I
thing
never,
again.
I
which is
legitimately and clearly, Rob, demarcated the difference between legislatively mandating a state-favored religion versus being informed by Christian morality. Get that through your fucking head.
And when we asked the specifics of it, you said things like this.
Nothing.
If a Christian votes for welfare because of their moral beliefs,
How can you
then
just
that's
move
mandating
forward, dude?
favoring a state religion. That's what you said.
No, you just move forward. I want you to address what I said.
I just did.
Didn't I not?
said the way you define
did I
it-
not
the way
clearly
you defined
demarcate
it-
the difference?
No, you
I didn't.
specifically
Yeah.
said them favoring a state-mandated religion would include the following things.
Holy
If a Christian informs their morality from the Bible and says that it tells them to be charitable to others, therefore they vote for welfare, that would be Christian nationalism.
Nope, I did
That's
not.
what you
You're wrong.
said.
Sorry, let's just agree to
You
disagree.
did say that.
No, I didn't. Rob.
Circa,
You
you-
just don't listen.
You
You
even
said it.
Circa, you did when you did answer this
No,
like
I
this,
did
and
not
I
like
even
that.
asked to try to be clear. If a bunch of Christians vote against abortion because they believe that every
they try
human
to
bears the
instill
image
a
of
specific
God,
Christian
wait,
doctrine.
if a bunch of Christians, because they believe every human bears the image of God, votes against abortion, is that Christian nationalism?
They use Christian doctrine to try and do it in state
I just said it. They all believe that God, everyone bears the image of God. That's written in the Bible. They
So you're
believe
now-
this.
That is.
So
that
they
would be it. Yeah, because you're favoring a.
so that would be Christian nationalism. So a bunch of Christians voting for a policy based off their morals is Christian nationalism.
No, it's not. It's not Christian doctrine just
You
because
just
they
said
inform
yes.
No, because informing yourself in Christian morality is not
this
Christian
is
doctrine.
frustrating to
No,
listen
speak easy.
to.
Informing yourself of Christian morality is not Christian doctrine.
No, but voting
Okay, you just
based
said
on
no,
your
you agreed.
morals, you just said it.
You
You
just
just
agreed.
said, okay, listen. Let me ask you one more time, Circa, because now I understand where the frustration is coming from. Me, you, Rob, all Christian. We have the majority vote now because there's 3 of us and 2 of them.
Sure.
All right. We have the majority vote. We believe every human bears the image of God. So we're going to vote against abortion. Christian nationalism, yes or no?
If you enact a state policy legislatively, yes.
Okay, so if the policy is no abortion, then
Sorry,
that means
Do you
Christian
have to
nationalism,
try and
right?
enact a state religion, or can you keep this Christian morality information to yourself?
Wait a minute.
You're not.
So as
you're
long
not
as I don't
no,
publicly
Rob,
say,
stop. You're interrupting me now. You're not required to try and enact legislation on what you think it might be.
huh?
Wait,
Why are we
I'm so
assuming?
confused.
Why are we assuming
Why are
that
we-
you have to enact a state legislative process on this?
I didn't say anything about have to or anything. I just
that's the
asked
Christian
very
nationalist
simply,
part.
Circa, so that we can get the Christian nationalists and state religion. Is
Enacting
it a state
a legislative
religion if
policy
3 of
is-
us vote against 2
Oh my God.
for abortion to be banned?
Fuck, dude. If you're enacting the Christian nationalist part is when you try to enact the legislative process. You can inform yourself actually without any voting happening or trying to make the state do what you want. Right?
So let me be clear. Can I steel man this? You tell me if I'm wrong.
You are not very good
We
at
could
steel
say
manning, so
us
let's
3
not do
in
that.
this example. Please let me finish. In this example, us 3 could come together and say abortion is wrong and it should be illegal. We just can't vote to have the state do it. Once
You
we
said-
vote to have the state make abortion illegal, now it's Christian nationalism.
It is Christian nationalism the moment you try to do that, yes.
That's exactly what my point's been the whole time. That's what you're saying, and you keep saying,
No,
no,
it's
I'm not
not.
saying
You
that.
were saying informing yourself of Christian morality. That's not the same, is
No,
it?
and for informing yourself and then voting for those
I'm sorry,
preferences. It's what,
is that a compound phrase? Does it require voting?
but wait,
Rob,
if
does it
I
require
keep sa-
voting to
That's
inform
what he
yourself
was
on
talking
Christian
about. He
morality?
said inform his vote off his morals.
You can
I don't
inform
know.
yourself on Christian
Now
morality.
I feel like
and you
you're
can still
trolling.
vote.
This is
No, I'm
getting
not
crazy
trolling.
to
I'm
me.
not, because you don't actually have to vote to enact legislative policy. Okay? And the reason for
What?
this is because when you do that, Rob, you have to choose something. Abortion is not really in the Bible, by the way.
But again, like the problem
What do you
is,
mean
I said
again?
that the fundamental. Listen, The fundamental problem I said with your position is what you're really saying is Christians should not be involved in the democratic process because every time they vote for something, that's Christian nationalism. And now you're like, no. And then when it comes down to brass tacks, you're like, see, what I'm saying is Christians are allowed to look at the Bible and say, this is moral and this is immoral.
Interpret it
But as soon
themselves.
as soon as they vote,
No,
for
I'm
what
not
they
saying they
think's
can't
moral
vote.
and
Never
immoral,
said that.
now it's Christian
Never
nationalism.
said they
In
can't
other
vote.
words, what you're saying, let me finish. In other words,
Holy
what you're
fuck,
saying
dude.
is Christians must reject being part of the governmental systems.
Nope.
Because as
Not
soon
even
as they
close.
start to vote for their morality
Literally
based
not
on
even
their
close.
religion,
Again,
that
you're just putting
becomes
words in my
Christian
mouth. I never
nationalism.
mentioned that. You're just fucking.
I
It's
mean,
a
I
waste
don't know
time.
what to say. Do you really think that Speakeasy and everyone else that's listening
I
is
don't
confused
Form my opinions
because
for
we're
other people.
liars or we're assholes?
I don't inform my opinions for other people. You should try it.
You're debating
You
for
should-
an audience.
You should try it.
I am. And if everyone in the audience says
Yeah.
we can't understand you, we don't know what the fuck you're saying. There's probably
That's
something
okay
wrong
with me. I understand what the psychological term here is. I understand the psychological effect.
I just want to be
Just know
so
that your example here, okay, is not good. You're putting words in my mouth, and it's wrong.
what words did I put in your mouth?
I never said that Christians can't vote.
Okay, how can Christians vote?
How can Christians vote? They can vote.
Yes.
They don't have to vote to enact a state religion, my friend. They don't have to favor their
But
own religion when they
define-
vote. There you go.
But abortion
Moving
law,
on.
but
We're
you
moving on.
just said
We're moving
right,
on.
but again, you just said state religion would be voting to make abortion illegal. That's
Yeah,
state
and
religion.
where does the Bible say abortion is wrong?
That's irrelevant.
How is that irrelevant to what you just said?
Because you're the hypothetical that
No,
Speakeasy
answer
said
the
was-
question. Where does the Bible say
Yes,
abortion is
it's
wrong?
irrelevant to this situation.
No, it's not because you're just
Speakeasy-
using your vibes and fifis to fucking legislate.
Listen to
All
me.
humans bear the image of God. That's where it says it. Just let me write it out for you. Maybe if you read this sentence, it'll help. Bunch of Christians get together, use their morals to vote for no abortion. Christian
Again.
nationalism, yes or no?
It's Christian nationalism because they're trying to
Yes or
enact.
no? Yes or no, please, Circa, so I can be
Dude,
clarified in my
this
head.
is not hard. It's not hard.
Yes, I know it's not hard.
So
Yes is a
once you
three-word,
take
three-letter
your
word. No is
religious
a two-letter
principles
word.
and you
Which
enact
one?
a
Yes or
doctrine
no,
on
and
the
then
state.
explain.
Circa, please, bro. Yes or no?
It's yes if you try to do it through the state.
How else do you vote for no abortion?
Again, that would be
Where
Christian
else do you
nationalism.
vote for?
Again,
In the
that
movie
entire
theater?
topic is gonna be Christian nationalist. Yes.
So then when I say that Christians can't vote because they're always using
Sorry,
their
is
morality
abortion
to vote,
every vote that a Christian makes? What the fuck?
but
But
it's an
what?
example.
But what?
It's an example that
I didn't know
we're
every
saying,
voting
here's a
was done on
policy.
abortion.
Why do you do this? Why
Because
do you
you're
keep, like,
hilarious, bro.
you say something, then I try to answer, and you immediately come in. Abortion is one example. Here's an example of us using our morality that we get through Christianity to vote for a policy. In this case, abortion. You're like, yes, that would be Christian nationalism. And then you're like, but isn't there other things that Christians believe? Yes, but you would say every time they vote for that,
No, I
it
wouldn't.
also
You're just
would be
putting words in my
Christian
mouth. Sorry.
nationalism. Okay, give me an example of when it wouldn't be.
Where does the Bible
When
say
Christians
abortion
are
is wrong?
informed by the Bible and their morality and they vote for something. Give me
Where
an
does
example.
where
of
does
when
the
it
Bible
wouldn't.
say abortion is wrong?
Why is that relevant to this?
If you're going to inform yourself with Christian morality, you better be able to.
Speakeasy
talk
said
about
it
scripture.
says in this example, we all came to the conclusion that it says it because it says that we're all made in the image of God.
I'm sorry, that's your words, though, right? That's your words.
That's what Speakeasy said. The
Sorry, is that
hypothetical
what
was.
God says? Is that what the Bible says?
The Bible says at parts that we're made in the image of God. Yes.
That doesn't mean anything about abortion.
What is the relevance to this, anyways?
If you're going to legislate what you think the Bible says on abortion, don't you think the Bible should mention abortion?
Okay, fair enough. So then the
What do you
Bible
mean
doesn't mention
fair
abortion.
enough.
Okay, no, wait, I'm conceding. The Bible doesn't mention abortion, therefore this can't be a Christian nationalist policy, correct?
It's your vibes and fifis policy.
But it's not Christian nationalism.
I'm sorry, what? You're using what you think it is.
Speakeasy, can you put that quote back up there?
You're using what you think it is. You're trying to enact a state religion that you think it is.
So a bunch of Christians get together and use
So-
their morals to vote for abortion.
So,
That's not Christian. Let me finish.
So?
That's not Christian. That's not Christian nationalism
Okay,
because
got
the
it.
Bible never says anything about abortion.
no,
Or
that's
is it
not what I
Christian
said.
nationalism?
You can still try and
Is it
enact
Christian
Christian
nationalism?
nationalism without actually trying to do what the Bible actually says.
Right. So then what's the point of you saying, well, but listen, me and Speakeasy are like, do you
You
realize
just
this is saying
conceded, bro. Oh
Let
my
me
God.
let me finish. Let me finish. Do you realize this is what just said? we see this and we're like, so yes, name me a policy then that a Christian using their moral framework that they get through Christianity could vote for that wouldn't be Christian nationalism. Your response
not what I
is,
said.
where does the let me finish. Your
Not what I
response is, where's let me finish. Your
Not what I said.
response is, let me finish. Your response is, where does the Bible talk about abortion? What is the relevancy? If you're like, well, you're wrong. The
Well,
Bible doesn't
the
talk about
relevancy
abortion, but
here,
it's still
Rob,
Christian nationalism.
would be accidentally trying to assume that you know what Christianity wants and needs, or that you know Christian morality. You're now legislatively being authoritative on it, and it's not even in the Bible. Isn't that dangerous?
Maybe that you could say that, but my
That's still
question is,
Christian
wouldn't that
nationalism,
be-
bro.
Wouldn't that be true of every position that Christians vote for that
No,
they
it
come
wouldn't.
through
No,
a
it wouldn't.
moral
I'm not
framework?
interested in money in the water. Let's move on.
Give me an example of
Move
one it
on,
wouldn't.
please.
Give me an example of one
No,
where
I
it
want to
wouldn't.
move on. I'm not interested in money in the water.
I mean, you're right. So stop saying I'm putting words in your mouth.
You are.
When I'm articulating clearly that you're saying that anytime Christians vote based on their morality, it's Christian nationalism.
That's definitely not what I said. So,
Yes, you
congratulations.
can't give one example.
No, congratulations. You fucked it again. Really impressive.
I don't know what to say.
I know, it's really
legitimately
weird,
don't
bro.
know if you're a troll.
I know you're
I don't know
trapping
if
me.
you're a
Let's just
troll or one
continue.
of
Let's
the dumbest
continue.
people. I mean, I apologize that I got so frustrated. The constant interruptions
I
and this
don't
level of
accept it.
stupidity.
Let's just move on.
I mean, I don't know what to say.
Let's just move on.
It's remarkable.
Then
It's
let's
a
move on.
remarkable level of stupidity.
Let's move on.
I
then.
just don't get it.
Oh my fucking god.
And this is what I'm saying. Just one last thing I'll say, and then we can.
Oh, no more.
To the audience, you don't have to listen. I'm talking to the audience. To the audience, you see what I mean when I said that, like, so much of atheists will tell you, as a Christian, here's what's good for you, Christianity.
I never
You see
said
the
that.
bullshit that we're dealing
Literally
with.
never
I mean,
said that.
take it at face value what we're witnessing here.
Literally never said that, Rob. You're fucking pathetic.
Re-examination show sends in
Pathetic fucking
$5
excuse
to
of an
say
argument.
non-circuiter. Non-circuiter.
No,
That's
seriously.
funny.
Very pathetic, Rob.
Thank
That's all
you,
I'm gonna say.
re-examination. Birdie the dog sends in $5 to say W speak easy. Thank you, Birdie the dog. I appreciate that big time. $5 comes in from Darth Grumpy Dad. Says, Circa, how would you feel if you hadn't had breakfast this morning?
I did, so I can't really tell you.
True. $2 comes in from Re-examination Show. Atheism, super neutral to religion, you guys.
It is. I want Rob to be able to practice his Christianity. Really.
Except just not vote.
Yeah, no.
Am I allowed to vote for abortion being illegal?
No.
Or is that Christian nationalism?
That would be Christian nationalism. I mean,
All right.
There you have it.
I didn't know the faith revolved around you trying to enact a doctrine of what you think Christianity is. Keep going.
Name me one thing that
Keep
I
going.
could vote for
It's
that
pathetic.
would be
Keep
Christian
going. Keep
nationalism.
going.
I mean, I don't know what to say. Like,
What else are we going to
speakeasy-
legislate?
I mean, for fuck's sakes, you see what I'm saying here, right? I mean, holy fuck.
I mean, you
I
did
have
just say
been
that I don't
super
think you should
confused, I
vote, which
can't
is
lie.
hilarious.
It's
Just
been
to be
hard
clear,
to, like,
here's the things. Here's the thing.
grasp what
Everything
you're
we've talked
saying
about,
it is.
every single example we've talked about voting for as a Christian, every single one he says Christian nationalism. Everything from abortion,
Yeah.
gay
Except
rights.
you're assuming that all of Christian
welfare
morality
state,
is assumed
tax
to be
rates,
favoring Christianity on behalf of the state, which is not true.
Listen again, audience. You can talk after I'm done. Every
Dude,
single one
that's
of these
literally
he says
gonna be at
that
3 in the
a
morning.
Christian can't vote on because it's Christian nationalism. Abortion, gay rights or gay marriage, progressive tax rates, welfare. To vote on any of those as a Christian
none of
is
that's true.
Christian nationalism. Every single policy we've talked about, he said it's Christian nationalism.
None of that's
Christians vote
true.
for.
Let's
But
move on.
hypothetically,
Just let 'em finish.
there's some policy out there that he can't name that a Christian could vote on that wouldn't be Christian nationalism.
Let's
He just
move on.
can't name it.
Let's move on.
All right. Carolina in Fort Worth for another $2 says Mennonites say no pants for girls. Make that a law?
I think this is for you, Rob.
Would it be a Mennonite state if they voted it in?
I mean, what if the majority wanted it?
What if the majority of atheists want it?
Okay, I mean, I probably said it's wrong.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, like, yeah, I mean, and I think this
What the fuck?
audience
We don't have to-
member-
we don't have to continue. Let's
this-
go. Let's go.
this audience member, I think fundamentally, I mean, my goodness, the audience person asked a question, I'm responding, and you're flipping out.
Oh.
You could leave. No one's holding you here. Leave. Jeez, oh man. So where I think you're getting it wrong, Carolyn, is we're not saying that everything that religious people believe should be enshrined in law. In fact, I said this, the Ten Commandments says, honor thy mother and father. I'm not saying that that should be enshrined in law. The problem is, it's clear that what my opponent is defining as this says that we couldn't vote on anything. So not only could we vote on a law that says no pants for girls, I can't vote on abortion. I can't vote on gay rights. I can't vote on a welfare state. I can't vote on the border. All of that's informed by my Christianity. So it's clear that his position on this is wrong because on one hand, we're saying, look, we should be allowed as Christians to use our moral framework to tell us which policies we should push for, right? And on the other hand, my opponent's saying no, because your moral framework's endemic in everything you think and every policy you'd want, you can't vote. So clearly the one being more authoritarian here, and specifically when the prompt's about being beneficial to Christians, the guy saying my secularism means Christians can't vote, it's clearly worse for Christians.
Crazy.
We got Eli Nix for $2 says state religion is the state declaring an official one.
Exactly. I'm against it. He says no. He keeps saying state religion's doing things like voting to outlaw abortion is state religion.
Wow. I mean, you can preference a religion over the others and de facto create an official religion. But
all right. 5. Oh, sorry. Did you want to keep going?
I guess we can just do a sleight of hand. Just oopsies. I didn't actually say it. when you make
no, you did.
No, I didn't, Rob. Shut up.
You said every single policy.
When you make a policy on behalf of a state that's favoring the religion, you are now officially, because it's a law, Rob. Laws are official by the state. Wow, incredible! You are now favoring a certain religion. Congratulations.
All laws are by the state, correct?
They're official. And if they favor one religion over the other, then you are then favoring a de facto one-state religion.
Answer the question. All laws are by the state. All laws are by the state. He won't answer. He'll say yes if he was good faith. Therefore, the only part we're concerned is
just let him finish.
The only part we're concerned about is the favoring one religion over another, because anytime we're voting, it's through the state, right? And he says it's favoring one religion over another if you use your Christianity to inform a policy you want passed. For example, he says that if you vote to make abortion illegal, that's favoring one religion over another. Therefore, you shouldn't be allowed to vote on it. That's his version of Christian. If you vote for a welfare state because it's informed by your Christianity, that's favoring your religion over another. Therefore, you shouldn't be allowed to vote.
It's favoring your version of Christian ethics, which is not in the Bible, Rob.
Correct. So that would be Christian nationalism.
It's bad.
There you go. Why are you arguing? Just say, yep, that's actually what I believe.
I don't think Christian nationalism is good.
No, like my prompt. And then we go through it and you're like, well, yeah, that is what I mean.
Hey, Jesus Christ.
All right. Hman for $5 says, have we defined what's beneficial and by what metric it can be universally applied? Not sure an ungrounded secular humanist can actually do this.
We tried, and it wasn't going anywhere. Like, for example,
one because part it's not relevant to this conversation.
Well, yes.
What's you don't even know if I'm a secular humanist and kind of arrogant and ignorant again to assume that.
Can you lower the monetary thing there just so we can see the prompt?
I never really assumed your position, right?
It is.
The prompt does have.
It says the word beneficial, and so
he said secular humanist, and you are assuming that I'm one.
He's implying you're a secular humanist. That might be wrong, but what I'm saying is, have we defined what beneficial is? And I'm saying, we tried, but no, we were incapable of doing that. That's important, seeing as how that's in your prompt.
Part of this is that it doesn't exclude Christians when the state has to favor a certain type of Christianity.
So the only beneficial we got was exclusion, and we went through an hour on how the current system that doesn't allow any Christianity, including you can't vote on abortion,
is more exclusion. That's why they left the Church of England. That way they could escape not persecution, right?
You're saying that a secular state would mean that Christians can't vote on abortion, correct?
No, I'm not, dude.
Yeah, you...
No, I'm not.
Yes.
I'm not.
I mean, Speakeasy made this as clear as day, and you answered affirmatively
you're missing times. You're missing the end point of that, which is using Christian doctrine to try and say that. And the truth is that you could actually vote on abortion using non-Christian doctrine.
How?
I'm sure someone can think of it. They can think of this as, they can come to
Well,
the conclusion.
non-Christian.
They can come to the conclusion that a fetus is a person that has personhood without religion at all. By the way, dude.
But what you need to
So,
find what
sorry,
is good.
you need to continue
but-
your fucking argument.
But listen, no, but we are all going to vote based on our morality.
Right, you
like
just
the very
avoided
reason,
what I fucking said. I'm so fucking over this.
No.
Yes, you
Okay,
did.
Listen. So let me explain something real quick.
No,
You can
stop
shut
trying
up
to explain
because
things when
you're
you
just
don't
gonna
even
interrupt 50
listen.
times. You can shut up. You're just going to interrupt 50 times. So I'll
Because
explain
you
this
literally
to
just
speak easy in
fucking
the audience.
ramble, bro.
So like in policy debate, what we'd see is there's like different stages of an argument. So like if you had a disadvantage, let's say speakeasy, you're like, here's my plan. I might have a disadvantage, and it would say, you say, my plan is we should enact Obamacare. I would have something called uniqueness, the way it is. So the economy's good now. Link, how your plan affects that. That's the link, right? So the link would be, your plan hurts the economy. Impact, hurting the economy causes war. You get it? Uniqueness, the way things are. Link, how the plan changes it. Impact, why
complete
that's bad.
argument.
Okay, so
Complete
what
argument.
we need to see is you can always go one step further
fuck
on
is
an
still going?
impact, right? Like for example, I could say that the impact is it causes war, but Speakeasy might retort to that and say, "But war is good because humans are bad, so let's eliminate them all." And I could say, but you see, we could keep going further with impacts, right? That's the same thing that we see happening here, right? So he'll say, well, hypothetically, you could decide that it is good to vote against abortion through non-religious means because you think that that baby has personhood. But why does personhood matter? Because it has to be something that you would want to preserve under your moral framework. And where are Christians getting their moral framework? Christianity.
Yeah.
So that means that even saying, I could say this scientist over here gives an argument why at conception that's a person and we give them personhood. Still, the reason that I would be against allowing abortion is it is morally unjust to kill a person. And how do I know it's morally unjust to kill a person? Because my religion is where I get my morals from. So even in that sense, that's me using Christianity to push my religion.
The Bible doesn't actually say that.
Irrelevant. You said all that matters is I
Oh
think
my
that it does.
fucking God. You really think that's irrelevant to what you just said?
Yes, we
That's-
already went through this loop.
Incredible. Let's just move on.
We went through the loop. I said, oh, therefore nothing's Christian nationalist, right? Because the Bible doesn't say.
No,
You
let's-
said, no, it's
move
still Christian nationalist because you're interpreting the Bible that way. Right.
What's the next super comment?
Should we allow murder? The Bible is against it.
I think no.
That sounds pretty Christian nationalist to me.
It existed before Christian faith, actually. It's Old Testament, right? Isn't that Jewish? Actually, it's before that too, Rob. Do I need to remind you of history again, or what? Is
So
that
let's
inherently
just-
a Christian thing?
Well, there's
I'm sorry,
a lot
is
of
it
free
or is it
societies-
not? Yes or no?
I don't know if the first time, Hammurabi's
Hammurabi
Code
Code
may
is
have been
where it
against me.
comes from. Okay.
Is it?
Eastern Eurasian
that for a
communities. Yes, I am very aware of this. I don't know how
Okay,
you
so
aren't,
just to be, okay,
but
let's
it
say
is
that
really
that's true.
telling to think that you actually know that it is Christian nationalism. It's the first thing you said. That's hilarious. Why?
Because you're saying,
You really think this
let me
comes
explain
from
what.
Christianity?
Yeah.
It's not even in the New Testament.
Okay, so this is why I said that, right? Because according to your interpretation, why do you think I think murder is bad?
Apparently, it's Christian nationalism.
Why do you think I think murder is bad? Why do you think I have that belief?
Probably
Where's
from
my morality?
the Old Testament, which
So the Bible,
yeah,
my
it's
Christianity, my
Jewish.
religion,
Yeah, it's Jewish.
my religion.
Judeo-Christian, yeah.
I don't know if you knew this. This is gonna blow your mind. Christians also believe in the Old Testament. Blow
Part,
your mind there. I know.
parts, yeah.
Okay, so my religion. So if I want to vote against allowing murder because of my Christian beliefs, is that Christian nationalism?
No,
Why not?
No.
Why not?
it's not inherently Christian doctrine. It doesn't favor Christianity.
What do you mean? It favors my version of Christianity.
Yeah, if you're stupid and don't know where it comes from.
What does that have to do with where it comes from? My morality comes from
I
Christianity.
mean, if you just think
That's
that
where I
everything
come to-
comes from you, then I guess you can say everything is.
But I'm voting
You,
for things that follow
nationalism.
my moral code.
If you
That's
just
why
think
I'm
everything comes
choosing
from
to
you,
do-
Rob, you can just say I'm advancing you nationalism, me nationalism.
Okay, let's do this. Is abortion in the Bible?
Abortion is in Exodus 22 or 21, and it's not really an abortion; it's miscarriage. It's about when law concerning violence. When
Okay, so
two
abortion's not
people
really
are
in the
fighting
Bible.
and they
correct?
injure a pregnant woman. That's
So
really the
abortion's
only
not
place, dude.
So abortion's not really in the Bible then?
It's not. It's notably
miscarriage.
absent on this topic.
Okay, so therefore, me and Speakeasy voting against abortion can't be Christian nationalism.
It can, because what you think it is the problem. What you think you're going to legislate on behalf of the state religion, you're not favoring what you think it is. That's the Christian nationalism part.
Okay, I think murder is bad because of my religion, and my
But
religion
you're not
tells me bad.
understanding
So is it Christian nationalism for me to vote
You're
against
not
murder?
understanding this, dude.
I am understanding.
You're
This is
not.
literally an apples to apples comparison.
No, you're just not understanding it.
Your argument is this. I'll steel man your argument. It doesn't
You
matter
have
what the
been
Bible.
notoriously bad at steel manning this entire night. Let's not do that again.
I disagree with you. Anyways, I'll finish my point. Your argument is this. Look, it doesn't matter if abortion's in the Bible because Christians get a moral framework from the Bible and think that tells them what to think.
Yes.
Please be quiet. Because
You
Christians
disagree?
think.
Do you disagree?
You interrupted me to agree with me and then say you disagree.
Yeah. On what
So
I
be
said.
quiet.
Oh my
So
Let
just
him
be
finish
quiet.
talking.
bro.
Right? So because
How
with
much longer?
abortion, leave. Why? Like, I don't understand.
Yeah, I'm confused. Why keep interrupting to say how much longer? I've already said you are free to leave whenever you want.
I mean,
So I'll go
is
back
that
to this.
disrespectful
So
to you
with
or what?
abortion-
He's literally trapping me right
It's
now.
more disrespectful to stay and keep interrupting, to be honest.
It's not disrespectful to let a monologue for 3 minutes
No.
and
I let
say
you
things
talk
that
as
I
much
didn't
as you
say?
want
It's
without.
never 3 minutes. I swear.
you
it's
didn't count the
never
last
3
one,
minutes.
Speakeasy.
So what happens
3
is
times
we
ago
have
it was a
these-
minute and 30
We
seconds. I
have the
did finally.
interruptions. We have the
That's not
interruptions.
three.
Then we have these discussions. That goes 4
Come
minutes,
on.
and then I speak for a minute and a half, and then you go, let's just move on. Every time. So I'm going to finish this. So with abortion, it doesn't matter if it's really in the Bible or not. All that matters is we think that we're informed by our religion on how to vote in abortion. Therefore, that makes that Christian nationalist. However, for some reason, what we think we're informed of about murder, which comes from the Bible, that doesn't make it Christian nationalist.
Because it's not inherently Christian doctrine.
Okay, but neither's abortion. It's not inherently Christian doctrine.
You think it is, I guess.
What are you talking about? No, I don't. I think non-religious people could be against abortion.
Okay. Why do you want to
then it's not
advocate
Christian
for
nationalism.
a state policy, though? Why don't you use a
Because-
different argument?
What are you talking about?
Why do you use a religious argument?
Because that's where I can't help it. That's where my morality
Except
comes
it's not
from.
in there. So what exactly are you using for a
But
religious
again,
argument?
but why is that relevant?
It means that you're dangerously trying to enact law that you don't even know is in the Bible or not.
Okay, then it's not Christian
Isn't that
nationalism because
kind
it's
of
not
the
in the
dangerous
Bible.
part?
It's not Christian nationalism. It's not in the Bible.
It is, because you think it is Christian morality.
You think it is, so it's Christian nationalism.
And you're trying to favor
And it's
your
inevitable.
interpretation.
My morality comes from everything that I think is moral or not comes from my Christian
It's
belief.
your interpretation.
That
yeah.
means no matter what I push for, it will be based in my Christian faith.
In your interpretation, yeah. And it's dangerously
Okay,
wrong.
nonetheless, if you say that makes it Christian nationalism, who cares if you think that my interpretation is correct or not? It's still Christian nationalism according to you.
No.
So just maybe let me ask Circa, for those Christians that believe, like, they'll twist up and say, oh, the Bible was actually talking about little boys as in kids. They didn't say
That's not true
men
either.
can't marry men. So what about the Christians that believe gay marriage should be allowed? Are the ones that are voting for gay marriage to be allowed, is that Christian nationalism too?
No.
Why?
Is that advancing, favoring a religion?
Yes,
they
their
believe
religion.
that. Yeah, they believe that under Christianity they're allowed to have gay marriage.
Marriage is not inherently Christian, guys. It existed long before
Neither's
Christianity.
abortion.
That's not.
What the
Neither's
fuck?
abortion.
So
Neither's
every
abortion.
time you're asked a question about, like,
Dude,
if
You
Christians
can't
vote
just
for a
take
certain
everything in the
thing,
world and think it's
Circa,
Christian.
right? But you said if they think it is, that's Christian
The
nationalism.
people getting married,
So it shouldn't matter
who want
why
to
you
advocate
keep
for gay
going to what
marriage
you
don't
interpret
think
the
they're
Bible
advancing.
as.
They don't think they're advancing Christianity here.
Yes, they do.
do.
How does someone who
I
is
just
gay
gave
and
the
wants to get
example. Why are
married?
you changing my example, Circa?
I don't know how I'm changing your example, man.
There are Protestants that think that gay marriage should be legal, correct?
Legal then, right?
Yes, correct. You agree with that?
Sure. I mean,
And
it's,
they
it's
say,
not
we think
favoring
the
a
Bible-
religion.
Let me finish. They say we think the Bible allows this and encourages it. Encourages people to engage in monogamous relations, correct?
Okay.
So why is that not Christian nationalism? They're voting for it because of their religious morality.
Okay, so what they are voting for, Rob, definitionally is Christian nationalism, right? You're correct.
That's your claim, correct?
What they think it is, yeah. Is
Okay.
that actually how the policy gets enacted? I would say it's
Doesn't
wrong to
matter.
think about it that way. I'm advocating
It's
that.
still Christian. It's
I'm-
still Christian
Rob,
nationalism.
I'm advocating that thinking of this in a secular way, as in trying to eliminate what you think of favoring religion as on the behalf of the state. I think that is more beneficial to Christians.
But it's impossible for Christians.
No, it's not.
You've conceded the following: everyone uses their moral framework when voting, correct?
You don't have to completely only use Christian morality to vote.
Do you completely use your morality when you vote?
I have it be informed by a bunch of different things. I told you my
But it's
morality
your
is
morality.
informed by Christian morality as well.
It's your morality.
Now, do I
that's
go and
always being
enact
used.
a policy that favors a religion?
It's your morality that you use, right?
I swear to God, this is not hard.
It's your morality that you use, right?
Am I favoring a religion?
It doesn't matter. It's
It
your
does,
morality
because that's
that
the definition
you
of
use.
secularism. Again, that's
It
the definition
doesn't
of
matter.
secularism.
Is it your morality that you're using and favoring?
It's not favoring a religion?
Is it your morality that you're using and favoring?
Sure, Rob.
Okay, so if Christians inherently get their morality from Christianity, and they always use their morality when they vote, what's the conclusion there?
They don't have to only favor their section of Christianity.
They do, because
No, they
the
don't,
truth
Rob.
to
I'm sorry. You're
Christians-
just,
the truth-
this is stupid.
That's not true by definition.
Everything you vote on does not
Christians believe that the
favor
truth
one
comes from
religion or
God.
another. No, everything you
Their
vote on.
morality comes from
Giggity.
God.
What the fuck?
I-
What are we doing? Like, he's interrupting me every fucking 2 seconds, and we're like moderating me. What the fuck is going on?
I'll be quiet. Go ahead.
Okay. Everything you vote on does not favor a certain brand of Christianity. Yes or no?
No.
Thank you.
Everything you vote for favors your morality, which comes from Christianity. Yes
It doesn't
or no?
have to favor a certain sect of Christianity.
Does
or
it favor your
religion.
morality?
It doesn't.
does it favor
we're talking
your
about
morality?
religion, dude.
Does it favor your morality? Why can I answer your question so quickly and you can't answer mine?
I did already.
No,
I said it favors my morality.
Okay, and so if Christians'
That doesn't mean it
morality comes
advances
from
a certain type of
Christianity,
religion.
then every time they vote, it will favor their religion.
No, it doesn't.
Then explain to me how that's not
You
the case.
already said that every time you vote doesn't mean you're advancing your religion.
Like abortion.
No, you just said, you said earlier. No, it doesn't.
That's my belief, not yours.
Oh my.
Your belief was, we just went through this with abortion. Your belief was, abortion's not mentioned in the Bible, and Christians falsely interpret it. And there's other reasons to be against abortion other than Christianity. And yet, when Christians vote against abortion, that's Christian nationalism. And now you're like, but if there's other reasons,
They
there's
use
other reasons
Christian
you might
doctrine
vote,
to,
then why
to
is
try
that
and
Christian
favor their
nationalism?
religion. Definitionally, it would be Christian nationalism, man. It's about applying a
How are they
framework.
trying to...
It's about applying a framework of Christianity to state governance.
To what you just said there, Circa,
I'll be right back.
I just want to read Re-Examination Show's chat here, because that's kind of what I'm getting here from what you're saying, that like if not all Christians want the same thing, then there's no measure to identify what a Christian policy is,
Perfect. No,
making
perfect,
it
perfect,
secular.
Perfect. Perfect. This is perfect. So why would you try and legislate it? Answer that.
But it wouldn't matter to you, right? Because
It would. I
there's
want
no
Christians
actual
to flourish.
measure.
I want Christians to flourish. If we can't figure out what Christians actually want, why would we try and legislate it like we know what they want? Think about it. That's the problem.
But what is you're
just
saying
said it.
that's
He
like a
just said it
should
right there,
that's like
man.
a should question, but
No,
we're
he just said it. If we
we're
can't
still
figure out
not
what we
figuring
all
out what
want,
Christian nationalism
he
is.
just said if Christians
You kind
do
of
not,
switch to should we use Christian nationalism? We're still trying to figure out what it is to you. Like, so it's a state religion
I've already
to
defined
you
it. It's when you apply a policy framework to a state, and then enact
that
that
is
policy
in
framework
favor of a
of
religion.
Christian
So
doctrine.
every single
sorry,
state
not
right
Christian doctrine,
now,
but a religious doctrine.
yeah. So every single state right now that has
Has some variance of it. Yes.
abortion allowed is an Islamic state, right?
Yeah. Not an Islamic state. What?
Well, yeah, it would be a religious state because like Islam is for abortion. So Muslims would be voting for abortion, which would mean that like their
Muslims,
Islamic states, I guess.
so
religion
Muslims
states.
in the Quran and specifically the Hadith, the soul they say
Yeah, it
enters
doesn't
in,
enter the body
in like
till certain
140
times. So
days.
therefore, abortion. I don't care about the doctrine. I don't need to run through all that. I'm
Abortion
asking
is
a simple
technically
question.
illegal,
Does it
man,
make it Islamic
after
states?
140 days.
What I'm really just trying to get is like a solid definition of what like a state religion is, but like it seems
It's
like
when you
you
try
kind
to
of
apply a
are
policy or
jumping all
framework
over.
of a certain type of doctrine that favors one religion, and you use the state to do that. And re-examination's comment is the exact
But when you
thing I'm
say
trying to
favor
bring up.
one religion, right? Atheists could also vote in things that favor one religion, and that wouldn't be
That would be
Christian
non-secular,
nationalism.
actually, if they tried to vote with the mindset of advancing like some sort of policy framework that is inherently religious doctrine. Obviously, yeah.
No, no, because I asked you about the atheists that want to just they say gay marriage spreads more STDs. We don't want to do it.
That wouldn't be favoring a religion for one, but I think we'd
I-
have to take that with.
It's the
We'd have to
same
weigh it
outcome
on
of
its weight, though, right?
no
We'd have to
gay
actually,
marriage.
we'd have to measure it on its weight.
This is why it's confusing of what you say a state religion is.
Well, no, it's not analogous.
Because if
It's not
Christians
analogous.
vote for no gay marriage, it's a state religion. If atheists vote for no gay marriage, it's not a
No,
state
it's about
religion.
applying
it's
the
the same
policy. It's
outcome.
about applying the policy framework of the specific brand of religious doctrine that you think it is.
Right. So as long as Christians don't say that they're Christians, they can enact any Christian policies.
No, because the framework they're going to apply is going to
Wait.
be.
What if atheists said, everybody has to go to church on Sunday or you get a fine?
Wouldn't that be favoring a
Atheists.
religion?
No, they didn't say any specific church or anything. They just said you have to do it. It's
You have to
atheist.
choose, though,
I'm
And-
asking you a question. You keep asking me questions.
because this
I'm
is
asking you
very
a simple
important.
question. If
You can't just
atheists
say
vote, you have to go to church.
what
Very
church.
simple. Atheist, I don't care. They say you have to go to a church on Sunday.
Holy fuck. Okay, so you are favoring certain religions that have churches now.
All right. So
Right?
you just
Right?
don't.
Not every religion has a church, man.
Okay, let's just say they have to
This is
meditate
English I'm
for a
speaking.
religion.
Okay, so now we're favoring religions that value meditation.
It doesn't have to value meditation. There are
You just
religions that
said
don't value
meditation is state mandated.
It's so
No,
crazy.
it doesn't
how
value
hard
it.
is to answer.
Let's name a religion that doesn't value prayer or meditation.
What?
Name one.
The fuck
Name a
is
religion that
going
doesn't
on?
value like prayer or meditation.
I mean,
Just
prayer meditation. I mean, spiritually, I can't really think of one off the top of my head. How about? I mean, we can think of something like Norse mythology.
okay, Norse mythology. So even though they don't value prayer or meditation hypothetically,
Yeah.
still we say, even despite that, you could go ahead and you could contemplate and meditate on Norse mythology, no problem. So it doesn't matter if they value that, you're still so it's
about
not
the state.
excluding them.
It's about the state mandating what you think the policy framework of that doctrine is. Again, that's what it is.
Okay, like I'm not this religion, this specific part of it. I just want to go
The
back to
definition
I
part.
think you're absolutely.
Wow.
I think you're absolutely right, Speakeasy, and this is the point I was getting with murder.
Yeah, because
Right?
you don't want to
If you
engage
take
with
to
the
the
definition.
logical, if you take to the logical extension of what he's saying, if an atheist votes to make murder illegal, then that's not a religious nationalism. But if a Christian votes and does so through a Christian framework, then that same policy is Christian nationalism. When the
Except
Christian votes,
Thou shalt not murder is not Christian doctrine.
abortion's not Christian doctrine.
Yeah, but they think it is. If you're saying
Okay,
if you're
well-
saying that you're saying that because Christians believe murder is wrong because it is Christian doctrine, and then they advance a policy framework onto the state to enact that, then yes, it is Christian nationalism.
Right. And why do Christians think murder's wrong?
I mean, they inform themselves from the Bible.
Right.
Yeah, yeah.
So if a Christian votes against making murder illegal, it's Christian nationalism.
Or is that favoring one religion over another?
You say yes.
Is it favoring one religion over another?
Yes, that's your argument.
No, it's
You just said it. You 5 seconds ago just said it. Here's your argument.
Yeah,
It's only-
Islam thinks we should stone women in the streets if they cheat on their
So
husbands.
did Christianity
But
at
listen,
one point.
listen.
so-
Give me 30 seconds. You just said it. You're making two premises, right? You're like, if it favors one religion over another,
I
it's
didn't know
Christian
murder
nationalism.
was proprietary to Christianity.
And then the conclusion is, you're like,
I didn't know
yes,
murder was
if a
proprietary.
Christian, let me finish. Then you're like, yes, if a Christian votes against murder because of their religion, yes, it's Christian nationalism. Therefore, seeing as how you're saying that's favoring one religion over another to be Christian nationalist, yes, according to you, a Christian voting against murder because they believe through their religion murder is bad is favoring their religion over another. Yes.
I mean, some values and morals overlap, like my commenter just said.
Okay, but you just said that in that specific, you're right. Like
I mean,
abortion.
it seems like you think they're
gay-
informing themselves only of Christian doctrine, which is inerrant because it's not.
That's not true. Okay, let's do it this way. Let's
Yeah.
scrap.
I know you're trying to
Do you
trap me in like a
acknowledge- Do you
definitional
acknowledge?
stand.
Do you acknowledge?
And I just
that
want you
there
to
are at least some-
realize that my definition of Christian nationalism, again, is a policy framework that is going to be enacted upon the state legislatively.
Yes, Christians
So,
pushing policies
Christians
that
that
favor
want
them.
to say that murder is wrong simply because of Christian doctrine would be trying to enact Christian nationalism.
Correct.
Yeah.
But you acknowledge this. There are at least some Christians that their entire moral framework of what they think is right and wrong and good and bad comes from their religion.
I think most Christians would probably get a lot of it from their religion, right?
All of it, let's say.
All of it?
Yes,
So murder is wrong. It comes from Christianity.
correct. That's what they believe. The reason
Yeah.
they might say
It's
people
just
that
not really
aren't
what happens.
Christians.
It's not really
Let
reality.
me finish. Let me finish. They might say people that aren't Christians could think murder is wrong. But the reason I think murder is wrong is because my God said so.
Now, if you're trying to
You
prescribe
acknowledge-
that policy framework onto the state
I-
and you're
I-
using
I-
that reason
before
alone,
Before we
That's my
before we get
definition.
there- Before we get there, I'm asking you, do you acknowledge there are Christians that believe that?
probably, yeah.
Would you say it's most of them?
I can't say that. Come on.
Would you say it's a huge group
literally
of them
can't.
at least?
I can't answer this, Rob.
Okay, but you'll acknowledge there's at least one.
Sure, that'd probably be likely.
So there's at least one Christian out there that their entire morality comes from God or what they think God says.
What they think God
correct?
says. Yeah, what they think God says.
Okay, so that person, is there a potential policy that person could ever vote for because his entire morality is that it comes from what he thinks God says? Is there any policy that that person could vote for the state to enact that wouldn't be Christian nationalism?
He's doing it solely because he thinks it's Christian doctrine. He would be advancing a state religion, Rob.
So you're saying
So-
that, yeah. So the answer is no.
That's
There
kind
is
of
no
what
policy.
I think is bad.
So your answer is no then. So your answer is no. There
No.
is no policy that Christian could ever vote for that wouldn't be Christian
If
nationalism.
we assume every single position of his is to make the state have a state religion, Rob, then yeah.
But again, do you see the
Isn't,
conflation
didn't
of
you
words
just
here?
say
Do you
that
see-
his
do you
entire
see-
policy is based on religion?
Do you see the conflation of
No,
words?
no,
here?
you're
now
just
you go back
separating
to,
them when you
it-
can't, Rob.
Now you go back to if it's about advancing a state religion, but we're
I'm
disagreeing on what
so-
state religion means. So why add that?
This guy wants
confusing
state
term in
religion,
there?
Rob.
Let me.
Doesn't
You're
he want,
saying
he
that
wants state religion?
he wants policies informed by his morality and his
He
entire
wants his
morality of what's-
religion referenced by the state.
Finish. Let me finish. He wants policies informed by his morality, and his entire morality is informed by his religion.
And he wants the
So
state to
is that-
preference that.
So by your definition, is that him prioritizing state religion?
Yes, he's preferencing only his religion.
Okay. So then that means, last question here, any policy
hope
that
so.
that person would vote for would be him prioritizing state religion.
That person specifically, yes.
So
I think
that
if you
means
asked him,
any-
Rob, he'd probably tell you.
Here we go.
Wouldn't he
Thank you
tell
so
you
much.
I am?
So here we go. Christians.
Wait,
that
do
are
you think this
listening-
guy is trying to not do state religion?
I define state religion differently than you. I define state religion
Sorry, this guy's
differently than you.
trying to do state religion, but he doesn't want it, I guess. Got it.
No, I don't define that as state religion. You do.
You don't
Now,
think
to
this
the
guy is
Christians out there-
advocating, this hypothetical guy who wants only all of the policy in the government to be informed by what he thinks his religion says to be state religion?
Yes, I do not think that's state.
What do you think state religion means?
State religion is the state having an official.
Is that when you,
religion,
like-
the government says we are a Catholic government?
And who's informing that? Like, okay, let's say this guy's Catholic. He believes all of his morality is informed by Catholicism.
Correct.
Is that advancing a state religion.
It could advance
Is
what
it
he
or is it
thinks are
not,
the
Rob?
religious values, but that's not state
I'm
religion.
sorry, no, it is.
I'm not defining state religion as the same as you. No, a Catholic saying I'm against abortion, but
That's
I
awesome.
don't want the government to have an official
awesome.
state Catholic religion.
Dude,
in
it's
my
like Schrodinger's
interpretation,
government.
let me finish. It's not. I mean, this again.
Dude, it's
truly
both there
amazing.
and not there. I got
This
it.
This is very similar to the definition of
Dude,
religion.
Schrodinger's state
So give me a
religion.
minute. Let's get a little meta here. Remember when I said what's the definition of religion?
Almost
And it
ironically
was like,
meta enough as Schrodinger's cat.
Could you just be quiet? Could you just be quiet?
I want to
Like
hear
your
you.
little-
I want to hear you
your little
call
chat.
Schrodinger's government, please. Let me hear it.
Right, so I'm going to explain this. So when we were talking about religion, he said, my definition of religion is belief in the supernatural. And I was like, well, I think that's stupid. A person could believe in ghosts and that's not their religion.
Mhm.
And his response, he's like, yeah, that's a bad definition. And then his response was, so you think trans are supernatural? And I'm like,
You said it was religious.
That's not my definition of religion. Same thing's
You
happening
said
here.
it was religious,
He's
Rob.
like, my definition of advancing state religion is
You said it was religious.
let me finish. Yeah, right. He still doesn't get it. Do you see this? Holy fuck.
I know it's hard to
This
understand
is like,
why
oh
trans
my
people
God,
are
you know what
religious.
this is like? Holy fuck. You know what this is like?
What?
It's like when you hear the memes about people that can't understand per capita. And then you go through it. That's what this is. This dude legitimately doesn't get it.
I'm not really sure. If that's
Well,
appropriate,
dude,
but yeah.
this is what. Let me walk you through again, audience.
Dude, you've
Listen to
walked
this.
me
This is
through a
fucking-
bunch of things. Let's go.
No, not you. You're a fucking imbecile. I'm not walking you through shit. I'm talking to the audience.
Can we do that
He
after?
believes his definition of religion is belief in a supernatural entity, like an ogre or like a magical dragon or a ghost. He believes that's religion. I'm like, that's stupid.
I mean, if you
That's
tried
not
to
what I
enact
think
state
religion
policy
is.
on the dragon, maybe.
He says, but wait a minute. You said that you think progressive ideology is a religion, so therefore you think it's a ghost? And I'm like, no, I'm telling you, I don't think that's what religion is.
Did
And
I
he's
say
like,
that? Did I say it's a
you
ghost?
you think trans are supernatural?
Did I say it's a ghost?
You said it's a belief in the supernatural.
I said it's a ghost?
Now let's
Really?
go back
Like
to this.
Casper?
Now let's go. Now do you see this?
It's like
so he
trans people are
defines something-
Casper.
So he defines something as a shitty definition. And then when I point out that definition shit, he goes, yeah, but let's look at something you believe. According to my shitty definition, that's ridiculous. And I'm like, right, but I don't believe your shitty definition. And you're like, oh, that's Schrodinger's government. Now, let me make it clear once more.
I mean, you told me this guy
State
wants to
government
enact
is the state
state
having an
religion,
official
so-
government. State government, or
No,
state religion
you
is
said
the
he wants to
state
enact
having
state
official.
religion.
State religion is the state having an official religion.
And this guy wants
a
that.
a person having their morality informed by Christianity and voting based on their religion is not
No,
state
you,
religion.
you declared a guy who wants state religion. De facto, like definitively.
What the fuck are you talking about?
This guy wants to do only all of his morality, what he thinks Christian morality is, and enact the state to do it. Right?
A guy, every single person wants the state
He wants to
enact
favor his
policies.
religion.
Let me finish. Every
Dude.
single person,
How many
religious or not,
times are we
wants
gonna
this.
fucking go through this?
If you would shut up, we could get through it faster. Every single
I
person,
disagree.
religious or not, every single person, religious or not, wants the state to enact the policies that they push for. And those policies are informed by their morality.
Yeah.
Christians' morality is formed by their religion.
Does it
That
favor their
doesn't
religion
mean
always?
that they want doesn't mean that they want a state religion.
So it
Any
doesn't
more
favor
than
their
an
religion always.
atheist, any more than an atheist that wants policies informed by their
Yeah, so
morality
when you vote as a
isn't
Christian,
pushing for state atheism.
when you vote as a Christian, you're not always advancing preference on behalf of the state for your religion.
Yes, you are in the hypothetical we just talked about, which is the majority of Christians, which is if all of your morality comes from Christianity, you said that every single policy that you would push for would be advancing state religion. Every single one.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
All right. I don't know.
You're just assuming that every Christian can
Te-
only think of voting with Christian morality and they know what it is. I'm sorry, it's just not true.
Under this hypothetical, you acknowledge that there are at least some
In this
Christians
hypothetical,
that there-
you brought forth a guy who wants state religion, and he probably would declare that.
No, I don't believe he wants state religion. That's what
He
you're
just
saying.
wants the state
This
to do
guy-
everything that he thinks his religion does.
Everybody wants the state to do everything they want. And the reason they want things is because of their morality and their philosophy. So if a Christian gets all of their morality through Christianity, that's not state religion.
What
That's
people
no different
want
than
is
the
not
atheist.
always what they think religion needs to be for everyone else.
Who said that? You just
Oh
said
my
over. You
fucking
said over and over.
Lord.
You've said this through policy.
That's a different. That's a whole different debate.
Right.
What do
I
you
just
mean
don't
that's
even
the debate?
understand why we're bringing
Trying
that
to
up.
enact law for other people in which it's hard to do that as a Christian. That's the whole debate.
No,
Well, no, but right now you're talking about what a state religion is. So like, I don't even know why that's
right. So again,
It's
if we go back to the
secular
abortion
state, man.
argument,
I
you
don't
s-
know how to make this any clearer.
it can't be. If your I'm saying that your definition is so bad, and if we accept your
Yeah,
definition that state religion,
dude, I
let
get
me
it.
finish,
Oh
and
my-
we accept your definition of state religion means if a Christian gets their morality informed through Christianity and then votes for a policy based on their morality, that is Christian nationalism. That's advancing a state
Fran,
religion.
You
I'm
have no
saying
idea how
that
long I've
means
been in
that
this
any
fucking
Christian that gets their
7-hour
morality through Christianity,
nonsense.
anytime they vote for any
This dude
policy,
does
by
this every 2
de facto,
seconds. Why
according
the
to you, is them
it's
pushing a
fucking-
state
I'm literally
religion,
trapped.
which means they
I don't
shouldn't
know how
do
he
that.
doesn't realize it.
It would be bad for Christians for them to do that, which is asinine.
Yes, it is.
Thank you for your concession, finally.
Yep, in good faith.
All right. Unapologetic preacher for $10 says, John 10:11-18 says, there's only one good shepherd, and his name is Jesus Christ of Nazareth. Do you know him?
That's why I said it.
Thank you very much, Rev Russ.
That's why I
Then
said
we
it.
got Kelly Silva for $5. Says, hey, chat. Hey, speak. Alicia, Rob. Thank you very much, Kelly. I appreciate that big
His
time.
definition of secularism is he
Sweater
thinks
for
that it's, like,
$5
not
says,
about religion. So I can't really
part
bring it back.
one, Circa,
really no
at no
point to
point
continue.
did you show any sign of understanding the interests of the majority of Christians, let alone the interests of any particular denomination.
Not even your cross.
Part two, why should I trust your discernment on what is best for me when you don't even understand my interests?
I mean, I didn't even care about your cross at all, did I? I thought you were an Orthodox Christian, right? Did I just, not bring that up, or
You said you understood what part of what
he
the
said?
Orthodox cross
I'm sorry.
was.
Go back to the first.
What's that have
comment.
to do with his interest?
Rob, this is my question. He said no
Rob,
sign
speak.
of shut up. Said this is no sign of understanding the interest of the majority of Christians, let alone my interest of my particular denomination. I'm pretty sure I brought up Orthodox Christianity and how it differs from majority of Christians.
But that's why he said
No,
the part
you
two
think I don't
is
care
why
about your
should I trust
denomination?
your discernment on what is best for me when you don't even understand my interests, because you made a claim that people like Orthodox Christians would feel excluded
The interest
from the cross, but he as an Orthodox Christian told you no, he wouldn't.
they state that preferences a certain brand of Christianity would inevitably eliminate something like Orthodox Christianity in the long run. This is historically true. It's happened.
You have not talked to.
Sorry, what? Are
I'll leave you. I thought you were done. I thought you were done. Go ahead.
you going to contest that?
I'm going to leave you finish and then answer. I don't want to interrupt you.
Okay, it's going to be pretty hard to contest. Yeah.
You want? Okay, I can. That's not speaking to his interest. What he's
His
suggesting is you did not. Let me finish. You did not speak to what their interests are. Just saying, well, I think in history, when there's been one religion, they charge other religions have been heard. He's saying, you don't even know what my interests as a Christian are. You don't know what the interests of the majority of Christians are, and you don't know the interests of my denomination. The only specific thing you said about Orthodoxy was their crucifix. That's it. You didn't
No,
talk
it's
about
not.
Orthodox
No, it is
interests.
not. No, it is not.
What? Okay, name. Cool. Name
I
the other things you
mentioned
talked about.
some very specific things about Orthodox Christianity. Do you not
Go ahead,
remember?
Go ahead,
No, do you not remember? I thought you were a good listener.
You said
Aren't
it
you a
was
good
all
listener, bro?
surrounding. Yes, you said
can we
it was all
skip through that
surrounding.
and just
It was all surrounding the Ivan the Terrible and the crucifix.
No,
I
that's,
don't remember you
that's
saying
not when I
Orthodox
started talking
Christians are
about
against
Orthodox
gay marriage.
Christians.
His interest.
No,
all you talked
that's
about
not
was
what
the
I said. I
crucifix and
said
the
that,
history of the
I
crucifix.
literally said there's a communion of Acetophalos churches, which Greek, Russian, Serbian, sharing liturgy. Do you not remember this? Do I need to keep going? Sacraments, Episcopal succession, no single universal bishop with Roman style jurisdiction. I mean,
What's that have to do with his interest? You're explaining.
I
what
do
the
actually
religion
care
looks
about
like.
understanding his denomination, Rob.
But I think what he's trying to say is the interest of the majority of Christians, like the things they care
There's no
about.
way I
that
can
they wanna
actually
vote
speak
for.
on behalf of him here. You're right. I can't speak on behalf of his interest.
Okay, that's what he's saying.
What I can say
So how
is
could
that
you
it's more beneficial to have secularism where the state doesn't have a mandated elimination of his religion. That is ultimately a good thing for him.
No, it's
Because
not,
historically,
basically.
you can't contest it. That's what's happened.
That's not true. Based
Oh,
on
it's
the way you
not.
describe it. Yes. If he,
I'd
for
love
example,
to hear your reasons for this, your sources.
yes, the way you describe it, if he
Something
says that
historical.
would you please be
No,
quiet?
I want something
Let
historical.
him answer. You keep
Would you-
asking him for answers and then interrupting as
He's gonna yap.
answering.
I want
Please,
historical
this is
references.
frustrating. You let
I
him
don't
answer.
have to
He
give-
heard you the first time.
Speak
Yeah.
easy.
I don't
What's
have to give
frustrating is
historical-
listening to a guy yap when he's not using anything historical. He wants to talk about historical
Why do I have to
Christianity.
You
use-
just
why do I have-
asked him for something historical and he's trying to answer. How can he answer that in 2 seconds, sir?
I'm muted. Let's hear it.
Yes. The historical nature of it doesn't matter because what we're suggesting is the policy that he's suggesting better for Orthodox Christians today? The policy he's suggesting right now is if an Orthodox Christian informs his morality through Christianity and that religion, they should not be allowed to vote for policies. That will always be worth for Christians than saying if we do allow them to vote for policies, historically we've seen clashes. That's ridiculous. Telling people that they should not be allowed to vote if they're religious and get their morality through religion will prevent conflict and therefore be better for Christians is laughable.
It's also not what I said. So let's move on.
It is what you said.
No,
We've
it's
seen
not,
it
Rob.
over-
You're fucking pathetic.
Can an
Quit
Orthodox
putting
if he
words in my
values-
mouth, dude. Have
Can
some
he vote for
fucking
Christian?
respect.
Can he vote for abortion?
Have some fucking respect.
Can he vote for
You
abortion?
didn't even give me a historical fucking.
Can he vote for abortion?
You can.
You said that's Christian nationalism.
No, only if he tries to enact it on behalf of the state. Okay, if he's trying to use a Christian doctrine. Definitionally,
It's
bro.
not voting for
We're
a
not
law
doing this
on
again,
behalf.
Rob.
Is
I'm
voting for a
fucking
law on
over it,
behalf of
dude.
is voting for a law on behalf of the state?
It's Christian doctrine, policy framework,
Is voting
legislating
is voting-
Christianity,
is
Christian doctrine,
voting? You make two distinctions.
legislating
you say one
Christian
is
doctrine.
You make two
Blah, blah, blah,
distinctions.
blah, blah,
One is
blah, blah.
legislating. One is legislating Christian doctrine. The other is voting on
Oh,
behalf
so
of the state
frustrating, dude.
or on the behalf of the state. So let's dispense with your second one. There is it. If you're voting for a
I've
law, is
given
that
you the
quote, on
definition,
the-
Rob. You just refuse to know it and acknowledge it.
Is
You just
voting is
want
voting
to
doing
put words in my
something-
mouth because it's easier to
it's
actually
voting-
contest the definition.
Is voting? You said two
No, no,
things.
no.
You said there's two things that make it Christian nationalism. One, it's doing something on behalf of
Policy
the state.
framework.
Correct?
Legislation, state, religion.
Okay. You tell me if I'm wrong. You're making two claims that make something Christian national.
Sorry, how many times do I have to
Right.
fucking tell you this?
Because I'm addressing it, and you're like,
Dude,
oh,
you're not.
putting
You're just
words in my mouth.
continually saying things that I haven't said instead of just literally repeating what I have said.
I'm literally
Policy
repeating
framework
what you said.
grounded onto the state, preferencing a certain Christian doctrine.
Right. So you're making 2 points. If
Yeah.
it's something policy grounded onto the state, that's criteria number one. Correct?
I'm sorry, repeat it.
You're saying if it's like enacted upon the state, that's criteria number one.
If it's
Correct?
policy framework that is legislatively
Policy
trying to
framework.
enact Christian doctrine.
So any law would be policy framework. Correct?
Is it Christian doctrine?
Okay, that's section 2.
That's
We'll get
part
to
of
section
secularism,
2.
Rob.
We'll get to section 2.
That's
You're
literally
saying
the
there are
prompt
two
again.
things
I am
necessary.
losing my mind.
There are two things necessary, right? The first is it has to be some policy framework enacted upon the state. So I'm trying to deal with that one first. And I'm saying, is voting for any law, would that, and you should say, yes, any law would be a policy framework enacted through the state. Great. So number one, now, so that means if you vote for any law that meets criteria 2, that would be Christian nationalism. Criteria 2 is that it advances a Christian framework, correct? Policy prompt 2, or your second part of this, is that it advances a Christian framework, correct?
It's a political program, identity framework that treats Christianity as a preferred national identity and seeks to use
No.
state power to privilege Christian symbols, doctrine. I said this in the beginning. I just haven't said it again.
You've changed, but you
This was
keep
the first
asserting-
definition, Rob, or are you fucking
But
dumb?
you've redefined it 50 times.
No, I've literally just reduced it to a few words so you can maybe understand it.
Okay, repeat the definition now
Again?
you want to go for.
Again?
Yes.
You mean the first
Yes.
one? The first one.
The one that you're
Yeah,
now
the first one.
advocating.
Got it. I got it. The first one. Okay. A political program
you changed-
identity. The first one. A political program identity framework that treats Christianity as a preferred national identity and seeks to use state power to privilege Christian symbols, doctrines, or institutions in law and policy.
Okay, if a Christian says, my religion tells me abortion's evil, so I want to vote against it, are they promoting a national Christian framework, et cetera, et cetera?
The preferred national identity of Christianity, yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. There
And
you
they
go.
want to use
So
state
any-
power. to make state religion,
Right.
privilege it.
Yes, if you are a Christian and want to vote, you're a Christian nationalist.
No, you're not. You cannot make them inseparable like that. I'm sorry.
How? Name
Because
me the policy.
you've already agreed to this, Rob, 1,000 times. Just because
That's
you
not
inform
tr-
yourself with Christian morality doesn't mean that you have to enact a preference of your national identity on other people.
Right. So
What do you mean, right?
That's why. Well, listen. That's why I said there's two parts. There is. Are you trying to pass the law, and is it promoting a Christian identity? And when I say therefore, anytime that a Christian informs themselves through their morality to pass a law, that's Christian nationalism. And you say, no, you can inform yourself as a Christian, you just can't pass the law. Right. So I'm saying anytime that a Christian does inform themselves and wants to pass the law, that's Christian nationalism.
Except every time a Christian informs themselves of Christian morality, they're not actually trying to enact a preference of their version of Christian nationalism on someone
If
else.
they're voting for it,
No,
they are.
It's not true. I'm sorry. You're making them inseparable.
Give me an
You're
example
wrong.
why it wouldn't be the
Let's
case.
just agree to disagree.
No, I'm not going to agree. I'm going to get you to concede or make you look like
That's
more
not
of a
going to happen
buffoon.
because your definition's fucking retarded.
Is abortion in the Bible?
No.
Are there people against
But it
abortion
is their
that aren't?
nationally preferred identity of Christianity. It
Is there
seeks
people,
to have state privilege
there
power.
Is there people against abortion?
Engage.
Are there people against
Engage.
abortion that aren't? Are there people against abortion that aren't Christians?
Sure.
Okay, so therefore, someone voting against abortion isn't necessarily doing Christian nationalism, correct?
What program or identity framework, okay, of Christianity here at least? We're talking about Christianity, right?
I'm asking you, if a person's voting against abortion, does that mean that it's Christian nationalism necessarily?
It would have to be Christianity preferred.
So if it's a Christian that says my morality comes through
My
religion,
preferred
and-
identity needs to be state privilege.
Wait, but your preferred identity is the same preferred identity to everyone that votes, right?
No, it's not.
Name me a person that votes that isn't voting for their
Are
morality.
you the
as their
same as a
preferred
Catholic?
morality. What's that?
Are you the same as a Catholic? Do you vote the same? Yes or no?
That's not the question I'm
Oh, it kind
asking.
of is, bro. They don't all vote the same. There
And
you
it's
go.
not. Every single person votes for their preferred morality.
Yeah,
Every single
and
one.
Christians disagree.
Right.
So you want to preference
Speakeasy might-
yours.
Let's say speakeasy.
You want to preference yours.
I'm Catholic. So I'm Catholic and speakeasy's Orthodox, let's say, okay?
You're preferencing yours.
Right. My religion.
So your religion deserves state privilege.
If every single person votes for their privileged morality, right?
Yeah. Okay. Well, no.
Okay,
A Catholic
so-
doesn't actually have to agree that they deserve state privilege.
Yes, if they're voting.
No, they don't. They're not a Christian nationalist. If you ask most Catholics, they probably wouldn't say they're Christian nationalists.
Right. But you say that
What
doesn't
do you
matter.
mean, right?
I say I'm not Christian nationalist. I want to vote against abortion.
Except you
because
want
I
the
think-
state to privilege your Christian identity.
Listen.
I am listening.
I say I'm against.
Very well. Maybe
I
you should
say I'm
try it.
against I say I'm against abortion. I want to vote against abortion because I think it's my religion informs me that it's evil.
You want state
Okay?
privilege to get it done.
Right. I want to vote. That's what we're calling state privilege. I want
Yeah,
to vote and
but
have that
other
policy
Christians
passed.
don't actually vote that way.
That's still them pushing their preferred privilege.
No, because they're not trying to enact a government policy framework.
Yes, if they're voting, they're enacting
If
a
they vote
government
no,
policy.
Rob, they're actually denying the policy framework.
That's not true.
It's
if
not?
they vote to legalize
If you vote
abortion,
no policy framework, it's somehow Christian nationalism?
if we are saying should abortion be legal or illegal, no matter what side you vote, you're voting for your personal moral
Dude, we're back
feelings.
to Schrodinger's state government. I got it.
What the fuck are you talking about?
It's the one that exists but doesn't at the same time. It's great. Ironically awesome.
What are you talking? So you're telling me
I
if
didn't know that a
outlaw
Christian
abortion,
nationalist, a Catholic could be Christian nationalist if they vote against a policy framework
if they do
enacting
it
a
for their
privilege.
religion,
If they enact
if
a
they do it,
dude, I said
That's your
use state
argument.
power to privilege their preferred identity.
their preferred
So if
identity
they
is
vote
my religion.
no, what are they rejecting?
If they vote
If they vote no,
abortion,
Come on.
no abortions.
If they vote no against this, what are they rejecting?
So if they vote to allow
Answer the
abortions,
question.
when you're saying no, it's like a double negative. So I'm asking you.
No, it's not.
You're saying if they vote,
No,
if
it's
they
not.
vote to allow abortions,
No, it's not, Rob. If a Catholic votes
are
no
you?
on
What
this,
do you mean votes no? No abortion?
yeah, if they vote against this, they're
Okay.
rejecting
if a Catholic votes
a
against
policy
abortion,
framework by
if a Catholic,
Christian preferred state
all right,
identity.
So we cleared it up. If a Catholic votes
Apparently we
against
didn't.
allowing, if a Catholic votes against allowing abortion, your interpretation is that's them doing it for their religion, therefore that's state
No,
Christian
they're
nationalism.
rejecting the state privilege. That's integral to Christian nationalism.
So you're saying the opposite. If a
Dude,
Catholic
this
votes
is not
yes,
hard, Rob. This is not hard.
It is hard.
Christian nationalism
No.
requires a political program identity that treats Christianity as a preferred national identity, okay? And then seeks to use state privilege. If you deny the state privilege,
Right.
you are not a Christian nationalist, you idiot.
What are you talking about? There's two positions on this. You can either vote to outlaw abortions or vote to allow abortions, correct?
You can vote to reject Christian nationalism. As a
There's
Catholic.
there's a but. This is unbelievable.
It is. It's crazy that you don't understand words.
There's two positions on abortions: to allow them or to ban them. Correct? Now there's nuance. How many do we allow? But in general, that's it. All right. If the person, you say the person that says, I'm informed by my Christianity, that's where my morality comes from as a Catholic. And it tells me that it's immoral to allow abortion, so I'm voting against it.
And you reject state privilege.
You say that's Christian
and you
nationalism.
reject state privilege. If you reject state privilege, it's not Christian nationalism. You're wrong. You're putting words in my mouth.
If
putting words in my mouth.
If the person votes to say no,
you're wrong.
We're
it's
going
not
to
true.
allow abortion. Let me finish. If the
Dude,
person
you're just
votes
wrong.
To say, you tell me when you're done.
Okay, then how about you understand my definition again? If you use the state to get privilege, okay, then you're a Christian nationalist. If you reject that, you're not a Christian nationalist. That is inherent to my definition.
Okay, so if you vote to allow abortion, that too is you voting based on your religion. You say,
But you're not using state power.
You let me know when you're done.
Stop.
Dude, how many times is he going to do this? Because
what do you mean? He just sat there and let you finish. How many times are you going to do this, Circa?
Bro, he's literally fucking putting words in my mouth.
You keep interrupting, dude, and like you're jumping all over the place.
I'm not. I gave three definitional qualities.
Stop interrupting.
I gave three definitional qualities. He refuses to address the third one because he knows it is untenable with him.
Well,
You disagree?
Heard him address all of it this whole time, so can you just let him finish?
As long as he fucking is respectful.
If a person
okay, you're just
votes,
going. Okay, now instead of asking you, you're going to let him finish, or I'm just going to continue muting you. All right.
I mean, go for
That's
it.
how
Dude.
it's
You're the
gonna go
moderator,
from here
but
on.
I mean, I think it's pretty biased.
Okay.
if a Christian votes for and is informed by their Christianity to vote to allow abortion, that too is pushing for something, a policy to make the country in their image of their Christianity, which would also be Christian nationalism. Now, what he's going to try to do here is talk about negative rights versus positive rights and taking away privilege. But that's untrue. For example, if I vote to allow people to have free speech because I'm a Christian, that's still voting to shape my privilege and my preference. There's no argument whatsoever that says you can only vote against outlawing things that means Christian nationalism. That's absurd. For example, a positive right would be, if he's right about this, if I vote to allow Christians, teachers to pray in school, I would say, that's a privilege. That's okay. I'm not taking away someone's privilege. He would say, no, that's still Christian nationalism. That's it. That's all you got. Great.
Yeah, what is the point, dude?
The point is, if a Christian informs their morality from Christianity, and you're saying if you vote based on your morality from Christianity,
simple question.
Every time you vote, that would be Christian nationalism.
And you literally just put words in my mouth again. I told you to stop doing that. That's all you can do. It's pathetic. Okay? Now, I'm going to ask you a question. If a Catholic who's informed of their Christian morality decides to vote against, let's say, advocating on behalf of program or identity framework that's in Christian nationalism, as in they want abortion to be banned. If a Catholic rejects that, they reject the state usage, the privilege of the state now, enacting the ban, they're rejecting Christian nationalism by definition. They're rejecting the use of state privilege there. That is integral to my definition.
Define state privilege.
It's when you use the state to favor your Christian symbols, or in this case, context, right? Christian symbols, doctrines, or institutions in law and policy.
Okay.
A Catholic
so
can reject
what-
that
Okay, just so symbols, institutions, and policy. You said, am I correct?
in law and policy.
In law and policy. So, what are the symbols of outlawing abortion?
It's so the Christianity as a national preferred identity. Okay? Catholics can vote against that and reject the use of state privilege to enact that.
No. Wait.
What do you mean? No.
What you said that it's about advancing your symbols and shit like that. What
That's
was it?
the
Symbols.
state
What else?
privilege.
State privilege is.
So
Go
a
ahead. Define it
doctrine
again.
is abortion's part of a doctrine.
Says who? Do all Christians believe that?
Not all Christians have the same doctrine.
That's true. So then I could be advancing my Christian doctrine,
Your
that's
doctrine.
against someone else's
Exactly.
Christian
And
doctrine.
a Catholic could reject
Right.
that.
So why wouldn't that also
A
be Christian
Catholic can
nationalism? If it's,
reject that.
I want you to listen to me.
Catholic can reject it. And
Do
that's
all
not
Catholics-
Christian nationalism.
Do all Catholics have the same Christian doctrine?
No. It's about rejecting
Okay.
your privileged use of the state.
No. Why would that be? Why would a Catholic voting to allow abortion be them rejecting their privileged use of the state?
Because let's say there's going to be an abortion ban, which is Christian doctrine in your Christian nationalism, right?
Mine, sure,
You want
but
to
not
use the-
speakeasy.
you want
Speakeasy's a
to-
Catholic that disagrees.
You want to use the state. The Catholic
Correct.
can inform themselves from Christian morality and reject the use of the state. In fact,
That's
a
not
lot
true.
of Christian denominations actually agree and disagree on this. Some want civil only to be done in the church. Some want the state to be very hands-on. Are you not aware of this?
Again, you're making my point for me.
How?
The logical listen. Now you're gonna. I know you can't do it. You're gonna interrupt, but listen, because the logical entailment of what you're saying is, it's that a person could have different, even in the same denomination, views of what Christianity tells them
Informed,
and is
yeah.
their doctrine. Okay, so that means that a person could vote to make abortions illegal to advance their Christian doctrine, or they could vote to allow it to be legal to advance their Christian doctrine.
And
The only
both times can be
differentiation that
rejected.
let me finish.
Rejection is important here.
And it's not okay. So then, if it would not be Christian nationalism to say we should allow public school teachers to publicly pray Christian and have their Bibles.
You're favoring one identity over another with
But
state
how
privilege.
can it be? It's only state privilege if we're rejecting and taking things away.
No, the rejection is a Catholic doesn't want that because it's a majority evangelical.
Who are
school.
you to say that? You just said that all Catholics could disagree.
Dude, a Catholic can reject the idea that schools can allow public prayers because they know that where their kid goes is predominantly Protestant.
What does that
That
matter?
is rejecting
the point is,
privilege by the
point
state.
is, the point is, that's not rejecting privilege.
Oh, it's
by the
not? What are they
state.
doing? Allowing it?
Yes,
Well,
allowing.
Catholics are allowing it by rejecting it.
If your argument is that it is not state privilege because you're allowing abortion, then I would say it's not state privilege to allow Christians to preach in public school.
No, because
same
you're
thing.
favoring a certain Christian denomination.
Right, and the Christian denomination of the Catholic that's voting to allow abortion is favoring their specific denomination.
No, they're rejecting you trying to push yours onto the state.
Just like the person that's voting to allow the preacher to have the
No,
or
you're
the
not
teacher
understanding.
let me finish. Just like the Catholic that's voting to allow the teacher to preach from the Bible in school is rejecting
It's like you
the
think
use
it's a
of the state to
zero-sum
stop
game.
that.
It's like you think it's a zero-sum
It's-
game.
No, you have no differentiation why
I
negative
do.
rights versus
One is
positive
rejection.
rights.
It's rejection.
Right. You're rejecting allowing Christians
So
to
Catholics
preach in
can
school.
be informed by Christianity and still reject your version of Christian nationalism.
And they could reject
There
the
you
other
go.
way.
There you go.
Do you understand the
So
stupidity?
they're both not doing Christian nationalism, Rob.
If you're saying that Christian nationalism is what your unique interpretation of doctrine is, and one person says X and the other
Except
person
it's
says not
also
X, both
needs
are
to
doing
include.
Christian nationalism.
No, it needs to include using the state to enact that privilege.
Okay, so if I say, as a Catholic, I think that teachers in public schools should not be allowed to preach from their Bible, I am using the state to reject someone's rights for my religious doctrine. So that's Christian nationalism,
What?
correct?
How do you
By
use?
default.
How do you use the state to reject? You reject someone trying to enact their version onto the state, dude.
But what do you? Okay,
You're a
so
Christian
I
nationalist.
reject-
You want certain things. Catholics say, I am also a Christian, but I don't agree with you. I'm going to reject that.
Okay, here we go. I'm rejecting Catholics right now. There are Catholics that voted to allow abortions, correct?
Allow abortions? You mean
Yes.
vote against bans on abortion?
No, there are people that have voted to
Aren't
allow
they
it.
voting against the bans?
No, they're voting to allow it.
There's abortion allowance bills.
Okay, so if
Is
they're
that a
voting
thing?
against, so just to be clear, if allowing abortion is quote just voting against the ban, so therefore it can't
That
be
is what
Christian
it is,
nationalism. That's okay. So therefore it can't be Christian nationalism.
I'm sorry. Is it called abortion allowance bill or what? What is it called?
I'm just asking you if you're saying anyone that votes to allow abortion.
How many abortion
right?
allowances do you get, dude?
I'm just asking you if you're saying that any Christian that votes to allow abortions is not Christian nationalism because they're voting against allowing the government to restrict. Correct?
You mean they vote against restrictions?
They're voting against restrictions, therefore it can't be Christian
Therefore, they are
nationalism, correct?
rejecting a certain style of identity as Christianity. Here.
Because Christian nationalism, it's only about voting to reject something.
No,
That's
it's not.
Christian nationalism.
It's about using the state to privilege.
So now you're using the state to reject abortion
You can't
bans
use
for
the
your
state to
privilege.
reject abortion rights. I mean, if you are,
Yes,
you're
you
using
can.
the state to privilege what you want, though.
Correct.
Catholics can be informed by Christianity and reject that. They're not doing Christian nationalism now. They can reject your want to use the state, Rob,
Okay, my want to use the state to what?
to enact what you think that doctrine is, abortion.
In this case, to ban abortions.
Yeah, and Catholics here can be informed by the same Christianity and go, actually, Rob, I don't think the state should be doing that, and I reject that. Not Christian
And
nationalism.
that's not Christian nationalism.
There you
Correct?
go.
And the reason is because their opponents want to use the state to make something illegal.
It's using the state to privilege their national.
No. But again, what does that mean? If my national doctrine or my Christian doctrine is to allow
If
abortion,
you two
then voting to
disagree,
allow-
Rob, then obviously that's you preferring you.
Right, we're each preferencing our religious doctrine.
Except one is a rejection, the other is an active use of the state. One is
Okay,
not
so
trying
the
to
one-
use the state, one is trying to use the state.
Okay, so then in the same token, the Catholic that says, I want the state to not allow teachers to preach Christianity,
Except if
that's
that's
rejection.
not what it is.
Let me finish. Let me
not what
finish.
it is,
That's
Rob.
rejection. That's rejection.
That's not what it
saying
works.
The government is saying the
That's not
government
how it
says
works.
you can't do this.
That's not how it works, Rob.
How does that not how it works? It's literally the exact same thing.
No,
you're saying
it's
it
not,
can't
Rob.
be Christian nationalism if you're preventing the government from restricting something.
No,
Then it can't be
so
Christian
you want
nationalism.
to allow, let's say a Catholic knows that they go to a mainly Protestant school. So you want to open it up to where now they can do prayers, but they don't do prayer like the Catholic does. The Catholic,
They're just voting.
the
they're voting
Catholic
against
can
the
reject
restriction of not
that
letting-
because they
No,
know the
no,
preference is being used by.
No, because they're not rejecting. They're
Yes,
just
they are.
rejecting your
They want
you're
a
just
neutral
rejecting-
government.
You're just rejecting their restriction. They just say pull the restriction out. That's all.
They're rejecting
Allow
the
them.
preference that's being used by
Right,
someone who wants to favor Protestantism.
So it does not matter. What you're saying is the reason on abortion. I mean, I don't know why.
No.
Again, I know I'm arguing with a really dumb person. It's so fucking
Yeah,
sad.
it's really good.
But I
yeah.
guess I'll just
maybe
inform
engage
the
with the
audience and
argument,
see
Rob.
what he's saying. It's like the idea of negative versus positive rights. So the
You
idea
mean
is this.
positive freedoms and
If-
negative
if the
freedoms, right?
government's not there, then theoretically we could all
You mean
do whatever
positive,
we
negative freedom, right?
So if the
Freedom from,
government's
freedom
not there,
to?
so if the government's not there, we can
I'm
all
pretty
sort
well
of do
aware of
whatever
this,
we
by the
want.
way.
So if the government's not there, we can sort of do whatever we want, right? And so it's only could be Christian nationalists if you say, my morality from Christianity wants to go in and have the government restrict something. So
And no,
restrict
preference you.
abortion.
Preference you.
Preference on a restriction.
No, preference you. Christian nationalism is when you want the government to preference your Christianity.
Both Christians that want abortion and don't want
No,
abortion.
no, it's
want
not a
their
preference of
Christianity
using the
preference.
government, Rob. For a Catholic who wants to reject
so then
you
what
using
I'm
the
saying
government.
is it only counts if it's using the government to restrict something
That
based
is
on your
integral to my
preference.
definition for Christian nationalism. You have to
Right.
use the
so
government.
Let me repeat that because I think it's only Christian nationalism if you want to preference your religious view by having the government restrict something.
Enact, bro. Enact.
What does enact mean?
Is it enact what your Christian preferred identity is?
Define enact.
Put in the law?
Okay, so if right now the law says
or
you
not
can't
put
have
in the law, it could
abortions
be
at
just
9
because
months,
of
and you
preference.
want to, if right now the law says you can't have abortions at 9 months, and a Catholic says I want you to be allowed, is the government enacting that?
I'm sorry. Again, where are the abortion allowance bills? Where are those?
There are currently bills.
Is
that
there an
restrict
abortion allowance
correct?
bill? Are you talking about?
Are there currently bills that restrict
what bill are
abortion?
you talking about, Rob?
Are there currently bills that restrict abortion?
There's restrictions on abortion.
Right.
Where
so if there was
certain
a bill,
Christian sects want to use the government to privilege their position.
So are there potential bills out there, and there were a bunch of them after Roe v. Wade, after the Dobbs decision, that bills that people wanted enacted that gave more rights to abortion?
You mean codified against the restriction of abortion, yeah?
So, but it's an inaction.
That's preferencing.
The preference part's irrelevant for
No,
this.
it's
We're
not
just
for
talking
Christian
about the enact
nationalism, bro.
part.
You don't just get to pick and choose different parts of the
again,
definition and be like,
there are two parts to your argument.
preference isn't irrelevant.
Again, there are two parts to your argument, right? Your
No,
one argument
there's
is it
three
needs to be an
qualitative parts of
inaction,
my definition.
And the second it is to preference your religion.
There's three
Two parts to the
qualitative parts of
argument.
my definition.
Okay, one's an action. Second is to privilege your
Can you,
religion.
do
What's
you
the
even
third
remember
part?
it, dude?
No, I just said the two I
No,
remember. Give
can
me
you
the third.
tell me my definition again?
I just
Why
said
not,
the two
dude?
that I thought were relevant. If
Why
you
not?
disagree, tell me.
Why not?
Tell me.
If you really
Tell
want to
me.
engage with my definition, shouldn't you at least know it by now? It's
I
been an hour.
just told you the two things that you're
Been an
saying is
hour.
it has to be an action and it has to be for your
No, I
religious
want you to
privilege.
tell me my definition again.
I just told you
No,
what I
tell
think
me
your
with-
definition is, you stupid motherfucker.
You can't remember
you
it.
dumb motherfucker. How many times you're saying there are two parts to your definition?
Dude, you
One,
can't remember it.
It has to be an inaction.
You can't
Second, it
remember,
has
I'm
to be for
sorry.
your religious privilege.
Awesome.
If you're saying that's not it, here's what it is. You don't keep saying, tell me what my definition is. I just told you.
I mean,
tell me again.
I thought
I just
definitions
told
were
you.
important.
Tell
to
me
you.
again. Just tell me. Tell me your definition then.
I asked you.
I-
I've been arguing with it over an hour. You've been
It's
trying to tell me
enacting.
what my definition
I
is.
told you. Did I tell you what I thought your definition was?
You did.
Okay, what did I tell you?
No, you're gonna have to answer my question first.
What did I answered it, and you're saying
No,
your
you
answer
haven't.
was wrong.
Tell me
and
my
now
definition.
I'm saying, then tell me what the answer
He
is.
literally gave you an answer and you're just dodging it now. Like, why? If he's wrong about his answer, just fucking say it, man.
He's wrong.
What is this game you're playing? Like,
What
what's
is
the
the
point of
answer then?
this? Like, if you don't want to be here, just fucking leave, bro, or just fucking engage. Like, this is just goofy at this point, man.
You know,
I'm
I
really-
kind of agree with you, Speakeasy. And not
Just
that I don't want to be
engage.
here. It's just that it is kind of goofy
Then
because
tell me where I'm wrong.
I mean it's been an hour, man. And we've been circling. the
tell
fact
me
that
where
I-
I'm wrong. Why can't
See,
you
and
tell
then
me?
more meta. Circa. Just say your definition if he's wrong about it.
Yeah, okay, he's wrong. So it means a political program identity framework that treats Christianity as a preferred national identity, and this is an and, not a maybe. Seeks to use state power to privilege Christian symbols, doctrines, institutions, and law and policy.
Okay, and you've further defined that as two things. That the way that those things are defined is you have to
Right.
enact something.
Dude, what? How have I further defined it? Dude, that's my definition.
Voting for laws that expand access to abortion meets your definition.
No, it doesn't.
Why doesn't it?
It doesn't, dude. It's because
Why not? Why not? Based on the
are
definition
you
you just
using
read.
state power to privilege a Christian doctrine?
Yes, your Christian
Which
doctrine is
one?
you think you're Christian. The Christian doctrine that says you think there should be Christian access to
Is it
abortion.
asking for a preferred national identity?
Yes.
Which one?
Because your definition of preferred national
How is it
identity is as follows.
preferencing governmentally?
Because it's you have a preferred national identity of your religion. This is your definition that says, listen, you said that what
Awesome.
meets that qualification is if you inform your morality through your religion and then seek to pass laws by it. So that would mean the reason that you say it's Christian nationalist for a Christian to say, I think abortion is murder and my religion says that's wrong, so I reject it. You say that that's preferring your national religion
Are we
because it's informed
preferring
based on
a
your religion.
national identity of
Therefore,
Christianity here?
the person, yes, it's
Which
that.
one? Which one?
It's
Which one?
the national identity of Christianity that says that abortion's wrong.
Abortion is wrong would be using state privilege to ban abortion.
Correct. So the one
What the
that wants
fuck are
to
you
ban,
talking about?
it's the person. You would say that the Christian that's voting against abortion meets your definition of Christian nationalism, correct?
No, because the person voting against the use of the state to privilege their Christian doctrine is not doing Christian nationalism, Rob.
I am a Christian. I'm voting against abortion rights.
Are they seeking
Am
to
I
use
Christian
state
nationalism?
power to privilege that Christian doctrine by rejecting
Yes,
the use of
you just
someone
said-
trying to do that?
Listen to me. I'm saying, let's start with this. There's two sides to this issue.
How am I
First
advancing a privilege on behalf of the state by rejecting someone else trying to do that?
First issue is the person
That
who
is
is
the
a
issue.
Christian that the first person that says I am a Christian and I think that my religion says abortion is wrong, so therefore
The
I'm voting
issue
to ban abortion.
is you
It's
think
that person-
rejecting someone's use of the state to privilege themselves is somehow privileging them on behalf of the state.
I have to go. It's like pulling teeth.
That's not even what he's
That is
saying.
literally
I
what he
have to
said.
go
That is
step by
literally what he
step.
said.
I have to go step-
Circa, I as a Christian think murder is wrong. I also think abortion is murder. So I'm going to vote against abortion. Tell me why that's Christian
Is
nationalism
that
or
Christian
not.
nationalism? Yes
Because
or
you're
no?
using a Christian doctrine to try and privilege your view of Christianity, your preferred view.
So your
So
answer is
certain
yes.
Christians can be
Wait,
informed
wait,
of the same.
You didn't answer yes or no.
Are you letting me
You didn't
talk?
answer yes or
You
no.
let me talk?
Okay, yeah, you can talk. I just make sure you please answer if it's yes or no.
I didn't even finish yet.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Answer, but
fine?
just let
I
me
don't feel like
know
it's
if
fine.
the answer to my question is yes or no. Go ahead.
Is it
You
Christian
can say whatever
nationalism?
you want first.
Is it Christian nationalism? Is that what you're asking me?
Yep. Yeah.
Okay, you'll get your answer at the end. Okay. So, are you using state power to privilege your Christian view or your preferred Christian identity, your policy framework, your Christian doctrine? Are you trying to seek state power to privilege that? Yes or no?
You tell us.
I'm asking you. I just gave you my scenario. I'm a Christian. I think murder is wrong. I also think abortion is murder, so therefore I'm voting against abortion.
And
Is that Christian
here's
nationalism?
some context. Okay, a lot of Christians don't believe that abortion.
I don't
is
care
murder.
about a lot of Christians. I'm asking you about me.
Exactly. So your
Am I a
preferred
Christian
national identity.
nationalist in that situation?
Your preferred national identity. You seek to use the state to privilege your preferred Christianity.
Yeah, my preferred morals. Yes, I'm asking you.
Okay, now
Um,
someone
is
can
that Christian
reject
Why
that.
can't you
nationalism?
just? What is this game? Just say yes. That's Christian nationalism.
I said it
just
was.
say it.
I said it was.
No, you didn't. You
No,
said
you
think
didn't. You
answered
didn't
yes,
say
and then
yes.
you never answered.
It is.
okay, so
Now,
Thank you.
what's
Now,
not Christian
I'll proceed to
nationalism?
the next
Dude,
part.
Rob, shut
now
up.
I'll proceed.
Shut up.
No, fuck you.
I'm
Fuck
sorry.
You. We
You're just
listened
like
to you
yapping,
him and haw
dude.
there for 15 minutes
No, you're
about
just
nothing.
fucking yapping, dude. Yeah,
Go ahead.
you're
Let's
literally
hear
just
what's
fucking
so
yapping. It's not Christian nationalism to reject someone else trying to seeking to use the state to privilege their version of Christian doctrine. It's not Christian nationalism. It's not seeking the state to privilege their version of Catholicism here to for their Christian doctrine here. It is a rejection of you trying to do that. Obviously.
That's untrue.
How is that untrue?
Because the idea, I could say the exact opposite. I'm not trying to preferential my privilege, my religious privilege. I'm just going against the Christians that are using the privilege, their religious doctrine.
You're
to
not
allow
trying to
abortion.
advance your preferred national identity seeking the
Nope,
state.
I'm just rejecting theirs. That's
You're
it.
not doing my definition, Rob.
Right. So I'm not a Christian nationalist to say I'm voting against abortion for my
You
religious
disagree
reasons.
with me.
No, that doesn't make me Christian nationalist because I'd say, no, I'm just rejecting the people that have
Yeah, if
religious
you're not
doctrine
using
that
the
want to
state-
allow.
If you're not seeking to use the state to privilege your preferred national Christian identity, then yeah, it's not Christian nationalism.
Okay, but what's your preferred Christian identity?
It would be me? Wait, me?
It's your morality that you're pushing forth based
Yeah,
on
so
Christianity.
you don't
correct?
have to actually vote and prefer on behalf of the state. You don't actually have to do the second part, Rob. You don't have to seek to use the state to privilege your
But if
Christian
I'm
doctrine.
voting, but that's true. I agree.
If you agree
No
with
one
that, then
says
you're
it.
fucked.
Listen, no, I agree with you. No one says I have to vote, but if I
I never
choose
said you don't have
vote,
to vote. I said you don't have to vote on behalf of seeking to use the state to advance your Christian doctrine.
Okay, but when you say vote to seeking to use
You're
the
agreeing?
state, and you're saying voting to seeking to use the state. Anytime I'm voting, I'm seeking to
No,
use
you're
the
not.
state.
You're not
correct?
seeking to use the
Give me an
state to
example.
privilege your Christian doctrine every time
That's
you
the
vote.
second part. Then there's
What do
a
you
second part.
mean?
There are two parts to this. There's using the state.
You just said
and
how
then
you could
there's
vote to
my
reject
privilege.
someone doing that.
That's still voting to use the state.
No, it's not. It's voting to reject someone trying to.
Okay, fine. So,
What do you mean
so
fine?
the people. Okay, so the people that want to use the state, to say that teachers cannot preach Christianity, it's not Christian nationalist for me to say I reject that. I'm just rejecting their religious doctrine. That's what I tried to get to 25 minutes ago, and he had to be like, no, it's different. You don't know my definition. What I said was he's trying to say you can't be Christian nationalist if you're not voting against restricting or for restricting something. So if you're voting to allow abortion, can't be for Christian nationalist reason. If you're voting to restrict abortion, then yes, it could be Christian nationalism. Okay, that would entail if you're voting to allow teachers to preach Christianity in public schools, that can't be Christian nationalism. But if you're voting to restrict them from teaching the Bible, then that could be Christian nationalism. Do you see? Now, I knew this is where we were going 25 minutes ago, but he hemmed and hawed and blah, blah, blah. There is nothing about his definition that says that it's only the government voting to restrict something. Nothing. Now, watch him try to explain this. So, okay, so it's not Christian. Right now, we've restricted the rights for teachers to preach in public schools, correct?
I didn't hear a single word you said. I went and got water.
Right now, we've restricted the right for teachers to preach Christianity in public schools, correct?
Preach it to their students? Yes.
Yes.
But they can actually still do a
No,
prayer by themselves.
Okay, so then the Christians that are informed of their worldview based on Christianity, that said, my Christian view says that we shouldn't be preaching to schools or kids in public schools, that would have been Christian nationalism to vote to stop those teachers from doing that.
That's not really happening. Also not something that
It absolutely happened.
Seeking to use the state to privilege this Christian doctrine.
Sure it is.
Is it a Christian doctrine to not allow people to pray?
Yes, if you're informed, you agree that Christians could have
Weird
vastly
Christian
different opinions.
doctrine. It is stemming from a religious doctrine, though. So
Okay, so then that would be Christian nationalism. If I say, you know what? I use my Christianity and I say, give unto Caesar what is Caesar's. I see that. So I think that
let me be honest with you.
So I think that means, so let me finish.
If you're trying to use the Rob, let me answer the question. Let me answer you.
Finish my fucking point.
Dude,
I'm gonna finish, then you can answer.
I got water and heard you talking the whole time, bro.
So you just said I couldn't hear you. I was getting water, so shut up.
I heard the yapping.
So what we're going with is, if you say, you know what, I'm a Christian, and I think give unto Caesar, which is Caesar's, means that we shouldn't have our religion in public spaces. Please be quiet. That we shouldn't have our religion in public spaces.
You mean render, right?
So therefore, it is advancing my Christian doctrine to say, I think we should restrict teachers from preaching.
Yeah, so if you want to use the state, okay, to try and preference your religion in this sense.
No, you said restrict. Only restrict. That's what you said on abortion.
I did not say restrict.
Yes, you did.
No, I did not, you idiot. I said
that's why you said
seeking to use the state to privilege your Christian doctrine. And then it's not Christian nationalism, right? If you reject someone else trying to do that.
Okay, so you're rejecting now the people that are trying to do that.
That's not, no. You are trying to now use the state to enforce not being able to practice Christianity, right? Except that's not what's happening, Rob. You're leaving out
something. What the fuck are you talking
You're leaving out something important here. We just don't allow any religion to be favored.
Nonetheless, it's part of the
So that's not seeking privilege on behalf of a national identity.
Yes, it is. If
no, it's not.
That is,
it's secular.
Yes,
it is antithetical to what you said.
Again, we've gone through this over and over and over. So let's talk about this. Is abortion in the Bible?
There's no use. There's no use.
Can you be someone that's not a Christian and be against the... Please be quiet.
Dude, there's no use.
Okay, please be quiet. So we've gone through this over and over. Is abortion
I would like
in the
to go
Bible?
to bed, bro.
Go!
Okay.
Who's stopping you? Get the fuck out!
It seems like you really want me here.
I'm going to talk.
I can see
your
that.
stupidity and me bouncing off of your stupidity is what I'm going to do.
It's great.
If you want to leave, leave.
Okay, so I need to go to bed. Is that okay with you? Is that allowed?
You don't need my
permission. You're definitely allowed to leave. If you,
maybe you can tell me the results afterwards, but it's like 12:30. I'm really tired. So
yeah, no problem. If you gotta go, you gotta go.
Yeah, I mean it's been long. I think we covered most of it. Our closings were like 4 hours ago, 5 hours ago.
Okay, see ya.
I'm not
You gotta
interested in
go.
advancing
See ya.
that definition forever.
If you're gonna sit here and him and Han, I'm gonna keep going with my point. See you later.
Okay. Thank you for the
See ya.
invite, though. I mean, you can tell me the results, okay? Thank you for the debate, by the way, Rob.
I'll give you a spoiler. You didn't do good.
It's great.
Uh-huh.
I'm glad you think that.
Do you have a poll up now, Speakeasy?
But again,
Not
good
yet.
night,
I
guys.
can put it up.
I don't think I've ever been trapped like that hard, man. Like, fuck, man. Get the message. Holy, yeah. I mean, I know. I got to work on. I wanted to end with my closing and then just leave it at that. I truly did. But the definition game dance, where he, I guess, really didn't want to know my definition. I mean, the moderator was kind of dictating that. What am I supposed to do? Yeah. I mean, there really wasn't that much more to discuss. I just don't really see how it feels like you wanted to have a debate about something other than secularism. Brand, maybe I did. Yeah, it was about 5 hours ago. About 5 hours ago. I don't know. What do you think of my clothes? You think my clothes is good? I think so. That's why I don't really know why Grant is saying that. You know, like, it's really hard, Graham. You know, like when someone doesn't respect a dialogue, right? Like, it's conditional, right? Like, why the fuck am I gonna let someone sit there and say things that I didn't say for 4 minutes? What the fuck? I personally think the last 5 hours have been worthless. So, with that yeeted, the actual debate, okay, for whatever the fuck that trap was, like comparing closings, Birdbanes. I'm not really sure if that would have made it more civil either. I mean, he asked for the timer because he really liked to be able to run on, and like what you said, he essentially started to put words in my mouth that I never said, because it's really easy to do that, to try and attack someone's argument if you just like incorrectly he did get tomato red a few times. He didn't like my definition of secularism. That one I found interesting. But, you know, I guess the only way you can understand a topic, even if you use words that are simile or used similarly with all the other definitions, is to just copy Merriam-Webster. Well, Graham, I would love to hear. Actually, I don't know if I would after this conversation. Can you explain to me how an official state religion could even remotely be secular? By definition? Who's my idol in life? I actually, I kind of am pretty wary of idolizing people. Um, that being said, I think there's like figures in my life that I feel like are influential. Um, I'm gonna use when I was younger, when I lost my company. I'm actually gonna use a Bible, a book in the Bible. Okay. When I was younger, I lost my company because I put too many eggs in like one basket. Doesn't really matter. Point is that I lost everything. Um, pretty defeating and pretty tragic. Okay, for me personally, like inside. And I remember I decided to read cover to cover again of the Bible, and a certain book kind of stuck out to me in that one, and it was Ecclesiastes. Particularly because of the whole parables and wisdoms that are kind of in it, right? If I'm not mistaken, it was Ecclesiastes 8, 7. It had to do with something so stupid, man. So like if you think about it on its own, in isolation, it seems stupid. But to me, it wasn't when I read it. But I mean, a lot of ways, that's kind of how, in my opinion, the Bible can be great. So, um, yeah, it was 7, 8. So that's what I remember. It was in a disillusioned view of life, and I remember because I feel like my life just ended during that moment, right when I lost everything. And for some reason, this freaking passage like sprung out to me. Um, and it was specifically the moment where it says, "Better is the end of a thing than its beginning. The patient in spirit are better than the proud in spirit. Do not be quick to anger, for anger lodges in the bosom of fools." And goes on to talk about how um, there's a time. Well, before that, there's like everything has a time, right? So, personally, I feel like being influential for me would be the Book of Ecclesiastes. Um, I'd want you to tell me how an official state religion, um, well, if it doesn't influence the country's laws, then it's just a state religion in name only. You're talking about like England? I think you're talking about England, right? England still has a state religion, but it's not remotely even part of the state anymore. Thank you. I guess if you want actual idols, though, um, big fan of Christopher Hitchens, Carl Sagan. Even though I think Christopher Hitchens is a little too anti-theist for me, I'm more accepting of theism. I don't really think it's like a stain or a poison on the world. Yeah, I mean, you got to remember that a secular nation is never going to be fully secular. It's not a binary. I just I think that secularism is more beneficial for Christians. Um, not because I know what's best for Christians, but because I know that the very existence of differing Christians and how they practice faith is something I feel like would be important to them. Um, I really like Albert Camus, even though he's not a philosopher. I enjoy his writing. Um, yeah, Carl Sagan was a special kind of communicator. Something I think if I was, I'm not a leftist, right? But if I was going to criticize what the right thinks the left is, a little bit of I have this writing, I have a critique of communication on the left. And Carl Sagan inspired like a bunch of people to, try and follow in astrophysics, right? But Carl Sagan was like a scientist, but he really was trying to take just the wonder of it, I guess, and try and communicate it to the public, which I think academia forgets to do. So, like the transgender topic, I kind of don't blame people when they say um, that academia lives in ivory towers, and they kind of just legislate from the sky. Carl Sagan is someone who broke that whole thing, but I can't think of a single person that has tried to genuinely communicate with the general public in the same way Carl Sagan has. And Neil deGrasse has tried, but like Carl Sagan was a special kind of person who could do more. But there needs to be a better effort on from academia to try and at least, communicate what they're doing. And maybe they might say, well, we're researchers, we don't have to do that. Fuck you. To that, I'd say, well, that's why we're in this mess. Maybe if you just like came out and said why the DSM now says gender dysphoria is this way and how you feel about transgender topics, and try to communicate that to the general public instead of like relying on people figuring it out post hoc and incorrectly, we wouldn't be in this fucking mess. So, yeah, I mean, Carl Sagan's a special kind of communicator, in my opinion. He's a little, I want to say, dismissive of religion as well. I really don't like dismissing religion, again, because I feel like it's like part of the human experience. I feel like it's the natural course to try and understand metaphysics, and understanding religion is also a way to understand our attempt at understanding the universe. I feel like it's inseparable. So I value religion a lot. Well, like I was trying to say in the debate, I do not care what someone believes or is what gives them meaning. My problem is when someone tries to tell other people that they think they know what religion and what God says. Because the more you poke into it, the more it tends to look less like what God wants and more like what they want, right? And that's a dangerous thing to go down. Christian nationalists did get their way. It wouldn't be long until they start remembering that Christian nationalists don't agree on stuff. Or people who practice Christianity may feel as if it's okay now, and then all of a sudden they don't really realize that now they're the ones under the thumb. It's really easy to make that mistake when your identity is Christianity right now, but when atheism or secularism is no longer the enemy, history has told us what is. If I recall, I wrote it down, right? Robb's definition of Christian nationalism ranged from simply being informed by Christian morality when you vote, all the way to I want governance by a Christian moral code. I don't accept this definition because that's just insane. I mean, might as well just include everything. I mean, we're already there. Like, very clear. Very clear. Fuck. I think my definition of Christian nationalism was much better. I mean, he tried to spend 5 hours dismantling it. No avail, but 20 moments at least. I don't know why people. I mean, I kind of do. I just didn't expect him to try and put so many words in my mouth that I didn't say. That to me is like very disrespectful. When someone is thinking far too much about what they want to say instead of like what the other person is saying, you start to do that, right? Well, I have a feeling he didn't want to agree to my definition because it would be hard to move forward. So, I mean, fundamentally, Christians don't agree on all the same things. It's very hard to think that you can legislate that. I don't know why you would want to do that. Unless you think every Christian will somehow just realize that your brand of Christianity is right. I mean, Christian nationalists will try to hand wave that away, but it is the real reason that this is a secular country. It's not because I want religion gone. It is the reason you have a lot of different types of Christianity, though. Okay. Well, Grant, his Christian nationalist definition allows for secularism, then, which I said in the debate. Do you remember that? He's not advocating against the prompt, then, right? Prompt was secularism is more beneficial to Christians than Christian nationalism. If his definition of Christian nationalism doesn't, have any opposition, conflict with the idea of secularism, then how is he arguing the prompt? Secularism is not having the state participate in the prohibition, okay, or favoring of a religion. It does not tolerate all groups. Secularism does not tolerate ISIS, and it's because the fundamental value of ISIS is one that doesn't really respect other groups inherently. I don't think if someone tried to say that Christianity is inherently like ISIS in the way that it doesn't allow for other religions, I mean, have fun. Let's take. So secularism does not tolerate groups that want to prohibit other religions. So you would argue against my prompt. Maybe you're the secular atheist humanist that he's talking about. Is this a religion, Grant? Maybe he is right. Maybe you are operating in a fucking atheist religion. What's wrong with you? What's happening? Should have played more piano. That would have probably helped. I would have been able to be like, play piano. Let him talk. Play piano. He's just saying things that you didn't say, but let him talk. Whoa. Well, secularism doesn't grant privileges. It's neutral, Grant. Definitions are hard. Hey, Grant, I'll guide you through this. Secularism does not grant privileges. In fact, it prohibits the privileges. That is the only thing it prohibits. Okay. really liking the tone. What does that mean? Yeah, it is. It is not perfect. It's not a binary. Secularism is just trying to be neutral. It doesn't mean it is neutral, by the way. The secularism ideals advocate for the neutrality, which is why it's interesting that he said state-mandated atheism is secular, even if the Soviets did say that. I'm not really in the business of trusting the Soviets with what they say they are, especially Stalin. I don't know about you, but I don't really trust Stalin to say, anything truthfully. He did fucking brutally murder millions of people. He could say he's the fucking tooth fairy for all I care. He didn't advocate secularism. Particularly was very brutal against Christian denominations. He advocated for, if I'm not mistaken, an extreme persecution of Orthodox Christians. Why? I hate this fucking reverb. Why did I put this reverb on? Where's the good reverb? Fab filter, where are you? Better reverb. Much better. Thanks for sticking around, Burbanes. That was a long time. You stayed around for a while. Keep me company in the mountain of insults. Um, Next time I will make it up to you. I really didn't want to fall victim to the extreme ending. I wanted to end on the closing. I wanted to keep it positive. I feel like I failed to meet that expectation. I'm gonna be honest with you, and it's not making me very happy. So, I mean, maybe a little more of a format would have been nice, I think. But I don't get to choose. Speakeasy had me on his platform. I'm not going to sit there and say that, um, I'm not grateful for it. So, but I do want to try and stay a positive communicator. So we'll see if that's kind of what it's like for some reason. Then I don't know if I really want to keep doing that. I feel like it's antithetical to what I want to do online. If I am even trying to be a voice. Ultimately, again, I started because of Trump. So. But in no way do I think that was fruitful. Maybe when the closing was happening, I kind of felt okay. The 5-6 hours of whatever the fuck that trash was. I'm just not interested in trying to do that. But thank you all for watching. Stayed this long. I'm gonna end my stream now because I'm roasting. I think Andrew Wilson, I don't know. He seems calmer. That I don't know. For some reason I feel like he would have more respect with the dialogue, but I don't know. I mean, I'm not really that interested in debating him on this topic. again, my goal here is to try and actually reach people on, you know, why I believe Trump is dangerous. And I mean, it's a losing battle, Grand. Like, you know, people will tell you you're like an alarmist or that you're being extreme. Yeah, whatever. And I form my opinions for myself. I know that I'm not because I've taken the time to understand it at least. And it is a losing battle though in a way. Like you're essentially like swimming upstream the entire time, Graham. Because it is really easy to be like you're overreacting. And the truth is that I probably might be wrong. Um, the funny joke of that is that I actually think I'd be the most happy if I was wrong. Mm, Should have. You're 100% correct. No, seriously. I literally thought it was going to be like an hour. Definition dance. Anyways, catch you all later. Thank you all for watching. I'm going to end my stream because, again, I'm roasting. My face is like red from my lights. Thank you for watching. I'll let you know if I do have another debate. I do have one this Saturday, I think. That's on Horse's stream, which is fun. But peace out. A-Town. Peace out. A-Town.